Ying and Moxin successfully connected with the support team with the Qiao family's migration team. The team was supplemented by personnel and food, and there were more carriages carrying people, so the team moved faster. Got up. Because they had food and no need to deliberately go out to hunt, the second half of their journey went very smoothly, and they successfully arrived at the large construction site of the capital palace in less than 3 days. It was still morning when everyone arrived, and the construction site was busy. At this time, the palace construction site still didn't have any grand momentum, it was just a deserted wilderness. 2,000 Jinwu Guard soldiers organized 3,000 slaves, who were constantly digging, loading and transporting the soil to the front of the palace, and then unloading the soil. Repeating the same work over and over in this way, they had to dig out an artificial lake at the location of the Tay pool in the harem, and then use the soil dug out from the artificial lake to lay the foundations of the various halls in the front. This is a low-level task with very low difficulty, but a huge amount of work. In fact, only 3,000 people are far from enough, but the Han tribe has nothing to do now. They don't have excavators. If this job is left to excavators, 2 excavators and a team of dump trucks will probably only be used. It can be completed in a month at most. Fortunately, they have nothing else to do now. All kinds of building materials are not in place yet. What else can they do besides building foundations and digging artificial lakes? However, the people of the Qiao family looked at this huge construction site and then looked back at the sand table model installed on the car, and they knew the madness of this Han tribe. They were really not kidding. This Han tribe actually sent thousands of people to build a temple for their leader here. Well, maybe such a magnificent palace is no different from a temple in their eyes. Thousands of slaves were diligently digging the soil on the ground not far away, and then loaded the ordinary and extraordinary soil onto the carriage, and then pulled it to the front position. More than 1,000 slaves then unloaded the soil. Come down and use it to build the temple in their hearts. On the construction site, there were no less than 500 horse-drawn carriages carrying earthwork back and forth. The 10 vehicles previously used to carry the Qiao family's relocation team were all transferred from these horse-drawn carriages. Ying, where are we going now? Looking at the huge construction site in front of them, Xiao Yan, the leader of the hunting team, looked at each other and his elders, and then suddenly became nervous. This group of Han tribe people brought them here, wouldn't they be forcing them to work for the Han tribe like those slaves? Then wouldn't they all die of exhaustion here? God knows whether such a big temple can be built well in a lifetime. Maybe they won't even be able to use it in a normal person's lifetime, and they will die from exhaustion. Seemingly knowing what the other party was thinking, Ying explained with a smile. Don't worry, I will take you to see the steward here first, who is the Torque commander of our Jinwu Guard. After you meet him, let him arrange a place for you to live in the future, as well as land for you to cultivate. Oh? So that's it. Can we go to the farmland given to us today? Xiao Yan continued to ask nervously, for fear that Ying was lying to them. Don't worry, don't worry. Since you have chosen to join our Han tribe, you are citizens of our Han tribe, people of our Han tribe. You are different from those people. Do you know who those people are? Ying comforted them and asked, pointing to the slaves not far away who were sweating and digging in the sun. No, I don't know, who are they, and why did the Han tribe treat them like this? Xiao Yan also looked at the group of slaves, curiously. They are not human. This is a race that specializes in hunting the same kind for food, and a race that specializes in cannibalism. This group of bastards wanted to attack our Han tribe and hunt our people before, but they were defeated by the leader and his troops. After that, they captured these guys and demoted them to lifelong slaves, doing the hardest and most tiring work for the Han tribe until they died of exhaustion. After listening to Yi Ying's explanation and gestures, the elders of the Qiao family and Xiao Yan couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Is there such a cruel group of people in the world? They take pleasure in preying on their own kind? Such things are simply unworthy of being born as human beings. The elder and Qiao Yan became indignant at the slaves at the same time. Ying curled her lips and spread her hands. Their current fate is no better than those working animals, but in order to let these guys do more work, we still have to provide food so that the Han tribe's lifetime of hard work can be regarded as washing away the sins they committed. After listening to Yi Ying's explanation this time, the elders of the Qiao family and Qiao Yan finally felt relieved and became more relaxed. Yes, just like Ying said, they took the initiative to join the Han tribe, and they are all normal human tribes. They do not have any special habits of preying on their own kind for fun. There is no reason for the Han tribe to treat them with those inhumane tribes. Treated like slaves. First, he took Mr. Yu Qiao to the Jinwei camp eating place to rest for a while, and then Ying asked them to wait here first, and then he went to ask Yu Ji to come and see them. This operation is also to take care of their nervous and sensitive mood. If Qiao Yan and Elder Yu Qiao are allowed to leave their tribe at this time and go to meet Yu Ji alone, they will definitely think that the Han tribe is deliberately supporting them. Drive them so that we can send soldiers to take their people away by force, right? But now they are asked to gather together and wait, and then Yu Ji comes to see them specially. This not only shows that the Han tribe has no intention of harming them, but also pays great attention to them. Qiao Yan and the elder both nodded in agreement, and then checked the situation of their own clansmen and the surrounding environment. After a while, Yu Ji made a special trip over to see these wild achievements that had been picked up by his own soldiers. Since there was no need to fight, Yu Ji didn't wear any armor. He just wore a relatively slim-fitting crimson military general's uniform, followed by 2 soldiers, and walked over casually. Ying quickly led the way and introduced both parties. Commander Yu, this is the elder of the Qiao clan, and this is their hunting team leader, Qiao Yan. You can just call him Yan, Elder Yan. This is our Commander Yan, he is the one who manages this place. Everyone in the whole camp. Because the elder He Yan didn't understand the control and military system of the Han tribe at all, Ying had no choice but to introduce it simply and crudely to let the other party know that anyway, Yu Ji's words were most effective in this place. Elder He Yan was also surprised to see Yu Ji. He didn't expect that Yu Ji was so young and already had such a high position and power in the Han tribe. He managed thousands of people by himself. If they had Qiao's base camp, the person who can manage thousands of people there is probably the great elder of the tribe headquarters, but how can the great elder be so young? This Yu Ji looks to be about 16 or 17 years old, right? Although he is considered an adult at this age, and he may even have several children soon, he still feels too young. Chief Envoy. The elders and Qiao Yan did not dare to neglect, knowing that this man was young but powerful, so they quickly called Yu Ji the chief envoy as Mo Xian had said before, and then they hugged Yu Ji in a decent manner. It is the simplest Han tribe etiquette. Well, you two are welcome. I have listened to the report from my subordinates. It is really hard for you to come all the way to join our Han tribe. Since you have agreed to voluntarily join the Han tribe, we will definitely arrange for you properly. Well, if you don't have a place to live for the time being, how about you live with our military camp first? I can send someone to take you to the nearby selected residence today, and then I will arrange for someone to lead you to build your own. How about we move there together after your house is built? Of course, if you want to go there now, that's no problem. I will send someone to give you food for half a year. You build your house first. I will also contact people here to register your household registration, distribute acres of land to you, and seeds and farm tools, and we will also relocate and live with you to teach you the various production skills of the Han tribe so that you can live a stable life. What do you think? In order to reassure the other party, Yu Ji took the lead in telling them how he would arrange their arrangements. There are 2 ways. One is to live in the military camp first, eat with the Jinwu guards, and then move there after the house is built. The other is to go directly. The Han tribe will give them food for half a year, and then they will build their own houses and cultivate land. When they have enough by increasing their own output, the Han tribe could recover the capital invested in them. The elder and Qiao Yan immediately chose the second option without thinking about it, living under someone else's roof and eating their food every day. They always had the feeling that their lives were in the hands of others. Although the second option was to eat food given by others, but they can put the food in their own hands, which will make them feel more at ease. Yu Ji was not too surprised by Qiao's choice. Anyway, he could accept both methods, so it didn't matter. Okay, then it's settled. You guys will stay here for dinner today at noon. After finishing the meal, I will ask Ying to take you to your residence. I will also bring food, craftsmen, and building tools. The style of the house is to be built first as an adobe house with rammed earth. The size of the yard is measured, and each family has enough homestead. The family first builds an adobe thatched house to live in, and the main house the position is vacant. Let's settle everyone down first. We will definitely build a brick kiln here in the capital in the second half of the year. When bricks are available, whoever wants to build a brick house can buy bricks and build them yourself. I have contacted the governor of Takumi County and asked him to allocate clerks and farming materials to you, as well as immigrants responsible for teaching them. By the time you finish building your house, those immigrants and materials will have arrived. Yu Ji was talking about his arrangement, and Ying was explaining it to them with gestures and words. When the elder and Qiao Yan understood what Yu Ji meant, they were all grateful. This arrangement plan can be said to be the best. It's to their liking. They have been migrating across mountains and rivers for such a long time, and are already exhausted. Now they want to find a new home, and then settle down safely, and learn the planting skills of the Han tribe as soon as possible, so as to lay the foundation for their future continuation. After the two sides were polite to each other again, Yu Ji said to them again. Since you are now very familiar with Ying, I will let Ying handle the follow-up matters for you. Do you think this is okay? Okay, if you let him come, that would be great. The elder and Qiao Yan immediately nodded. Seeing that Mrs. Qiao agreed, Yu Ji looked at Ying again. Ying, you should be fine, right? If you handle this matter well, I will give you another credit. No problem, just do whatever you say, Commander. Ying also quickly agreed. This is definitely a good job. Not only can he take credit for it, but he can also build good relationships with people like Qiao. If among these people in the future, if one or two become prosperous, won't they also benefit from it? Humans are social animals that live in groups, and they are always in need of worldly connections. In this way, they can earn both credit and favors, so they can find good jobs wherever they can. After the Yu Qiao family's resettlement plan was completely finalized, Yu Ji finally revealed the true purpose of his trip. He suddenly asked the elders of the Yu Qiao family and Qiao Yan. You two, I don't know where your Qiao family is, and how long it took you to travel this long distance. I heard from Yi Ying's introduction that you are just a branch of the Qiao family. How many people are there in your entire tribe? Do these people still survive by hunting and gathering? After listening to Yi Ying's story, the elder and Qiao Yan looked at each other. They had already guessed about this situation. The Han tribe with a large population in front of them still wanted to capture the remaining members of the Qiao family. The Han tribe has a huge appetite and seems never to be satisfied with its current size. Faced with this situation, the elder asked directly. I dare to ask the envoy, do you want to absorb the rest of our Qiao family into the Han tribe? The two of them thought that Yu Ji might still be pretending, saying some empty talk about helping all sentient beings in the world, but who would have thought that Yu Ji would admit it directly? That's it. The Han tribe is fully capable of absorbing and managing more people. Our leader is also the co-lord of the world sent from heaven. He has the ability to lead all the people to live a good life, so that the people have food and clothing, and don't have to worry about anything. Enemy. Besides, the Han tribe has a variety of food for cultivation. Do you still want to live a good life here with no worries about food and clothing, while your former compatriots continue to suffer from hunger and pain? Facing Yu Ji's questioning, the elders of the Qiao family and Qiao Yan did not speak. If the life of the Han tribe here was very good, then they would naturally not mind persuading other tribesmen to come and live with them, but now haven't you seen the actual situation yet? So the elder thought for a while and then said, Chief, we naturally don't want to see the previous people continue to suffer hardship, but please give us a little more time, okay? If we learn a new way of life, cultivating the land and raising livestock will really if you can keep us fed and clothed without worries, then I will definitely take you to the territory where we have the Qiao family. But I hope that the envoy will not force us, nor use your army to force my people to join. That will not have good results. If life in the Han tribe is really possible, I will personally persuade them to join the Han tribe, please rest assured. The elders and Qiao Yan were still very vigilant. Now that they had just been brought here, they wanted to ask about the territory and population of the Qiao family? That is simply impossible. Without letting them see the actual benefits, who knows if those artifact seeds and breeding techniques of your Han tribe are real? Besides, even if the grain farming and livestock breeding techniques of the Han tribe are real, you have to be willing to teach them and let them use them. Otherwise, I will take you here to bring the rest of the clan, and the next second you will turn against us and turn us into slaves. Who will they ask to reason with? After Yi Ying's narration and translation, Yu Ji also figured out what the other party meant, and secretly said that he was still too impatient. This group of people had just arrived, and they hadn't even visited the place where they lived, and they hadn't even seen the hair in the farming and breeding areas. I just keep listening to what the Han tribe people say about it, but if you don't see the actual thing, it will inevitably be suspected of bragging. So it is normal for the other party to be worried. 1.78z. Well, of course I won't force you, let alone Qiao's use of warriors on you. The warriors of the Han tribe will only point their swords at our enemies and those who dare to invade the Han tribe. Obviously you and the Qiao family are not our enemies, and they have not invaded the Han tribe. I hope they join just to make their lives better and make the Han tribe stronger, Yu Jie said honestly, with a sincere tone. There is nothing hypocritical about it. For example, in order to make the other person's life better, if you say this alone, it would be a bit hypocritical. Do you think you are a bodhisattva, and whether the other person's life is good has nothing to do with you? But Yu Ji also said later that in order to make the Han tribe stronger, this meant speaking out his true thoughts. How can a tribe become more powerful? In this era, we can still calculate it by population. After all, in this era, population represents productivity. The more people you have, the more labor force you have. If a tribe wants to be strong, of course, the more people, the better. But there is a prerequisite for this, that is, you must be able to feed such a large population. Is there a small population of Zhous? There are not many of them at all, and they have to drive away part of the population every 1 or 2 years, because their current means can no longer feed so many people, but if they can also farm and breed, I am afraid they will become a Tang tribe again. Or existence like the Xian tribe. The elder and Qiao Yan both nodded after listening to Yu Ji's words, indicating that they agreed with each other's statement. They also heard Yu Ji's guarantee that he would not send troops to them, but they had no intention of continuing to talk after that. Their attitudes had been expressed. It was very clear that they would never attract the tribesmen here without seeing actual benefits. Yu Ji also noticed the awkwardness in the atmosphere. Maybe the other party was a little wary of his identity? He patted Ying on the shoulder and said, entertain them well and take them to their residence after dinner. Make sure they are satisfied and let down their guard. Yes, my subordinate will definitely complete the task. Ying quickly stood up and replied. Yuji nodded, and after greeting everyone with the Qiao family again, he left directly with his soldiers. Sure enough, as soon as Yuji left, there was a sigh of relief in the camp. Did these people really feel a lot of pressure because of Yuji's identity? In fact, that's right. When Ying introduced his identity to both parties just now, he said that Yuji is the most powerful person here. He is responsible for all the Jinwu guards and thousands of slaves in the entire capital. Such a huge crowd and such high force, all focused on Yuji alone. These people believed that Yuji could decide their life or death with just one word. How could they not be nervous under such circumstances? Afraid of being cheated. They are afraid that the other party will not accept them. If so, they will embark on a migration journey again. Who knows what kind of results they will face in the future. But for now, it seems like the results are good. Don't worry, you too. Although our Han tribe has been actively absorbing the foreign population, we have never easily launched a war with the outside world. The Han tribe will only be forced to fight back when others provoke us. From now on, when you join the Han tribe, you will slowly understand that we should eat first. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, I will ask people to prepare some house-building tools and craftsmen, and then we will set off for your tribe immediately. Residents. After Yuji left, Ying immediately comforted the elders of the Qiao family and Qiao Yan. Okay, I'll trouble you, Ying. The elders and the others had been getting along with Ying for several days. They ate, slept, and slept together. They still trusted Ying, so they didn't care what Ying said. Not much doubt. The Jinwu guards had specialized logistics troops. Preparing meals for these hundreds of people was not a problem. The food was delivered quickly, but it was still the same old routine. There was enough food, a small amount of meat, and basically no vegetables. There is nothing that can be done about it. The capital is completely uninhabited. There is no common people except for Jin Wuwei and slaves. They can't buy vegetables even if they want to buy them. So even if they want to eat vegetables, it will be a matter of time for them to immigrate here. However, now that we have people like Qiao's, we no longer need to be so anxious. The elders do not dislike this kind of food. For them, as long as it can fill their stomachs, and tribes like them who live by hunting and gathering rarely eat green plants, so they are basically indifferent to vegetables. I can't understand why the Han tribe people want to eat grass so much. After the meal, everyone began to pack their bags. This time Yuji mobilized more carriages for them and distributed some tools to them, as well as a large number of wooden boards, nails, and hammers, mainly used to build rammed earth molds. The first batch of houses for immigrants like Qiao were adobe houses. First settle the settlement, and it is not too late to build better houses when they return. 30 carriages formed a long convoy, carrying some people, a large number of tools, planks, and the most important food. Of course, the food was definitely not enough for them to eat for half a year, because it was not in the original plan. Therefore, if you want more food, Yuji can only ask for it from the nearest Takumi County. As long as you explain the situation to Dashu, the food will not be a problem. The resettlement point where the Qiao family is located is not very far away. After all, they usually have to communicate with the palace construction site, so it would be inconvenient if it is too far away. As for how far it is? For example, if we take the palace construction site as the center and expand the area to the capital, then the Qiao family's residence would be the farm outside the capital. After all, it is impossible to put farmland in the city, right? They came all the way to a river that was 40 to 50 meters wide. On the bank was a large plain. In other words, from the grassland to the east of Honghu Lake and to the west of Luyang River, the large land in the middle was basically a plain. There is flat land next to the river, and there is a forest not far away, which is where they cut firewood every day. Of course, when there is crop straw in the future, they can also burn the straw for cooking. When the convoy stopped, Ying took the initiative to introduce the situation to them. This river is called Qingshu River. Although it is very wide, it is actually not very deep. This river is a tributary of the Honghu Lake system in the west. Your residence will be built here in the future, and you will rely on this water source for cultivating the land. A river. The flow of the Qingshu River is not very large. It is sparkling all year round. Even in the rainy season, the water never rises because it is connected to Honghu Lake in the west. Unless the Honghu Lake breaks its banks, there will be no water here. There won't be any flooding, so you can just stay here in peace. After listening to Yi Ying's introduction, the elders of the Qiao family and Qiao Yan were quite satisfied, because if they were asked to choose a place to live, they would definitely choose mountainous areas with more abundant prey. But what kind of terrain and environment are needed for a farming lifestyle? They don't have that concept in their minds at all. But one thing they know is that whether it is farming or hunting, water sources are very important. People cannot live without water. But with this river, at least they will not starve to death easily. If it is not possible, they can still go down fishing in the river, or hunting some prey that comes to drink water. Thinking of this, Qiao Yan asked Ying again. Can we fish in this river? Ying thought for a moment before saying, theoretically, there is no problem, but I am not very clear about this aspect, but after you plant the land, you may not have time to fish in a short period of time. What are you going to do next? There are many more things. The elder and Qiao Yan both nodded and chose a new place to live. Everything had to be rebuilt. Of course, there would be many things to come. They had already been mentally prepared for this. There are really a lot of things for the Qiao family to do. First of all, Jinwei preliminarily registered their household registration information, and based on the household registration, they divided the fields and houses of each family for them. They just measured the land, allocated the housing sites and fields. It only took one afternoon. Everyone had to continue to eat and sleep in the open air at night. Fortunately, it was not very cold in this early summer season. The next day, they started taking soil to build a house. In plain areas, it is quite difficult to get some earthwork, because no matter where you dig the earth, you will dig a big pit. A useful pit is fine, but a useless pit is a real pit, and it will get in the way wherever you put it. According to the Han tribe's practice of building a new stronghold, they first find a location downwind and dig out a collective manure pit. This is an indispensable source of farmyard manure when there is no chemical fertilizer at this stage, and it is also the best way to deal with domestic waste. Method. The soil dug out from this huge manure tank became the source of soil for the Qiao family to build a house. If the soil dug out of the septic tank is not enough, then dig some ditches for water diversion in the farmland. If the soil in the ditches is not enough, then dig some more wells. Anyway, they have many ways to get soil from the flat land, and the holes they dig are guaranteed to it can be used and will not cause random mining and digging. Each family has an adobe house, which can be built very quickly. Just put wooden boards on both sides, pour the soil in and compact it. The beams used are all pulled from the construction site of the capital city. There are no suitable buildings nearby. There is only a large forest to the northwest of the west side of the palace, where wood is harvested. That is the place Luo Chong plans to use as a royal garden. Now there is no problem in logging some trees there for construction. The beams were erected, then a layer of mats and reeds harvested from the nearby river were spread on top. They were bundled and arranged on the roof. Finally, a layer of wet mud was applied to smooth the surface. This is a house like this. Although it is all made of soil and there are no tiles on it, it still has a waterproof effect, but the waterproofing ability is slightly worse. It needs to be repaired frequently after being washed away by rain, but it is still no problem for temporary residents in a short period of time. The walls of adobe houses are also waterproofed using the same method. Apply some thin mud evenly on the surface of the exterior wall to achieve simple waterproofing. After they had built all the houses in the village, the living materials and 10 households of immigrants from Tuahai County also arrived. These 10 households of immigrants were responsible for teaching Yu Qiao to learn various life and production skills of the Han tribe. Along with them, there were also some livestock sent from Takumi County, such as domestic pigs, cattle, sheep, rabbits, chickens, ducks, geese, and other poultry and livestock. Livestock are not just used to provide meat, such as rabbits. There are always people I hate rabbits, saying that rabbits are excrement-making machines. But isn't a poop-making machine bad? Without these livestock acting as manure-making machines, where would the fertilizer for farming come from? Just pointing at the feces and urine produced by the population of a village, can they use it for farming? In addition, there are a large number of daily necessities: bamboo mats, farm tools, wooden barrels, water basins, iron pots, kitchen knives, and other cooking utensils. These are all essential things for daily life. In addition, Takumi County also specially obtained them a batch of cloth, all of which are the most common: indigo and crimson, pure black, pure white. These are the 4 most common colors worn by ordinary people. The cloth is not good, it is just the cheapest linen. The purpose of getting these cloths is mainly to replace them for people with Chow family. It's just clothes, you definitely need to change your clothes. Now that I have joined the Han tribe, I have to behave like a Han tribe member, and I can no longer run around naked in animal skins every day. The people of the Chow family have already built preliminary adobe resettlement houses, and the immigrants from Tuahai County have also arrived. They have also begun to start a new life like the villages on Qingshu Island, but their place is much smaller than Qingshu Island. A little tougher. When the Han tribe immigrated to Qingshu Island, there were still ready-made villages there. The local people had lived there for many years, and even the cultivated land was ready-made. But now that the Tuahai County immigrants and the Chow family are in this village, everything has to start from scratch. The houses are all newly built adobe houses, and even the farmland has to be reclaimed by themselves. Fortunately, the Han tribe is already familiar with this situation, and people like them are completely new. Residences will be tax-free for the first 2 years, allowing local villagers to get a foothold as soon as possible. On the other side, the fleet that set off at the same time as Tang Yao and Moxin finally arrived, belatedly. These 3-masted sailing modified cargo ships were far unable to catch up with the speed of Xiaofeiyu. Moxin and the others had already arrived at the capital construction site. After work, the Chow immigrants picked up on the way have been planted on the ground. These sailboats have just arrived at the dock of Takumi County. This shows how necessary it is for the Han tribe to develop flying fish sailboats. The fleet, carrying a lot of construction machinery and steel and concrete, did not dare to stop. After replenishing food and fresh water at the dock in Tuahai County, they began to head into the sea. Guided by the 3 newly built lighthouses, they headed all the way to Qingshu Island. Go forward to the end of the strait between the mainland and the mainland. This journey lasted another 10 days. And it was not until the end of May in the first year of dashing that the fleet finally reached the destination. At this time, the construction site of the cross-sea bridge was still as busy as before, with barges transporting sand and gravel sacks one after another. From time to time, shocking explosions were heard on the mountains at the mainland end of the hidden bridge, and the huge mountains were blown up. After being loosened, a large number of slaves put them into sacks and transported them to the ship at the dock. Finally, they were thrown into the sea to build bridge piers one after another. A few months have passed. Of the 1,000 or so bridge piers planned for the project, there are now less than 100 workstations for building waterproof dams. Among the dozens of bridge piers, 10 prefabricated wells have been dug. None, because of the backward tools, this work was indeed carried out very slowly. Fortunately, this fleet lived up to expectations and finally sent them a lot of good equipment. The person in charge of the fleet transporting this batch of materials was a researcher named Jiaosu from the Power Research Institute. Jiaosu was not in charge of the train project at the institute, but various steam-powered machinery, such as stone crushers and stone grinders. Steam-powered mixers, air compressors, and related tools, so it is best for him to be responsible for escorting and guiding the construction. The fleet docked at the temporary dock at the construction site. Jiaosu was immediately invited into the engineering headquarters. Looking at the huge sand table in front of him, the bridge model next to it, and the surrounding command team, he could clearly see that relieved these people's anxiety. This project is too large. With our method and 10,000 prisoners of war, even if they are exhausted, if we work for another 10 years, I am afraid that we will not be able to complete this project. I am afraid that our generation will not be able to complete it. It will be good if the prefabricated wells for more than 1,000 bridge piers are built, said the elder Qingshu, who was in charge of the project somewhat pessimistically. Yes, we originally thought we had attached great importance to this project, but when it was actually implemented, we realized how difficult it was. This is simply not a project that can be completed by manpower. We all underestimated him. Another member of the command team, the craftsman, also sighed. But Jiaosu was very confident. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and then said, "Everyone, you are right. The workload of this project is indeed very large, and it is indeed difficult to complete it purely by manpower. But please don't be discouraged. There are tribes, leaders, and our research institute behind you. Although I have personally participated in this project, but I have also developed a lot of good tools for you. Since manpower cannot complete it, let us use machines to replace manpower." "Oh? I don't know what kind of machinery Master Xiao Jiao has brought us, but is it the kind of steam engine that can spin in circles when it is turned on? But what role can that steam engine play here?" Zhu Ping also knew something about the things that the Han tribe had recently come up with. He had heard of the iron guy who could spin circles and drive many things to do work as long as he burned a fire, but he had never seen it before. But he still couldn't figure it out. It was called a steam engine. What kind of help they can bring to their projects? You certainly can't use the steam engine directly, but as a driving force, the steam engine can drive many other machines, such as the air compressor, which is a new type of machine we developed using the working principle of the steam engine. This thing can replace you in doing many things. Are you interested in coming with me to see it? Jiaosu introduced to them what he had brought and extended an invitation to them. Of course I'm interested. Master Xiao Jiao, please lead the way. If what you bring can really come in handy, we'll treat you to a seafood dinner. Another old master in the command team spoke. Ah? Don't stop, I have eaten enough seafood or something, but don't let me eat seafood anymore. Although there is a lot of meat, I don't have any oil. I don't think it is delicious. After reading the food, I don't want any seafood. If you can give me a stewed chicken and 2 bowls of rice, I'll be satisfied." When Jiaosu heard that these people wanted to treat him to seafood, he shook his head like a rattle, saying that he only wanted to eat stewed chicken and a bowl of rice. This naturally made everyone laugh. It was not easy for them to eat chicken here. After all, the bridge guards never get to eat chicken. Ah, no, they are building a bridge. Although there is no shortage of meat on the construction site, they can only eat sea fish. There is enough fish and seafood. The seafood makes them want to vomit, but eating chicken? Sorry, no. A group of people went directly to a ship in the fleet, led by Jiaosu, to visit the machinery on the ship. After some tossing, everyone came directly in front of a small iron horse steam engine. Interestingly, there was another thing like an iron can with legs connected next to the wild horse steam engine. Then they listened to Jiaosu's instructions. They introduced. Everyone, this is an air compressor driven by a steam engine. It is also a power source, but this power source can drive many things. Wait a moment, and I will show you how to operate this thing. While Jiaosu was introducing it to them, he directed the crew to put the air compressor on a small sampan, which is the kind of boat that has no sail and can only be rowed with an oar. They also got some other supporting tools to get on it. There were many pipes wrapped in canvas, as well as firewood and coal, and then they rowed straight towards a construction site where the bridge pier preset well was being dug. After a lot of trouble, finally with the help of dozens of craftsmen, these things were brought into the construction site. They also walked in circles along the built-sea and tide-proof dam. First fire up the stove and inflate the air compressor. Yes, sir, don't worry. Jiaosu first arranged for an intern who came with him to burn the boiler, and then continued to introduce others. Seniors, this is the air compressor and its supporting tools. With these mechanical tools, your project progress will be greatly accelerated. Jiaosu pointed to two slaves not far away who were digging out the hidden bridge reef with sledgehammers and chisels, and said to the project command team. At present, your main task is to build a dam and then dig a preset well, right? There is no labor-saving way to build a dam. You can only fill it with earth, but digging a preset well is different. Look at your feet. How long would it take to dig a well out of the rocks on this reef, like they did with hammers and chisels? Hearing Jiaosu's words, all the big guys present sighed, right? Which one of them present wouldn't understand, otherwise why would they sigh? Then I heard Jiaosu continue. Among the tools I have here, there is one that can replace their work. For example, this air hammer is specially used for digging rocks or hard objects. Such an air hammer only needs one person to operate it, and it can lift them. It took 10 laborers to dig it out by hand. Oh? Is it really that powerful? This thing looks pointy and looks like a chisel. Why is it called an air hammer? At this moment, before Jiaosu could answer, the steam engine over there finally heated up, reached the starting power and began to work. The steam in the boiler pours into the small iron horse-type cylinder, pushing the piston inside to reciprocate, and then drives the connecting rod and flywheel to rotate rapidly, and then drives the air compressor to do work through the transmission of the triangle belt. As soon as the air compressor starts to run, a sudden loud noise immediately sounded at the scene, startling everyone present. Don't panic, everyone. This is a normal reaction when the air compressor is running. A little noise is not a problem. Jiaosu calmed everyone and continued to introduce. Now this air compressor is in the gas storage stage. When its noise stops, it means that the air in the cylinder has been charged to the maximum pressure value. At that time, we can use it to drive the air hammer to work. It sounds very troublesome. If there is no air compressor, wouldn't it mean that we can't even use the air hammer? I think it doesn't matter. The key is efficiency. If one air hammer can really hit 10 people, it doesn't hurt to take a break while he's recharging his energy. Yes, it's extreme, but the key is efficiency. But this thing seems to need to be burned with charcoal, but if compared with the rations to feed 10 people, it should be more cost-effective to burn charcoal. While the command team was discussing, the air compressor over there finally made a sound of deflation and then became quiet. Okay, seniors, the air compressor has now reached the maximum air pressure and is ready to work. Now let me show you how to use the air hammer. As Jiaosu spoke, he tucked the hem of his robe into his belt, then rolled up his sleeves and began to straighten out the rubber air tube wrapped in a canvas tube next to it. Everyone, please pay attention. This thing wrapped in cloth is a rubber air pipe. It is very valuable. You must be careful not to break it, otherwise it will be very troublesome to repair it. Jiaosu first unrolled the coiled air pipe and placed it on one side at the air compressor and the other at the air hammer. Then he took the spring air valve at one end of the pipe and said to everyone. Everyone has seen this iron bump. When using it, you need to put this iron bump on the air inlet nozzle of the air hammer. The other end is also the same iron bump, and then put it on the air discharge nozzle of the air compressor. Connect it like this. It will be ready to use after that. Jiaosu first demonstrated the connection method to everyone. After both ends were connected, he carried an air hammer weighing several dozen kilograms to a rock that was about to be excavated, and slammed the chisel under the air hammer. On the rock, the air hammer chisel made of pure steel immediately smashed a small crater into the rock, and then he continued to introduce how to use it. Everyone, please look at the ring handle above. When using it, you need to separate your 2 feet, stand firm and hold it firmly, put your hands on the handle, and then look at the wrench inside the iron ring. This is where the air is released. Just squeeze it. With this wrench, the high-pressure air stored in the air compressor will enter the air hammer and start working. Okay, I'm going to start the demonstration now. Everyone, pay attention. I saw Jiaosu taking up his posture, aiming the air hammer at the rocks on the reef, and then he pressed the trigger in the iron ring. High-pressure air instantly poured into the cylinder of the air hammer and began to drive the bottom piece of steel to chisel into the cylinder. Perform reciprocating work. In an instant, the air hammer made a burst of bursts. Each burst meant that the steel chisel had reciprocated once, and the steel chisel had chiseled into the stone once. The sound of chug 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 kept ringing, and in just a few seconds, a rock under his feet was completely shattered, and everything turned into stone fragments, with rubble flying around the collapse. 78Z. Chug tug tug, chut tug tug. Jiaosu kept changing the position of the air hammer, pulling the trigger for a few seconds each time. After the stone was broken, he immediately let go. While demonstrating the use of the air hammer, he also gave everyone introduced. You should have seen that this air hammer is definitely a powerful tool for digging hard objects. However, it uses high-pressure air as power, and because the gas stored in the high-pressure cylinder is limited, when you use it, don't go like if you hold the switch and don't let go. Firstly, it is difficult to control, and secondly, the high-pressure gas is consumed too quickly. If you don't let go, the air hammer will be inflated again soon, and then the air hammer can do its work. While Jiaosu was speaking, his hands were not idle, and he had already smashed a large piece of reef beneath his feet into rubble. The big bosses in the command center were stunned to see this. This thing called an air hammer is too exaggerated to be used for digging rocks. A tug 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 is equivalent to a human hammer several times? It's simply unbelievable. Everyone in the engineering headquarters is shocked by the working efficiency of the air hammer, because the combination of one person and one air hammer can really work faster than 10 people. If they are equipped with more such things, then they can dig out the bridge pier presets. The progress of the well can catch up with the speed of dam construction, and the project progress can be improved a lot. Master Xiaojiao, come on, let me try it too, and you can teach me how to use it. Elder Zuhizo looked at this iron guy who made a squeaking sound and immediately became interested. Okay, you have to hold on steady. This thing is very powerful. Grab the handle, aim it at the construction target, and then pull the trigger. Press it lightly, and then let go. Don't hold it still. Jiaosu immediately gave up his position and let Zhuping take over. The old man held the handle of the air hammer according to Jiaosu's instructions, pulled the trigger and immediately let go. The air hammer in front of him also jumped a few times, knocking out several small craters in the rocks under his feet. After seeing this, Jiaosu corrected him again. Oh, yes, that's it. It comes one at a time, but you still have to hold it down, press it to the ground and don't let it jump up, so that it can break through the rock. Elder Zhu did as he was told again. This time he pressed down on the air hammer before pulling the trigger. A huge shock force immediately came from his 2 arms, making his arms numb, but suddenly after a few blasts, a large piece of the reef beneath his feet was indeed shattered, and Elder Zhu immediately gained confidence. This thing doesn't seem to be difficult. I think it's quite simple. It's just that my hands are a little numb from the shock. Zhu said about his experience of using it while operating it again. After only a few operations, he had completely mastered it. How to use this thing? If the shock only makes your hands numb, then I think it can be ignored, because when digging manually, you need someone to support the chisel and a hammer. Otherwise, the power of the hammer with one hand is too small, and the digging speed will be slower. Furthermore, the person holding the chisel will be shaken to the point that his palms will be numb. In addition, there is a great danger. If the hammer swing is not accurate and hits the arm of his companion, this person will basically be dead. 4 people have died because of this accident. Now people are panicking. Those holding the chisel don't dare to help them. If the carpentry team hadn't made a wood holder for them, I'm afraid all work would have to stop now. The person wielding the hammer is also cautious now, for fear of killing another person. It made everyone afraid to do the work, so the progress was delayed again and again, and the speed became slower and slower. But this thing called an air hammer is very good. Although Elder Zhu said that his arm is numb, it is still better than being smashed off by someone else's hand, and it doesn't require much force. I think what you mean, it seems that as long as you can't suppress it, just let it run and jump around, right? Said another chief craftsman in the engineering command team who was responsible for digging the bridge pier preset well. Yes, this thing is indeed much safer. If any of you want to try it, my bones are getting old and I can't stand it any longer. I've only done it a few times, and my back hurts and my hands are numb. Elder Zhu also nodded in approval of this statement. Compared with manual digging, air hammers are indeed much safer and more efficient. Let me try it, let me try it. This thing is really magical. It can penetrate rocks with gas? Let me try it. Another craftsman who commanded the team took the air hammer from Elder Zhu's hand. Everyone tried it one by one under Jiao's guidance, and soon mastered the essentials. Zhu Ping listened to everyone's chatter about their usage experience and feelings, and sighed again. This thing is easy to learn, and it's quick to get started. We just used it a few times, and we can quickly become familiar with the essentials. It's really good. Why don't we find a prisoner of war to come over and try? Sukihai suggested to everyone. Of course, everyone has no objection. Even if they are really equipped with this thing called an air hammer, they can't all work on their own. Sooner or later, they will still be used by the prisoners of war and slaves. Yes, ask them to try it too. Hey, you, yes, it's you, come and try this air hammer. A craftsman from the headquarters casually pointed to a slave who was swinging a sledgehammer around and said. In fact, they had noticed the movement here for a long time. After all, the distinctive sound of the air hammer was too annoying. However, the work efficiency and safety displayed by the air hammer made them shocked and envious. I want to cry. I am working so hard with my hammer at the risk of smashing people to death, but I can't do it more than others with a few sudden blows. It's so sad, isn't it? The slave who was clicked immediately ran over cautiously, and then also used the air hammer under Jiao's guidance, following the same process as before. Although the slave was startled by the popping sound and reverberating feeling from the air hammer when he first pulled the trigger, but later when he learned to suppress the beating of the air hammer and not to pull the trigger continuously, he quickly mastered the essentials of using the air hammer. In less than 2 minutes, the slave also learned it immediately. Then I fell in love with this tool called an air hammer. While he was using an air hammer to carve out the reef rocks at his feet, he was also secretly shocked at the power of the Han tribe. They could actually use steel to create such a magical tool. This was simply a magical tool. No wonder he was the leader of his tribe. We'll covet all kinds of good things from the Han tribe. The things of the Han tribe are indeed good, so who wouldn't be jealous of them? It's a pity that the past is a thing of the past. Their commander-in-chief is dead. It's useless to talk about it now. I have become a prisoner of war of the Han tribe. I only hope that the Han tribe can fulfill its promise and wait until the bridge is repaired. You can release them from slavery and let them become ordinary people of the Han tribe, so that you will no longer have regrets in this life. After the slave also learned to use the air hammer, a group of command bosses gathered together again and began to discuss how to equip this thing. Master Xiao Jiao, how many of these air hammers did you bring this time? Tell us quickly. We need this thing now. This tool is so good. It works quickly and safely, and you don't need to teach it. You can learn it by playing it yourself. That's right, Master Xiao Jiao. Do you think there is anything else we need to pay attention to when using our air hammer? Under the questioning of a group of big craftsmen, Jiaosa did not panic. He waved his hand and led everyone to the side of the air compressor and steam engine, and then spoke to everyone. Everyone, come to me to see this thing first, and then I'll tell you. Have you seen this? This cylinder contains high-pressure air that powers the air hammer. There are 6 air outlets on this cylinder. In other words, this air compressor can supply power to up to 6 air hammers at the same time. However, the range of use of the air hammer is still limited by the length of the rubber air pipe. It is this pipe. How long the pipe is, how far the air hammer can be pulled. I brought a total of 60 such air hammers and 10 air compressors this time. I took a look at your construction environment. 1 set of preset wells for a bridge pier should be enough. 1 air compressor, 6 air hammer, so that you can construct 10 bridge pier preset wells at the same time. If it is not enough, we can apply to the leader later. However, each construction station needs 2 more people to serve the steam engine and air compressor. 1 stoker is responsible for burning the furnace. In addition, when the air is not enough, he will start to inflate the air compressor, and then send another person to take charge of it. Delivers and replenishes fuel and fresh water. Let's talk first. This thing needs fresh water. Don't add seawater to it. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to clean up if it breaks. As for fuel, this iron horse type 1 is easier to service. If coal is available, coal will be used first. If you don't have coal, you can use charcoal. If that doesn't work, you can just burn firewood directly. However, the heating efficiency of firewood is relatively low and it may take longer to burn. If you want to equip this thing quickly, then pick 10 younger and smarter ones from among your apprentices, and let them learn how to burn boilers with the intern I brought with me. When they learn how to burn boilers, you can quickly equip the boiler, steam engine and air compressor, Jiaosa said while introducing the situation to everyone. No problem, it's just 10 apprentices. It's easy to find them. The apprentices I picked are all smart and they will definitely learn it quickly. If they can't learn it, I'll see if I can't kill them, huh? Among the command team, a master craftsman, the guy immediately agreed, patting his chest. Everyone else also said that it was no problem. It was not difficult to find 10 smarter apprentices. There were so many of them, couldn't they find 10 apprentices? Master Xiao Jiao, do you want to leave after delivering the things this time? If you don't, we will make arrangements for you, get a place to live or something? Tsukihai also asked with concern at the side. I won't leave. When I came here this time, I was not only assigned by the leader to escort the supplies. I also served as a technical consultant, responsible for teaching you how to use the equipment. In addition, I was also responsible for the maintenance of the equipment. If the equipment went out, let me find a way to fix it. I remember the leader also said that a job like mine should be called a mechanic. Jiao also said jokingly. Oh? Hello, Mechanic Jiao. The name mechanic sounds very powerful when you hear it. Well, since you want to stay with us permanently, I will arrange a better house for you to live in and try to make you more comfortable. Zhuhei said in a direct and comprehensive manner. When everyone finished looking at the air hammer and air compressor and took the sampan back to the ship, Zhu He looked at other things on the ship and asked again, Master Xiao Jiao, what other good things did you bring this time? Do you have that? The air hammer is awesome, tell us quickly, I see you still have a lot of equipment that you haven't taken out yet. After hearing Elder Zhu's requests, Jiao Sun naturally agreed to them one by one, and he continued to introduce them. This time I also brought steam pumping equipment. This is not a rare thing. Such pumping wells are now being used in farmland everywhere, but it should be more practical to use in engineering. In addition to water pumping equipment, there are also 2 high-horsepower sand pumps. They have the same principle as water pumps, but the suction power is stronger and can be specially used to extract sand from the water for our future pouring of bridge piers. Prepare sand material. There are also some large-scale equipment, such as this gravel crusher. Since it is not easy to transport sand and gravel from other places, the leader's idea is to solve the sand and gravel problem nearby. It just so happens that a lot of rocks are blasted out from the construction site on the shore, including these rocks obtained by digging preset wells can be put to use. The other boats are filled with steel bars and cement. By the way, there are also steam-powered concrete mixers, which are used to mix sand, gravel, and cement. In addition to this, there are pneumatic handheld vibrators, which are prepared for pouring bridge piers. One more thing I want to tell you is that this time I am not only responsible for the use and maintenance of these mechanical equipment, but also the use of concrete. The leader is worried that you have never used it and don't know how to use it. Of course I haven't used it, but I have at least done some experiments at the Research Institute, and I am quite familiar with some of the characteristics of this concrete. I think that as long as everyone works together, there should be nothing that cannot be accomplished. Everyone nodded, and they were sure to work together. For such a large project, no one of them could be responsible for it. Everyone had their own strengths, and it would not work without anyone. So, Master Xiaojiao, are you saying that, except for the air hammer, which is used to cut rocks, all the other equipment is related to building bridge piers? Sukihai asked again. Absolutely, some are used to prepare materials, some are used to mix materials, and there are several steam-powered steel cable cranes that are specially used to lift concrete for pouring. The remaining pneumatic oscillators are used to wait for the pouring to be completed. After placing the concrete, insert it to vibrate the air bubbles, and use the vibrator to remove the air bubbles inside, making the concrete more compact in the mold. That's it, Master Xiaojiao, look at how we started pouring the bridge piers. Now we have dug several preset wells for the bridge piers. I think we can start work now. While we are pouring the bridge piers, we are digging the wells forward. With a multi-pronged approach, the progress of this project may be accelerated. No problem, that's what I planned. The leader is worried that your progress is too slow, so he asked me to bring these machines. However, the materials I brought this time may not be enough. I don't know if our ships have enough steel and cement. It's not enough to pour one pier. I've seen the project drawings before, and the pier is too big. Jiaosa couldn't help, but said worriedly. Fortunately, the tribe has a faster Feiyu clipper. Otherwise, just transporting steel and concrete would take years to pour the thousands of bridge piers. Fortunately, the amount of cement used is the minimum. According to the concrete mixing ratio given by the leader, calculated in terms of volume, it is 4 cubic meters of gravel, 2 cubic meters of sand, and 1 cubic meter of cement. The amount of cement used it is the least. Sand and gravel can be disposed of nearby, so the pressure of transportation will be much less. The project headquarters unanimously decided to pour the bridge piers, because they would dig preset wells and build dams every day without seeing anything, which made them feel that the day when the project was completed was a bit far away, and they might not be able to build it in this life. A bridge. This situation is a very big blow to the entire engineering team, especially the captured slaves. They can't even see the completion of the bridge and the hope of being released without guilt. And if the bridge piers can be poured now, and there is a bridge pier standing there, it can at least give everyone a little more confidence and let them know that their efforts are not in vain. Jiao also agreed with their plan, so everyone started preparations before pouring the bridge piers. The first thing needed to pour the bridge piers is a large amount of sand and gravel. However, there is no suitable source of sand nearby. The sand used to make concrete must not be sea sand, because sea sand contains salt and is highly alkaline, which will destroy the structure of the concrete. Therefore, after everyone's deliberation, everyone unanimously decided to pump sand from the Luo River and Qingshu River estuaries on Qingshu Island. There is a large amount of river sand resources at the mouths of the two rivers, and it is also a freshwater area. Only 2 sand pumping equipment are needed to pump up all the sand in these rivers. Jiao happened to have brought 2 high-power water pumps for pumping sand. He only needed to load them on 2 boats, and then sent a few boats to transport sand to follow, so that he could continuously deliver fresh water to the bridge construction site. Sand, and this kind of work can also properly clean up the silted channels of the 2 rivers, which is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It may take 10 days from the start of this sand pumping project to the delivery of the first batch of sand. They can also use this time to solve the stone problem on the spot. The most commonly used material in concrete is gravel. Fortunately, there are many broken boulders in the places where sandbags are blasted and filled with sandbags on construction sites. These rocks can be used to make concrete after being crushed. Among the equipment that Jiao brought, there was such a lithotripter. However, because the lithotripter was too large, it was all dismantled into parts. Otherwise, they probably would not have a suitable one for a whole lithotripter. Cranes and professional ports can lift it to the shore, but even if it is lifted to the shore, no such big vehicle can pull it away. At the temporary dock, the interns who had followed Jiao were directing the slaves to carry the parts with a parts list. Although these were just parts, any blade taken out weighed hundreds of kilograms. The slaves were carrying it. It's still very laborious, and there are hundreds of blades, some of which are used normally on the machine, and some of which are spare parts for replacement. After all the parts were transported to the construction site, the headquarters sent people to build a shed on it to protect the machine from rain and rust. Jiao personally led people to assemble it for 2 days, before assembling this big thing. Stand up. On the day the machine was installed, everyone from the command center came to watch again. This tall, 2-story gravel crusher looked very powerful. The steam boiler used to power the machine next to it was also very huge. Next to the boiler, the intern who came with Jiao had already begun to instruct the local craftsmen to burn the stove, and soon the pressure of the boiler was raised to a standard that could be started. Master Xiao Jiao, start it quickly. This is the first time I have seen such a big iron thing. I really can't imagine how terrifying this thing will be when it spins. Among the onlookers of the command team, Sukihai stood at the forefront. Said before. Well, then turn on the machine. You guys will learn from it. First open the 3rd level knife roller, then open the transmission device, and then feed the stones inside. Jiao immediately directed several interns. Okay, don't worry, teacher. Several people agreed and started the operation. The first step is to open the steam delivery valve of the boiler, allowing high-pressure steam to enter the cylinder of the steam engine. The steam pushes the piston to reciprocate and perform work, and then drives the connecting rod and gravity flywheel. The machine soon started to rotate and made a huge rumbling noise. Moving the original gearbox composed of some huge gears, the entire 3-layer cutter roller system of the gravel crusher immediately started to rotate and began to make an idling sound. At this time, start the conveyor belt welded with angle steel and start pouring stones into it. After the machine was fully started, Jiao said to Zhu Ping and the others, Elder Zhu Ping, now you can let them fill it with stones. Just put the stones into the basket made of iron bars at the back. Okay, let's start work. Zhu shouted, and the slaves quickly pushed the cart into action. Rocks as big as basketballs were thrown into the iron basket, and the conveyor belt immediately carried these rocks to a higher place, and then were delivered to the highest layer of first-level knife rollers. The knife roller consists of 2 sets of huge steel sheets, each of which is 10 centimeters thick. The 2 knife rollers bite each other, and no matter what is thrown in, it will be crushed instantly. As soon as the rock fell into the knife roller, there was a clicking and booming sound. It was the sound of the rock being crushed, and the sound of gravel splashing onto the surrounding steel plates. Basketball-sized stones enter and immediately become fist-sized and fall from below. Then they pass through a vibrating screen made of woven iron bars. While the stones continue to be transported to the next level, some that are too small can also be screened out. The gravel enters the sieve on the next layer, and the stone powder is also sifted out in the process. The second-level knife roller will be 1 model smaller. Not only is the diameter slightly reduced, but the thickness is also much smaller. The fist-sized stones are put in again, and then directly become small stones as big as eggs, and then there is another 2-layer vibrating screen. The stones bounce forward slightly on the vibrating screen, and then enter the last level of the knife roller. The diameter of the last level knife roller is smaller, but the number of knife rollers increases directly to 4, and the thickness of each blade also becomes 2.5 centimeters thick. When a stone the size of an egg goes in, it has become something like a stone when it comes out again. It is the size of a small walnut or a date. Stones of this size can be used to mix concrete. The broken stones fell from the knife roller, rolled to the discharge port through a slide made of welded iron plates, and then quickly piled up to become a gravel hill. Many bosses in the command center, as well as the surrounding craftsmen and slaves, were shocked and stunned when they saw such a domineering machine. To be honest, with such a big monster made of steel, just standing there and looking up at it is enough to shock you, let alone that it is still running and showing strong work efficiency. If you rely on manpower to break these stones into such small pieces, I'm afraid it will take a lot of people working day and night to get so many. You can't guarantee that the stones broken by the key manpower will all be the same size, but this massive machine does it. Master Xiao Jiao, this stone crusher is really powerful. Is this also created by your research institute? A senior craftsman from the headquarters couldn't help but ask. Yes, this is a product of the Power Research Institute. It is just the idea and design ideas proposed by the leader. We are just doing some hard work to turn the leader's ideas into physical objects. Jiaosa said modestly. The working principle of the gravel crusher, as well as the entire work process, as well as some design indicators, such as the need for 3-stage cutter rollers, the size of each stage, the entire machine uses gear shifting to control the speed of the 3-stage cutter rollers, etc. The design ideas were all proposed by Luo Chong. However, Luo Chong didn't move a hand. From the drawings of the stone crusher, to the production of part molds, to the final parts processing and assembly, these tasks were indeed completed by the Research Institute. Luo Chong also did this to train their abilities. When this group of researchers gradually become familiar with the development process of the machine and the principles of mechanical drive, I believe that one day in the future, when Luo Chong casually says what he wants to do, these people will be able to design and manufacture a corresponding machine on their own. When the machine comes out, his goal will be achieved. That's awesome. The leader just gave me an idea, and you were able to create something so powerful. You and the leader are both awesome. Someone next to him continued to praise. Master Xiao Jiao, is this the first such stone crusher in our Han tribe? If so, it should be commemorated. Zhu Ping also asked beside him. No, this is already the 4th stone crusher for our Han tribe. Each one is slightly different. The first one is used in the iron ore in Qingshu County, and especially used to process ore. The second one is used, and the third unit are placed in the cement plant, which is where the big users need gravel. The ballast used for laying the railway in Qingshu County was also processed by the cement plant's crusher. At present, our research institute is still continuing to produce gravel crushers. When I came here, I heard that they were to be equipped for coking plants and Dongxing County coal fields. After hearing Zhu Ping's question, Jiaosu immediately introduced the gravel crushers. Machine situation. Have we already built so many? Our tribe is really awesome. I thought this one at our construction site was the first one. Tsukihai said with emotion. How is it possible? If it has not been actually used and tested, the leader will not allow the sample to be sent here directly, otherwise there will be no way to repair it if it breaks. Jiaosu said while shaking his head. Well, Master Xiao Jiao, you see we now have gravel and have sent a boat to pull the sand. What do we need to do next? Another craftsman in the command team asked. Well, now we still have to decide which pier to pour. In my opinion, we should start pouring from the 3 groups of piers on the shore first, and then we extend forward step by step, pouring the bridge piers while pouring the bridge deck. This will make it easier for us to transport building materials forward. What do you think? Jiaosu first asked. We don't understand this reinforced concrete thing. We just need to listen to you. Zhu He was the first to express his position, and others also agreed. Okay, let's start from the nearest pier. It will be easier to pour this way. Now there are only 3 problems that we all need to solve. The first is the water source. Mixing concrete requires a lot of fresh water. It is up to you to solve this problem. I can provide small steam water pumps and corresponding operators. The second is to assemble the 2 steam concrete mixers. I will lead people to complete this. The third step is to weave the steel keels. The concrete needs steel bars as support to ensure the best performance of the location. Who can do this? It is best to find someone who can build bamboo buildings. I think this thing may be somewhat similar to the structure of a bamboo building. Jiaosu explained the preparations that needed to be done one by one. Leave the freshwater matter to me. At most, it's just a matter of drilling a few more wells. Although there are no rivers on the surface here, there is still plenty of underground water. Sweet water wells can be drilled in the living area, but transporting it here is a bit troublesome. We may also need to build some special water trucks, a big boss in the command team in charge of logistics said immediately. It doesn't have to be so troublesome. You can have someone dig a deep well, pump it up, dig a canal directly to the place where we mix the concrete, and then dig a pond to store water. This is easier than building a water truck. More. Jiaosu suggested immediately. Okay, then I'll listen to you and dig reservoirs and ditches. The boss in charge of logistics immediately agreed. Then I will be responsible for erecting the steel bars. Didn't Master Xiao Jiao say that thing is similar to erecting a bamboo building? Among us, I'm afraid no one is better at erecting a bamboo building than me, right? Zhu Ping also immediately took over the binding. Regarding the work of steel cages, no one really refuted what he said. After all, Zhu Ping was the elder of the Qingshu tribe who was responsible for construction, and the Qingshu tribe was best at building bamboo buildings. He didn't care about anyone else. Come and take care of it. Okay, now that these 3 have been solved, let me talk about the last one. I forgot to mention just now that we still need a lot of wooden boards, wooden posts, bamboo, nails, and hemp rope, mainly for the steel bars. Build the mold outside the cage. You see who will do this? Jiaosu finally proposed a task. I'll do this. I've always been responsible for all kinds of carpentry on the construction site. It's just some wooden boards. Leave it to me. By the way, Are there any requirements for the wooden boards, such as how thick, wide, and long they are? A person in charge said. The boss of the carpentry also immediately took over the task and said, "There are no hard requirements for this, because I have never poured so much concrete. Anyway, I only need one thing, that is, the wood should be dry, and it must be hardwood and cannot be deformed. You know this, otherwise the mold will become deformed." Okay, then the finished product will definitely be deformed. Jiaosa thought for a while and then mentioned the precautions that he felt should be easy to cause problems. Okay, no problem. Dry hardwood boards that won't deform. I'll take over this task. If there's any problem, you can come to me. The carpenter immediately patted his chest and said. As a result, the last task was taken over, and everyone immediately began to work separately, striving to start work on the day when the sand was shipped back in 10 days. After the tasks were divided, everyone quickly got busy. Jiaosa took the interns to assemble the machine as usual. Fortunately, mixers are not difficult. The mixing barrels are ready-made. All you need to do is install the base and steam engine. Just put the roller on again. The drum is linked through a ring of gears on the shell and the gears on the base, and is then connected to the steam engine through the gears. It supports the functions of forward and reverse rotation. Forward rotation is mixing, and reverse rotation is discharging materials from the back. It is similar to modern small electric mixers. There is basically no difference, except that this one is larger and can mix more concrete at one time. However, the amount of concrete required for large units such as bridge piers is also very exaggerated, so 6 mixers are directly placed here to ensure that more concrete can be produced at the same time. As for other preparations, there was some trouble with fresh water at the logistics side. The place where they mixed the concrete was a bit high. It was easy to dig a reservoir there, but the living area where the well was dug behind was a little lower. Even if a ditch is dug, the water cannot flow through. In order to solve this problem, we had to ask the carpentry team for help. They used brackets made of bamboo and sinks made of wooden boards to build an overpass from the living area to the cement mixing area. In this way, a steam water pump is first used to pump water to a 6-meter-high water tower. The water in the water tower then flows into the reservoir in the mixing area through the water tank set up in mid-air. It is equivalent to setting up something like a wooden slide in mid-air, which can be regarded as solving the problem of water delivery. The last remaining key issue was to tie the steel bars, and Tsukihira was personally responsible for this task. It has to be said that whether they are building flats or those prisoners of war and slaves from the Xian tribe, these people are all really good at tying steel bars. Perhaps as Jiaosa said, the job of tying steel bars is very similar to how they used to build bamboo buildings. They just tied sticks and other things together to form a frame. After Jiaosa led the people to assemble the mixer, he followed them to direct the task of tying the steel bars. There are 2 goals that need to be poured this time, that is, a group of piers on land at the northernmost end of the entire cross-sea bridge. There are 2 in total. The preset wells of this pair of piers should be filled with reinforced concrete first, and then the underground piers can be poured. After the foundation part is dry and stable, wooden boards are used to erect molds to cast the pier columns that are exposed on the ground. The piers are raised section by section until they reach the designed size and height. In the preset wells at the 2 bridge piers, Zhu Ping was personally instructing the slaves to build the steel cages. Rows of cut steel bars were stacked vertically and horizontally, and then the slaves used thin wires and iron hooks to wrap around the intersections. Tighten it a few times, and then raise it higher layer by layer. It is simply easier than building a bamboo building. Elder Zhu, you don't need to build this so high now. After pouring the concrete, you have to use a vibrator to vibrate it. If you make it too high, the vibrator won't be able to be inserted in. Let's build 2 layers first and pour the 2 layers before continuing to raise the steel cage. As long as there is a joint on it, it will be fine. Jiaosu reminded Zhu Ping. Well, I understand, then are the bridge piers above us also solid like this? Zhu Ping asked, curiously again. He was very interested in all the knowledge about architecture in the Han tribe, let alone this kind of super-large cross-sea bridge project. After hearing his question, Jiaosu also explained. That's not the case. We only have a solid structure below the foundation. As for the piers above, it depends on the specific location. For example, the 2 bridge piers we have now are located on land, and they are halfway up the mountain. Their height is not as high as the piers in the middle of the bridge, so these 2 bridge piers can be made of solid piers. Solid piers are stronger, especially in terms of impact resistance, and have greater advantages. However, such piers also have their disadvantages, that is, they are too heavy. If they are too high, or the foundation is not strong enough, it is best to use hollow ones. Of bridge piers. For example, for our bridge, the 2 ends on land are all built with solid piers. For the ordinary piers in the middle of the sea, solid foundations can be poured, and then half-solid and half-empty piers are used, with 10 meters below. It is solid, and the upper part is made hollow. Such a semi-solid pier has 3 advantages. The first is that it is light in weight, which can reduce a lot of burden on the foundation. The second is that the center of gravity is stable, the head is light and the feet are heavy. Like a tumbler, it can withstand greater impacts and swings. The third is good lateral impact resistance. For example, during the windy season, strong winds blow a sailboat and hit the bridge pier. The solid lower half of the bridge pier can withstand such an impact. If it is completely hollow, I am afraid that the bridge pier will be broken and flooded. Similarly, for the 6 shipping lanes in the middle of the bridge, the piers on both sides will be thicker, and the height of the solid lower half will be increased to 20 meters, and the upper half will be hollowed out so that they can gain stronger strength. Impact resistance, because the bridge piers on both sides of the 6 waterways are most likely to be hit by ships, Jiaosu explained to Zhu Ping in detail the various properties of the bridge piers. I see. I didn't expect that, when building a small bridge pier, you have to consider so many things. You have to consider not only the bearing capacity of the foundation, but also whether the dead weight of the bridge pier is too large, as well as the horizontal sway and longitudinal vibration. There are so many things to consider about support, or even the possible accident of the sailboat hitting the bridge pier. Master Xiao Jiao, did you come up with all of this yourself? Tsukihai said with emotion, and finally looked at Jiao with admiration. Take a look. Jiaosa had no choice but to smile bitterly. I am just a person who studies machinery. How can I know so many things about construction? This is what our leader specifically asked me to do before I came here, and several of the considerations were also highlighted by the leader. Later, when I told others about the standards proposed by the leader, they immediately regarded them as treasures. The School of Architecture seems to have said that these standards for bridges proposed by the leader should be included in the textbooks. It turns out that it was the leader who suggested it. Our leader is really awesome. Not only can he know everything, but he is also so proficient in every aspect. However, it is not necessarily true that he is proficient in everything. You know what I admire most about him? Zhu Ping was halfway through speaking, then refuted his words and asked Jiaosu. What do you admire about the leader? Jiaosu asked cooperatively. I admire the leader for thinking a lot, being thoughtful and considerate. Take this bridge pier as an example. Neither the Han tribe nor our former Qingshu tribe have ever built such a big bridge, including our current leader. No exceptions. But he seems to have seen this kind of bridge before. He can think of so many possibilities, including things like a sailboat losing control and hitting the bridge in the wind. The leader can actually think of it. If it's up to you and me, can you imagine it? So this is what I admire most about the leader. I really don't know whether to say that he has a broad vision or that his ideas are unconstrained, but it is always appropriate to use a far-sighted one. I found that no matter what our leader does, he will first set a clear goal, then formulate a careful plan, and finally clarify every link of the plan to each responsible person. Doing things in this way is simply ridiculous. It's hard even if you don't succeed. When he mentioned Luo Chong, the leader of the Han tribe, Xu Ping couldn't help but sigh again. This young man who was just 18 years old was simply a born leader. He was so good at developing tribes that he almost couldn't help but sigh. He can manage a tribe of 100,000 people in an orderly manner, especially the management system of counties and counties. The person who can come up with this idea is simply a genius. Jiao also nodded in agreement. He mentally recalled what happened this year, and it was indeed as Xu Ping analyzed it, from Luo Chong's proposal of the big life accumulation plan, all the strategic grain storage, to the subsequent train development plan. How many trains need to be produced in total is Luo Chong's goal, how long it will take to manufacture them, how many new railway workers will be trained, and who will be equipped first after they are produced. This is Luo Chong's plan. The specific implementation steps are specifically arranged for who is responsible. Doesn't this mean that the responsible person is clearly identified in every link? Hearing what Tsukubai said, he felt it was true. Then Jiao instantly glanced at Xu Ping, the former elder of the Xian tribe. This old man is not simple. This guy has never even seen the leader, but he can analyze the leader's method of doing things from hearsay and policies issued by the central government. Obviously he is not a simple person. These days, those who have such clear logical thinking and are good at thinking and imagining are already capable people. Isn't the reason why humans can rise because they have learned to use their brains? While the two were chatting, the progress of the project was also advancing rapidly. The gravel at the quarry had piled up into a hill and was being transported to the mixing area, one by one. The reservoir in the mixing area had also been transported. The fresh water used to mix the sand and gravel is full. The 2 ships of cement brought by Jiao have also been brought to the mixing area. Now the only thing missing is that the sand has not been transported in place. Finally, a few days later, the first boatload of sand returned from the Qingshu River estuary on Qiongzhou Island arrived, and Jiao and the others were ready to start work immediately. It took another 2 days to transport the sand to the mixing area. Xu Ping and Jiao discussed, let's start now. According to the design drawings, the 2 piers are not very high. They just happen to be first. Let's practice with these 2. Okay, I agree. Now we are all ready and can start at any time. Jiao also nodded and expressed his opinion. There's no problem with me here. If you're short of water, just say hello, and as soon as the phone is turned on over there, the water will be available to you at any time. I'm here too, and the planks have been prepared for you, but I heard that the part below the ground doesn't seem to be used, which is a pity. It's a pity. We will use those wooden boards sooner or later. It doesn't matter if you prepare them first. But if you have time, it would be better if you can make a few sections of the mold. When we pour the bridge piers, we can directly just use molds to join them together, so you don't have to go back and forth to build the molds, and it will be more convenient during pouring, Jiao said again. Then listen to Master Xiao Jiao. You can provide us with the drawings and standards. We will prepare immediately and ensure that the mold is made before you finish pouring the bridge pier foundation. The leader of the carpentry team also patted his chest and promised. Okay, then I'll have someone send you the drawings soon. Jiao immediately agreed. I have also prepared the sand and gravel materials here. I have 2 boatloads of sand in reserve now, which will definitely be used to pour the 2 foundations. If the gravel is not enough, production will continue day and night over there. You can get replenished at any time, so don't worry about that. The steel cage on my side has also been tied up. There are number 14 steel bars horizontally and vertically, all bundled into a steel mesh at intervals of 15 centimeters. The inner and outer columns are made of number 50 threaded steel bars. Look at the iron bars. It's as thick as a child's arm, and I think it's absolutely foolproof to use this thing to make the skeleton of the bridge piers. Tsukihei also explained the progress of his character. Okay, let's start work now. After hearing that all preparations had been made, Jiaosu immediately gave the order to start work. The mixing area not far from the bridge pier immediately roared with machines and became lively. 6 steam mixers were started at the same time, and a huge drum with a diameter of 2.5 meters was rotating at a constant speed. At one end of the drum's feeding port, all the cement had been untied and poured onto the ground to form a hill. The slave wearing a mask is adding shovelfuls of cement to it. Although it is added manually, the proportion is still the same: 1 shovelful of cement, 2 shovelfuls of river sand, and finally 4 shovelfuls of stones, and then more water. Just roll and stir yourself. As for how much water to add, this is mainly determined by visual inspection. Look at the fluidity of the finished concrete. As long as it can flow freely like mud, it can easily fill every gap in the mold. If the fluidity is not enough, continue to add water, and vice versa. Just add ingredients. Woo woo woo. The drum keeps rotating, stirring the cylinders of concrete. When the mixing is almost complete, the air intake direction of the steam engine is controlled to reverse the drum, and the mixed concrete will be spit out from the mouth at the back of the drum. A large amount of the iron bucket carts are waiting in line at the back. Once a bucket of concrete is filled, they will be quickly pushed to the bridge pier, and then the concrete mud will be poured into the preset well of the foundation along a wooden trough. There are also several workers busy in the preset well. They use shovels to continuously pull out the concrete that has not flowed cleanly in the wooden trough, and then smooth the concrete surface in the well, and then use pneumatic vibrators to insert into the concrete. It vibrates evenly and removes air bubbles. After the poured concrete covers the surface of the steel cage, they will put in another layer of steel cages that have been bundled in advance, and then continue pouring concrete, and so on, until the bridge piers are preset well. Pour until full. Since the preparation work was relatively sufficient, the concrete pouring operation was relatively smooth. However, since the Han tribe currently does not have professional engineering equipment, such as concrete mixer trucks and pump trucks, it can only be done with a lot of manual labor. Instead, the progress and efficiency appear to be slower. Fortunately, pouring concrete is not a particularly advanced technique, and the foundation was poured this time, so we did not encounter any difficulties. Bags of cement were put into the mixer along with river sand and gravel. After turning into mud, it was poured into the preset well. While pouring, they put up steel cages. In just one day, they prefabricated the 2 bridge piers. The well was completely filled, and several circles of steel bars arranged in a circle were exposed on the horizontal concrete. These were the joints left when the bridge piers were poured upward. Looking at the 2 preset wells for the bridge piers that had been poured, Tsukihei asked excitedly. Master Xiao Jiao, how long will it take to continue pouring the bridge piers? It may take a month. Otherwise, it might be difficult to solidify it from the inside out. After all, it is such a big thing. Jiaosu thought about what the leader told him before leaving. Then he said, it will take a month to completely dry? This is too slow. If we can't continue pouring, won't we have nothing to do during this period? Tsukihei said in surprise. No need. Since we can't pour the upper piers, we can focus on pouring the preset wells now. Aren't there a dozen preset wells that have been dug? We can pour the foundations of these dozen piers first. Good. After they are all dry, you can remove all the sandbags around and use them directly to build the waterproof dam behind. For our subsequent work of pouring the bridge piers, we can do it directly on the exposed parts of the water. This will also allow the slaves on the shore to dig less mountains, install less sandbags, and put more people on other tasks. Perhaps you can improve the progress of our project. Upon hearing Zhu Ping's nervous question, Jiaosu immediately gave his opinion. Yes, what Master Xiao Jiao said makes sense. Since it takes a month for the bridge pier preset wells to completely solidify, then we might as well pour all the preset wells that can be poured at once. This way, we can still save some time and pour the upper piers together when the time comes. And this can indeed save a lot of sandbags and manpower. We built this waterproof dam to dig preset wells and pour the foundations of the bridge piers. If these two things are completed, then there will be no need for a dam. This saves us a lot of time and manpower. That's right, let's continue like this. Today we'll tie up the steel cage first, and we'll continue pouring tomorrow. After hearing Jiaosu's suggestion, several craftsmen from the headquarters immediately made a decision, because indeed, as Jiaosu said, the only thing slowing down the progress of the project is actually the need to blast mountains, dig soil, fill sandbags, and build waterproofing every day. Dams and digging preset wells are 3 tasks. If the foundations of the bridge piers could be solved first, they would not have to continue digging and filling sandbags. They could just move the poured waterproof dam to the new bridge pier position. This would just waste a little time on transportation. In addition, in terms of preset wells, now with the air hammer brought by Jiaosu, the efficiency and speed of digging reef rock mass and digging preset wells have become faster. In other words, as long as their steel bars and cement continuous supply can immediately improve the progress of the project, and everyone immediately sees the hope of completing the bridge. As long as the bridge piers can be erected one by one, are you still worried about not being able to see the bridge deck above? As the proposer of the cross-sea bridge project, Luo Chong did not know the progress of the project, but he also knew that the supply of materials on the construction site must not be cut off. Therefore, he had ordered all the transport ships currently available to the Han tribe to go all out, transporting steel bars and cement at the bridge construction site. Fortunately, after more than a month, the Southern Line project of the new satellite railway has been completed. However, there is still only that one train. The train production base in the industrial county is also working overtime to produce the second trains, and they have to train new workers while working. Fortunately, the newly transferred workers also understood the importance of this train to the Han tribe. They knew that learning this craft was equivalent to having an iron rice bowl that would never be unemployed, and it was also a fairly high-paying job, so they all learned it. Very serious. At present, the only train in the Han tribe has fully utilized its transportation capacity. It runs 2 round trips along the entire New Way line a day, 4 times one way, constantly transporting steel bars and cement to the wharf in Weishan County, and then when we come back, we will load up the coal and coke obtained from Dongxing County and Huxindao coking plant to ensure that Xingyang County can exert greater production capacity. The prisoners of war of the Xian tribe who had completed the laying of the new defensive line have now been separated from their slave status. Luo Chong gave them the status of Han tribe citizens as promised, and assigned them houses and fields. As for the place of naturalization, they were allowed to choose by themselves either in their hometown, which is now Qingshu Island, or they had to obey the tribe's arrangements, and the tribe would select counties for them to naturalize separately. If anyone agrees to the tribal distribution of household registration, the tribe is willing to give them a chance to write letters to their families. If they can still contact their wives and children, the tribe will pay to take over their wives and children. If they do not obey the tribe's allocation and plan to go back to their hometown to find relatives in the future, the tribe will not care about picking them up. When they can go back depends on their fate. Although they are now registered as Han tribes, their work has not changed. They are still building railways for the Han tribes. Now that they have just completed the construction of the Sinway Line Railway, they have all been transferred to the iron mines in Qingshu County to repair it. A mining railway, specially used in iron ore mines. The only difference from before is that now their treatment has been improved a lot. When they worked, they were really like slaves. They had the worst food, the most work, and their clothes were in tatters. But now that they have become citizens of the Han tribe, although they still have to build the railway, the tribe pays them wages, and the wages are still slightly higher than the average. A month's wages can reach $40. 40 silver dollars is indeed not very high for such heavy physical work as building a railway, but the various in-kind subsidies provided by the Han tribe are considerable. As soon as these people completed the naturalization procedures, the tribe gave each of these railway workers 2 sleeveless white vests, a bamboo hat for sun protection, shorts and cloth shoes, which were considered summer work clothes. I heard that when the weather gets cold, autumn and winter cotton-padded clothes will be given out, as well as boots with fur inside. How could they have imagined such treatment when they were just captured last year? Moreover, today's food standards have also been greatly improved compared to before. In the past, they always ate more corn tortillas and cornmeal steamed buns. Now they can eat rice at least once a day, and it is solid dry rice. There are also more vegetables and meat. Although there are more meats such as salted fish, at least they are meat, right? Perhaps because of the midsummer season, they still have endless supplies of mung bean soup every day. There are indeed fewer beans, but there is some brown sugar in it. How could they dare to eat sugar before? It would be nice if I could feed you. The most important thing is that these foods are all free working meals provided by the engineering team. In other words, they came here to work, laying railways for the Han tribes, and received a monthly salary of 40 silver dollars, but they did not have to spend a penny on food themselves. Even clothes and shoes were distributed by the engineering team, plus their family is not here now, and they have no other expenses. They can basically save as much salary as they earn each month. Therefore, even though they only have 40 silver dollars per month, they are even envied by some elderly people in the Han tribe. Some of their jobs do pay a lot of money, but they have to bear the consumption expenses of a family by themselves, and in the end they are left with nothing. He doesn't have much money, and after such a comparison, some people will naturally be envious. This phenomenon is also an effect deliberately created by Luo Chong. Railway construction is a hard job, but it is also a project that the Han tribe will need to vigorously develop for hundreds of years. He must create a better welfare system for railway workers in order to attract a large number of tribes. Labor force has joined this cause, instead of just using force to force the people to do corvée work to repair the tribe's arteries. That is a bit unrealistic and will only lead to the government forcing the people to rebel. Now these prisoners of war, who had just been upgraded to citizens of the Han tribe, were also thinking about it. They were now the only skilled railway workers of the Han tribe, and the Han leaders would never let them go easily. And I heard that the Han tribe will build a lot of railways in the future, and they may not be able to complete the construction until all their generation is dead. So instead of trying to find a way to return to their hometown, they might as well obey the tribe's allocation and take their wives and children to live with them. Although it is impossible to see each other every day, at least I know that I still have a home here. I can go home to visit when I take a break every month. I can also have a woman to spend the money I earn on the construction site, otherwise it would be useless for these gentlemen like them to have so much salary, and they would have no chance to spend it. The engineering team also paid more attention to this matter and immediately reported it. After seeing it, Luo Chong just approved and said that things should proceed as planned. The so-called original plan was to have the cargo ship deliver cement and steel bars to the south, carry their letters and transfer orders from their families along the way. Once their families were found, the local officials on Qingshu Island would cooperate and release their families. Bring it back on the return ship. Nowadays, the Han tribe sends sailing ships to the south every day. They are all ships transporting steel and concrete, and there are also some ships transporting steel for civilian use. Ships are shipped every day and have never been interrupted. The current Han tribe is implementing Luo Chong's life accumulation plan. The entire Han tribe is working hard to grow food and accumulate various materials. In addition, various places have experienced several years of development, and there are not many things that need to be allocated. Therefore, the hundreds or thousands of sailboats built by the Han tribe before were idle. Except for a few of these sailboats, which were still transporting various in-demand materials for the tribe, the other sailboats were all involved in transporting steel and concrete. Ship after ship was transported to the construction site of the cross-sea bridge. Although the quantity arriving at one time was not large, the supply to the construction site was never interrupted. Sometimes, although there was only one sailboat transporting cement every day, it continued for a month. During the period, there was such a sailing ship every day. Every time I arrived at the construction site and thought that cement and steel bars would soon be out of stock, a shipload of building materials would arrive the next day. Such a terrifying and abnormal transportation method also doubled the pressure on the construction team of the cross-sea bridge. Jiaosu and Zhu Ping also saw the leader's attitude from it. The leader was risking his life. He actually mobilized all the mobile transportation power of the entire Han tribe to use on their project. The hundreds of sailboats of the Han tribe currently ply the Luoyang River day and night, just to provide them with a steady stream of supplies. They provided building materials so that they didn't even dare to stop and take a rest. When a country devotes all its resources to one thing, anyone can feel the country's terrifying power. In July of the first year of dashing, Han tribe's second Endeavour steam locomotive came off the production line and was officially put into operation of the New Way line. The addition of the Endeavour No. 2 locomotive immediately increased the transportation capacity of the New Way line. More materials began to be delivered to the wharf in Weishan County. In August, 3 small flying fish boats that were started at the same time at the Luoyang County Shipbuilding Yard were also launched one after another, quickly transporting the mountains of building materials piled up at the Weishan County Wharf to the construction site of the cross-sea bridge, and to the warehouse at the Weishan County Wharf. The yard has reduced a lot of pressure. Due to the sufficient supply of materials and the investment in a lot of automated machinery for the cross-sea bridge, the project progress has also been accelerated a lot. By October of that year, the entire project had completed the pouring of 451 bridge piers preset wells, which were the underground parts of the bridge piers, and the pouring of the upper bridge piers had not yet begun. 12 piers have been erected at both ends of the entire bridge, that is, 6 groups of piers on each side of the bridge. Moreover, double-layer reinforced concrete structural arches have been erected on these 6 groups of piers in accordance with the design requirements, and bridge deck. According to the distance of 50 meters in the middle span of each group of bridge piers, the bridge has extended 300 meters from both ends to the middle. The progress of this project is very exciting, especially for the builders of the bridge. Finally, I saw that the bridge was erected. The fleet that came to transport steel and cement occasionally brought back some photos of the current status of the project to Luo Chong, so that although he did not come in person, he could always understand the progress of the project. The 8 northern counties of the Han tribe are constantly transporting various resources to the south. Fleets transporting iron and building materials come and go. At least one ship sails past the docks of Tuahai County and Tang tribe every day, and then continues towards the sea. Go ahead. This situation fascinates every Tang tribe living along the Luoyang River. The Han tribe is too wealthy. If they don't have so much output, how can they have so many transport fleets? Tang Yao, do you know where those ships are going? looking at them rushing towards the open sea one after another. Could it be that the Han tribe is transporting production tools to the newly occupied island? If that's the case, I think the Han tribe is too worthless. If they occupy such a tribe of 100,000 people, not only will they not get any benefits, but they will also have to spend so much money to support them. Even if we can really get rewarded in the future, the initial investment is too huge. If it were our Tang tribe, even if we could defeat the opponent, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to spend so much money, food and materials to occupy a country with such a large population. The tribe will only drag itself down. Tang Ji and Tang Yao stood on the dock of Tangqing County and said as they watched the ships of the Han tribe coming and going. Ms. Ji, what are you thinking about? It's just a small Qingshu island, with a population of 100,000, which can't have any impact on the Han tribe. The current Han tribe, or Luo Chong, thinks differently from us. If our population suddenly increases by 100,000, we will definitely have difficulty digesting it. Just like Empress Ji said, it will drag us down. But Luo Chong, what he is worried about now is that there are no people. If there is enough population, even if the population of the Han tribe is doubled immediately, Luo Chong will not be too much. And the fleets you mentioned are not transporting supplies to Qingshu Island. Tang Yao heard Tang Ji's self-righteous speculation and analysis, and immediately explained in a dumbfounded way. Huh? Not transporting supplies to Qingshu Island? Does the Han tribe have any other territory on the sea? With so many ships, how much stuff is needed to transport them every day? What kind of territory needs so much supplies? Tang Ji couldn't help but asked, curiously, after hearing Tang Yao's explanation. Oh, I told you that those are not production materials. In fact, those ships are transporting construction materials. Luo Chong wants to build a cross-sea bridge between Qingshu Island and the grassland to connect Qingshu Island with the mainland. After the bridge is built, people from Qingshu Island can come to the Han tribe from the bridge, through the bridge. The carriage came over. By the way, I heard Luo Chong say that it is still a railway bridge. In the future, a railway will be built from Qingshu Island to the capital of the Han tribe. Seeing that her aunt was still making random guesses, Tang Yao immediately explained again. Railway bridge? What is that? A bridge made of iron? Do these sailing ships transport the steel they produce every day? Tang Ji asked in surprise after hearing this new term. Well, almost. I heard that the bridge must first use steel bars to make the skeleton, and then use cement to make the bridge body. Well, cement is a kind of sticky stone powder. Once it dries, it will become like as hard as stone. The sailboats Ji saw were actually transporting cement and steel bars. Tang Ji. No wonder the Han tribe had to transport so many things there. Oh my God, I don't know what Luo Chong was thinking about using steel to build a cross-sea bridge. Could it be that the Han tribe has too much steel to use up? In fact, Tang Yao really wanted to tell his aunt that the Han tribe really had too much steel to use up, otherwise they wouldn't have built things like railways and trains. Ms. Ji, let's go back. This time I brought a lot of photos with me when I came back from the Han tribe. Let's go back and take a look together? Tang Yao immediately sent an invitation to her aunt. She decided to give her aunt a good experience, and then she could bring up the matter of passing the position. Well, okay, let's go back then. Tang Ji nodded, and the two quickly got on the carriage and rushed back to their home in Tangqing County. It's Tang Yao's garden. Although she has been in the Han tribe for the past 2 years, the garden is still well taken care of. Many herbs are growing vigorously, and there are also some unique plants and flowers of the Tang tribe. It is blooming beautifully in this midsummer season. Next to the wooden table under the pavilion, Tang Yao took out an exquisite small wooden box, took out a thick pile of photos inside, and spread it out on the table for Tang Ji to see. Ms. Ji, look, this is the railway of the Han tribe. These two reflective things on the ground are railway tracks, a kind of road specially designed for trains to run on. This is a train. The one at the front is the locomotive. This locomotive can pull 20 carriages. Each carriage at the back can carry more than a ketch. There are 10 carriages in that carriage. 2 meters long. There is also this photo we took in a train carriage. If both sides of this carriage are full, it can seat 50 people. If you squeeze in, 70 or 80 people can be crammed in. Tang Yao took out photos one by one and introduced the contents to Tang Ji, which made Tang Ji stunned. Is this the railway you are talking about? Does the Han tribe already have such a magical thing? What is the front of this locomotive made of? How many cows are placed in it to pull so many things? Can it still move? Tang Ji looked at the train in the photo and asked in surprise. There isn't even a cow inside. How could a cow pull such a heavy cart? It's actually a stove for burning fire. I don't know much about it, but I heard from people in the Han tribe that this thing only needs to keep boiling water, can make the train run. Tang Yao explained speechlessly. She didn't know why when she came back this time, she suddenly felt that her aunt was a bit old-fashioned and didn't know anything. Oh, I know this. A steam engine can spin in circles as long as it boils water. I've seen it in our shipyard. Before you came back, the Han tribe had made some equipment improvements to the shipyard. There are a few machines like the one you mentioned. As long as water is boiled, it can drive the saw to cut wood and so on. I have seen it before. Tang Ji was impressed when she mentioned the steam engine. Although she didn't know about the train, she didn't know it. It didn't stop her from getting to know steam engines. It turns out that this thing called a train is pulled by a steam engine. That's it. No wonder it's so powerful. This time it was Tang Yao's turn to be surprised. She didn't expect that her aunt Tang Ji actually knew about steam engines. Well, yes, it uses a steam locomotive to pull the car. I have ridden on this car once. It is more comfortable than a carriage loaded with cargo, but it is noisy and makes a constant clang when running. Noise. But this car does pull a lot and runs very fast. Before I came back, Luo Chong was still in the car and told the people in the Han tribe who were building cars that at least a dozen of these cars would be made in the future. By next year, even the Tuahai County opposite us will be equipped with such cars. There will only be more and more Han trains and railways. He also told me that as long as our Tang tribe also joins the Han tribe, we will be able to use this kind of train next year. Tang Yao reminded Tang Ji. With so many trains, it requires a lot of iron, right? Not only does it require iron to lay railways, but also that bridge you mentioned. Didn't you say that you need to use steel to tie a frame out of that thing? It must also require a lot of iron, right? The Han tribe is building bridges, laying railways, building such trains, and preparing production tools and agricultural tools for the 100,000 people of the newly conquered Qingshu Island. Can they produce that much iron? After Tang Yao's introduction, Tang Ji once again raised relevant questions. Of course, Madam Ji, as I said just now, what the Han tribe lacks is population, but they never lack iron, let alone other supplies. Look, Miss Ji, this is the steelmaking factory in Qingyang County of the Han tribe. These particularly bright white objects in the photo are large iron blocks that glow red. This piece weighs several thousand kilograms, and there are also other iron blocks stacked outside. These rails and steel bars are all produced by them. The Han tribe only produces iron in this place. The iron produced every day is something that all of us in the Tang tribe cannot produce in several years, let alone make it what they want. A shape. Hearing that Tang Ji did not believe in the steel production of the Han tribe, she immediately pulled out another photo taken at the steel mill to show Tang Ji. The mountains of railroad tracks and bundles of steel bars all showed that the wealth of the Han tribe. Seeing Tang Ji's surprised look while holding the photo, Tang Yao added again. This is not all the steel of the Han tribe. It's just the rails they used to pave roads, and the steel bars they used to build bridges. The rest of the iron used for daily tool making and the iron used in shipbuilding yards also come from this steelmaking plant. It comes from inside. At this moment, listening to Tang Yao's introduction, Tang Ji asked, for no reason, how much iron ore would be needed to produce so much iron in one day. There must be a lot of people in this steelmaking factory of the Han tribe, right? Ms. Ji's guess is right. There are indeed a lot of people in this steelmaking plant, but in fact there are not many people inside the factory. Most of them are people mining in the mines. They are professional miners. In addition to digging in the mining area, outside of the mines, there is no need to grow food, and daily life depends on the wages of tribesmen. In the entire Xinjiang County, there are probably 20,000 to 30,000 people like this. Hearing Tang Ji's question, Tang Yao explained again. Tang Ji nodded, sure enough, it is only the Han tribe that has this strength. It can support tens of thousands of young and strong laborers who do not need to farm, but only need to mine and smelt iron. If it were us, we would definitely not be able to do it. Even if I can barely do it, my life will be very hard, and my family won't be able to save any food. After the two discussed for a while the various production capabilities of the Han tribe, Tang Yao took the initiative to reveal it. Ms. Ji, Luo Chong promised to marry me, and he also said that as long as our Tang tribe merges with the Han tribe, he can immediately send us the things I just mentioned. Huh, you little girl, you really have this idea. If you weren't getting married, I'm afraid you wouldn't come back to see me. Tang Ji looked like she had expected it, pointing at Tang Yao's forehead and complaining road. Then, Aunt, do you agree or not? Tang Yao also quickly avoided her hand, and Empress Ji stopped shouting and directly called her aunt to act coquettishly. Look at you like this, why are you so anxious? Let me think about it first. Tang Ji responded again, and then fell into deep thought. As she walked in the garden, she thought about the possible consequences of joining the Han tribe. The current Tang tribe has implemented a certain degree of sinicization reform. Although the Tang tribe has not joined the Han tribe, the Tang tribe now uses the currency system of the Han tribe, which is the same currency as the Han tribe. Moreover, the relationship between the two tribes as currency can be circulated. From this point of view, there is no difference between the Tang tribe and the Han tribe. The second is the farming method. In the past, the Tang tribe only grew wheat, but now they have introduced grain seeds from the Han tribe, planting corn and rice, as well as advanced agricultural tools from the Han tribe, as well as advanced farming methods such as composting and drill seeding. From this point of view, there is no difference from the Han tribe. Then there are other production technologies. At present, the Tang tribe has also introduced shipbuilding technology from the Han tribe, including wood processing technology, cloth weaving technology, and advanced production methods such as fishing at sea. The management system of the entire tribe also began to learn from the Han tribe. For example, the Tang tribe was divided into 8 counties and several counties by Luo Chong. The people of the Tang tribe have also begun to have a household registration system, but compared to the Han tribe, it is still a bit more sloppy. Although the Tang tribe has divided counties and started a household registration system, it has not yet established a household registration system, and has not yet clarified the levels of the people. There is no stipulation on how much land should be allocated to what kind of people, which is still relatively unreasonable. Nowadays, people in the Tang tribe can plant whatever they want. As long as you can plant it, you can plant as much as you want. This is very unreasonable and inconvenient for future development and expansion. If there were no restrictions on everyone, then not everyone would be a landlord in the future, and there would not be enough land for the common people to share. Moreover, it is inconvenient to collect taxes in this way. Even the area of cultivated land and the tax system are not clear, making it difficult to develop. However, compared with the Tang tribe in the past, the lives of the people in the Tang tribe are getting better at a speed visible to the naked eye. The people have begun to have clothes on their bodies and shoes on their feet. 2 consecutive years of cultivating cash crops, planting sweet sorghum, and extracting brown sugar have also left the Tang tribe people with extra money in their pockets. Some people began to build brick houses like the Han tribesmen. Going to Tuahai County across the river to buy a carbide lamp would make them happy for half a month. They were proud to learn a sentence or two in Chinese. They worked in Tuahai County. Such people are even more envied by their peers. With the current situation of the Tang tribe, if the common people were told to join the Han tribe collectively, then absolutely no one in the Tang tribe would be unwilling. Everyone wished they were born in the Han tribe. The only one who might be in trouble is they are the clan leaders of the Tang tribe. They are all real beneficiaries within their respective clans. Joining the Han tribe means integrating into the Han tribe's management system. The clan leader no longer has the power to govern the clan members, and all the people must be subject to the tribal merit system. Unified management, unified taxation, and unified acceptance of the jurisdiction of the imperial court. Once they join the Han tribe, they are the ones who need to sacrifice, so will the clan leaders of this group agree? If the 2 tribes merged, the people who would benefit most would of course be the people of the Tang tribe, as well as the Han tribe, because they could gain more than 80,000 people for nothing, and the only ones who would sacrifice their interests were the clan chiefs of the Tang tribe. But this is not important. The merger of the 2 tribes will happen sooner or later. The problem cannot be solved by procrastinating. Look at the Qingshu tribe next door. Whether it is population, food, or even military strength, it is stronger than their Tang tribe. But they were still defeated by the Han tribe. Now both Tang Ji and Tang Yao have seen Luo Chong's ambitions, but any tribe and population discovered by him have only 2 choices: joining or being destroyed. If their Tang tribe does not join, they will have to be destroyed. And then was forcibly absorbed by the Han tribe. Instead of ending up like this, it would be better to take the initiative at the beginning, so that at least you can get some benefits based on the value of the Tang tribe. Thinking of this, Tang Ji suddenly stopped and said to Tang Yao, "It is not a problem for us to join the Han tribe, nor is your marriage to the Han leader. The people will only be happy about this and will not object. The only ones who may be in trouble are the clan leaders. It may be a bit difficult to gain their support. It depends on the attitude of the Han leaders. Whether Luo Chong wants to conquer these people by force, or is willing to give them some benefits and privileges in exchange for their acceptance." "Yao Yao, what do you think Luo Chong will choose?" Tang Ji analyzed it, first expressed his attitude, and then asked Tang Yao a key question. After hearing that her aunt agreed to her marriage, Tang Yao was relieved, but when she heard Tang Ji's question, she immediately analyzed it. "According to my understanding of Luo Chong, he is absolutely unwilling to bow to those clan leaders. If this merger requires the Han tribe to exchange privileges and benefits for their acceptance, then they will not be satisfied with their current privileges and benefits in the future. When there are benefits, he will definitely jump out to cause trouble again. Because the initial forbearance will give them the illusion that they have joined the Han tribe, and the Han tribe owes them, so they should give them those things, and they will use this as a threat, and they will intensify their efforts to obtain it. More benefits. Perhaps this group of people will not do such a thing so quickly now, but in the future, who can say for sure? Auntie, Luo Chong is very busy. How can he have time to scheming with these clan leaders? If these people dare to resist when the 2 tribes merge, then the most likely thing is that Luo Chong will give an order and have them all killed." "Kill?" "Auntie, you must not doubt that Luo Chong is definitely capable of such a thing. He is devoted to the development of the Han tribe. Now is a good time for the steady development of the Han tribe. He will never allow internal disputes within the tribe. If any problems arise, Luo Chong will definitely use the fastest means to kill anyone who dares to cause trouble. Although I don't know if it's true or not, I always feel that Luo Chong has arranged people around those clan leaders. If they have the intention of causing trouble, I feel that Luo Chong may know it faster than we know. Tang Yao also said with his own, he said, after analyzing his understanding of Luo Chong. Ah? Are you saying that Luo Chong placed his people around them? This is unlikely, right? After hearing Tang Yao's analysis, Tang Ji expressed that she was very shocked. The two tribes have not merged yet, and Luo Chong has already placed an informant around them? This is too scary. I can't be sure about this, it's just my guess and feeling, but I would rather believe it is true, because Luo Chong has such ability. The Han tribe also has such an organization. Luo Chong has a very mysterious imperial guard. It seems like that's what it's for. Well, okay, then let's call the clan leaders over first and tell them our thoughts and preparations. If they don't agree, we'll try to persuade them again. If that doesn't work, you can notify Luo Chong to handle it. After Tang Ji thought for a moment, he finally made up his mind. It is imperative for the Tang tribe to join the Han tribe, and it is indeed the people's wish for the Tang tribe to join the Han tribe, and it will be of great benefit to the people of the Tang tribe. She cannot give up all her wealth of more than 80,000 yuan for the benefit of dozens of people. Common people. If one party must make sacrifices, then let those dozens of people die. I just hope that the Han tribe will not do too much. Yeah, I listened to Empress Ji. Seeing that she agreed, Tang Yao nodded obediently and laughed happily. Tang Ji helplessly pointed at Tang Yao with her finger, but in the end she couldn't say anything. The day the aunt and nephew made their decision, Tang Ji sent people to various counties of the Tang tribe to summon the clan chiefs, and gave them a limited time to come to Tangcheng County for a meeting. She also told them that it was a big deal. Messengers traveled among the 8 counties of the Tang tribe, delivering this message to each clan leader in a layer-by-layer manner. After receiving the news, these tribe leaders thought that the Han tribe had sent some benefits, or that their Tang tribe had introduced some technology from the Han tribe. In order to quickly introduce these advanced production technologies into their own tribe, these tribes, the clan leaders, can be said to be running very fast. Originally, the journey was planned to take at least half a month, but it only took 10 days for these clan leaders to arrive at Tangcheng County. This shows how serious their obsession with profit is. In Tangcheng County, in a courtyard reserved exclusively for Tang Ji, the leader of the Tang tribe, dozens of clan leaders were sitting around a wooden table under a pavilion made of thatched cottage. Everyone was having a heated discussion before the leader called them over. What will happen? Hey, everyone, what do you think will happen if the leader calls us all over? I don't know, maybe they introduced some technology from the Han tribe, or maybe the Han tribe is coming to help us build something again? I really don't know about this, but in the past few months, people from the Han tribe came to our Panchir County to look for me. Oh? What do the Han tribe people want from you? Your place is full of mountains, and you can't grow sorghum. What can they do with you? Hey, don't look down on our mountains. To tell you the truth, the Han tribe came to us specifically to buy stones. The Han tribe sent people to direct the mining of various stones at our place. I heard that they were going to build houses. They also employ our local people, and they can be paid as long as they go to the mines to quarry stones for the Han tribe, and the wages are quite high, said a Panchir County clan leader proudly. Hey, there's such a good thing. Don't the Han tribes all use bricks to build their houses? When did they switch to stone? And they insist on the stone from your place. Don't talk nonsense, just to look good. Even if they really need stones, the Han tribe is so big, don't they have it themselves? Another clan leader from other counties immediately said in a strange tone, his tone full of sourness. Hey, I don't know if the Han tribe wants stones, but we sell a lot of gum in Baijiao County, Longxi County. I don't know what the Han tribe wants those things for, but they want as much as they can. It doesn't look like it's too much, so I have no choice but to sell it to them, another clan leader from Longxi County said in a show-off. The other clan leaders could only turn red with envy after hearing this, because among the entire Tang tribe, only Baijiao County and Longxi County has the most natural rubber trees. This is all given by God, and others cannot envy it, even if they are envious. They also want to sell rubber, but they can only plant it now. It will take at least 20 years before it grows enough to tap rubber. But at this moment, Tang Ji and Tang Yao also walked in with some guards. Tang Ji suddenly asked, "It seems that all the clan leaders have made a lot of money from the Han tribe, but I just don't know how much you spent on the people of your own clan with this money?" "Of course we spend money for the people. In Baijiao County, we used the money from selling rubber to buy a lot of looms for the people. With these looms, they will be able to make more money by weaving themselves in the future." "Yes," the patriarch of Baijiao County said with dignity. "Oh? Then why did I hear that you took all the money from selling the gum yourself? You bought a lot of looms, and you didn't give them to the people for free. They had to weave enough cloth for you for 3 years to repay the looms. The price of the cloth machine, and then the cloth woven is their own. At this rate, are you sure the people can make money?" Tang Ji said with a somewhat angry tone. Then before the clan leader could refute, she spoke again. "Are the carriages parked outside the yard pretty good? It seems like you guys are really making a lot of money. There are also several clan chiefs in Jinpu County. I heard that you made less money last year and this year. The land in your Jinpu County is fertile and should be the county with the highest grain production in our Tang tribe. But I heard that you, the people there, don't even have enough to eat. In order to produce more brown sugar, you sold it for more money, and did not allow the people under your jurisdiction to grow food, so that they could only grow sweet sorghum. Even the best fertile fields in the past were all planted with sorghum, but in the end, you sold sugar for most of the money I came in was taken away by you. Are you acting like a clan leader?" Tang Ji's tone became colder, and she couldn't help but get angry. She originally thought that these clan leaders would definitely not agree to join the Han tribe, because it would harm their interests, but she did not expect that these clan leaders would persecute the people of the clan in order to benefit themselves. For example, several clan chiefs in Jinpu County occupy the most fertile land, but they do not allow their people to grow staple foods such as wheat, rice, and corn. Instead, they let them grow sweet sorghum, and the sorghum stalks are used to extract sugar. Sorghum rice was also sold to Han tribes for winemaking. It would be fine if the income from growing sorghum could be shared equally among the people. The key point is that most of the money gained from growing sorghum was taken away by the clan leaders themselves, and the money left to the people was only enough to buy their own rations. Even the food rations have to be oppressed by several clan leaders again, which is simply unconscionable. Eh? Tang Ji, what you said is wrong. Who are you listening to these nonsense? Who said that our people are hungry, and no one is starving to death? That is, the yield of growing wheat is low, growing corn cannot be sold at a high price, and growing rice requires transforming paddy fields. It is not something that can be grown in a short period of time. If we let the people grow sorghum, we can sell it for more money. What's the matter? They will use it again. Isn't it the same as using the money from selling sorghum to buy grain? As soon as Tang Ji finished speaking, several clan chiefs from Jinpu County immediately retorted, and they all stared at Tang Ji unhappily. This is a matter within our clan. We respect you as the leader of the Tang tribe. Just be the leader. Why do you care so much? Now you even want to take care of the internal affairs of our clan? Tang Ji was even more angry when she saw that these clan leaders were still arguing. She asked directly. Yes, even if what you say is reasonable, It has been a year and a half since the Han tribe gave them grain seeds, right? If you really led the people to transform the paddy fields, wouldn't you be able to do it now? Okay, let's assume that you really can't convert the paddy fields, so you let them grow sorghum. Why don't you share the profits from that sorghum equally with the people? It's their hard-earned money, and you want to withhold this? I said, Chief, what are you talking about? The common people have grown sorghum, but they can't pick up the sorghum themselves and sell it to the Han tribe. We, the clan leaders, help them contact the Han tribe for purchase and transportation. We can't let our efforts go in vain. Why can't we just keep our own part? Seeing the clan leaders continuing to quibble, Tang Yao couldn't help but get angry. She stayed in the Han tribe and never came back. She didn't expect that the clan leaders of her tribe would be reduced to such a state, and what they did was simply appalling. It's okay to persecute the people of their own clan. The key is that they also found a lot of reasons, which is simply unreasonable. Tang Yao couldn't help but ask, so what if the price of the corn you sell to the people is twice as high as the wheat flour from other places? It's still the same thing. The people can't carry sacks to buy grain by themselves. We give them money and then help them buy rations. Doesn't transportation cost money? Does buying grain cost money? Let's add a little price and use it as pawns. What happened to shipping costs? I said, Xiao Tang Yao, you are not the leader of the Tang tribe yet. Do you even have to take care of this matter? As soon as she heard the quibbles of these clan leaders and their contempt for Tang Yao, Tang Ji became angry. She looked coldly at some of the clan leaders present, trembling with anger, pointing at them with trembling fingers, and mouthing, he said 3 good words in a row. Okay, originally the leader of the Han dynasty wanted to take action against you. Thinking of the friendship with the same tribe, I couldn't bear it. I thought that we are all from the same clan after all. I didn't expect that you have become like this now. You don't care about your own people. Life and death, you just want to make money and enjoy yourself. What's the use of keeping you? I'd better kill them all. Upon hearing Tang Ji's words, many of the clan leaders present stood up in horror, and some of the clan leaders even asked sternly, What did you say? The leader of the Han tribe wants to kill us? Why should he? Looking at the group of clan leaders in brocade robes in front of her, Tang Ji couldn't help but sneered. She pointed at the clan leaders and said coldly, Why? I passed on the leadership position to Tang Yao. Tang Yao will soon marry the Han leader as the leader of the Tang tribe. When the two tribes merge, the entire Tang tribe will accept the Han tribe's court. Under the jurisdiction of the government, when the time comes, just wait to confiscate your home and destroy your family. When the clan leaders present heard this, their expression suddenly changed. The reason why they dare to do this now is because no one can control them. Although the Tang tribe has implemented some Han tribe systems, they have not learned them thoroughly, and no matter how powerful the laws and systems of the Han tribe were, they could not control them. As for Tang Ji, the leader, he has no right to interfere in the internal affairs of his own clan, so they can only squeeze the people without any care. But now, Tang Ji actually wants to merge the Tang tribe into the Han tribe through marriage, and fully accept the control of the Han tribe. Will they still be able to have them in the future? Of course, they are not resisting the integration of the Han tribe. Instead, these patriarchs wish that the Han tribe would personally help them develop and upgrade the Tang tribe to the same level of technological and economic development as the Han tribe as soon as possible. However, they do not want to accept it at all. Control of Han tribes. If the Han tribe really took over the Tang tribe, even if the Han leaders would not hold them accountable for what they had done before, they would never allow them to continue to do these things in the future. Therefore, regardless of whether the Han leaders pursue their past affairs, as long as the Tang tribe is fully taken over, their interests will definitely disappear, so this matter must not be agreed to. Many clan leaders finally figured out the key. and some of them jumped out immediately. Tang Ji, you actually passed the throne to Tang Yao privately? Who gave you such power? The leader of our Tang tribe can only be decided through joint selection. You, the former leader, cannot pass the throne to whomever you want. Without our consent, you, the leader, cannot pass on the throne at all. Yes, what right do you have to pass the throne to Tang Yao? If it were normal, you would just pass the throne to Tang Yao. Now you actually want to pass the throne to Tang Yao, and then give away our Tang tribe by marrying her to the leader of the Han tribe. You are a tribal leader. Something that can be done? I now propose that we all depose Tang Ji as the leader and re-elect a leader who can gain benefits for our tribe. We don't want a leader like Tang Ji who can even give away his own tribe. Yes, depose Tang Ji. Re-elect the leader. Depose Tang Ji. Re-elect the leader. Seeing the crazy shouting of the clan leaders in front of them, Tang Ji and Tang Yao, the aunt and nephew, couldn't help but sneer angrily. Humph, just you still want to depose me as the leader? I'm afraid you have forgotten why our Tang tribe is named Tang. In my Tangcheng County, in my Tang Ji's home, you are considered members of all tribes. What about the patriarch? You think you can decide who I want to pass on to? Do you think too highly of yourself? Just when Tang Ji finished speaking, the door of the courtyard was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang from the outside. A group of guards wearing iron armor and holding steel knives rushed over and immediately blocked Tang Yao and Tang Ji. In front of. On the walls around the courtyard, hundreds of young and strong men suddenly appeared. They all held homemade bows and arrows in their hands, all aiming at the clan leaders in the thatched cottage. Seeing this sudden scene, the clan leaders in the courtyard all widened their eyes in surprise, looking at Tang Ji in disbelief. Tang Ji, you actually borrowed troops from the Han tribe? Joined forces with outsiders to harm our own people? Same race? Are you worthy? Damn. Aren't you the ones who take the initiative to oppress your fellow racers and exploit the people? Tang Ji couldn't help but spat after hearing their words. Tang Yao also sneered, uncles, we didn't mobilize troops from the Han tribe to deal with you scum, so we didn't have to spend so much effort. Those people around you who are pointing arrows at you are all from our Tang clan. Warrior. What my aunt said just now is right. Don't forget why this tribe is named Tang instead of calling you yours. That is, in this tribe, our Tang clan has the largest number of people. Now that we have arrived in our Tangcheng County, do you think you can still go out? Oh, by the way, these soldiers are not specially prepared for you. Mr. Sher, come and tell them what you do. Yes, madam. Among the Tang family's aunt and nephew and the clan leaders, the captains of the soldiers leading the team immediately stood up and responded. I am the Imperial Guard of the leader of the Han tribe. The general flag of the Jinwu Guard is Shi Jin Kai. I am responsible for protecting the leader and his family. Tang Shijun is now the fiancé of our leader, so naturally he is also the target of our Jinwu Guard's protection. The leader guessed that Mr. Tang would be in trouble when he came back to inherit the position of leader, so he sent me to lead a team of guards to secretly protect the madam. Now that you and other scoundrels have come out to obstruct you, I will come out to deal with you for the madam. These stumbling blocks. Shi Jin Kai drew his sword and pointed at the clan leaders opposite and shouted, shocking the clan leaders. This is the Jinwu Guard of the Han tribe. I heard that it is the most powerful army of the Han tribe. I didn't expect that the Han leader would send such soldiers to protect Tang Yao. It seems that what Tang Ji just said, Tang Yao is going to marry, it was given to the Han leader, and the fact that the two tribes were going to merge was not false. Didn't you see that the flag officer just kept calling Tang Yao his wife? Humph. Tang Yao, before you took over the position of leader, you started to bully others and stabbed your own people with knives. Do you still have a conscience? Do you still know whose food you ate to grow to such a big size? Among the many clan chiefs surrounded by Jinwu guards, a clan chief from Jinpu County immediately came out and jumped on his feet and cursed. As a result, as soon as he finished cursing, there was a thud, and someone kicked his ass from behind. He flew up, and then landed at Shi Jingkai's feet. The next moment, he felt a big foot stepping on his back, unable to move, and a cold long knife was placed on his neck. Humph, you dare to insult my wife? How do you want to die? As soon as Shi Jingkai finished speaking, he raised his arm and struck the clan leader on the head with a knife. As a result, the clan leader lay on the ground with his eyes closed and let out a strange cry in fear. His urine and feces suddenly flowed out. After waiting for a long time, he found that he was not dead, so he broke out in cold sweat as if he had collapsed. Shi Jin's knife did not kill him, but only chopped off the bun on his head. Now the clan's long hair was cut off, leaving only a messy short hair on his head. Humph, you have so much courage to go against our Han tribe. Drag him down. Shi Jingkai kicked the guy and immediately ordered his subordinates. Yes. 2 soldiers immediately lined up beside him, took the elder's arms and pulled him out. At this time, Tang Yao covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief in disgust and came out again to speak. Dear uncles, you are at my aunt's house today. I will not kill you directly, nor will I deal with you without any reason. It's just that I have only been in the Han tribe for less than 2 years. I didn't expect that you would become this. Look really chills me. Yao remembers that I traveled thousands of miles to the north as an envoy to the Han tribe. At the expense of my own medical skills and medicinal herbs, I exchanged a lot of grain and production technology with the Han tribe. I thought that with this, we, the people of the Tang tribe, could also live a good life like the Han tribe, but I didn't expect that you, as the heads of each clan, would oppress your own people like this. Ordinarily, compared to your clan, I'm just an outsider. I couldn't interfere with your affairs, but now you can't even stand looking at me as an outsider. Don't you think you've gone too far? Childs of Baijiao County, do you own the rubber trees that grow naturally? Since you get money by selling the rubber, why not distribute it to the people in your own clan? You bought them some looms and asked them to pay for them. You have been weaving for 3 years to pay off debts. Is this what you mean by leading the people to make money and live a good life? Several clan chiefs in Jinpu County, you should be killed directly. They deducted the money from selling gum, which is a benefit that was gained for nothing, but you forced the people to give up growing grain and grow sorghum specifically for you. The people's hard-earned income, most of my income has been deducted by you with evil intentions. If you still don't die, then God is really blind. Of course, I just said that I won't kill you today, so as not to dirty my aunt's yard. Your life and death will not be decided by me. When the Tang tribe and the Han tribe merge, it will be up to you. The clan members will come to put you on trial and see if your own clan members will give you a way to survive. How dare you? Tang Yao, don't think that just because you are close to the leader of the Han tribe, you can, let me go, let me go. You are a soldier of the Han tribe, why should you arrest me? Chief of our Tang tribe, please let me go, Hearing Tang Yao's accusations and sarcasm, as well as the decision to hand them over to the common people for a public trial, a Jinpu County clan leader immediately became furious. Normally, they have the status of clan leader, and they are the biggest in the clan. It is only a matter of words to decide whose life or death, and the people are unable to resist at all. But if they join the Han tribe as a whole, they will have the government and army of the Han tribe. Support, who will take these clan leaders seriously? I am afraid that the first people who want them dead will be the oppressed people. Thinking of this, they couldn't hold it back, but as soon as a clan leader jumped out and yelled, the soldiers of the Jinwu guard immediately took him aside like a chicken, and kept beating him. Although their lives must be left to the people to judge, there is nothing wrong with giving them a beating now, right? The other clan leaders present saw Tang Yao and Tang Ji being so disrespectful and beating the clan leaders of the same tribe in public. After hearing the decision of their aunts and nephews, they were trembling with fear, fell silent, and began to whisper in low voices. This Tang Yao is really planning to kill all of us so that the Han tribe can take over the Tang tribe without any obstacles. Why didn't you see before that this little girl is so ruthless? There is no sympathy for the same tribe. No face is given. Now that she considers herself the wife of the leader of the Han tribe, who would care about poor relatives like us? What kind of kindness do you have to show kindness to your fellow tribesmen? She has flown to the branches now, and she can't wait to let us poor relatives. It would be best if all her relatives disappeared, lest we embarrass her in the Han tribe. What's the use of complaining now? Let's think of a solution quickly, otherwise we will all be dead. But at this moment, several clan leaders from Panchir County suddenly stood up and yelled angrily. Who is the same clan as you? Who is the same clan as you? I wholeheartedly support the merging of the Tang tribe into the Han tribe. I have long disliked you clan leaders who want to harm even members of your own clan. Just wait for your own death. That's called reaping the consequences. You traitors! Have you forgotten which tribe you are from? Seeing several clan chiefs from Panchir County openly expressing their intention to join the Han tribe, the other clan chiefs were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Even the traitors were all kinds of words were spoken. What are you doing? We have never harmed our own people. Anyone with a discerning eye can see how powerful the Han tribe is. You earn so much for yourself now, and you don't earn it all from the Han tribe. The Han tribe doesn't want your brown sugar. I don't know how you can make so much profit without your gum. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Yes, that's right. As long as we don't need to change our surnames, what's the difference between joining the Han tribe and joining the Tang tribe? The Han tribe has just given us such a little technology, which has already improved the living standards of our people so much. If the Han tribe, can fully take over the Tang tribe and make our people live a better life. It's okay if I, the leader of the tribe, don't do it. Under the thatched hut, the chiefs of the Tang tribe have divided themselves into two groups. One group expresses their intention to seek refuge with the Han tribe, and the other group is those who have harmed the people of their own clan. It is not that they are unwilling to surrender, but they dare not, because Tang Ifyao said that the people of their own clan would definitely kill them when the time comes. Seeing that some of the clan leaders had already expressed their intention to join the Han tribe, the clan leaders who committed evil wanted to scold them some more, but the other clan leaders completely ignored them. A clan leader from Panchir County came out again and asked, Little Tang Yao, I don't have any objection to how you handle them. I've already disliked them. I have no objection to you choosing to lead the Tang tribe to join the Han tribe. But you can't do it all at once. Beat us all to death with sticks. I have never persecuted people of my own clan. I would even harm people of my own clan. I cannot do such a thing. Don't worry, uncles and uncles. My husband, Luo Chong, will naturally not wrong any of you good people. I believe that if you have never harmed the people of your own clan, they will not be able to do anything to you. Justice is in the heart of the people, but if our own people want you to die, it is not up to us to decide. Naturally, Tang Yao couldn't kill everyone with one blow. Retaining some clan leaders who are really willing to do things for the people to win over can stabilize the situation after the merger of the two tribes more quickly. Tang Yao obviously learned a lot from Luo Chong in this political method of pulling one faction to fight another. That's good. I don't care how you deal with them, but I don't do anything to my own people. We are very happy to join the Han tribe. I hope you don't just kill everyone with one stick. Hearing Tang Yao's words, some of the clan chiefs in Panchir County, Taigang County, Haizhou County, Ningbo County, and Gongquan County breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, although some of the clan leaders were not happy about joining the Han tribe, they were not so repulsive. After all, the essential structure of their Tang tribe and the Han tribe were no different. They were both composed of multiple clans. Anyway, no matter which tribe you joined, they don't know how to change their surname, so why not join a tribe that can make their lives better? What they feared most was that the Han tribe would find any reason to kill them all in order to accept their clan more smoothly. That would be too much. The Tang tribe has 8 counties, with a total of 20 or 30 clan chiefs. Not all of them are as inhuman as the clan chiefs of Longxi County and Jinpu County. They have never persecuted the people of their own clans. This is not to say that they are all good people, but that they do not have such good opportunities. In fact, some clan leaders are envious when they see Jinpu County planting sorghum and then pressing sugar to sell it for money. However, the land situation there is, they are not allowed to do this. Although the Han tribe gave them a lot of grain seeds and planting technology, the Han tribe basically never exported grain, and the restrictions on grain transactions were extremely strict. Even the Han tribe's own people were not allowed to trade among themselves. For grain, if you want to sell grain and buy grain, you can only go through the grain warehouses opened by the government. You can imagine how strict their management is. Under such circumstances, if the Tang tribe completely switches to sorghum cultivation instead of the staple food, their own people will starve to death, because food cannot be purchased elsewhere. In areas with relatively poor land, it is completely unrealistic to learn to grow sorghum like Jinpu County, and naturally, there is no way to exploit the people of their own clan. It is precisely because of this that they were lucky enough to escape. At least now, in the courtyard of Tang Ji's house, they dare to pat their chests and say that they have never persecuted their own people. As for what will happen in the future, that is the future. Don't worry, uncles and uncles. Luo Chong will definitely investigate whether you have persecuted your own people. If you have not done so, Luo Chong will never wrong you. In fact, the Han tribe has already mastered some of your knowledge. Confidence, otherwise how do you think my aunt and I knew such things happened in Jinpu County and Longxi County? Tang Yao said with great confidence. She had told Tang Ji a long time ago that Luo Chong might have planted spies around the clan leaders of the Tang tribe. Tang Ji didn't believe it at first. It wasn't until Tang Yao asked the Jinwu guards who followed her that she found out that there really was one. With this happening, I learned from Jin Wuwei what the clan chiefs of the Tang tribe had done. However, the clan chiefs from Jinpu County and Longxi County were no longer calm. They looked at Tang Yao in surprise and asked in disbelief. Tang Yao, do you dare to unite with the Han tribe to plot against us and plant spies around us? Tang Yao quickly shook her head and denied it with a playful expression. No, we didn't have any spies, and the Han tribe didn't do this either. These things were all complained to the Han tribe by the tribesmen who were persecuted by you. If you hadn't exploited the people of your own clan without any bottom line, they wouldn't have thought of reporting their own clan leader to the Han tribe, right? The Han tribe would have only used a little food at most, just from your own clan members. Such important information was obtained there. You clan leaders should really reflect on why your clan members, who share the same clan as you, betrayed you in the first place for a few bags of worthless grain. After Tang Yao finished speaking, the clan leaders felt dazed for a while. It turned out to be like this, the people who betrayed them turned out to be the same tribesmen who had been exploited by them. Did you really go too far? Even those tribesmen are forced to rely on outsiders to get the food to fill their stomachs? Several people laughed miserably. After all, they did not continue to refute or quibble, and simply surrendered and were pulled down by the Jinwu guards. The remaining clan chiefs from other counties were still standing in the yard, looking at Tang Ji and Tang Yao's aunt and nephew. Tang Ji, Tang Yao, what should we do now? What are you going to do next? Tang Ji glanced at the clan leaders present, and then looked at each other, with Tang Yao. The two nodded, and then Tang Ji said, I hope that all the clan leaders here will cooperate. Tomorrow, we will hold a public ceremony to pass the leadership of the Tang tribe to Tang Yao. After Tang Yao succeeds to the throne, we will immediately announce that she and Han, the marriage of the leader, and the news that the entire Tang tribe was merged into the Han tribe. At that time, I hope that the clan leaders can publicly recommend Tang Yao as the new leader, and after the ceremony, return to your respective territories and announce this to the people of your clan. Oh, by the way, when you go back, in order to ensure the safety of the clan leaders, Governor Lin of Tuahai County will send soldiers and officials to go back with you to help you finalize this matter. I also hope that the elders can cooperate. Elders, please rest assured that after the Han tribe takes over the Tang tribe, the benefits of you clan leaders will definitely not be missing. If there are children in your family who are determined to be officials, they will have priority in receiving training from the Han tribe officials, and then you choose to serve as officials, and you clan leaders will also receive titles from the Han leaders, which will make you live a glorious life. Many clan leaders present felt their hearts tremble when they heard this. Good guy, although this didn't kill them directly, it didn't relax them at all. To say that they sent people to protect them is just talk. This is just surveillance. And send soldiers and officials back with them to help them settle this matter, and help them? Helping the Han tribe stabilize the situation and confirming the Han tribe's acceptance of the Tang tribe is almost enough. You don't trust them at all. However, there is nothing wrong with Tang Yao, Tang Ji, and the Han tribe's worries. Even though these clan leaders have promised well here, if they really want to let them return to their own clan, there is no telling what trouble they will make. What if they instigate a relationship between the Han tribe and the Tang tribe people, spread some false information, for example, the Han tribe wants to forcibly conquer the Tang tribe, force the Tang tribe people to do hard labor, and then instigate the people to revolt independently? Even if they don't dare to resist the Han tribe, what if they sneak away with their people? Nowadays, there are wilderness and wild forests everywhere. If they ran away with the people, the Han tribe would have a hard time chasing them back. If there are one or two more rebels, it will be even more troublesome. The Han tribe will have to send troops to quell the rebellion. This is trouble that should not occur. The Han tribe had just ended a war with the Xian tribe. If they were to engage in another war within a year, even the Han tribe would not be able to bear it. Therefore, at this time only a small number of manpower is needed to quickly stabilize the situation of the Tang tribe and absorb the entire Tang tribe. That is an absolutely sure profit. The remaining elders present all thought of the intentions of Tang Ji's two nephews and the Han tribe, but they couldn't cooperate even if they wanted to. After all, they were fighting for their lives, so what could they do? Fortunately, the compensation Tang Ji said could give them some comfort. Allowing their sons and nephews to take priority in becoming officials, and granting them titles to the clan leaders, is already considered a good treatment. These clan leaders have had a lot of dealings with the Han tribe, and naturally they also know what the Han tribe's merit system is, as well as the wealth held by various levels of titles, etc. Although they don't know the specific rank, they know that in the Han tribe, the higher the title, the more land and houses one has. Land and food are equal to wealth. Nowadays, as long as they have these, they are enough. No matter how bad things get, they don't expect much else. Anyway, no matter how bad things get, they can't be worse than their original lives. But what's going on with choosing where to serve as an official? The clan leaders couldn't understand the mystery inside. Only Tang Ji and Tang Yao knew that this was still a way to prevent them from causing chaos. This means that your children can be trained and become officials, but they cannot be officials in your own territory. They must be transferred to other counties to serve. Otherwise, what is the difference between it and the previous clan chief system? This will prevent them from causing chaos, and will also allow these new officials to grow up quickly. Being able to lead a good life for the people of your own family is not a skill. Being able to live a good life with the people of other people's homes is a skill. The clan leaders agreed directly on the spot, because there was nothing they could do if they didn't agree. Tang Ji and Tang Yao were very satisfied with the attitude of the clan leaders and ordered people to prepare sumptuous food for them to enjoy. However, they could not leave the courtyard for the time being. There were Tang clan's own warriors and Jinwu guards outside the courtyard gate and walls. Soldiers guarded them and put them under house arrest. Tang Ji has also said that this situation will not last long. After the succession ceremony is held tomorrow, someone will be arranged to send them home. Even if the elders are unwilling, they can only agree to it. After all, people are under the eaves now and have to lower their heads, not to mention there are soldiers outside the eaves. Tang Yao, what should we do with the clan chiefs in Jingpu County and Longxi County now? Tang Ji asked Tang Yao immediately after leaving the courtyard. Tang Yao glanced at Shi Jinkai, who was following him and wanted him to make arrangements. Don't worry, madam. I will send troops to send these clan leaders to Tuahai County for temporary detention. They will probably be made into role models in the Tang tribe and publicized in the Tang tribe, so as to win the hearts and minds of our Han tribe. Madam, just feel free to inherit the leadership of the Tang tribe. Don't worry about the rest, just leave it to us. The leader has already arranged everything for madam. After Shi Jinkai saw Tang Yao's inquiry, he immediately revealed the plan that had been arranged in advance. The merger of the Han tribe and the Tang tribe was open and aboveboard, led by marriage. However, in order to win the hearts and minds of the Tang tribe and make the people of the Tang tribe willing to join the Han tribe, some publicity is also indispensable. Tang Ji and Tang Yao were very satisfied after hearing this arrangement. Those elders committed suicide on their own. Even if they were really killed, they would still be undeserved. They brought the blame on themselves and were completely unworthy of anyone's sympathy. Okay, let's split up. Time is also very tight. I will start arranging people to prepare for tomorrow's sacrifice and succession ceremony. You go contact Governor Lin of Takuhai County and ask him to immediately send the soldiers and prepare to take over. Officials from various county guards and county magistrates are sent here to organize the reception of the Tang tribe. It is best for these people to come here tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Otherwise, we will keep the clan leaders under house arrest for too long, and I am afraid we will have to give birth to other troubles. After listening to Shi Jinkai's arrangement, Tang Ji nodded and told her own arrangement. Tang Yao also agreed immediately, don't worry, aunt, I will definitely not delay things. Well, that's good. I'll leave first. You have to pay attention to your own safety. The two said a few more words, then turned around and left. Tang Ji wanted to summon several prestigious elders of the Tang clan to discuss tomorrow's ceremony with them. Tang Yao took a group of imperial guards and took a boat directly across the river to Tuahai County on the other side, and personally asked Dashu to mobilize troops and borrow people. In the governor's office of Tuahai County, Dashu happily received Tang Yao. After all, this woman gave away 80,000 people to the Han tribe for nothing. As one of the few elders of the Han tribe, how could Dashu be unhappy? Third madam, please rest assured. Our leader has already made arrangements for this matter. I have already prepared the officials who are going to serve in the 8 counties of the Tang tribe. I will directly transfer some from our Tuahai County, and then from the clan chiefs from all over the Tang tribe. If you activate some at home, this matter will be solved immediately. As for the issue of troop strength, the leader has sent the most elite Tiger Guards to take charge of this matter. They are the most experienced guard in the Han tribe, and there is no problem in using them to control the situation. Seeing that Tang Yao came to him to borrow troops, Dashu told the Han tribe's preparations, without saying a word. Although Tuahai County cannot provide so many county guards, it is not a problem to provide some minor officials. Coupled with the cooperation of the local clans of the Tang tribe, taking over the Tang tribe is not a problem. As for whether the clan will cooperate, I believe there are soldiers from the Tiger Guard standing behind them with swords, and they dare not cooperate. Since the end of the war against the Xian tribe, the Huban Guards and the 8 guard posts that were originally deployed have been completely transferred back to Tuahai County for rest and recuperation. The Fubo Guards have been exploring waterways and fishing areas offshore, patrolling and rescuing some people. Fishing boats at sea are also a kind of training. Only the Huban Guards are truly resting. They have not been idle since the battle between Grassland and Maodun. They were first transferred to Tuahai County to train and reorganize the new army, and then they served as the main force to lead the new army in the expedition to Zhudao. It wasn't until the entire Xian tribe was finished that they officially came back to rest. The entire Huban Guard's 4,000 troops are all going home in batches to visit relatives. There are only 3,000 people actually in the military camp now. The other 1,000 people have not returned home to visit relatives yet, but even the 3,000 who are in the military camp people, they have had enough rest early. They have been resting here in Tuahai County for half a year, and now they are worried that they have no place to vent their excess energy. There is something for them to do, and Shuatu is very willing to do it. Although Luo Chong has not been here in Hanyang County, he is always paying attention to the affairs of the Tang tribe. Dashu is also always summarizing the situation of the Tang tribe and reporting to Luo Chong the situation of the Tang tribe with a frequency of 1 letter every day. Except for the soldiers on leave, all the other troops in the camp of the Huban Guards were dispatched. There were 8 counties in the Tang tribe, a total of 27 counties. 100 soldiers sent to each county would be 2,700 people, plus the logistics troops. Wait, all 3,000 troops are put in. Dashu followed Luo Chong's instructions and dispatched 100 soldiers to each county, plus a ruling working group. He first determined the Han tribe's political power in these 27 counties and laid a basic framework. Our government affairs work does not need to be very comprehensive. As long as we can count the population, household registration, land acres, and houses, it will be easy to start the future work. Then, after the local situation has calmed down, investments will be made appropriately based on the different situations in different places. After the people have income under the governance of the Han tribe, taxes will be collected. Tax collection must not be carried out too early, otherwise it will definitely arouse the resentment of the local people. We must wait until the local people see that their living standards have indeed improved under the governance of the Han tribe before they are willing to do so. To pay taxes to the Han tribe. Because they were prepared in advance and the army was ready, Tang Yao encountered no obstacles when he came to Tuahai County to borrow people. That night, the army and the ruling officials from various places began to cross the river in batches and went to Tangcheng County to gather. Before dawn the next day, the army had already gathered in the city of Tangcheng County to prepare for the ceremony for Tang Yao to succeed the leader of the Tang tribe. It was also announced that Tang Yao had Luo Chong as his backstage in the Han tribe. Otherwise, can she mobilize the Han tribe's army? Early that morning, in the small square used for worship in the center of the city, all the people in Tangcheng County were notified in advance and gathered early. If there is one county among the 27 counties of the Tang tribe where the people live the best life and have the best impression of the Han tribe, it must be the people here in Tangcheng County. Because Tang Ji is the largest clan leader of the Tang clan, she will not exploit the people of her clan like that. In addition, they are only separated from Tuahai County by a river, so they have the most contact with the Han tribe and have the highest favorability towards the Han tribe. 1. So when these people saw that the Han tribe's army was also present, they didn't panic, they only felt envy and admiration. Thanks to the help of the tiger guards from the Han tribe, the scale of Tangji's sacrifice was larger than before. Some of the tiger guards' military drums, bugles, and other musical instruments were borrowed. After a drumbeat, Tangji took the lead in leading everyone to perform sacrifices. The sacrifices of the Tang tribe are quite unique. They have to offer sacrifices to many gods. They mainly include the wind god who is in charge of wind and rain to pray for typhoons, the water god who is in charge of rivers, lakes, and seas, the grain god who is in charge of crop cultivation, the sun and moon in the sky, and a person named Fu. In the myths and legends of the Tang tribe, or in the history of the Tang tribe, it was the man named Fu who created the technology of iron smelting and brought sharp weapons and useful farm tools to the entire Tang tribe. Everyone thinks this person is a god. He was transformed into a god and was here to teach people how to survive, so he spread it around for countless years. The first guy in the Tang tribe who learned how to smelt iron was said to be a god. Every year during the big sacrifice, Tang, the people of the tribe have to worship. In addition to these 5 gods, the Tang tribe also sacrifices to their ancestor, a man called Tang. The legend of this man is even older, and he is even more awesome than the blacksmith Fu. According to legend, it was this Tang who invented the method of making cooked food, making the Tang tribe truly human and people who eat cooked food. Later, Tang led a tribe to travel across mountains and rivers to the area where the Tang tribe is now, and opened up a new home. Only then did the Tang tribe be officially established, and only then did they have the Tang clan. Later, they reproduced for unknown generations. They gradually learned the skills of pottery making, planting, blacksmithing, and city building, and developed the Tang tribe to its current scale. The sacrifices used by the Tang tribe are also very unique. Unlike the Han tribe, they do not have so many livestock. Even if they now have the skills to raise livestock, they only started in the past 2 years, so the Tang tribe naturally did not take them. What is the custom of bringing animals to sacrifice? The Tang tribe does not have human sacrifices, so it does not appear to be that cruel. Their sacrifices pay attention to a complete variety. Although the Han tribe does not have the custom of sacrificing animals, there are 5 things that fly in the sky, swim in the water, run on the ground, grow in the soil, and flow in the river. That is, the 5 sacrifices of birds, animals, fish, wheat, and fresh water. Whenever the tribe is about to hold a big sacrifice, Tangji will send out the most powerful hunter in the clan in advance to hunt a wild beast and birds, usually wild geese, wild ducks, or ancient giant geese, as well as birds found in the river. The caught fish, a bunch of unthreshed wheat with straw still attached, and finally a bucket of fresh water from the river. It is worth mentioning that the 3 kinds of birds, animals, and fish required by the Tang tribe must be alive and can be killed again when the sacrifice is held. If the sacrifice was held in the past, then naturally, there is no problem. Tangji can do it well in advance. It took a long time for people to prepare these sacrifices. But this time the sacrificial ceremony was carried out in a hurry, so it was not easy to prepare everything so completely. Fortunately, the sacrifices this time were provided by the Han tribe, which solved the last problem for them. The animal used is directly the saiga antelope domesticated by the Han tribe. This thing is big enough and has a pair of sharp and long horns on its head. It is quite bluffing. The most important thing is that it is very productive. The Han tribe can take out one at any time. Heap. Not to mention fish, let alone live freshwater fish caught on the same day. If you want live sea fish, the Han tribe has a way to get it on the same day. Even tuna as big as a pig is not impossible. As for the birds, as long as they are not the Azuka giant eagle used by the Xihan tribe to carry messages, they can choose other chickens, ducks, and geese, and give them whatever they want. The sacrifice went smoothly. Antelopes, river fish, and black-feathered chickens from the Han tribe were all killed on the spot. A full basin of blood from the 3 animals was put into it, and it was all mixed together. Then Tang Ji used the sacrificial knife to the wheat is used as a broom and dipped in the blood, and the blood of the 3 sacrifices is repeatedly sprinkled on the totem poles representing the 5 gods and their ancestors. This is the method of sacrificing blood food to the gods and ancestors. After sprinkling the blood of the sacrifices, the 3 sacrifices were slaughtered and put into a large pottery urn together with the wheat. The wheat straw was used to light the fire below, and a pot of soup was cooked with these sacrifices. Except for the sheep head, chicken head, and fish head, which are left to the gods and ancestors, the other parts are stewed in one pot and distributed to everyone present. Even if the meat is not available, everyone has to share the soup for one night. This is the soup tribe. Tradition. After struggling for a long time, Tang Ji stood on the altar and said loudly to the people of the Tang clan below. People of the Tang clan, today is an important day for us to re-elect the leader of the Tang tribe. To this end, we specially invited the clan leaders of other clans of the Tang clan. Although some people were unable to attend, most of the clan leaders still came. Yes, according to our past practice, as long as the new leader has the support of more than 70% of the clan leaders, he can officially succeed, so the few clan leaders who did not come are not important, our succession election is still valid. Now, as the current leader of the Tang tribe, I specifically nominate Tang Yao to succeed me as leader. Tang Yao is a good child that you have watched grow up. She is kind and brave. She has loved planting flowers and plants since she was a child. She has also discovered many gold, stone, oracle bones, and herbs that can be used to treat diseases. She has planted and tried them. Over the years, she has traveled around the world. Throughout the tribe, she saved lives and healed the wounded for the people of the entire Tang tribe, and devoted herself to studying medicine. She was supported by all the clans of the Tang tribe, and was even called a saint by the people. After Tang Yao became an adult, he took risks even more in his interactions with the Han tribes. He went to the Han tribes thousands of miles away as an envoy to discuss with their leaders the introduction of agricultural, animal husbandry and grain planting equipment technology. In the end, he exchanged his medical skills for successfully introduced corn, rice, new high-yielding grains such as sorghum and soybeans were introduced, and livestock breeding, domestication, and drafting techniques were learned from the Han tribe. In the following year, through in-depth exchanges with the Han tribe, many more other production technologies have greatly benefited the Tang tribe. Today, I can proudly say here that Tang Yao is the blood descendant who has made the greatest achievements and contributions to the people in the history of our Tang tribe. If she cannot succeed as the new leader, then who else can? People of the Tang clan, are you willing to accept Tang Yao as your new leader? In accordance with the previous handover ceremony between the old and new leaders, Tang Ji first nominated the candidate for the new leader as the current leader, and then publicly announced Tang Yao's various achievements and her contribution to the tribe, and then she addressed the people under the altar. Ask them if they are willing to accept Tang Yao's proposal as the new leader. After hearing Tang Ji's call and the messages from many people, the people immediately cheered happily. We do. Invite Tang Yao to take over the position of new leader. I hope Saint Tang Yao will be the new leader. We are willing. With Tang Yao as the new leader, she will definitely be able to lead our tribe better and make the people's lives richer. The crowd under the altar immediately erupted in continuous voices of support. The people had actually already speculated on the candidate for the next leader. It had been rumored before that Tang Yao might be the next leader of the Tang tribe. Rumors. However, Tang Yao is indeed very prestigious in the Tang tribe. In addition, she is beautiful and kind-hearted. She often appears as a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded, which makes her have a good impression on the entire Tang tribe. In addition, she is the niece of the current leader Tang Ji, with a relatively strong background and she has been exposed to Tang Ji's management of the tribe since she was a child. She can often appear on occasions that only the leader and clan chiefs can appear, which can be said to be a strong political capital. In fact, this means that Tang Ji has already officially announced that she is training Tang Yao as the next leader. Tang Ji was very happy when she saw the reaction of the people. This means that Tang Yao is indeed very popular and prestigious in the Tang tribe. Although she may not be so popular in other clans, if she is elected as the leader, the people of other clans will never object, because they can't find a second person who is more suitable than Tang Yao and who has made such a great contribution to the tribe. Tang Ji pressed her hands to stop the cheers of the people, then glanced left and right at the other clan chiefs who were invited to the scene on both sides of the altar and said, "Heads of the Tang tribe, I wonder if you have any other candidates for leadership nomination. If not, would you like Tang Yao to succeed the next leader of the tribe?" The clan leaders smiled helplessly after hearing Tang Ji's question. "You have already gathered 3,000 soldiers to surround the altar. If you dare to say no, you will be chopped into pieces on the spot as a sacrifice. Do they dare to choose anyone else? Do you dare to disagree with Tang Yao becoming the leader? Unless they really don't want to live anymore, they might be able to come up with other options. It's a pity not that these clan leaders cherish their lives very much. After all, the days are getting better and better in the future. Who is willing to die now?" So they immediately came out to express their opinions, expressing their agreement with Tang Ji's choice and their willingness to jointly elect Tang Yao as the new leader of the tribe. "I agree with the leader's choice, and I also recommend Tang Yao to be our new leader. The leader has just mentioned Tang Yao's contribution to the tribe. This is obvious to everyone. I believe no one will disagree with Tang Yao. Come be the new leader. Furthermore, our clan has been living better and better after introducing new grains and planting technologies, as well as breeding and textile technologies. Everyone is thinking about Tang Yao's contribution to the communication between the Han and Tang tribes, and also hope that after Tang Yao becomes the new leader, it can bring everyone's living standards to a higher level and strive to reach the same level as the people of the Han tribe as soon as possible." After hearing Tang Ji's inquiry, a clan leader from Panchir County took the lead in speaking cooperatively, and the other clan leaders around him spoke. He also quickly followed suit. "I agree, and I also recommend Tang Yao as the new leader of our Tang tribe. I agree. I support. I also recommend Tang Yao." On the altar, the clan leaders stood up one after another to express their support for Tang Yao. Tang Ji seemed very happy and secretly thought that these guys knew the current affairs. Tang Yao also humbly thanked the many clan leaders present, and then officially handed over to Tang Ji. He handed over a handle that represented the position of the leader of the Tang tribe. It had been passed down for countless generations and was covered with various bone ornaments. The wooden scepter was handed into Tang Yao's hands. From this moment on, Tang Yao officially became the new leader of the Tang tribe. Tang Yao took over the scepter representing the leader's position and officially inherited the position of leader of the Tang tribe. She was dressed in a Han tribe's brocade dress and beautiful jewelry on her head, showing her dignity and grace in every move she made. Tang Yao slowly walked to the front of the altar with the scepter and said to the people of the Tang clan below, "My tribesmen, thank you for your trust in me. Since you made me the leader of the Tang tribe, I will definitely lead you to create a better life." Tang Yao said this with a smile, which immediately attracted the attention of the people below. Cheers. Tang Yao's prestige among the people is indeed not established. In the past 2 years since we cooperated with the Han tribe, do you think life is better than before? Are the Han tribe's corn and rice more productive than our wheat? Would it be more delicious to grind wheat into flour using a stone mill? Has the livestock breeding you learned from the Han tribe allowed you to eat more meat? Is cotton made from looms more comfortable to wear? Facing the cheers of the tribesmen, Tang Yao immediately asked several questions, which stunned all the people below. Of course the things of the Han tribe are good, the food is high yield, the livestock can be killed for meat, and the cotton cloth is very comfortable, but why does the new leader suddenly ask these questions? Before the tribesman could react, Tang Yao shouted loudly again. I know that in the past 2 years, the people of our tribe have learned a lot of good things from the Han tribe, and their lives are much better than before, but I feel that this is not enough. Tribesman, before I came back from the Han tribe this time, I specially discussed it with the leader of the Han tribe. He is willing to help our tribe to fully Chineseize. In other words, in the future, we will have all the things that the Han tribe has. There is a government, and we will have a government in the future. The Han tribe divides the fields and houses, and we will also divide the fields and houses in the future. The Han tribe can rent it to the common people for farming cattle, and we will rent it to the common people for farming cattle in the future. From today on, you no longer need to envy anything from the Han tribe. As long as they have it, I guarantee that our tribe will also have it in the future. When the tribesmen heard Tang Yao shouting and what some people around them reported, they immediately became excited. Is Tang tribe going to be fully Chinesized? They also have everything the Han tribe has? Could this be true? Comprehensive Chinesization is not a trivial matter. You must know that although the Tang tribe has been learning from the Han tribe for almost 2 years, the gap is still very huge. The material gap is still a minor matter, because they have basically solved the basic problems of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The remaining gap is mainly in the institutional aspect. The system of the Han tribe is very complete. Although the people are more restricted, there are also numerous policies and benefits. In addition, there is infrastructure construction, which the Tang tribe does not have. If their Tang tribe could have a complete system like the Han tribe, that would definitely be a great thing. Chief, is this true? In the future, we can also use cattle to plow the land? Yes, my family has little land, and we don't grow much food. If every adult in the Han tribe was given 20 acres of land, we wouldn't be able to grow it with manpower alone. It would be too much if we had oxen. Okay, this way my family can plant more crops. I heard that people in the Han tribe have to get some kind of ID card. The tribe gives free photos. Those things called photos are amazing. I wonder if we will have that in the future. I recently visited the Han tribe. They have started to build wells in their fields. They say that even if it doesn't rain, they can draw water from the wells to irrigate the fields. I wonder if we will have it here. I remember there was a drought when I was young, and there was a light rain all summer. There was no wheat harvest at all that year. In the end, the leader asked the men to go hunting to survive that year. In addition to digging wells, I also heard that the Han tribe began to save food. It was said to be prepared for disasters. If enough food is saved for 5 years, even if the entire Han tribe does not farm for 5 years, they will not go hungry. Stomach, the leader of the Han tribe is so awesome, he can even think of this. These things you are talking about are actually trivial matters. The most important thing is the government. I heard that the people in Qingshu County are still hungry. What's going on? Aren't there good fields in Qingshu County? Even before there was no Han tribe, the food they produced there was the most in the entire Tang tribe. How could the people there be hungry? Where's the belly? Hey, you don't know about this, right? It's true that the fields in Qingshu County are top-notch. The key is that their clan leader doesn't let them grow food. All the people in their clan can only grow sorghum. That's right. The money earned from growing sorghum was high, but all the money went into the families of the clan leaders. If the people in Qingshu County want to eat rations, they can only use the little money left over from selling sorghum to ask the clan leader to help buy it. As a result, the corn bought is more expensive than the flour of the Han tribe. Do you think they can eat enough? Ah? Is there such a thing? Then their clan leader is so inhuman. Who says otherwise? Didn't you see that none of the clan leaders came today? I guess they must have been arrested by our new leader. There is also this matter of comprehensively learning from the Han tribe. I guess it is also caused by this matter. The leader just said that in the future, the Han tribe will have a government, and we will also have a government here, and we will fully follow the Han tribe's system. Think about it, the Han tribe system is that every adult man has 20 acres of land, and these 20 acres of land can only be used to grow food. If our Tang tribe follows this system, do you think the clan chiefs in Qingshu County can still allow all the people in their clans to grow sorghum? It will definitely not work. This is the biggest benefit, I said, and that is the system of the Han tribe. Well, that makes sense. The system of the Han tribe is very comprehensive. I heard that the government over there has to take care of everything, but there are many benefits there. As long as the people have any difficulties, the government will immediately find a way to solve it. Moreover, their government is still managed by leaders. If the government dares to do bad things to the people, the Han leaders will deal with them. This is indeed true. If it were in the Han tribe, the situation like that in Qingshu County would never happen. They were having such a miserable life. Learning so many skills from the Han tribe was originally a good thing and could make life easier. Who would have thought that it would be screwed up because of their own clan leader? Under the altar, after hearing what Tang Yao said about comprehensive Chineseization, the people immediately started discussing. Some were asking Tang Yao about the authenticity of this matter, and others were discussing the news they had heard in Tuahai County. Finally, then came the gossip about several clan chiefs in Qingshu County bullying the people of their own clans. After intense discussions among the people, although they could not understand the deeper meaning, they also came to the conclusion that after the Tang tribe was fully Chinesized, the benefits they could get far outweighed the disadvantages. Just knowing this is enough. Tang Yao was also very satisfied with everyone's reaction. She stood in front of the stage and said again, "Tribesmen, what you expect will be there. As I said just now, the leader of the Han tribe has promised to help us carry out comprehensive Chineseization. Have you seen the Han tribe soldiers and officials around us? They are here to help us organize the government. If you have any needs or difficulties in the future, you can also report them to the local officials. They will definitely find ways to help you solve various difficulties. Please rest assured." Okay, we support the leader's decision. Comprehensive Chineseization and establishment of an official government. I want cattle and acres of land. After hearing Tang Yao's words, the common people looked at the Tiger Guard soldiers and the officials in soap clothes around the square, and they immediately felt confident. No wonder the new leader was so confident. It turned out that the Han tribe had the people who organized the government were brought here. Well, since everyone has agreed on this decision, let's go home as soon as possible and go about our business. You can also go home and think about what you need. Wait until the government offices in various places are established. Report it to the government. We'll be here today, and everyone should leave. Tang Yao made a summary, waved his hand, and let the excited crowd below disperse. The people leaving the square were still gathering together in twos and threes, walking back while discussing the matter of the full Chineseization of their Tang tribe, and what issues they would have to resolve with the government after the new government was established. The government officials of the Han tribe are well known for being in charge, and they just have to paint the words "Serve the people" on the wall. Anyway, as long as the people encounter difficulties in production and life, they can definitely solve them if they find the government. This is also the reason why the people are willing to pay so much agricultural tax, otherwise they would not use the food they grow to support corrupt officials in the fish and meat township who do not do anything serious. After all the people dispersed, the clan chiefs who participated in the sacrifice today began to return to their homes, accompanied and escorted by the Huban Guard teams and the ruling working group. What Tang Yao just announced on the altar will be told to the people of his clan again after they return. As for whether they will say it, just look at the Tiger Guard soldiers around them. How dare they not say it? Then the soldiers of Huban Guard will definitely give them a bloody lesson. After all the people and clan leaders from all over the place were gone, Tang Ji's originally smiling face suddenly frowned, and she asked Tang Yao in confusion. Yao Yao, didn't you say that you wanted to make public your marriage to the Han leader, as well as the merger of our Tang tribe into the Han tribe? Why didn't you say this just now, and why did you also talk about comprehensive Chineseization? In this way, and the merger, what difference does the Han tribe have? Why not tell this directly? Tang Yao smiled directly after hearing Tang Ji's question, and then explained. Auntie, don't worry, everything I do is what Luo Chong asked me to do, and the slogan of comprehensive Chineseization was also proposed by Luo Chong himself. He said that this is called realism first, setting up governments in various places, organizing people into households, and dividing houses and land. This is a fact. As long as we complete this step first, it doesn't matter whether our tribe is called Tang or Han. In fact, they have all been integrated into the Han tribe system. As for the public announcement that the Tang tribe will merge into the Han tribe, that's just false. It doesn't matter if it is said or not. As long as the Tang tribe accepts the jurisdiction of the Han tribe, it will be the territory of the Han tribe. Luo Chong has analyzed with me that the relationship between our marriage and the merger of the two tribes must not be reversed, otherwise it may cause dissatisfaction and resistance among the people of the Tang tribe. It means that the two tribes of Han and Tang merged because I married Luo Chong, and then the two tribes merged. It was not because the Han leader wanted to marry me, so the Tang tribe merged with the Han tribe. Although it is only a small difference, the impact on the people is huge. If this causal relationship is reversed, it will appear as if the Han tribe had premeditated robbery, leaving a bad impact on the people. So Luo Chong told me that we should first shout the slogan of comprehensive Chineseization this time, and wait until the people have adapted to the jurisdiction of the Han tribal government system. Then we will announce my marriage to him, and we will have children after we get married, and then on the grounds that she was pregnant and unable to manage the tribe, she merged the entire Tang tribe into the Han tribe and accepted the jurisdiction of the Han tribe. This entire plan must be divided into 3 parts and made public. Only in this way can the resistance of the people be minimized. Upon hearing Tang Ji's question, Tang Yao immediately told Luo Chong what he had originally told her. Tang Ji suddenly realized it and said with emotion. As expected of a Han leader, he can even think about this kind of thing so long-term and thoroughly. Following this 3-step plan is indeed better than speaking out directly. Otherwise, you have just inherited the position of leader of the Tang tribe, and before the bone staff is warmed in your hand, you will merge the Tang tribe into the Han tribe in the blink of an eye, and you will also marry the leader of the Han tribe. I believe there must be many tribesmen who hate the Han tribe because of this. After all, you are the most popular female victim among the younger generation of our tribe. Yes, Luo Chong said the same thing. He and his aunt thought the same. As soon as I took over as the leader, I immediately sent the Tang tribe out to merge with the Han tribe. It seemed to be a bit deceiving the people. And if this, the news will be released in 3 parts. Not only will the people not question the purpose of the Han tribe, but they will also bless our marriage. Tang Yao also nodded in agreement. After the two finalized the matter, Tang Yao immediately wrote a long letter, writing down everything that happened today, and then handed the letter to Shi Jinkai, the Jingwu guard who followed her. General Shi, please forward this letter to Luo Chong, your leader. He must be informed of the situation here as soon as possible. If he knows what happened in the past 2 days, he will be waiting at home very soon. Be anxious. Yes, third madam. I will have the letter delivered right now. The replacement of the leader of the Tang tribe went smoothly. Tang Yao has now officially become the leader of the Tang tribe. Under Tang Yao's order, the Tang tribe has also begun the process of comprehensive Chineseization. The clan chiefs of each clan in the 8 counties and 27 counties of the Tang tribe also led the soldiers of the Tiger Guard, as well as those from the ruling working group, and began to station in various places, preparing to publicize policies, establish government offices, and organize households and people. Start the work. No matter whether the current Tang tribe has a Han surname or not, as long as the Han tribe has obtained their yellow population register, houses and land, and then taken over their taxes, what is the difference between it and the Han tribe's own counties? Tang Yao personally wrote a letter about the situation and sent it to Luo Chong. Dashu in Tuahai County also reported the situation at the rate of 1 letter a day. Shui Tu, who had led his team to station in the Tang tribe, also began to collect and summarize the information from all the 8 counties of the tribe was reported to Luo Chong every day on the progress of comprehensive Chineseization, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. However, Luo Chong, who was far away in Hanyang County, simply said after he received these letters, "Proceed as planned, pay attention to close monitoring, and report any situation at any time." As for the rest, he didn't say anything. First of all, this was all planned, and it was not a big deal. The situations of the Tang tribe and the Xian tribe were different. As long as the current plan was implemented well, the Han tribe could peacefully absorb the entire Tang tribe into the Han tribe's system. Furthermore, both Xiaodai and Jianing are about to give birth to their second child. While handling government affairs, Luo Chong must always think about his wife and children, and at the same time take care of 3-year-old Luo Qinghe. Xiao Luolan has a lot of other things to do, and he is already very busy. In Luo Chong's study, Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luolan were sitting side by side at the desk, holding pencils in their hands and learning to write pinyin. Luo Chong was sitting opposite them, looking through letters sent from all over the Han tribe. Dai and Jianing were sitting in the pavilion in the yard eating the grapes just harvested this year. Luo Chong was the first to respond to letters from Tuahai County and the Tang tribe. He asked Dashu to fully cooperate with the dispatch of various places in the south, because Tuahai County is the cornerstone of the Han tribe in the south and deserves the name Tuahai. The entire Qingshu Island was successfully captured with Tuahai County as the base of advance. Now the integration of the Tang tribe also needs Tuahai County as its backing to provide various materials and personnel support. The development and construction of the capital also requires Tuahai County to provide logistics. Tuahai County is the hub of the Han tribe in the south, connecting all the interests and territories of the Han tribe in the south. Luo Chong is also very relieved to leave Tuahai County to Dashu to manage. Dashu may not really have much ability, but he is stable enough and can complete the tasks assigned to him with high quality and quantity. He never complains to Luo Chong. This is why Luo Chong values him. The second is a reply to Tang Yao. Luo Chong asked her to take care of her health in the south. If the situation is stable, then she can return to Hanyang County at any time. There are big trees and Shiwatu in the south to control the civil and military forces. Something will happen. Then there is the report of the blood massacre, which mainly talks about the situation of soldiers stationed in various parts of the Tang tribe, as well as the reactions of the people and clan chiefs in various places. Several clan chiefs in Longxi County have been arrested. When the former Han tribe soldiers and the ruling team told them that the Tang tribe had changed its leader, and that a comprehensive policy of Chineseization would be implemented within the Tang tribe, governments would be established in various places, and the fields would be divided. Separate houses. The soldiers had confiscated the money from the gum sales made by the clan chiefs and divided it equally among the people, including the looms that the clan chiefs forcibly bought and sold to the people, as well as the oppressive terms of 3 years of free weaving for them. Being abolished by the new county magistrate, the people were overjoyed. This is equivalent to them getting a huge amount of income for nothing, and each family also picked up a loom. With these real benefits falling into their own pockets, who cares about the life and death of the patriarchs? Anyway, they didn't do anything good either. In addition, the newly arrived county magistrate promoted local people to serve as village elders, district chiefs, and other positions in the villages, and used local people to manage local people, which quickly eliminated the influence of the original clan chiefs. If the situation in Longxi County is going well, then the people of Jinpu County can simply be described as eating a pot of pulp and welcoming the king's master. When the local people heard that their clan leaders had been arrested, not one of them was angry. Instead, they held water bottles and food and stood on the roadside to welcome the Tiger Guard soldiers. It was really the clan chiefs of Jinpu County who squeezed them too hard. When they heard that the Tang tribe had now been replaced by Tang Yao as the leader, and that the policy of comprehensive Chineseization was to be implemented in the Tang tribe, they almost jumped up with joy. If it weren't for the lack of firecrackers these days, I'm afraid the common people would have set off firecrackers every time. Firecrackers are here to celebrate. What is the policy of the Han tribe? It is to organize households to integrate people, divide fields and houses, and each man has at least 20 acres of land, which can only be used to grow food. If they had adopted this policy earlier, would they still have been forced by their clan leader to grow sorghum? Obviously their own land is the most fertile land in the entire Tang tribe, but they are not allowed to grow food. What the hell is this about human affairs? Therefore, after the official office of Jinpu County was established, the people actively cooperated with the working group's various tasks. They made ID cards when needed, measured acres of land when needed, and basically did whatever they were asked to do. The Jinpu County Working Group was not ambiguous. After obtaining first-hand local land information, it immediately organized people to carry out restorative production. Wherever paddy fields could be converted, rice was immediately planted. Where paddy fields could not be converted, soybeans, corn, and wheat were planted. The crop rotation planting method does not care about anything else, but first restores local food self-sufficiency. As the saying goes, if there is no food in the vat, you will feel very panic. Now if you want to stabilize the hearts of the local people, the best way is to let the people see the golden food first. Although there are no cases of clan leaders oppressing the people in other counties of the Tang tribe, with the orders of Tang Yao, the big leader, coupled with the supervision of the Tiger Guard soldiers and the coordination of the ruling working group, the comprehensive Chineseization process in various places it was also very gratifying, and nothing unexpected happened. In fact, this is thanks to the Han tribe fulfilling the promise Tang Yao made before. Although it is impossible for the Han tribe to allow those clan chiefs to continue to be in power, the Han tribe can still be satisfied with their prosperity and wealth. The chiefs of each clan were awarded titles in recognition of their cooperation when they organized households and people. After all, they contributed to the people of their clans, so the Han tribe should give them some benefits. Of course, the premise is that they do not follow, only the Han tribe can fight against it. Having a title means having a bigger house, more acres, and the farmland that is several times that of ordinary people can produce several times more output. As long as they manage it well, they can live a carefree life, even a life of luxury, and luxury is possible. Some patriarchs who wanted to let their children and nephews become officials also selected the elite talents in their families and let them enter the official offices of the Han tribe to study. Starting from the sword and pen officials, they first learned the language and writing of the Han tribe, and then learned for government affairs. Just this Chinese language and Chinese characters are enough for them to learn for a year or two. Anyway, it is impossible to intervene in government affairs in a short time. However, the Han tribe can use this method to stabilize the clans in various places. Patriarchs. With the cooperation of these clan chiefs, the people below heard that only comprehensive Chineseization was to be carried out, and that after the implementation of the Chineseization policy, they could also enjoy many benefits, so the people did not have any resistance and all began to work in an orderly manner. Sinicization work was carried out under the drive of local government agencies. After reading it, Luo Chong was very pleased. He also approved a report and said that he would work hard and keep up his efforts, and then put down the report. The next document came from the cross-sea bridge construction site. It was a report signed by many people. Almost all the people in charge of the engineering command department signed it. The content was mainly a report on the progress of the project, including the use of consumables, mainly the amount of steel and cement, and the subsequent gap. They provide these data mainly to allow Luo Chong to conveniently plan rear production. Otherwise, if there is too much steel and cement, it will be difficult in a short time. If it cannot be consumed, warehouses must be built to store these things. Steel bars are easier to say, but cement is too precious, and moisture-proof storage must be strict, otherwise it will solidify into pieces of stone when exposed to water, and the cement will be scrapped directly. Also sent along with the document were dozens of photos of the latest progress of the cross-sea bridge project, which captured the current status of the bridge from all aspects. This set of photos shows that compared with before, 3 groups of 6 piers have been erected at the northern end of the bridge. The piers are structures with a solid bottom and an upper part. The 3 sets of piers are set every 50 meters. The engineering team is now working on build molds for these 3 groups of bridge piers and prepare to pour the bridge deck. After the pouring of these 3 sections of bridge deck is completed, the length of the bridge will be extended to the middle for another 150 meters. Although it is only a few thousandths compared to the total length of more than 20 kilometers, the mileage of the bridge has indeed increased. This is visible progress and shows that everyone is working very hard. Luo Chong was also very sad. Although he felt that the progress of this project was really slow, when he thought about the current conditions and technological level, he couldn't bear to urge them anymore. In the end, he only wrote 1 sentence in the reply. The tribe will have sufficient supplies of building materials and supplies. If you need anything, please report to him and apply. I have no special requirements. I just hope that it can be completed with quality and quantity. Don't sacrifice quality in pursuit of project progress. This is a cross-sea bridge, and it is also the first railway bridge in the Han tribe. It doesn't matter if the progress is slow, but we must not let anything happen. After asking the guards to send out the reply, Luo Chong began to read the reports on the implementation level of the national policy of accumulation by other counties and counties in the Han tribe. The report includes information on infrastructure construction in various places, mainly for the construction of warehouses at all levels, such as strategic granaries that are directly controlled by the central government and no one has the right to mobilize, and social warehouses built by each county to store a county's warehouses. The land reserves are ultimately liquidated under the control of each county. Qingshu is a mobile warehouse, which is mainly used to purchase grain from the people and sell grain to the public. The Qingshu at each county level must not only be used to turn around grain, but also have a certain reserve quantity. A reserve red line will be set for liquidation based on the population of each county. Generally speaking, the reserve for liquidation must not be lower than the reserve red line to be considered qualified. At present, the existing warehouses of the Han tribe are Qingshu and the social warehouses in each county. Qingshu was built at the beginning of each county, because it has to be used all the time. There are some social warehouses in each county, and some are still in use. No, we are currently working hard on construction. The most important strategic warehouse is still under construction. According to reports from various places, it is expected that the construction target should be completed before the end of the first year of life. The storage will be officially launched next year. Food plan. Luo Chong also responded to these documents and reports one by one. After completing these reports that must be reviewed every day, the rest is to see what he is interested in, or what he has been paying attention to, and then find someone to ask about the situation, such as the current situation. The two Endeavour locomotives that are currently under construction at the Qingshu County Locomotive Manufacturing Factory are what Luo Chong is more concerned about, and the laying of mining railways at the Qingshu County Iron Mine is also something Luo Chong is currently more concerned about. But before he could ask for this information, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the study. Dang dang dang. 3 knocks on the door sounded, causing Luo Chong and Luo Lan, who were riding Pinyin, to look back. "Chief, there is a letter from the survivor settlement in the north." A guard's voice sounded immediately outside the door. "Oh? Bring it in quickly." Luo Chong responded to the guard outside the door while hitting the 2 little guys on the head with a ruler. Xiao Luocheng and Xiao Luolan stuck out their tongues, then turned around and wrote Pinyin absent-mindedly. The guard opened the door and came in, handed a wax-sealed bamboo tube into Luo Chong's hand, and then walked out consciously. After looking at the sealing wax on the cylinder cover and the seal on the sealing wax mountain, it was confirmed that no one had opened it. It was also the logo of the settlement of the northern survivors, and Luo Chong immediately opened it. The so-called settlement of the surviving tribes in the north is actually the temporary camp that Yi pulled up in the north. The people in the camp were either rescued from the cannibals, or the remaining tribesmen who escaped from the cannibals. This kind of lost tribes, the tribesmen are collectively called the surviving tribes, by the Han tribes. Yi used their slogan of revenge and rescuing the captured tribesmen to draw these people together. From time to time, they would sneak attack on the cannibals, or ambush the cannibals' outgoing team, and search for other survivors. If there were any, if so, then win over him. The camp of this remnant clan also grew larger and larger, from a few hundred people at the beginning to several thousand people later. Until the population exceeded 10,000, Yi began to be unable to manage it, so Luo Chong sent him special consuls and with supplies. Yi can once again have his hands free and start running around outside. Like his brother Yu Fu, this guy couldn't stay still and liked to run around. He didn't know if there was any new discovery in this letter or if he came to ask for supplies again. Luo Chong quickly took out the letter and checked it. Luo Chong quickly took out Yi's letter and browsed it quickly. It mainly talked about his activities during this period. The first thing is to find people. Yi has been leading a team to search for possible nearby populations, and sometimes rescue small tribes captured by the cannibal teams that are out. Over such a long time, the population of their temporary camp in the north has increased to with nearly 30,000 people. The settlement has expanded to 4, and the results are very gratifying. The other thing is Yuye's exploration of the surrounding geology. This guy was lucky enough to find a copper mine hundreds of kilometers away from the camp. You can land in the mining area directly from the camp by water, and then mine and smelt copper to make various tools. Which is why they haven't asked the tribe for metal supplies recently. Luo Chong also gave them a large amount of seeds in the previous supplies. In terms of food, they have been able to be self-sufficient. Although they still mainly rely on corn and soybeans, there are only a few places where rice can be grown, but with it is no longer a problem to fill their bellies. Moreover, one of the tribes recruited by the wandering tribe also domesticated a kind of highland sheep, which is larger and has thick hair. Now it has become the main meat and wool livestock raised in the northern camp, solving the problem of meat and warmth in the northern camp. In terms of livestock, although there are no such creatures as oxen, buffaloes, or forest cattle in the north, there are yaks over there. Although yaks are not suitable for farming, they can be used to pull carts or carry loads after being domesticated, which is a solution. There is no problem with draft livestock, but the number is still in short supply. After all, they developed too late there and cannot breed so many yaks at all. Furthermore, Yi reported in the letter that they recruited some savages near the Black Lake and hired these savages to dig asphalt for them with food. A basket of asphalt can be exchanged for how much food? Now they have saved enough. The ship's asphalt was about to head south in the near future and asked Luo Chong if there was anything else he needed to bring over. In addition, Yi also asked in the letter whether to transport some of the people from their camp over first. Is there a place in the tribe to receive them? If necessary, how many people should be transported first? If Luo Chong plans to take back part of the population first, then they can form a fleet together with the cargo ship carrying asphalt and return to the tribe together. At the end of this long letter, of course, it is inevitable to ask for support. However, Yi did not ask for food or iron in the letter. He wanted cloth and cotton. The reason was that there were too many people rescued from cannibals this year, and too many new people were recruited. There are currently 4 camps. Although there are sheep and yaks in the camp, they cannot all be killed. They have to be kept to continue breeding. Therefore, winter supplies for the population in the camp have become a problem, and cold-proof supplies are in short supply. The more quilts, cotton-padded clothes, and shoes, the better. If you don't have any, just give them cotton and cloth, or they can organize their own labor to make them. Finally, there is a very strange thing. Yi actually asked Luo Chong for a regular army for the guard. Of course, he was not stupid enough to ask Luo Chong for military power. According to Yi, from last year to this summer, they had more and more fights with cannibals. In order to get more people, Yi often organized hunting teams or exploration teams to ambush the cannibals when they went out to forage. The team brought more people to themselves, but also caused great losses to the cannibals. However, the cannibals are not stupid either. They soon discovered that there were often mysterious forces opposing them nearby, so they sent a large number of soldiers to specifically snipe the Yi team. The encounters or ambushes between the two sides have now gradually turned into guerrilla warfare, and the scale of local wars develops. And Yuye's men are either the hunting team selected from the survivors, or the members of the hundreds of exploration teams he led himself. They have limited combat experience and can no longer support the current situation. So Yuye's suggestion is to ask Luo Chong to send a regular army guard force to their side. A guard post plus their local militia is enough. It would be better to send a general who is good at commanding operations. He did not interfere with military power, and the generals appointed by Luo Chong were responsible for all the troops sent there. This is not because Yi does not want to lead troops or is unable to lead troops, but mainly because he is afraid of being suspected by Luo Chong. This long letter elaborates on one point, that is, Yi has absolutely no rebellious intentions. For example, he told Luo Chong about the copper mine he discovered. If he hadn't told Luo Chong, he could have relied on this copper mine and the nearly 30,000 people under his control to regrow and form a new independent tribe. But he didn't, so he told Luo Chong that since Luo Chong knew about it, the copper mine would become the Han tribes, and he would have to listen to what Luo Chong would do with it. The second is that this guy Yi took the initiative to move a group of people to the tribe. He was worried that his people would have too many people, which would arouse Luo Chong's suspicion. But this is indeed a problem. In just over 3 years, Yi has already built a camp with a population of nearly 30,000 in the north, which is several times stronger than the average tribe. Luo Chong is indeed a little worried. It's not that you are afraid of rebellion, but that these people have never been in contact with the Han tribe. Do they recognize it, or are they willing to accept the rule of the Han tribe? If these people only believe in you, Yi, you will eventually be forced to what to do if the yellow robe is added to the body, then it will not be a question of whether Yi will rebel, sometimes it is completely involuntary. Just like Luo Chong now, if he said he wanted to give up his career and leave the Han tribe alone, would the people under his command agree? These people still hope that Luo Chong will lead them to make great achievements and then grant them titles and official titles. If Luo Chong gives up the challenge, who among the current Han tribe can carry the banner of the Han tribe? I can't help myself. However, Luo Chong has no regrets. He founded the Han tribe by himself, and he still refuses to do it when others ask him to do so. The third point in the letter was about the issue of sending troops. Yi asked for support from the regular army, but he took the initiative to avoid military power and asked Luo Chong to send a general to lead the troops. What does this mean? In fact, he still wanted to prove to Luo Chong that he had no rebellious intentions. The management power of an army placed around him is not in his hands, but is directly controlled by Luo Chong. This is equivalent to tying a rope around his own neck, and placing the other end of the rope in Luo Chong's hand. If you don't believe me, you can strangle me to death at any time. The ownership of an army placed next to Yu Yi is still in Luo Chong's hands. So in addition to being able to fight against the cannibals, can't this army also target its own people? The answer is of course. What Yi means is, I put my neck under your knife, you should believe me now, I definitely don't have the heart to rebel. Luo Chong couldn't help but feel funny after reading this letter. Maybe it was because Yu Yi hadn't been back for several years. Luo Chong felt that he were alienated, and the trust between them had weakened. This Yu Yi was actually so afraid. He didn't believe him, so he went through all kinds of tricks in order to gain his trust. His eldest brother Yu Fu would never do this. However, in order to reassure Yu Yi and Luo Chong himself, he decided to fully adopt Yu Yi's opinions. Supplies must be provided, and it is best to relocate a group of people from the north. This is not to worry about wandering in the wild, but to reduce some of the population pressure on them. Their situation is temporarily insufficient, and it is difficult to support such a large population, while the Han tribe is currently short of people. Let alone 30,000, even 300,000 more, Luo Chong will eat them without mercy. However, he won't remove all the camps in the north at once and withdraw them all at once. He also has to consider the issue of resettlement. He can't let people live a good life in the north and then withdraw and sleep in the wild here, right? So Luo Chong thought about it and finally decided to withdraw the immigrants of 1,000 households to the 8 counties of Hanyang. At the beginning of the year, the 8 counties of Hanyang had just immigrated 1,000 households to Qingshu Island. Now it is just in time to make up for the relocated 1,000 households from Yui. Luo Chong does not have to worry about resettlement issues. After these people come back, they will immediately have a house to live in and fields for them to cultivate. They can just move in with their bags. 1,000 households, based on the population of 3 or 4 per household, is about 4,000 people. There are 30,000 people in Yui. Luo Chong just took away 4,000 from him. It's not a lot. The key is to relieve him a little burden. While Luo Chong was thinking this, he was thinking about the wording to write a reply to Yu Yi. After writing this letter, he started thinking about the bitumen thing again. There is an asphalt lake in the north, which is an open-pit oil mine. When the underground oil emerges, part of it evaporates, and the remaining heavy oil impurities become asphalt. This shows that there is oil in the local area, but it is of no use to the current Han tribe. Use. It is very difficult and complicated to develop oil drilling and refineries. The Han tribe has not even played with steam engines yet, so it would be a bit too hasty to get involved with internal combustion engines. Moreover, in terms of petrochemical industry, the current chemical technology of the Han tribe is not enough to support such a complex subject as petroleum refining. In fact, the biggest use of this asphalt lake is to mine asphalt and lay asphalt roads, but well, the asphalt road Han tribe has no need now. Asphalt roads are good, but this kind of paved road is only suitable for rubber hollow tires. At present, the Han tribe's main land transportation relies on horse-drawn carriages. The horse-drawn carriages use solid wooden wheels. Running on the asphalt road will cause serious wear and tear. After all, asphalt is known for its high friction. In addition, it is not suitable for horses pulling carts. If the horses are allowed to run on the asphalt road, their hoofs will be worn out after just a few runs. Even with horseshoes, it will not work because the asphalt road surface is too hard. Why are the racecourses all sandy or sandy? Grass is used to protect horse hooves. Therefore, dirt roads are most suitable for carriage transportation. Then there is no need for the Han tribe to ask for so much asphalt. The biggest use of asphalt by the Han tribe is in shipbuilding. The asphalt is burned and then added with some other materials to make waterproof filler, which is specially used to fill the seams of shipboards for waterproofing. At the beginning, the Han tribe used fish bladders for waterproofing when building ships. However, as the ships became larger and larger, the production of fish bladders was not enough, so they began to use asphalt, a byproduct of the coking plant, to waterproof them. It is still enough. There is really no need to mine natural asphalt from the north if tarmac roads are not considered. So Luo Chong wrote directly in his reply that after asking Yu Yi to transport the shipment of asphalt back, he would temporarily stop mining asphalt. As for the savages around the asphalt lake, he could absorb them into the camp first. Then there is the material aspect. The Han tribe will provide enough cotton and cotton cloth, and then provide them with some iron ingots to make iron tools by themselves. Smelting copper by themselves requires a lot of manpower, which is completely unnecessary, and copper the utensils are not as useful as iron utensils, so Luo Chong plans to use iron ingots to exchange all the bronze utensils in Yu Yi for making currency. Finally, there is the issue of the army. Luo Chong has already considered dealing with the cannibal army. That is the pure firearms army that he considered before, all modern light infantry with rifles as the main weapons. The weapons equipped have all been finalized, but no troops have been formed yet, and no weapons have been mass-produced. However, the firearms army can be established very quickly. As long as there are enough weapons and a little training, they can go to the battlefield to deal with those cannibals. Absolutely no problem. The most important thing is that if all firearms troops are deployed in the war against the cannibals, then the Han tribe can win the war without so many people and only one guard post. This is determined by weapons and tactics. The Han tribe has an absolute firepower advantage. Thinking of this, Luo Chong immediately made a decision. Now he asked Chu Bing to form this firearms army. The number of people should not be too large. 2,000 people are enough. They should train first and produce firearms while training. And only produce ammunition for 2,000 people. If it is more, the Han tribe can completely afford it. If it is more, production will have to be expanded, and more resources will have to be mobilized, so it is unnecessary. After making the decision, Luo Chong immediately wrote in a letter, asking Yi to organize 1,000 households to immigrate, as well as the ship of asphalt, to form a fleet and go south immediately. In terms of materials, we will also have sufficient supply here, but if we want them to stop mining copper mines, we will provide iron ingots if they need metal in the future. This time we will also give them a batch of iron ingots to replace all the copperware in their hands. The last thing is to dispatch the garrison army. The tribe can't do it now, but it will be formed immediately. The army will arrive by winter this year at the latest. When the time comes, the generals of this army will lead them in a real war with the cannibals, and they will provide full support, but Luo Chong doesn't want nothing. I gave the army, but I wanted the population, prisoners of war, and slaves. The Han tribe is now in a period of major construction. There are many places that need slaves, such as the Cross-Sea Bridge project, the construction of the palace and the capital, and there is a shortage of people everywhere. Those cannibals are the best free labor force of the Han tribe. Just give them a bite to eat, it's not very cost-effective. Just for this alone, it's worth investing in army. After writing the reply and waiting for the ink to dry, Luo Chong immediately summoned the guard's bodyguard. Somebody come. Chief, what are your orders? A guard immediately came outside the door. Immediately send this letter to Yu Yi in the north using a flying eagle message, and then call Chu Bing to me. Luo Chong immediately arranged for the guards. Yes, leader, my subordinates will do it now. Recommend 2 books from friends. My Empire War game has D&D elements and is a story about hegemony and farming with a fantasy background. Introduction. The tide of elements gradually recedes, the ancient elves disappear and retreat, and the human kingdom begins to rise. In the past, there were gnolls encircling it, and in the end, the orcs returned. Facing this era of great conflict, Su Luan came to this magnificent era with the rise of Empire auxiliary system. There is absolutely no indescribable great being in the nurturer of the ancient gods. I am just an ordinary little monk. You must believe me. No charge for words less than 200 words. After the guards went out, Luo Chong went to the weapon rack in the study, picked up a rifle from it and put it in his hand to play with. This gun was specially made for him by the Institute. The metal parts on it are all silver gray and the wood used is white oak. The color of the whole gun is very light, but it is very heavy. When empty, the gun does not have a bayonet or bullets. It's also over 8 pounds. Luo Chong skillfully pulled the bolt and reloaded the gun. He aimed out the window and fired a blank shot. Although there was no bullet loaded, I have to say that the feeling of pulling the bolt on the machine site was really good. Gu-98 produced by Han Tribe, if you just look at the appearance, it is absolutely awesome. It combines the advantages of Gu-98 and 98K, as well as improvements specifically based on Han Tribe's era. However, the quality of the steel cannot be guaranteed, and this is still the basis. The chemical engineering of the pod is too weak, and the Research Institute of the Han Tribe is still unable to distinguish various metal elements, let alone use these metals to make high-performance alloys. A rifle made of carbon steel can be declared scrapped after 3,000 to 4,000 rounds of ammunition. Even if it can still fire, it has no accuracy at all. You don't know where the bullet will go after you fire it. So if the Han Tribe wants to equip a large number of rifles, then we can only win by quantity and change equipment frequently. Fortunately, the number of troops that need to be formed is not large. If it is only 2,000 people, the tribe can still afford it. Dang dang dang. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door of the study. Come in. Luo Chong responded, and the person outside the door immediately walked in. It was Chu Bing, who was summoned. When Chu Bing saw Luo Chong playing with a rifle, he felt happy. Could it be that the leader called him here to take him to shoot? Chief, are you looking for me? Chu Bing suppressed his excitement, came to Luo Chong's desk, bowed and clasped his fists, and said, Well, I came to see you for something. Let's sit down and talk. Luo Chong sat down behind the desk, put the gun on the table, and then looked at Chu Bing opposite and asked, How's your business going? Point 78Z. Is the leader talking about the photo studio? The photo studio is okay, and the business is good, but it is not as prosperous as it was at the beginning. Moreover, it is not the New Year and the holidays, so there are few people coming to take pictures. But I listened to the leader's advice. Now the photo studio also sells small cameras and negatives. We are responsible for developing and enlarging them. In addition, there are some couples who take wedding photos. Although there are not many, it is still profitable overall. When Luo Chong asked about his family's business, Chu Bing immediately began to introduce it. Well, it's good if it can make a profit. The photo studio business is more popular during the holidays. After all, the price of taking pictures is not that cheap now. No one can take pictures every day. Those who can afford cameras are rich people. Overall, it'll be fine if you don't lose money. Luo Chong first nodded in approval of his business, and then suddenly asked when the topic changed. How are you and your fiancé doing now? Ah? Chu Bing was stunned when Luo Chong asked him. He was a little confused, Why did the leader suddenly ask about his marriage? What, let me ask you, how is your relationship with your little wife? Luo Chong asked again. Well, it's good. Our elders have already arranged a marriage. We like each other and the business at home is going well. When the time comes, we can get married directly. He. Chu Bing scratched his head and said a little embarrassed. Then let's get married. I'll make an exception for you. Just prepare for the wedding in the next 2 days, and then consummate the marriage quickly. After Chu Bing finished speaking, Luo Chong followed up with another sentence, which almost shocked Chu Bing to death. Chief, we are not adults yet. So I'm here to make the decision for you. I'll get married in the next 2 days, consummate the marriage, and leave a seed for your family. As soon as Luo Chong finished speaking, Chu Bing was dumbfounded. Leave a seed? Is this asking him to die? But then Chu Bing glanced at the rifle on Luo Chong's table, and he immediately thought of something. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he understood what the leader meant. The Han tribe only wanted young men with heirs to recruit soldiers to go to war, so as not to die in battle. They didn't even have any descendants. Even if the leader wanted to pursue a title, there would be no one to inherit the title. In addition, this is also to prevent the war from affecting the growth of the tribe's population, so the leader asked him to get married now. There should be a war soon, right? Thinking of this, Chu Bing immediately stood up and stood at attention in front of Luo Chong. Yes, Chief, I understand. Seeing that he understood, Luo Chong did not explain anything, but said, there is no time. Your time is very tight. You should go back and discuss this matter with your family now. I will start recruiting troops tomorrow, and it will last for up to half a month. You have to come back and lead my troops. Yes, leader, I promise to complete the mission. When Chu Bing heard that it was true, he almost jumped up with joy, saluted Luo Chong, and immediately turned around and went out. After Chu Bing left, Luo Chong couldn't help but smile. Judging from the boy's appearance, he must have been suppressed. He was greedy for both his wife and the rifle. However, the adult standard of the Han tribe has been improving year by year. Chu Bing is 14 years old this year. In the past, he would have had 2 children. However, in order to reduce the incidence of difficult childbirth for women due to premature childbirth, the current adult standard of the Han tribe has been postponed to 15 years old, and it is still being delayed. In 2 years, the adult standard will directly become 16 years old. Yes, but there is nothing we can do about it. What needs to be done must be done. Looking at the rifle on the table, Luo Chong sat down again and began to draft a recruitment announcement to prepare for a comprehensive recruitment of troops in the Han tribe. Recruitment standards are still the same as before, including height range, age, whether there are any children, and whether there is a criminal record. However, this time there is a special test for vision and physical fitness. After all, the recruits are riflemen, and they are all long-range shooting units. There are requirements for vision. Still quite big. After all these requirements are met, the next step is the benefits and benefits. The benefits and benefits of Shent's guards are basically the same as those of other guards. The only difference is that they have the title of Forbidden Army. This army is nominally, the duty is to be the leader's personal troops, and the troops that will be stationed in the palace in the future. For this reason alone, they will be more popular than other guards. After drafting the conscription order, Luo Chong immediately called his personal guards and distributed the order to all Han tribes. The scope of the conscription was very large. Although there were only 2,000 people, it ranged from the 8 counties of Hanyang to the 3 counties of Honghu and the grasslands in the south. Tuahai County has quotas for conscription. Except for the 8 counties of Tang tribe and the 6 counties of Qingshu that have not yet joined, all other places under the jurisdiction of Han tribe have quotas for conscription. Although there are not many in each place on average, It is precisely in this way that the strict requirements of the forbidden army of Guard can be reflected, and Luo Chong's attitude can be expressed. This army is not just for anyone who wants to enter, and the review is very strict. After the conscription order was issued, Luo Chong signed a series of orders again, such as transferring 2 3-masted sailing ships in good condition and transforming them into a floating arsenal, mainly to produce ammunition and bullet casings for the Guards who went on the expedition. In addition to the work of reassembly, they also have to undertake the work of repairing firearms. A purely firearms military operation focuses on logistics. Without 2 field factories to follow, Luo Chong was really worried. Then an order was given to the Research Institute in Xingang County to start mass production of rifles and shotguns. 2,500 3-shot short-handled shotguns were to be produced, 2,000 8-shot shotguns were to be produced, and 3,000 rifles were to be produced. Branch. These guns and equipment are definitely not equipped with so much, and some of them are mainly kept as spares, such as rifles. Rifles consume a lot of money during training. After a few thousand rounds, the barrel will be scrapped. Then it will definitely be replaced with a new one, so it is better to produce it in advance. After the production of firearms and weapons was arranged, the next step was to go to the Comprehensive Research Institute on Huxin Island. Luo Chong asked their chemical team to start mass production of gunpowder and refine Ukamiya gum to produce shotshell shells. After making arrangements for these weapons, Luo Chong arranged for Xiaodia's mother, his mother-in-law Chong, to mobilize cloth and cotton, as well as make military uniforms, quilts, and boots. There is a large amount of cloth and cotton, which is mainly used to provide support to Yui, and the rest is to prepare the uniforms of the new army. Regarding the military uniforms of this firearms army, Luo Chong planned to change the previous all-red style and make all Guards military uniforms dark green, which is military green. The style is still the same as the previous red military uniforms, as spring and autumn military uniforms. Use. In addition, a winter combat uniform must be specially made for the Guards, because their battlefields are mainly in the alpine and cold places in the north, and the winter time is even longer. In such an environment, they must maintain their combat effectiveness and must be fully prepared for keeping warm, and the style of military uniforms cannot affect the battle. After careful consideration, Luo Chong, a guy with no talent for making clothes, decided to directly copy modern military coats. The reason he gave himself was this. If we still make winter clothes according to the current Hanfu style, then the 2 pieces of clothing on the chest will cross to form 2 layers. Not only will such a cotton-padded coat be awkward to wear, it will also waste cotton and production time. The modern-style military coat is different. Its chest has a double-breasted superimposed design, which is warm enough and easy to take off and put on. The front and rear slit design can not only ensure the heat preservation of the legs, but also not delay the march. Tactical charges and even horseback riding will not be affected. Coupled with an old-fashioned locomotive military hat, it is definitely a must-have for keeping warm in winter. As for weapons, the gun can be carried on the back, the bullet box is worn on the belt, just tie a belt outside the coat, bayonets and other things can also be hung on the waist, and the rest is basically nothing. At most, the officer should be equipped with a pair of binoculars and a compass. Luo Chong took a pencil to write and draw on the paper. After a long time, he finally drew the general's coat. And there is another artifact that keeps warm in winter, which is also an urgently needed equipment for this Guard, and that is a sweater. Sweaters are underwear worn inside. In this era without thermal underwear, the role of sweaters can be imagined. But it's a pity that Luo Chong can't weave. In fact, in the textbook on physical education and labor that was distributed in junior high school, various knitting methods of sweaters were taught. However, Luo Chong was only 10 years old at the time. He was either studying or playing ball every day. Who had time to read that stuff? Even if he looked twice at knitting sweaters in class, his classmates would laugh at him, so he never looked at it again. Fortunately, when he was in the military academy, he once saw his teacher knitting a scarf. The thread was very thick and thick. It looked similar to chopsticks, and the knitting was relatively loose. Luo Chong looked at it twice and barely remembered it. There is a flat weaving technique. After all, this thing can be regarded as a knotting method, and it has a certain connection with the knotting subject of training, so he can remember the only plain weaving method, and it is not. I don't know if I can recover now. If it can be restored, it would be great. Soldiers can be equipped with sweaters and trousers. Woolen socks and gloves can also be tried. However, Luo Chong does not have this ability. He has to hand over the knitting method of sweaters. Let others explore on their own. If the sweater can be made, it will not only be a matter for the Shens Guard soldiers, but the entire Han tribe will benefit from it. At that time, people in the entire north will benefit. The sheep on the grassland can also continue to expand their breeding and be made into wool and sold to the northern counties of the Han tribe. The 8 northern counties can also create an industrial chain for wool spinning and dyeing. The increase in wealth and income of tribes and people is actually a good thing that benefits the country and the people. It just takes a lot of time and manpower to do this. Dad, I finished writing my pinyin. I want to go outside and take the train. Dad, I want to go too. While Luo Chong was thinking about national affairs in the study room, 2 little guys, Luo Ching and Luo Lan, also ran over with their homework books. The 2 children were relatively obedient and played for fun, but they must only after finishing the homework assigned to them by Luo Chong. Okay, let's show it to Dad. Have you learned to memorize pinyin? Luo Chong took the 2 people's homework books and asked, while flipping through them. Dad, I can recite it. Xiao Luoqing looked excited and started to recite A, E, I, U. Luo Lan quietly hid behind Luoqing, obviously not familiar with it yet and afraid of Luo Chong's questions. Okay, then let Dad recite the multiplication table. Xiao Luoqing? Upon hearing Luo Chong's request, Xiao Luoqing was filled with questions and almost cried. Dad, shouldn't you let me memorize pinyin? It's not the multiplication table. You said it wrong. Please ask again quickly. Xiao Luoqing said anxiously, shaking Luo Chong's knee. Okay, then you can memorize whatever you have learned. If you memorize it correctly, I will let you take the train. While Luo Chong was teasing his 2 children at home, Shens Guard's recruitment order was also sent to various Han tribes via flying eagles. Notices were posted on the streets and alleys. When the people in the area saw the tribe again, the Praetorian Guards, who wanted to recruit troops and were the leaders this time, flocked to him. Because they understand that ordinary people at the bottom like themselves can only obtain military industry and get titles by serving as soldiers, so as to improve their status and economic level in the Han tribe. To put it simply, being a soldier can make you rich. Even if you die in battle, you can still be awarded a title and benefit future generations. It is definitely a business where you can make money without losing money. As a result, a sudden recruitment campaign began to be staged vigorously throughout the Han tribe. The recruitment notice of Shens Guard was sent out from Hanyang County. Naturally, the 8 Hanyang counties in the north were the first to receive the news. After each county received Luo Chong's order, they copied many notices and posted them on the walls of each county that day. The streets and alleys attracted the surrounding people to gather and watch. Look, our tribe is recruiting troops again. Ah? Recruiting troops? Really or not, we're going to fight again? Didn't we recruit a lot of troops before? Who knows? I heard there is a notice at the city gate. Let's go and take a look. Okay, hey? Wait, there seems to be a card over here. Does any of you know the characters? Come and read it to everyone and see what's written on it. In Qianzhou County, Weishan County, east of Hanyang County, several people were about to go to the county gate to read the recruitment notice. Suddenly, they found a new notice on a street corner near them, so they immediately went over. Anyone who could read, I started reading it on the spot. Recruitment notice: to inform all the people of the Han tribe, the cannibals in the north are getting bigger and bigger. In order to prevent the cannibals from committing crimes again and causing trouble to the people of the Han tribe, the leader has specially set up a forbidden army to prepare to go north to attack the cannibals. We are hereby recruiting troops. Recruitment requirements are: male, aged 16 to 25, in good health without disabilities, between 1.65 and 1.9 meters tall, with a strong build, good eyesight, no criminal record, at least one heir, and experience in archery. Priority will be given to those who can communicate proficiently in Chinese. Special note: all applicants will undergo a unified physical test and political review. Those who fail will be eliminated. This recruitment has extremely high vision requirements. It is required to clearly see the body of the person opposite from 300 meters away. For this recruitment, Weishan County has a total quota of 200 people, and Qianzhou County has a limit of 40 people. Interested parties should register at the county office as soon as possible. The recruitment deadline is 3 days later. The Han tribe, Weishan County, Qianzhou County, and county government office declare, seal. Several people were stunned when they heard the notice above, because there was too much for them to complain about. First of all, conscription is not a rare thing, because it has been done before, but it was an army used to fight against people. The Han tribe was very powerful, and the leader equipped the soldiers with the best armor and the best weapons. Fighting against the same kind of people, they have no fear at all. But this time it was different. The Shens guards recruited this time actually had to face cannibals and an army of hairy giant monsters like cannibals. They have all heard of that kind of monster, which is more than 3 meters tall, with muscles all over its body, agile movements, and powerful strength. The tribe has fought with that thing before, but it was a defensive battle. If they can hide behind the city wall, above, facing the giant ape from a high position, they were not that afraid, but who knew what the battle would be like this time? If they take the initiative to attack, they will definitely lose their geographical advantage. What will they use to fight the cannibal giant apes? When they think of this, some people immediately want to retreat. And this is not the only thing that needs to be complained about. The biggest difference between this time and the previous conscription is the perverted vision requirement. It actually says that you need to see the body of the person opposite you from 300 meters away. Isn't this nonsense? It's so far away. Who can see from this distance? The last point that makes people unable to complain is the issue of recruitment quotas. Their majestic Weishan County, a large county with a total population of more than 40,000, has a total of 200 people? Was there any mistake? Weishan County has 6 counties under its jurisdiction, excluding Miseo County, located on the island in the center of the lake. The remaining 5 counties have a total of 200 conscripts. The quota for one county is only 40 people? What nonsense is this recruitment order? How can it only recruit so many people? Assuming that other counties of the Han tribe, like Weishan County, only recruit 200 people, then the dozen counties combined can only recruit more than 2,000 people. If the newly recruited Qingshu Island is included, at most only 3,000 people were forced to death. How could 3,000 people defeat the huge cannibals and defeat the cannibal monster giant ape? Chief, isn't this a joke? What is this? Our county only recruits 40 people. Are you sure you read it correctly? A young man next to him asked the person reading the notice in disbelief. That's right. How come you only recruit so many people? Could it be that this Shens guard is not the only one who is going to fight this time, but there are also other guards who are going to go with him? Others around him also started to speculate. I read that right, there are 40 people. Our county has a total of 200 people, and there are only 40 people assigned to our county. The person who read the notice also confirmed it again and said, "Hey, I said, what are you thinking about? Why are you always worrying about the number of people here, and you don't even look at the recruitment requirements? Good guy, you actually have to see people from 300 meters away. That's it. The conditions are set out here, and you are open to registration. How many people can qualify?" An older man also complained here. He was already 28 and had missed the maximum requirement for registration, but this did not prevent him from watching the fun here. Yes, the recruitment conditions this time are too harsh. Who can see someone 300 meters away? I don't think so. Don't you think about why the leader wants to recruit such soldiers? Think about it, the soldiers recruited this time are going to fight cannibal monsters. Who can defeat such a terrifying monster in close combat? So if you want to kill those monsters, you can only use long-range attacks. Since it is a long-range attack, you must look as far away as possible. Didn't you see another sentence on the notice? Those with archery experience will be given priority. This means that the leader recruits all crossbowmen. Of course they must have good eyesight. The man who read the notice to everyone before analyzed it again. Everyone nodded after hearing the words, thinking that what he said made sense. Well, what you said makes sense, but even if we recruit all crossbowmen, this requirement is quite harsh. That's 300 meters, almost a mile. Who can see the enemy from that far away? That's not necessarily true. While others were still complaining, another boy of 17 or 18 years old stood up. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he continued to explain. Actually, just talking about eyesight, everyone should be able to see it, but in fact, whether you can see it depends on the environment. For example, when we go to the fields to plant rice, we have a wide field of vision. It's all flat land. We have an unobstructed view. We can see our neighbors in the same village across the fields of several houses. One family has dozens of acres of land, and several families have acres of land. How can we say it? It's more than 300 meters, it's not like you can see people. Of course, this is talking about flat land and open land. If it's in the woods and there are trees blocking the line of sight, it's useless no matter how good your eyesight is. You still can't see far. Several people were stunned when they heard this. Yes, if you say that, their eyesight must be up to standard. It is not difficult to see people 300 meters away. This distance is almost equivalent to sitting in the auditorium watching a football match. Could it be that you are sitting in the auditorium and watching a football match? Can't you see anyone on the football field in the audience? And it only requires you to see the person, and it doesn't require you to identify who it is. As long as you can be sure that it is your enemy, it doesn't matter who the enemy is. They are not familiar with the other party anyway. Huh? According to you, it doesn't seem difficult to see people from 300 meters away? It's not difficult in the first place. Let's discuss it slowly. I want to go back and tell my mother-in-law that I must go for this recruitment. After saying that, the young man turned around and went home with his hoe. Every conscription is a good opportunity for civilians to make a comeback, because being a soldier involves fighting in battles, earning military honors, and earning titles, which may not be attractive to those children in school. Because as long as they learn the culture well, they will have a good future after graduation, whether they work as a clerk in a government agency, take an official career, or enter a research institute to become a craftsman, and there are also ways to progress, such as earning a title through merit assessment, and for example, if you participate in any research and development projects and achieve meritorious service, these are all channels for advancement. The income is high and stable, the job is also very decent, and you can get along well with people. Ordinary people like them, who are 17 or 18 years old and in their 20s, have families and children, but have never read a book, do not know any craftsmanship, and only know how to farm the land and make people, serve as soldiers and fight. Earning military merit in exchange for a title became the only way to rise. Therefore, every conscription has great appeal to this kind of ordinary people. Everyone is eager to make progress, a higher social status, and a better standard of living, but if they have no culture or skills, the only way to go is to work for the tribe. If he is not even willing to serve as a soldier, then it can only be said that he deserves to live in inactivity for the rest of his life. It was against this background that the people were extremely enthusiastic about the conscription. First of all, because of the name of the leader of the Forbidden Army, you can tell that this army is not simple. Secondly, the people have also begun to realize that with the development of the Han tribe, the strength of the tribe is getting stronger and stronger, and the opportunity to go out to fight may be limited in the future. There are fewer and fewer of them. If you don't seize this opportunity, you will probably regret it for the rest of your life. This is not to say that their families have no hope, but that their generation has no hope. If they do not become soldiers, they can only continue to be farmers who cultivate the land and create people. The only chance to turn over is for my own children. I can only urge them to go to school well so that they can have a chance to turn around in the future. All in all, a society must have a way for the bottom to rise. If there is no way for the bottom to rise, then the society will be in chaos. This is a lesson learned from thousands of years of human civilization, no matter which human civilization it is. The people cherished this opportunity so much that on the day the announcement was posted, more than 50 people in Qingshu County signed up to join the army. By the next day, the number of people in Qingshu County who signed up to join the army had exceeded 200, almost all eligible young adults signed up. However, the upper limit was only 40 people, and the local government had no choice. In the end, they had to start various political reviews and assessments, hoping to screen out the best soldiers. In the eyesight assessment organized by the county itself, these farmers who have never read a book or written under a lamp can basically all achieve the ability to visually distinguish the human body from 300 meters. In order to better assess the real results, the county has also put the distance into two levels, 400 meters and 500 meters, and then let the target wear clothes of different colors so that those taking the assessment can identify them. In this way, a group of people were successfully wiped out, and more than 200 people were eliminated, leaving only 150 or 60 people. However, it was much higher than the limit of 40, so the county could only continue to conduct assessments and eliminations. The second round was about endurance, physical strength, and speed. To put it bluntly, it was a physical assessment. There was no good way to do this. The simplest thing is to race. After one round of racing, the number of people decreases again, and finally the number is reduced to less than 100 people. Then there is another round of political review and investigation. Even the applicant's neighbors have to be visited by government officials to inquire about the person's daily behavior, character, etc. As for whether there is a criminal record, the government can check it in its own files. After this round of political review, the number of people was reduced to 80 again, but it was still twice the limit. So the county began to organize archery assessment again, and conducted the final round of screening based on the number of rings obtained in the archery competition, and finally selected the last 40 winners. These people will undoubtedly be the soldiers of the Shent's Guard in the future. The selected soldiers were overjoyed, even happier than if they had won the first prize in the exam. A letter of recruitment notice was sent to their homes, along with their first month's military pay. All recruits only had 2 days. Preparation time, they will start to gather in 2 days, and will gather in Hanyang County under the arrangement of the county. Many recruits were confused after receiving their military pay. They couldn't figure out why they were paid. After questioning, they found out that the salary of soldiers was different from that of workers, teachers, etc. They had completed their work. After 1 month, wages are settled at the beginning of the second month, and soldiers get paid first and then go to the battlefield. This reflects the difference in the nature of the profession. If a soldier works his life first and gets paid later, sometimes he may not see the money until he dies. In order to avoid this regret, the military uniformly pays the next month's salary this month first. Military pay is issued 1 month in advance. This was the case even in Luo Chong's previous life. He was used to this system, so he copied it to the Han tribe. The recruits who got the money were very complicated. Of course, it was a good thing to get the money. They could feel at ease. Even if they went to fight with the army, their families would have money to eat and live. However, the alternative salary system also reminds them all the time that they are going to serve as soldiers to fight in the war. The idea of giving salary first and then going to the battlefield is to clearly tell them that if they become soldiers, they may die at any time. If you are afraid of death, then don't take this money or become a soldier. The recruitment work of Weishan County went very smoothly. It only took 4 days to recruit the quota of 200 people. Among the 6 counties under Weishan County, except Masao County on the island in the middle of the lake, the other 5 each county contributed a quota of 40 people. This is almost the case for the 8 counties in the north of the Han tribe: Hanyang County, Ruyang County, Luoyang County, Mai County, Xing'an County, Weishan County, as well as Nanzhong County and Dongxing County in the south. All according to each the county's quota of 200 people was used to recruit troops. The only difference was that the number of counties to which each county belonged was different, and the quotas allocated to each county were also different. Compared with the 8 counties in the north, recruiting troops in the 3 counties of Honghu in the grassland is relatively simple, because the 3 counties of Kaiyuan County, Zhongwu County, and Binhai County do not have county seats at all. They all have only one county town, which is actually from the Han tribe. The garrison was a place for the herdsmen on the grasslands to trade with the Han tribes. The people living in the city were basically herdsmen. More herdsmen under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe live further out, but they all have fixed pastures. With the help of the Han tribe, these herdsmen have learned to manage their pastures scientifically, and have changed from nomadic herding to fixed-point rotational grazing. That is to say, divide your pasture into several areas, let the cattle and sheep eat one area first, and replant the other areas with pasture. When this area is eaten up, the cattle and sheep will be driven to the grassland in another area. By this method changed their lifestyle from nomadic to settled, which is more suitable for the management of the Han tribe. It can also expand the scale of breeding, increase the number of livestock in the unit pasture, and bring more income to the herdsmen, making them no longer no matter how poor you are. The living standards of the herdsmen who had taken refuge with the Han tribe were improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Therefore, when the Han tribe issued a conscription order, these herdsmen were also very active. The grassland herdsmen are naturally warlike. This is because the environment in which they live is more complex. Although the Han tribe has created better living conditions for them in recent years, it still cannot erase their warlike character. According to the requirement for each county to recruit 200 new soldiers, it took less than 3 days to recruit all the 600 soldiers from the 3 counties of Honghu. These people first took a boat to Kaiyuan County to assemble, and then boarded the ship from Kaiyuan County. Take a small flying fish to Hanyang County of the Han tribe. Being able to go on a pilgrimage to Hanyang County is also a great attraction for the herdsmen. Although Luo Chong has been to the 3 counties of Honghu before, and some herdsmen have seen Luo Chong, they have not seen other counties of the Han tribe. Especially what the leader's hometown looks like and what kind of life the people there live. Just to be able to go to the 8 northern counties of the Han tribe to open their eyes and gain knowledge, they also wanted to become soldiers. As for whether people would die in the war, they didn't care much, because they were used to such days, and they always wanted to be soldiers. Down to the core. Recruitment in Takumi County, also located in the south, is a little more troublesome. This is not because no one signed up, but because there are too many people signing up. Takumi County also has a large population, but with such a large population, it still only recruits 200 people, but there are hundreds of people who signed up. Therefore, in order to select qualified candidates, it took 3 days to conduct various assessments and wait for the new recruits. After being screened out, they boarded a small flying fish sailboat heading north the next day and quickly headed to Hanyang County to assemble. Just when all the new recruits from all over the country were gathering in Hanyang County, Xubing and his fiancée were also holding a wedding ceremony in Ruyang County. Xubing was the leader's bodyguard, and was appointed by the leader. Although the commander of the Forbidden Army has not been announced, anyone with a discerning eye knows that this boy will follow the leader and his status in the future will definitely be the same. Moreover, he also runs a photo studio business while visiting patients' homes, which is also an enviable existence. To put it simply, this guy has money and status. He is an absolute high-quality stock in the Han tribe. Many girls want to marry this guy, but the little girl from the Zhang clan beats him to it. I heard that this guy, the second wife who is related to the leader, personally acts as a matchmaker. With such nepotism, they can't fight even if they want to. The wedding was grand, the food and wine at the banquet were delicious, and the wedding was of course very passionate. Xubing knew the rules of being a soldier. Soldiers from the Han tribe who went to war must have children at home. Although it was too late to get married now, at least he could still get his wife pregnant with a child before he went to war. As for whether he was a boy or not, women, then we can only leave it to fate. The recruits from the 8 counties in the north had gathered here in Hanyang County. Not even a week after Xubing got married, Luo Chong summoned him to lead the troops. However, in order to take care of the newly married couple, he also wanted to let Xubing, his wife was pregnant with the child, smoothly, and Luo Chong specially granted him 1 day off every week so that the boy could have time to go back and create a baby. In the name of the leader of the Forbidden Army, the Shen's guard cannot be too far away from Luo Chong. Therefore, after Luo Chong considered it, the Shen's guard's military camp was placed in the mountains to the north of Hanyang County, which is the hanging thorn of the back mountain, near the man-eating tree. The area around the man-eating tree is usually a restricted area for Han tribes. This is not only to prevent people from accidentally entering and causing casualties, but also to prevent people with ulterior motives from stealing tree seeds. After all, although the thorns of the man-eating tree can kill people, they are also used to make arrows. The good materials for arrows and gun shafts are considered strategic materials and must be strictly protected. This restricted area is large enough to accommodate an army of more than 2,000 people. As soon as the new soldiers arrived, Xubing led 200 Jinwu guards and led them to camp. The Jinwu guards were borrowed from Luo Chong's personal guard team. Although the 200 Jinwu guards had never fought, they had always been with Luo Chong. Sometimes Luo Chong would personally train them. Generally speaking, the military literacy of this group of people is relatively high, and they are perfect for serving as instructors for new recruits. However, not all the recruits have arrived yet. Only the nearest 1,600 recruits from the 8 counties of Hanyang have arrived. For the time being, they can only be allowed to cut down trees and set up camp. The military camp can be set up first. The tribe did not leave much training time for the Shen's guards. They only had about 4.5 months of training time. They would go to fight in the north by the end of autumn, so the military camp naturally did not need to be built too well. The recruits are currently living in tents. Fortunately, it is summer and sleeping in tents will not be cold. However, simple adobe houses are still needed. The adobe houses provide shelter from wind and rain and are perfect for temporary sleeping for a few months. While the recruits from the south were still taking boats to go north, the Shen's guard camp here in Hanyang County had already been built. With Hanyang County as its back and support from several surrounding counties, The building materials here were almost it can be delivered at noon in the morning, and the rammed earth house is easy to build. Just use wooden boards to build a frame, and then hammer the luss inside to make it strong, so it is built very quickly. Half a month after the conscription order was issued, 600 herdsmen recruits from the 3 counties of Honghu in the southern grasslands arrived at the dock of Weishan County first. The reason why we disembarked from Weishan County was specifically requested by Luo Chong, because Weishan County looked more prosperous. In addition to a shipyard and some industries supporting shipbuilding, Luoyang County could display there are not many things, but Weishan County is different. Weishan County is not only an important material turnover station, but the wharf here also has the only lighthouse of the Han tribe in the interior. In addition, there is also the first railway of the Han tribe. There are a lot of things to display. Since these grasslands come from the herdsmen wanted to broaden their horizons, so how could Luo Chong not satisfy their wishes? A small flying fish speedboat from Kaiyuan County slowly docked at the pier of Weishan County. The recruits lined up to disembark from the trestle. As soon as they landed, what came into view was a row of gantry-like cranes. At the loading and unloading berth, one end of the crane extends into the water, and the other end is the rail track laid on the shore. There were workers operating a teeny U2-powered crane to lift coke from the ship. After the huge iron basket was filled, it was lifted directly to the other end of the gantry crane above the train cargo container parked on the shore. The gate was released and there was a crash. Coke weighing several tons automatically leaked into the train's cargo box. This loading and unloading method greatly improved the transfer speed of the terminal and saved a lot of labor for the terminal's loading and unloading business. The herdsmen recruits who had just landed were stunned when they saw a whole row of such giant cranes. Although the 3 cities and their grassland also had docks, they had never seen such an advanced lifting method. And the train made of steel on the shore, they didn't even know what it was. There is also the tall white tower on the pier, which looks quite spectacular, but it is daytime and the lighthouse is not lit, so they don't know the purpose of that tower. They only know that it is beautiful and impressive. That's right. Everyone is here, line up and go to the train station to rest for half an hour. Let those who need to drink water, and those who need to rest, rest. If you want to buy something, it will be sold at the station. Don't run around or leave the train station. We will do it later. Going to the military camp. Yes. No. Brother, where is the toilet? I just queued up on the boat and got off the boat before I could get on. I can't hold it in anymore. Just as the recruits were looking around at the bustling dock in front of them, the officer who brought them to report suddenly shouted at them and guided the recruits to the train station. The officer who led them over was also from the 3 counties of Honghu and Grassland. How could he know about the toilets in Weishan County? Fortunately, the government office in Weishan County also sent a temporary receptionist to take them to the station immediately. The newly built train station in Weishan County has a large public toilet and a very large waiting hall. In fact, it was renovated from a former dock warehouse. The floor was repaved with blue bricks and there were many long chairs inside. The door of the warehouse, a ticket gate, has also been renovated, but basically no one buys tickets. It is mostly used as a place for train operators to record every train trip and the amount of goods loaded on the train. As for selling tickets, that's just their side job. After queuing up to the public toilets at the station, the other recruits started milling around in the train station. Almost no one sat in the waiting hall honestly, firstly because they were curious, and secondly, because they were already sitting on the boat. After sitting in the narrow cabin every day for a week, I was already feeling very depressed. Now of course I had to stretch my legs and feet when I got ashore. Because the government knew that recruits would be coming today, they even opened the canteen at the station for them to eat. When some people knew that there was food sold here, they immediately rushed to the canteen and took a long-distance sailing boat to come over. It was inconvenient because of the limited fuel on board. They cook a big pot of rice, so they basically live on dry food every day. Now that hot food is available, they will naturally not let it go. The canteen at the train station is a bit like a buffet. You need to go to the counter and use money to buy a bamboo card with the price per person written on it. Then you can use the bamboo chip to buy food. Staple foods include steamed buns, rice, mixed noodle steamed buns, pot stickers, and boiled corn on the cob. Soups include egg soup and mutton soup. The main dishes include beans, cabbage, loofah, tofu, and mutton. They are all home-cooked dishes of the Han tribe. But it is very new to the herders on these grasslands. They usually eat more dairy products, almost no soy products, and very few vegetables. They have never eaten any of the stir-fried dishes in the canteen. Because we were entertaining soldiers, we did not charge any fees for opening the cafeteria to the recruits this time. We just asked them to take as much as they could eat, and do not waste it, otherwise they will be dealt with according to military law. These herdsmen have come from hard times, and they will not waste food even if they don't have to ask. However, it is the first time they eat such stir-fry, and they are all young adults in their 10s and 20s, so they will inevitably eat more. While tasting the northern delicacies, the herdsman squatted at the door of the canteen and looked at the railway tracks and trains outside. The long train was still loading and unloading goods. Why is this place called a train station? Who knows what a train station means? Is it related to the iron car in front? I don't know. Why don't we have it over there in the grassland? I don't know what this thing is used for. What else can it be used for? Didn't you see someone loading things from the ship when you came ashore just now? This should be a cargo truck, but it's just that such a big and long car can be driven. There must be several sailing ships. How many oxen and horses are needed to pull this? I don't know who had the idea to create such a monster. Just as the herdsman recruits were discussing the train in front of them, a roaring sound of a whistle suddenly came from the distance, attracting everyone's attention. Woo 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 woo. Not far from the station to the north, a train with a big red flower hanging on the front was spitting out black smoke and steam, and slowly drove towards the merging line in the station. When the recruits saw this scene, they were so shocked that they even dropped the food in their mouths. Oh my God, this is really a monster. How can this thing run so fast without the traction of oxen and horses? Seeing the steam train approaching slowly in the distance, the herdsman recruits were all stunned. They even forgot to eat the food in their hands and just kept staring at the train. Some even shouted into the cafeteria. He called the new recruits who came with him to come out and watch the train. Woo woo woo. The train honked its whistle and slowly pulled into the station. It was a freight train loaded with cement and steel bars, but in order to take these recruits away later, 12 empty passenger carriages were hung behind it. Watching the long train slowly passing by in front of them, one car after another with no end in sight, it took more than 30 carriages to pass before all the trains passed by. The recruits all opened their mouths in surprise, even those with the officer who brought in the new recruits had the same expression. They had heard about the existence of trains when they were in the 3 counties of Honghu and Honghu on the grassland, but their impression of trains still remained in other people's legends. Today was the first time they saw such a giant thing made of steel, and they were shocked. Oh my God, this car is so long. Isn't it a few hundred meters? Why can such a big car run without oxen and horses pulling it? And no one has been seen yet. How is this thing controlled? Could it be that it can't run on its own? Don't be ridiculous. According to what you say, is this big guy made of steel still a living thing? How is that possible? Could this be a train? Otherwise, why would all these trains go here? The place we are staying now is called a train station, right? Train, is it a burning car? Just now I seem to see smoke coming from the round front of the car. Is that why it is called a train? The recruits were chatting away, and the officer leading the team came over and explained to them. Yes, this is our tribe's train. It is made of steel. It only needs to burn charcoal to run. It can pull several cargo ships. It is called a land transport ship. This train can hold several ships. The goods loaded are the latest means of transportation developed by our Han tribe. Currently, this kind of train is only available from Qingshu County to Weishan County. So that's it, Captain, you know so much. How do you know, Captain? Have you ever ridden this thing called a train before? The recruits nearby heard the words of the leading officer and immediately asked with admiration. They didn't know, but the captain could speak clearly and clearly. This meant that the captain was more knowledgeable than them, and knowledgeable people are certainly worthy of admiration. However, the captain laughed awkwardly after hearing this, and then explained. I also heard what others said. Before I went to Qingshu County, our Han tribe did not have such a thing. The trains you see in front of you were just built this spring. I have been staying in Qingshu County for a few months. Naturally, I have never sat in it. But we will have a chance to sit down right away. The official in charge of the reception in Weishan County just told me that after we finish eating, we will all take the train to Qingshu County, and then transfer from Qingshu County to Fumagwan, and finally walk to the military camp to report. I heard that your Guard's military camp is in the mountains. If I guess correctly, this train that just came here is here to see us off. Really? Can we take this kind of train to the military camp? This car is really powerful. It can carry so many people at once. Hey, tell me, since this train can pull so many things without oxen and horses, can our oxen and horses still be sold in the future? Because these recruits are all related to herdsmen, when they saw the train, they naturally thought of the cattle and horses they depended on for survival. Before the advent of trains, large livestock had always been strategic materials, not only serving as the main force for transportation, but also for combat purposes. But now, the Han tribe has fast-sailing ships in the water, and there are also ships on land that can pull with a lot of things on the train. Would the Han tribe still need oxen and horses? This is something closely related to their lives, and the herdsman recruits will inevitably think more about it. Don't think so much. Oxen and horses are definitely still needed. Even if they don't pull carts, oxen are still needed for plowing the land. Horses are still the main land transportation livestock in most counties of the Han tribe. Even if one day they really don't need them anymore, if horses are used to pull carts, then the tribe's cavalry will always be needed. No matter what day comes, the horses will not be eliminated. You worry too much. When he heard the recruits discussing whether the Han tribe no longer needed cattle and horses, the officer leading the team quickly analyzed and explained, hoping that the recruits would not think wildly and cause unnecessary trouble. It would be bad if these herders had a psychological barrier to the Han tribe. Well, what the captain said makes sense. Cows and horses will never be eliminated. Even if they are eliminated, they will definitely be used for other purposes, such as producing milk. If that doesn't work, they can still eat beef and sell cowhide. Why are you talking about this? Aren't you talking about whether we can take the train? We have all become soldiers. From now on, we will have to work hard for military pay. Why do you still think about these things? Yes, Captain, when can we leave for the military camp? When the officer leading the team saw that the recruits' attention had shifted to the train again, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then said, "You guys hurry up and eat. I'll go find someone to ask first. This train may take 2 or 3 hours, you should prepare yourself mentally." The officer left these words and walked away with his meal. He cleaned up the remaining food in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, and then went to the clerk in charge of reception to inquire about the departure time. There are only 2 trains running on the new railway line, and they are currently parked at the railway station in Weishan County. The train that was loading before was the new railway number 1 train, which is now filled with 6 carriages of lime and coke. There are still more than a dozen carriages of goods left to load. However, in order to transport this batch of new recruits, the number 1 train will not wait any longer. The station staff are readjusting the road and hooking up the carriages to the number 1 train. Car number 1 will only transport the 6 newly filled carriages this time, as well as the 12 passenger carriages just delivered by car number 2, making a total of 18 carriages. After the carriages are mounted, the water will be replenished at the front of the car. And coal, the train can start immediately, and the crew is taking advantage of this interval to rest and eat. After a while, after the number 1 car was reattached, fresh water and fuel were replenished at the front of the train, and the crew and recruits had finished eating. The number 1 train was ready to leave. Everyone is here, line up in groups of 10 and get ready to board the bus. After hearing the order from the leading officer, the herdsman recruits quickly began to line up on the platform of the station. Looking at the long train in front of them, they were very excited. This was their first time taking a train. When they went back, they could meet their fellow villagers. They are bragging, they are people who have ridden on trains. After seeing the new recruits lined up, the officer leading the team began to give orders. Okay, let's board the train now. Starting from car number 7 and continuing to car number 18, there are 50 people in each car. Pay attention to discipline and line up to board the train. If I see anyone who dares to jump in the queue, I will let him follow the train and run back to the station. Yes. The recruits responded in unison and began to board the vehicle under the command. Groups of recruits walked onto the train neatly and immediately looked at it curiously. However, to their disappointment, the carriage was empty, not even a seat. Could it be that this was a car specially used to pull goods? But think about it, isn't the 4-wheeled carriage of the Han tribe just a large rectangular carriage? When it is used to pull people, everyone sits directly in the carriage, so there seems to be no problem with the train being designed like this, which is very consistent with the style of the Han tribe. So many people just sat on the floor, leaning against the wall of the carriage. Everyone followed suit and soon sat down. Even the officer leading the team was stunned for a moment when he got on the carriage, but seeing that all the recruits were seated on the floor, the officer leading the team also sat down. After all, it was his first time to see a train. When the Weishan County officials and train attendants in charge of the reception saw this scene, they were speechless. However, they had never seen a train, so they were willing to do such a thing. Ahem. The clerk coughed to hide his embarrassment, and then said, "Everyone, there are seats in the car. They are on the wall behind you. See that protruding wooden board? Put it down from the wall and you will find the seats." While talking, the clerk also demonstrated to everyone, putting down the 3-seater at the front of the carriage. Then everyone suddenly realized that it turned out to be like this, and now they were embarrassed. It turns out there are seats. We didn't notice it at first. Why didn't you tell us earlier? The officer leading the team said complainingly. Hey, I was negligent. I forgot to remind you that because the new Weiline Railway rarely transports passengers, our Han tribe does not have dedicated passenger carriages yet. The carriage you are sitting in now is called a passenger and cargo carriage. When not transporting people, the seats are buckled to the wall and are used to carry some clean cargo, such as food and the like. This carriage just arrived from Qingyang County. The bus was empty, so I didn't put down the seats. Upon hearing the complaint from the officer leading the team, the clerk immediately explained that he had no conscience in the world and had no intention of making the other party look embarrassed. It's not that I look down on the other party for being ignorant. In fact, the train has only been out for a few months. How many people have seen it? Not to mention those who have ridden it in person. Okay, everyone, please put down your seats and sit down quickly. The train is about to leave. The officer leading the team didn't know what to say. He reminded the recruits and sat down obediently, ready to welcome the train. This trip is over. Woo woo woo. The locomotive blew its whistle, and the loud sound spread throughout the train. The soldiers looked at the scenery outside the window with excitement and curiosity. Call. Whoop, 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 whoop. The car body shook violently, and the powerful steam engine finally began to drag the train forward. Streams of black smoke and steam came out of the chimney, and the train began its initial acceleration phase. The recruits felt the speed of the train and were shocked. This train is really powerful. 50 people can sit in one carriage, and there is still such a big space in the middle. If there are people in the middle, it will not be able to hold 70 or 80 people, right? That's for sure. What you're talking about is used to pull people. It only takes 50 people. Look at the remaining upper half of the carriage. It's just the space above our heads. If it's used to load cargo, if so, you can just fill it up. This kind of transportation capacity is terrifying. It seems that we were right to join the Han tribe in the first place. No wonder the Han tribe can make such a powerful weapon as a cannon, and a car made purely of iron. Who else besides the Han tribe has this ability? It is probably for other people. If you ask them to copy a train from the tribe, they won't be able to build it. What you're saying is not all nonsense. Let's not talk about whether it can be made. I'm afraid it would be difficult for other tribes to just come up with so much iron. Yeah, he. Hey, brothers, our tribe is so powerful now. We can even build artifacts like trains. What kind of armor and weapons do you think the Shent's guards we are participating in this time will be equipped with? It's not about the gods. Are the Imperial Guards the leader's army? Guess what our weapons are. Will they also have artillery? Artillery? Well, I guess there should be some. The recruitment order says that you have to go to the north to fight some monster. I heard that thing is bigger than an ox. To fight such a powerful thing, you must need artillery, right? It's hard to say, but I guess there will be. After all, it is the leader's imperial army. If it doesn't even have a cannon, wouldn't it be a loss of face for the leader? A group of new recruits were sitting on the train with nothing to do, so they began to discuss their upcoming military careers. What's more? The wheels pressed against the joints of the rails, making a loud vibration, but the recruits didn't pay attention at all. The wheels made of wood still made a squeaking sound. Even the wheels of the train are made of iron. It is not normal for the train to bump and bump when running. At this moment, the recruit who had been staring out the window felt something and immediately said to everyone, "Everyone, look outside. Do you think this train is running faster than a horse?" Everyone saw that it was indeed the case. The speed of the train was more than 20 kilometers per hour, which was indeed higher than the speed of horses. Of course, if a war horse sprints, it can reach 70 or 80 kilometers per hour in a short time. But that extreme sprinting speed can only be maintained for about 1 kilometer at most, and the horses will start to tire. Although the train cannot run at that speed, it is better than lasting. As long as there are enough water and coal pipes, it can keep running at this speed. Everyone was impressed by the speed and capacity of the train. What impressed them even more was the development speed of the Han tribe. It was said that the Han tribe had already developed in less than 10 years since Luo Chong became its leader. From a small tribe, it has grown to such a powerful place today. The Sinway No. 1 train did not have any trouble halfway along the way. It arrived at the midpoint of the trip, Xingangjun railway station, smoothly as usual. It was already evening when the train arrived at Xingang County. The recruits stayed in Xingang County for another night, and started marching on foot the next day, heading south from Xingang County, passing through Fuma Pass, and finally arrived at Hanyang County. The Shens Guard Station in the mountains, to the north of Hanyang County. Half a month has passed since the conscription order was issued to all counties. The simple military camp of Shens Guard has been built long ago, and the recruits have been recruited. There are 1,600 people from the 8 counties in the north, plus the grassland, Honghu. There are 600 herdsmen recruits from the 3 counties, so there are already 2,200 people. Only the 200 recruits from the farthest Tuahai County have not yet arrived. However, a batch of Shens Guard's weapons had already been produced, and they arrived at the Shens Guard's military camp together with the herdsmen recruits. On the second day after the arrival of 600 herdsmen recruits, 200 recruits recruited from Tuahai County also arrived in Weishan County. These 200 people also took the train to report to Xing'an County first, and then temporarily returned from Xing'an County in the warehouse. A team of carriages filled with wooden boxes was escorted, and they walked together towards the Shens Guard's military camp. There is no paint on the wooden box, and the nails are very crude. It is not a common household wooden box. This box is as rough as a few random pieces of wood spliced together. Not to mention that the surface is not painted, and even the wood shavings are polished. None, the only thing with a bit of color is the few lines written in dark green paint on it. Standard rifle *10. Included accessories, sword type double-edged spear stab *10, magazine *200. Standard type 1 shotgun *10. Included accessories, sword-shaped double-edged spear stab *10. Standard type 1 shotgun, short, *20. Included accessories, individual multifunctional hunting knife *20. The entire convoy contained more than 300 boxes and dozens of carriages with boxes like this, but it did not make the recruits happy at all, but instead made them confused. Hey, brother, what do you think is in here? Isn't it the weapon we are going to equip? Look at what's written on it, it's either a gun or a knife, and there are a lot of unknown words. Who knows? It shouldn't be possible. There could be guns in this? I don't think so. It's not like we haven't seen the guardsmen in Takumi County before. The guns they use are 3.5 meters long. The biggest box here is it's so long, how could it possibly contain a gun? If you say it contains a waist knife, then I'd believe it. Knife? It's impossible with a knife. Look, these 2 boxes have guns, spear stabs, and clips written on them. The smallest box has short guns and hunting knives written on it, but I don't think this box is as long as the other people's waist knives. Ah, the thing inside is definitely not a waist knife, it says hunting knife. Huh? No way? The knives are in the smallest box? What's going on? With such short knives, are we going to have to fight hand-to-hand with cannibal monsters? And these words with guns written on them are so short, the gun? Are you kidding? Did they move it wrong when loading it? Be quiet, don't talk, and hurry up. We must reach the military camp before dark. Just as the recruits were discussing happily, the shouts of the officers leading the Shens Guard suddenly came from the front of the team. Everyone fell silent, all curled their lips, and then speeded up in silence. The army is a place that emphasizes discipline. These new recruits, who have never even entered the gate of the military camp, are not considered soldiers yet, so it is normal to have this kind of reaction. As everyone speeded up, they arrived at the Shens Guard's barracks safely. However, these new recruits from the south obviously have no idea about the terrain here. They only know that this is a mountain, but they do not know that this mountain is only 20 or 30 miles away from the birthplace of the Han tribe. The leader of their tribe lives there. Nearby, only the recruits from the 8 counties of Hanyang knew what this place meant to the Han tribe. Dozens of carriages drove into the military camp, and the instructors who came from the Jinwu Guard personally led the new recruits to unload the goods and put all the wooden boxes containing the arms into the newly built warehouse for storage. The recruits, who arrived early, were also shocked when they saw the words on the wooden box. Such a short wooden box, is this a fucking gun? How come this gun is so short? Even the longest box inside is only 1 meter and 3 meters long, which is not as tall as their bodies. It is still the longest. Is this thing really a gun? During dinner that night, the recruits who had arrived earlier also started discussing. They are new recruits and do not know the process of joining the army. However, they have been here for more than half a month. In addition to running in the morning, they build houses and military camps during the day. More than 10 days have passed. Not to mention weapons and armor, they are all uniform. Military uniforms have not been issued yet. This is wrong, very wrong. Hey, do you think something is wrong? Didn't you say that our Shent's guards are going to fight the cannibals? But it's been half a month since we came here. We are either running or building houses all day long. We don't even wear military uniforms. What's going on? And those new boxes that were delivered today, are they weapons? They look so evil. Speaking of this, what you said is actually not the strangest thing. We don't know what the weapons are like. Anyway, we will use whatever comes from it. Anyway, it won't be too bad. After all, we have this magical strategy. The guards are in the name of the Forbidden Army. What is the Forbidden Army? They are the leader's personal soldiers. We can't be allowed to stand up and embarrass the leader, right? Perhaps it's because the military uniforms and armor haven't been made yet? Don't forget that there are more than 2,000 people here. The clothes for so many people are all hand-sewn stitch by stitch. How many sewing girls must be organized to work hard? It's understandable that this is a little later. What's strange to me the most is that we haven't even divided up the establishment yet. Do you think this is strange? It's been more than half a month since we came here, and we still haven't separated out which general flag and which small flag. There are no divisions in terms of military types or anything like that. Several recruits who were dining at the same table nodded after hearing this. Yes, they couldn't control the weapons even if they wanted to. Clothes and armor could be sent later, but their establishment must be divided, right? There are also types of troops. In other guard armies, don't they all have spearmen, sword and shield soldiers, crossbowmen, light cavalry, heavy cavalry, and the like? Why have they been here for so long and the superiors haven't divided them into different types of troops? Thinking of this, someone at the dinner table suddenly speculated. Hey, do you think it's because everyone hasn't arrived yet? Didn't the last batch of new recruits from Takumi County just arrive today? So the higher-ups are waiting for them to arrive before dividing them into different types of organizations and arms? Well, this is really possible. The establishment must be divided after all the people are gathered. There is also the issue of military types. This is quite strange. Oh? What's the strange method? The people at the same table asked, curiously. You were talking about halberdiers, sword and shield soldiers just now, but have you forgotten how we were recruited in the first place? The recruitment notice at that time said that those with archery experience would be given priority, and those with good eyesight would be given priority, so the recruits must be for long-range shooting units such as crossbowmen. Since they are all long-range shooting units, why should we divide them into different units? Everyone was speechless for a while after hearing this. Yes, they were all recruited according to the standards of archers. Since they are all archers, they are divided into different arms. But if this is really the case, a new problem arises. What you said makes sense, but according to what you said, the problem is even bigger. If they are all crossbowmen, why are there not a single divine arm crossbow and not a single longbow among the weapons shipped this time? Those wooden boxes are filled with guns and knives, and they are such short guns. Everyone was speechless again when they heard this. Yes, this matter became more and more complicated the more they analyzed it. They were really confused by the above operation. I read it today. It says a standard rifle. What kind of standard shotgun is there? Hey, you said, it's so short, it's still a gun. What's written on it is a sword-shaped double-edged spear. What on earth is this? Could it be the kind of heavy arrows with separate and assembled gun heads and barrels, the kind of heavy arrows fired with a bed crossbow that look like short spears? If it's this thing, does it make sense? It's short, a gun, and a long-range weapon. Things like bed crossbows are very destructive. They are definitely suitable for fighting cannibal monsters, and they also fit in with our long-range weapons. Are all the shooting types matched? After hearing this, everyone was speechless again. These words seemed to make some sense, but they still felt like there was something wrong. Finally, another recruit from the 3 counties of Honghu guessed. It shouldn't be short spears and bed crossbows. I heard people say that those cannibal monsters are very flexible in their movements. The bed crossbow is a weapon for large fixed units. Such weapons can be placed on ships for naval battles, or placed on top of the city to defend the city. Okay, but we are going to attack, to fight wild monkeys. How can we maneuver with something like a bed crossbow? That's not right either. Then what do you think it is? The man who had previously said it was a heavy arrow asked speechlessly when he saw that the conclusion of his analysis had been overturned. Hey, I really couldn't guess what it was at first, but the words on the box you just mentioned reminded me a little bit and made me think of a possibility. What? What are you thinking of? Tell me quickly. Don't be nagging. Standard rifle. Do you still remember what other weapons in our Han tribe are named after this standard rifle? The herdsman recruit from the grassland asked his classmates and immediately reminded them. Standard type? Weapon? What is it? I really don't know this. Standard type. Oh, I remembered it, it's artillery. It's the standard type artillery that our Qinghong County made the year before last. There was a snap, and a recruit from Qinghong County slapped his thigh and suddenly thought of something. What? Artillery? You said those boxes contained artillery? It's impossible. It clearly says guns and knives, and what kind of stabs are there? As soon as they heard the words standard artillery, everyone at the table was shocked. Artillery, that is the most powerful weapon of the Han tribe at present. When these people first came here, they were still guessing that the Shent's guards won't be equipped with artillery. After all, this is the leader's forbidden army. If they don't even have an artillery, they won't be able to stand out. But now, some people actually say that those boxes are full of artillery. My dear, if these were all artillery pieces, there would probably be hundreds of them, right? But when everyone thought about it, they began to feel something was wrong. Although the box did say standard type, it said knives and guns on the back. Besides, if it was an artillery piece, how could it be so light? I didn't say it must be artillery. Doesn't it mean the standard type? The weapons that our Han tribe used to name with the 3 words standard type were really just artillery. Those artillery pieces were from our Qinghong County. It was produced, I remember it clearly, after all, it was being shot outside at that time. Hearing everyone's exclamations and doubts, the new recruit from New Steel County who just mentioned the standard artillery immediately started to explain again. Of the few people here, only he and the herdsman recruits from the grassland know this. This is also a normal thing. If there is anyone in the entire Han tribe who knows the most about artillery, it is Qinghong County and the 3 counties of Honghu in the grassland. Nothing else. Qinghong County knows about artillery, that's because the artillery was built there and has been publicly tested. Many local people have seen the power of artillery. The herdsmen in the 3 counties of Honghu in the grassland know better, because they have all been bombarded by Han tribes. Kaiyuan County's artillery became famous in the first battle. Dozens of artillery killed tens of thousands of enemies in a single battle. What kind of magical performance was this? Many herdsmen on the grassland immediately remembered this weapon, and they felt awe for the Han tribe in their hearts. I asked, who would not be afraid of such a powerful weapon in their hands? In this way, the reputation of standard artillery spread across the grasslands, and even the herdsmen on the grasslands knew this thing better than the people of the Han tribe themselves. Seeing everyone's confusion, the herdsman recruit from the grassland continued. I didn't say it was an artillery piece, but the words standard type reminded me. Do you think the box contains a small long-range firearm newly developed by the tribe, like an artillery piece? Those who use gunpowder to fire cannonballs are just smaller in size. If this is the case, then everything makes sense. If you think about it, firearms are all long-range. They must be operated by people with good eyesight, right? That's why the tribe issued such recruitment standards. Is this second? The power of artillery is only so powerful. I guess if the tribe makes a new type of firearm, the power will definitely not be much different. High-power individual long-range firearms are the best way to deal with cannibal monsters. Weapon, if there really is such a thing, wouldn't it be much more convenient than a bed crossbow? The third one is the identity of our Shents guards. Since the Shents guards are the leader's forbidden army and personal soldiers, it's okay if the weapons are inferior. But if the Shents guards have a firearm, think about it. Does it mean that the leader is pro-military? When several people heard this, their eyes widened. Yes, why didn't they think of it? Tisk, it's still caused by rigid thinking. Their speculations always focused on the weapons and equipment that the Han tribe had, but in fact the tribe had been making rapid progress. Just like the train they had just taken these 2 days, had they seen it before? Not to mention seeing it before, they didn't even dare to think about it. Who would have thought that the tribe could actually build such a powerful means of transportation, and they could even use it to sail on land? In just over 2 years, the Han tribe had even built a train. So what was impossible about miniaturizing artillery and making it a powerful firearm that could be used by a single person? In the Han tribe, there was nothing that the leader could not figure out, only things that they could not even imagine. Their brains were not at the same level as the leaders. After dinner, this guess, which was most in line with the current situation, spread quickly throughout the entire military camp as if it had wings. The idea that the new wooden box contained new firearms also penetrated into everyone's mind. Someone actually guessed the weapons they were about to equip. This was something that even Chu Bing and the Jinwu Guard instructors had not thought of. After hearing the news, Chu Bing couldn't help but laugh. Since these recruits had guessed it and everyone was here today, let's go straight to a showdown with these recruits. They will definitely know it tomorrow anyway. Thinking of this, Chu Bing immediately said to the soldiers who followed him, "Go and notify the instructors and ask them to lead the new recruits to the school grounds, and tell them that their commander is going to give them a lecture." Promise. The recruits had just had dinner and were still some time away from going to bed. When they heard the commander's call, they immediately began to gather at the school grounds. This was the first time for many of them to see their commander. The school ground was quickly filled with people. 2,000 people were not that many. They lined up in a dense formation, that is, a row of 70 people, with 35 rows in front and behind. The area was only as big as 2 or 3 classrooms. Chu Bing stood on the judging table above, and his words could be heard by everyone. Chu Bing first walked back and forth on the stage twice, scanning the recruits below. When everyone calmed down and looked at him, he stood still and shouted loudly, "I am the commander of the Shents Guard appointed by the leader, Xie Bing, and I am also the one who will live and fight with you from now on. Today, all the new recruits of our Shents Guard have finally arrived. You come from various counties of the Han tribe. I feel honored that you can all come together to fight side by side. Especially, we are the leader's personal army and the forbidden army of the Han tribe, the ace force of many military branches, and you are all a member of this force. After a short pause, Chu Bing shouted to the people below again. Just now, your instructor reported to me that we are discussing three things. First, why your military uniforms and armors have not been distributed until now. Second, why have you not been assigned a staff yet? Third, what are the contents of those wooden boxes shipped today? When the recruits heard Chu Bing's call, they felt very uneasy. They didn't know what their commander meant by mentioning this now. Was he planning to give them a slap on the wrist and punish them for making false remarks about military affairs, or was he planning to announce the answer and tell them? They are truthful. Fortunately, Chu Bing did not whet their appetite, and immediately told the truth. I know that everyone has traveled thousands of miles to gather here to serve as soldiers, but it is not what they expected, so I feel very panicked. Now let me answer these hot topics for you. First of all, there is the issue of your military uniforms and armor. Our Shent's Guard is a special army. From top to bottom, from the inside to the outside, it is different from other guards. For example, the issue of military uniforms and armor, our Shent's Guards don't have armor. The uniforms of other guards are all crimson, but our uniforms are pine green. I don't know what color the uniforms are. You can look at the pine trees around the camp. It is for this special reason that we made them the military uniforms, and even the cloth have to be re-dyed, which has delayed some time, but you don't have to worry. When the leader comes to inspect tomorrow, he will bring all their military uniforms and equipment. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking about Chu Bing, the formation of new recruits below exploded, and the soldiers all started discussing in low voices fiercely. What, our Shent's Guards don't have armor? How can you do this without armor? How can you block the opponent's attack without armor? Why are we wearing green military uniforms? This color is really not as good looking as red. You can't even see where the people are standing in the woods. How can we deter the enemy? The commander just said that it is different from the inside out, from top to bottom, the military uniforms are different, and there is no armor. Now I am very curious about what our weapons are. Isn't it true that each of us has a new firearm? Hey, it must be the leader's idea. Such a big matter is not something that our Shent's Guard commanders can make the decision about. Since it is the leader's idea, then we just have to follow it. For such a smart man like the leader, it will definitely not be possible. It will put us in a bad situation. After all, we are also the leader's pro-army. If our equipment is poor, the leader himself will lose face. That's true. Plan. A huge gong sound sounded on the referee stage. Quiet. An instructor gave a sharp shout, and all the recruits immediately shut up and became quiet again. Then Chu Bing continued to speak. Everyone, be quiet, don't talk, and continue to listen to me. We don't have armor. That's just for other guards. Comparatively speaking, our Shent's Guards don't have armor. It doesn't mean that the leader will let us die. It's because of our fighting spirit. France is completely different from other armies. Now let's talk about the issue of organization. Our organization is also different from other guard armies. Theirs is a large organization such as small flags and general banners. Even the smallest small flag organization has 12 people per small flag. And we are a small organized army based on squads, platoons, companies, and battalions. The smallest unit of squad only has 9 people. This is mainly due to different tactics. As for the establishment, after the military uniforms are distributed tomorrow, I will organize you according to your household registration, and then temporarily prepare a temporary establishment for the training period. During this training period, the main purpose is to allow everyone to master your weapons proficiently, and then according to the first stage of training and assessment will allocate arms to you. In this stage, you will mainly learn how to use 2 weapons. Which one you learn well will determine which arm you will become a soldier in the future. After the first phase of training is over, I will reorganize you based on your assessment results. The organization after reorganization will be your official organization in the future, and then start the second stage of training. This stage, the training objectives are mainly about tactical integration. One is to familiarize you with your future comrades and cultivate a tacit understanding, and the other is to conduct tactical training. The last one is about the weapons you are most concerned about. When he said this, Chu Bing smiled, and the recruits below also looked at him eagerly. Just now, I heard a lot of discussions reported by your instructors. Some people said that the boxes shipped today contained large crossbow arrows, while others said that they contained short spears or throwing guns. What's more, some people also speculated that there were new types of firearms inside. Ha 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 ha. When he said this, Chu Bing couldn't help but laugh, and then he shouted loudly. Actually, some of you guessed it right. What is in that box is the weapon you will be equipped with. It was just developed by the tribe last year. It is a new gunpowder long-range weapon held by a single soldier. Buzz. After hearing the news about the new firearm announced by the medical officer, these recruits couldn't help but excitedly discuss it even though the instructors were maintaining order. Oh my God, it's really a firearm, and it's handheld by a single soldier. What could it be? It couldn't be a small hand cannon. I don't know how powerful it is. Ha 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 ha, what am I talking about? I guess it must be a new type of firearm, because the 3 characters standard type are the names specially given to artillery by our tribe, so these new weapons must be related to firearms. You are amazing, I actually made you guess it right. Hey, that's a must, and it doesn't matter who I am. If everyone has a firearm, then our Shent's guards will be extremely powerful. They are worthy of being the forbidden army of the Han tribe and the leader's personal army. This assembly will definitely be outstanding. Hey, you only noticed that the commander said that the new weapons are firearms, but you didn't pay attention to how many new weapons there are. What, how do you say this? Didn't you hear what the commander just said about dividing the arms? Since there are still divisions into arms, it means that we have at least 2 new types of firearms with different functions, just like the halberdiers and the sword and shield soldiers. They are 2 arms with different weapons. Well, that makes sense. Our tribe is so awesome. We have actually started researching new weapons since last year, and we have more than one kind. What's there? It doesn't matter who our leader is. We now even have artifacts like trains. What else is impossible? 2. After the soldiers discussed for a while and the excitement calmed down, the gong was beaten again. When everyone calmed down, Chu Bing shouted again. I know everyone is very excited because you will be the first army of the Han tribe equipped with pure firearms for combat. I am also very excited because I am the leading general of the first army of the Han tribe equipped with firearms. Chu Bing's words made the soldiers below excited again. This was the first army of the Han tribe that was purely equipped with firearms. That was very impressive. At this time, Chu Bing said loudly again. I, Xie Bing, your commander, have personally participated in the research and development of this new type of firearm. I am very familiar with the performance and use of the new type of firearm. I have also carefully studied the tactics of the new type of firearm with the leader. I am very confident about myself. Confidence, I also have confidence in you. I know that everyone is curious about new weapons. Here, as a developer, I will tell you everything. The principle of the new firearm is similar to that of artillery. It is a weapon developed based on the principle of artillery. Its main body is divided into 3 parts like the artillery, a wooden base, and a rod used to launch ammunition. The steel pipe, and finally the ammunition that is fired. I don't know if you have seen the firing scene of artillery. Here, I will mainly tell you about the differences between new firearms and artillery. Our standard artillery uses black powder to ignite and uses the gunpowder gas to excite solid shells. A large weapon that fires solid projectiles at the enemy. As for our new firearm, you can understand it as an ultra-small individual handheld artillery. The ammunition it fires is about the same thickness as an arrow. The entire weapon is only about 1 meter long and weighs more than 8 kilograms. When filled with ammunition and with the gun attached, it is estimated to weigh about 10 kilograms, making it a very lightweight weapon. The name given to this weapon by the leader is gun. Don't misunderstand me. This gun is not that gun. It is different from the spears you have seen. Gun is the general name for this kind of weapon. If you break it down, there are different types. Although the gun is relatively small, its range is reaching thousands of meters. The precise killing range can reach about 600 meters. Generally, the best shooting distance is 300 meters. Having said this, I think you should also understand the conditions for this recruitment. Why are vision and archery experience so important? Are the requirements so strict? After a short pause and waiting for the recruits below to digest the information, Chu Bing spoke again. Every soldier of our Shent's Guard is equipped with this new type of firearm, called a gun. Guns, according to the size and shape of the ammunition they fire, can be divided into two categories for the time being. One is a long-range weapon. Mainly precision shooting, a rifle that fires small-caliber single-point bullets, and another type of shotgun that fires high-power shotguns at close range. The arms of our Shent's Guard are mainly divided based on these two weapons. One is a precision shooter who is good at long-distance shooting, and the other is a tactical assaulter who charges at the front. You can imagine it yourself. You also have your own preferences for how to use the two weapons, because starting tomorrow, we will officially start training on the use of new weapons. This is related to your future position on the battlefield and the weapons you use. You can make a plan based on your own strengths and hobbies. Okay, that's what I want to say today, and it can be regarded as answering the questions you most want to know. Now, I hope everyone can calm down and prepare for the next training safely. As for the training of new weapons, don't worry. You are all recruits selected from various places who are most suitable for firearms training. You have good eyesight and experience in archery. It is a great way to operate this new type of long-range weapon. Very easy thing. A gun is a weapon that is easy to learn. It is easy to operate, simple to use, and powerful enough. How powerful is it? The shotgun we are equipped with can, within 50 meters, even a forest with a shoulder height of more than 2 meters. The bison can be easily knocked down with one shot, and the penetrating power of the rifle is also very powerful. It can even shoot through the armor made by our Han tribe from a few hundred meters away. In a word, the weapons you are about to equip are very powerful, so no matter what kind of cannibal totem warriors or giant hairy monsters, they are all vulnerable to the new weapons in your hands, so everyone can rest assured that there is no need to fear the enemies we will face in the future. Tomorrow, the leader will bring your military uniforms, remaining equipment, and a large amount of ammunition to express condolences. At that time, the leader will personally demonstrate to you how to use the new weapon. Then you will know how to use this weapon. How simple it is to use. It is much simpler than the divine arm crossbow used by our other guards. I'm here to promise you that as long as everyone here doesn't admit that you are a fool, you can all learn how to use the new weapons on the same day, and then all that's left is hard practice. As for what branch you will be assigned to in the future, which kind of weapons you will mainly use, doesn't count, either you or me. It all depends on your assessment results after the first phase of training. Okay, that's all I have to say. Each team will be taken back by the instructor to rest. When Chu Bing was about to announce everything, as well as Shent's Guard's future training syllabus, and the instructors took the recruits back to the dormitory to rest, the recruits were still discussing intensely what Chu Bing had just said. Guns, a new type of powerful firearm operated by one person, began to appear in everyone's minds in various shapes. Everyone was imagining what this weapon would look like and how to design it to be more powerful than a divine arm crossbow. Be simple. At the same time, everyone is also looking forward to the arrival of the leader tomorrow. When tomorrow is the official start of their military career, they will have new military uniforms, new formations, new weapons, new tactics, powerful enemies, and even stronger themselves. Just thinking about it makes people look forward to it. While the new recruits of Shen's Guard were discussing what the new muskets looked like, there were also many people busy in Hanyang City, which was 20 or 30 miles away from them. It was already dark, but Luo Chong's guards were still busy loading the truck with carbide lamps. Countless military uniforms, military boots, quilts, mats, military caps, steel helmets, and other military supplies were being loaded quickly. All kinds of firearms and ammunition produced by the small ammunition workshop in Hanyang City are also inspected and loaded into vehicles at the checkpoint. There was also a group of guards checking the condition of the horses and vehicles. They are Luo Chong's personal guards. Although they do not have to fight, these people are responsible for Luo Chong's daily clothing, food, housing, transportation, and personal safety. For example, every time Luo Chong travels, although he, the leader, is already sleeping at home, the guards, you must be fully prepared for this trip in advance. This is necessary and should be done, because Luo Chong is the leader of the Han tribe, and his personal safety is not only related to Luo Chong's own family, but also to the life and death of hundreds of thousands of people in the Han tribe, and the future development of the tribe, so it is a bit nothing can be careless. At Luo Chong's house, before going to bed, he went to visit Xiaodai and Zhang in his pajamas, and asked the maid to cook tremella fungus and lotus seed soup for them. Both of them have now entered the countdown to labor. According to the days, at most it will take only 10 days to give birth. Fortunately, Luo Chong didn't go far this time. The Shen's Guard's military camp was basically equivalent to the mountain behind Hanyang City. He could come back on the same day if he could do it quickly, or within 2 days if he could go slower. Anyway, he would definitely be able to come back. It was time for my wife to give birth to her second child. After arranging who would take care of Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luolan after he went out, as well as Xiaodai and Zhang Ying's pregnancy, Luo Chong returned to his room to sleep. At around 5 o'clock the next morning, he did not disturb anyone at home. After getting up, he ate breakfast brought by the maid, and then immediately joined the guards outside the door, and together they escorted the convoy to the Shen's Guard's camp on the back hill. Go. The road was not far, and it was within the jurisdiction of the Han tribe. It was safe and flat. It took the team an hour to reach the military camp. It was just 6 o'clock when Luo Chong arrived. At 6 o'clock in the military camp, the recruits had already gotten up early. Everyone was running exercises under the command of the instructor, and then went back to wash up and tidy up the housework. By the time the convoy entered the camp, these recruits had already eaten breakfast. The recruits were very excited when they saw Luo Chong leading a convoy into the military camp. However, they had no time to talk to the leader at the moment. When they first arrived at the door, Chu Bing personally received Luo Chong, and then ordered his subordinates to the instructors led the recruits to distribute military uniforms and change their clothes, and then divided some people to move the ammunition into the warehouse. Luo Chong followed Chu Bing to the headquarters of Shen's Guard, which was Chu Bing's main tent. These new recruits are all here. How do you feel about them? Do you have the confidence to bring them out? In the Shen's Guard's tent, Luo Chong temporarily sat on the main seat that should have belonged to Chu Bing and asked him, the commander. After hearing Luo Chong's question, Chu Bing replied with a smile. Hee, leader, these new recruits you recruited this time are quite smart. The weapons from Xing'an County were just shipped yesterday. Before they were even unpacked, some of these new recruits guessed that they might be equipped with new weapons. Firearms-type weapons. When I heard about it, I simply told them directly, and also told them that the leader would personally demonstrate the new weapons to them today. What about you? Do you have confidence in the training plan you have formulated? Can you train these new recruits before winter and win the battle on the battlefield? Luo Chong asked again. I am confident. In fact, although these new recruits recruited by the leader have no education, have never read or gone to school, and do not know a few Chinese characters, as a soldier, their foundation is still good. This group of people have good eyesight and experience in archery. The firearms we developed are simple and easy to use. The shooting principles are similar to those of crossbows. They are all 3.1 line, Wangshan-style mechanical sights. How to use them? Better than a crossbow, it's simple. Not to mention the new recruits recruited according to this standard, even children who have never learned archery can quickly learn it. There is no problem at all in connecting this group of people into an army that can fight. Chu Bing analyzed with Luo Chong very confidently. Road. Although he has not participated in the development of firearms, he has participated in the principles and development of ammunition. Although he has not done it himself, he knows a lot about it. Chu Bing has also personally tried guns and participated in the final test firing of firearms. For he has great experience in using firearms. It is really simple. It can almost be said that as long as he is not mentally retarded, he can master it after seeing it twice. That's why he is so confident. Luo Chong nodded after listening to this kid's analysis, and then asked him again. The Shens Guard is an experimental force. It is the first army of our Han tribe equipped with pure firearms, and it is also the basis of our Han tribe's firearms army. If the firearms army wants to expand in the future, then the Shens Guard will be seeds for military expansion, so you must train every soldier in this army. If the army needs to be expanded in the future, I hope that every soldier here can be at least a squad leader and deputy squad leader. Each person can lead 5 recruits. Then these 2,000 people can instantly expand the army to more than 10,000 people. You can understand me. What do you mean? Chu Bing was very excited after hearing this. These 2,000 musketeers were already overwhelming in this era. If the army were expanded to more than 10,000 people, the combat power would be unimaginable. And as the first commander of the Han tribe's firearms army will definitely achieve great success in the future. After all, only he has experience in commanding firearms armies. This is the most valuable asset. Yes, leader, I promise to complete the mission. Chu Bing immediately stood up and knelt down on one knee to perform a military salute. Luo Chong nodded, waved his hand for him to sit down, and then continued. Soldier, you practice well according to the training outline. Good shooters are fed with ammunition, so you don't have to save ammunition deliberately, but you can't waste it too much. The limit I give you is the first stage. Each person will be destroyed. A rifle or shotgun has a longer service life. If you can make it efficiently, you will definitely have enough ammunition. The second phase of training mainly focuses on tactics. Of course, live ammunition shooting cannot be missed. It is still the limit of 1 rifle. However, the second batch of rifles will be used before the winter expedition. During this time loss, you do the math yourself. Then the last time you change your equipment is before going out to the expedition. I will change your equipment uniformly. The third time you change your equipment will be your actual weapons for combat. The supplies may be tight by then. Anyway, you have calculated well and it is time to fight. Fight when you shouldn't and don't waste it when you shouldn't. Yes, leader, I understand. Please rest assured, leader, I will definitely not let down so much training ammunition given by the leader. Chu Bing said happily. Luo Chong nodded after hearing this, which was considered to be a matter of concern. The rifles produced by the Han tribe did not have heat-resistant and wear-resistant alloy steel, so their service life was obviously low. The service life of the barrel of a modern rifle is generally about 20,000 rounds of bullets. However, if the Han tribe's rifle is loaded with 3,000 rounds of bullets, the rifling will show obvious wear and tear, thus affecting the ballistics and accuracy. If it is actually used in combat, it can barely last 4 rounds. From 1,000 to 5,000 rounds, the barrel will be declared scrapped and the gun will have to be replaced. A soldier is given a training quota of 2 rifles, which means that each of them has a training opportunity of nearly 10,000 rounds of ammunition. The training cost of 2 guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition for each person is beyond the reach of some modern armies. The conditions of the 8th Route Army back then were even more incomparable. Not to mention training, even in battle, it only cost 5 rounds per person. After firing the bullets, charge directly with the bayonet. There is not even a decent live-fire training. Think about it on the battlefield. How many of those 5 bullets can hit an enemy with well-trained tactics? The real situation is to fire a blank gun, and the hit depends entirely on faith, and then stuff a belly full of sweet potatoes and go into melee combat with flesh-eating enemies. Miserable. It is not enough to describe the tragedy of those national martyrs. Of course Luo Chong would not let his soldiers stage such a tragedy. The 8th Route Army was really poor and had no conditions, but the Han tribe was different. The Han tribe was now at its peak. It wanted money, food, and guns. There is a gun. Under such circumstances, Luo Chong even felt sorry for himself if he still used the entire tribe's strength to support more than 2,000 soldiers and did not build them into elites. Guns are nothing. If you destroy them, you can just rebuild them. If the bullets are gone, you can reload them again and it doesn't consume much resources. Let them shoot them as hard as they can, as long as they can practice good marksmanship. After Luo Chong and Chu Bing finished chatting about official matters, they started talking about Chu Bing's family affairs again. He kept asking about his life after marriage, when his wife would be pregnant with a child, and so on. On the other side, the recruits received their military uniforms and were dressing up excitedly. The pine needle green military uniforms, that is, dark green, make the recruits feel particularly fresh when wearing this color military uniforms. They have seen crimson military uniforms, but they are the first batch of green ones. The style of military uniforms has not changed for the time being. This time, the military uniforms issued this time are still spring and autumn military uniforms, with long sleeves and trousers. The top has a left and right cross collar, the lower body is loose trousers, and each person also has a white sleeveless cardigan vest. Usually worn inside, it can also be worn directly outside as a waistcoat. There is a pair of white boxer briefs on the lower body. All clothes are made of pure cotton. In the past, the Han tribe may not have had so much cotton cloth, but after 2 or 3 consecutive years of promotion, the Han tribe now has sufficient cotton. The Han tribe's cotton textile industry has also begun to replace the hemp textile industry on a large scale, but hemp fiber the planting area has not decreased at all, but now it is basically used on sacks and hemp ropes. A green military uniform made of pure cotton. The military boots are khaki sheepskin lace-up short boots. They are made of saiga antelope sheepskin. The toughness of this sheepskin is similar to that of cowhide, but slightly thinner than cowhide, but also better than ordinary sheepskin and goatskin. It should be strong and suitable for making leather boots. In addition, each person also has a cowhide wide belt, a cowhide sewn bullet box, a bayonet scabbard, a hunting knife sheath, a plug-in bullet belt, a cowhide sewn water bottle bag, and others. Things like document bags, map bags, telescope boxes, compass boxes, not everyone has these things. After changing into a new military uniform, I put on a military cap with a peak brim and a steel helmet. Everyone has one. These are all of the same model. They can be adjusted to the appropriate head circumference according to the inner straps to adapt to different conditions. Head. A three-piece set of portable kettle, lunchbox, and dinner plate made of stamped and welded bronze sheets. It is modeled after the 79-style military kettle. There is a lunchbox outside the kettle, and a dinner plate underneath the lunchbox. The dinner plate can also be used as the lid of the lunchbox. The kind of picnic artifact that is usually put together like a Russian matryoshka doll and can be pulled out and broken down into 3 pieces when in use. Is this a thing? In fact, if you say it is useless, it is useless. If you say it is useful, it will be very useful, especially in the northern battlefield where they will go in the future. They do not want to be able to cook on the battlefield, but at least they can cook some heat. Drink water, get some pine leaves, pickled meats, etc. You can also make a pot of broth. It doesn't matter whether it tastes good or not. The key is to add some calories in the ice and snow. What is heat? Heat is combat power. Besides, this thing also has a wonderful function, that is, it can hold a pot of hot water and use it as a hot water bottle. At least the bed will not be cold at night. As for why we chose to use bronze, it is because the Han tribe currently does not have nickel-chromium iron alloy, which is the legendary stainless steel. Even worse, aluminum requires electrolytic refining, which the Han tribe cannot produce at present, and aluminum is used for making the tableware is actually not hygienic. Some people may think that bronze is a heavy metal and is worse than aluminum, but at this stage, the Han tribe is the most suitable material for making kettles because bronze is less likely to rust than carbon steel. As for whether he would be poisoned by heavy metals, Luo Chong had only one thing to say: anyone who talks about toxicity regardless of dose is a gangster. Arsenic is highly toxic, but it can be used as medicine in small doses. If you drink water from a copper pot, how much copper can you drink? In modern hot pot restaurants, people use charcoal-burning copper pots to cook hot pot every day, and few people have found that heavy metals exceed the legal limit. Besides, the bronze used by the Han tribe to make military kettles is mainly made of steel, copper, and a small amount of tin. No toxic heavy metal substances such as lead are added, so it will not cause any harm. The soldiers changed into new military uniforms, new leather boots, new military caps, belts around their waists, bullet boxes, scabbards, water bottles, and other items hung on the belts. They were neatly dressed and equipped with neatly uniform equipment. The former migrant workers' camp has turned into a serious military camp. The recruits looked at their similarly dressed comrades and giggled. Everyone seemed very happy. After all, they were wearing new clothes. And I heard that each person had 2 clothes. However, due to the trouble of making, the other one was used for washing. The military uniforms haven't arrived yet. The instructors were also very happy when they saw that these new recruits had changed into uniforms and finally looked like an army, so they immediately shouted to everyone who had changed their clothes. Assemble, all gather, line up and go to the school grounds. After a while, you will listen to the leader's instructions, as well as the drills and explanations of the new weapons. Finally, you will receive the weapons. Shut your mouth. Be careful when listening. The leader will not come every day. I'm here to give you a lecture. Tap 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 tap. The soldiers lined up and trotted to the school grounds to gather. They were still in the same position as last night, but now, in addition to their commander, there was also the only leader of the entire Han tribe standing on the general stage, who was wearing a white suit. Luo Chong wears a short robe and a crown of heaven. In front of Luo Chong, there were a pile of boxes containing arms and ammunition, which were intended to be used to distribute weapons to the soldiers later. The soldiers were all looking at Luo Chong on the stage. Luo Chong was also scanning the recruits below. For about 2 minutes, after the recruits were all in place and calmed down, Luo Chong came to the stage and shouted to the recruits. They shouted, Children of the Han tribe, you are gathered here today to become a glorious soldier. Do you know what you are going to do? Defend the tribe, protect the leader, kill the enemy, and make meritorious deeds. In the audience, the person making arrangements for medical treatment immediately shouted. When the surrounding recruits heard this, they immediately started shouting slogans. Defend the tribe. Defend the leader. Kill the enemy and make meritorious deeds. Make meritorious deeds. Shouts echoed throughout the mountains and fields. Luo Chong squinted his eyes and scanned the recruits below, feeling very satisfied. He raised his arm, and the recruits below immediately fell silent. Yes, you are the forbidden army of the Han tribe, and you are also my personal army. When the Han tribe is about to be threatened, when the interests of the Han tribe are about to be harmed, you must step forward, go into battle to kill the enemy, and serve the tribe. Make great achievements. Nowadays, the conflict between the Han tribe's northern camp and the cannibals is becoming more and more frequent, which is related to the life and death of tens of thousands of people in the north. Naturally, those of us in the rear cannot ignore it and leave them alone and helpless. Today, I, Luo Chong, the leader of the Han tribe, and you, formerly form the Shent's Guard, rush to the north to help eliminate the cannibals, and will not give up on every citizen of our Han tribe, and this is your opportunity to make contributions. There is a saying that those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. What are cannibals? They ignore human ethics, rob our compatriots, cannibalize themselves, and are not worthy of being human at all. Tell me, when you encounter such an enemy, what should you do? How to do it? Kill them all. Just after Luo Chong finished asking, a recruit below shouted loudly. Everyone around him, as well as Luo Chong, Chu Bing, and others on the stage, were stunned, because the boy who shouted, "Kill them all," was not arranged by Chu Bing at all. People. Well, this is a passionate young man who spontaneously shouts slogans. Luo Chong responded to the situation and suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, okay, he is indeed an athlete of our Han tribe, he should have this courage and ambition, but it would be a waste to kill all these beasts. My fellow tribesmen, our Han tribe is still developing, and there are still many things that need to be built in various places. Although these cannibals are ferocious in nature, they are not without their merits. The oxen and horses can even pull our carts. These cannibals can pull our carts for us. Aliens with legs can also be used for our service. In this expedition to the north, your mission is to rescue the compatriots captured by the aliens and kill the giant monsters that the cannibals rely on. As for those beasts with hands and feet, you can capture as many as you can as long as you are as safe as possible. Let them die, no, that is too cheap for them. They should become lifelong slaves of the Han tribe. They should dig stones for us in the mines and ditches for a lifetime, and dig out the lust for a lifetime, so that their sins can be washed away. And you, the soldiers of Shent's Guard, as long as you can return victorious, I will reward you with titles, acres, mansions, and money. When he said this, Luo Chong paused, and the recruits below also began to talk about it. They had no problem making achievements, killing giant monsters, capturing prisoners, earning military merits, and receiving rewards. This is what everyone is running towards. The target is here, but are the cannibal giants so easy to kill? Many people actually have no idea about this issue. However, the purpose of Luo Chong's coming today was to solve this problem for them, that is, to increase the confidence of the soldiers through weapons display. Now that the goal of Shent's Guard has been explained, the next step is to increase confidence and divide the military system. Just listen to Luo Chong continue to say. I know that many of you have never seen what a cannibal monster looks like, but you must have heard others talk about it. Although this thing is tall and fierce in appearance, it is actually not difficult to deal with. I hunted it myself. There are several of them. The first time, I remember that the Han tribe was still very weak at that time. A dozen brothers and I encountered that kind of red-haired giant ape in the forest. That thing was jumping around in the trees, like a huge monkey. The muscles on its body were like those of a bull, and it was extremely powerful. It knocked over 2 brothers as soon as they met, but we still killed it with the spears in our hands. Later, at the Bima Pass where you came, I led dozens of soldiers to kill more than a dozen of them by spreading lime and strangling them with nets. That time, because we were prepared in advance, not only did he kill a dozen giant monsters, but not a single soldier himself was injured. Later, there were 2 more battles. At that time, the Han tribe already had a city. When the cannibal army came to attack, we stood on the top of the city and easily defeated them with only our bows, arrows, and spears. And you, the first army of the Han tribe, to be equipped with pure firearms, your advantage is even stronger. I have defeated enemies that I could easily defeat with spears and bows. There is no reason for you to lose. I know that you have not seen the power of new firearms and are not very confident, but it doesn't matter. Today, I will let you see what a powerful weapon a musket is. After Luo Chong shouted at the soldiers below, he turned to the guards beside him and ordered, "Open all these boxes." "Promise." Several guards in armor immediately stepped forward, holding crowbars, daggers, and other items, and began to lift the box. Bang bang bang, a series of sounds of wooden box lids flying off were heard, and brand new firearms, golden bullets, and shotgun shells were revealed. Luo Chong casually picked up a rifle, wiped the grease on it with a cloth, and then placed it on the ammunition box on the side. Then he also took an 8-shot spray gun and a self-defense gun for individual soldiers. 3 short bursts of spray were put together, and then he said to the bodyguard beside him, "Distribute all these weapons. Don't distribute the ammunition yet. Distribute the guns and bayonets. 3 types of firearms, 1 set for each person. Promise." Several guards agreed, and then organized the instructors to start firing guns at the new recruits. All the boxes of firearms were opened, and then the instructor led the team of recruits to the front to collect equipment. Each person had 3 items, but none of them were issued ammunition. The recruits received brand new firearms. They were heavy in their hands, but they were very excited. "Is this the newly developed firearm by the tribe? Hey, look, this gun looks like a divine arm crossbow. If you don't look at the front and only look at the shoulder rest on the back, it really looks the same as the divine arm crossbow." "Yeah, but this gun is really nice, I just don't know how to use it." "Look, this barrel has a very thin barrel, it should be a rifle that shoots single-ended bullets, but if you use such a barrel to fire ammunition, how small will the ammunition be? Such small ammunition is not as big as an arrow cluster, is it really that powerful?" "Hey, it's true. I wouldn't have noticed it even if you didn't tell me. The whole diameter of this thing is really small. Not to mention how powerful the ammunition is, I don't think it's easy to even load it in. What are you afraid of? If you don't like the small one, just use the big one. Aren't there 2 types for each person? Look at this shorter one. The barrel is thick enough to fit a thumb in. So the big ammunition is definitely powerful enough. Hey, look, this gun, the little iron rod at the back seems to be movable, and the trigger, it looks very similar to the trigger of the god arm crossbow, but why can't it be pulled? It feels like it's locked by something." "Same." When everyone heard this, they all looked towards the person who spoke. The instructor next to him saw it and stopped him quickly. "Don't pick it randomly. If it breaks, you won't be able to use the weapon. For the specific operation method, please watch the leader's demonstration later." After hearing this, the recruits calmed down, received their weapons one after another, and returned to where they were before to sit down in formation. After all the recruits had received their equipment, Luo Chong on the stage said this. "The guns have been distributed to everyone, now I will introduce to you how powerful these new weapons are. Let's talk about this longest rifle first. Someone just said that it looks very similar to the Godarm crossbow. Yes, it is not only similar, but also the operation method is very similar, even simpler. If you have to say it, I can tell you how it is better than the Divine Arm crossbow now. The first is the range. The longest range of ammunition fired by a standard rifle can reach more than 2,000 meters, and the effective range is 600 to 800 meters. However, the Divine Arm crossbow of our Han tribe has a straight-line range of no more than 200 meters at most, and the longest throw the distance is only more than 300 meters. This is the advantage of the rifle. We can be very proud to say that the standard rifle is the longest-range individual weapon in the world. With such a rifle, the enemy cannot get close at all, and it will already be in your hands. Rifle kill. Second, penetration. You can also understand it as power. The ammunition fired by this rifle can penetrate any armor of our Han tribe within a distance of 400 meters. If it is replaced by armor-piercing bullets, it will be 800 meters. Distance can also be penetrated. Third and last, those of you who have seen the Divine Arm crossbow must know that it is troublesome to reload an arrow in the Divine Arm crossbow. After each shot, you have to step on the string with your feet, load the arrow, and then reload the arrow. Aiming and firing wastes a lot of time, but our rifles are different. Our rifle can load 5 rounds of ammunition at a time, and each reload takes less than a breath. It has ultra-long range, ultra-fast rate of fire, and ultra-strong penetrating power. These are the characteristics of new firearms. I know, some people may not believe it, so now I will demonstrate it to you. Come on, get a target. As soon as Luo Chong finished speaking, the guards brought in a few saiga antelopes. These were delivered in the morning to prepare extra meals for the recruits. They pulled the antelopes to the front of the recruits' queue, and then showed them in front of the recruits, put armor on the antelope, in order to express he said that he had not cheated, and even pointed out a few people to come up for inspection. After all the inspections were completed, these guards took the antelope and ran to the hillside on the side of the school ground, and tied them 300 meters and 400 meters away from the general platform. 500 meters away. Luo Chong picked up a rifle and a clip of bullets and shouted below. Can everyone see the target? There should be no problem with your eyesight, right? You can see it, came a chorus of shouts from below. Okay, then I will show you the operation method and the power of the rifle. Look here, we are holding the gun body with our left hand, and with our right hand we find the charging handle at the back, which is the small iron rod that comes out. We break it up and pull it back. At this time a groove will be exposed. The groove is the bomb bay where the ammunition is loaded. After the bomb bay is opened, we can press 5 bullets into it at a time, then close the bomb bay again, rotate the charging handle, and lock it. At this time open the rear safety, and the gun will be ready to fire at any time. Then, like using a Divine Arm crossbow, aim at the target, 3 dots and 1 line, pull the trigger, and you can hit the target. Everyone must pay attention here. Regardless of whether there are bullets in your gun, you must not point it at your companions. Secondly, if there is no need to fight, the safety must not be turned on. Thirdly, rifles and Divine Arm crossbows are different. When it fires, it will make a loud noise like a cannon. You must pay attention to this and be mentally prepared. And it also has huge recoil. When the ammunition is fired, the muzzle of your gun will suddenly lift upwards, and the butt of the gun will suddenly hit back. At this time, if you want to shoot accurately, what should you do? That is to hold on tight. The body of the gun and the butt of the gun with your shoulder. Okay, I'm going to fight. Everyone, listen carefully and pay attention to me and the target on the hillside. After Luo Chong explained how to use it, he raised his gun and took aim. The first target he aimed at was an armored antelope 300 meters away. He stood up to shoot, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A huge gunshot echoed in the mountains and fields. Although everyone was mentally prepared, they were still startled after hearing the gunshot. No one expected that such a small weapon could actually erupt with such energy. There was a loud noise. When everyone came to their senses and looked at the shining silver antelope on the hillside in the distance, it had already fallen down when the gunshot was fired. Click, ding. Luo Chong pulled the bolt, and the cartridge case automatically popped out with a pleasant ding. He pushed the bolt to load the gun, turned it to the right and locked it, aiming at the target of 400 meters. This time, because the distance was far, Luo Chong used a more stable kneeling position to shoot, and it's the posture of kneeling on one knee. Bang! After another gunshot, the 400-meter-long armored antelope fell to the ground again. The new recruits below were dumbfounded by this exposed pistol skill. Pulling the bolt, ejecting the shell, pushing the bolt, and loading the gun, Luo Chong relied on an ammunition box and lay down on the spot, using the most stable lying position to shoot at a target of 500 meters. Bang! There was another crackling gunshot, and the antelope in the distance fell to the ground again. Seeing that his leader could still hit 3 shots from such a long distance, the recruits below immediately burst into noisy cheers. The rifle is invincible. The leader is invincible. Our leader is really awesome. I wonder if I can hit him as accurately. The big man is mighty. The chaotic shouts overwhelmed the gunshots, and there were all the shouts below. It was obviously not arranged by Chu Bing. This was the spontaneous shouting of the soldiers after seeing the power of the muskets, because they finally found a weapon from the rifles that could defeat the cannibals. Of confidence. After 3 test firings at different distances and 3 different shooting postures, Luo Chong stood up directly after demonstrating the power and operation of the rifle, fired the remaining 2 bullets in the magazine, and then turned off the safety. Go, bring those 3 antelopes back and examine their injuries for the soldiers. Luo Chong casually ordered to the guards around him. Promise. Several people agreed, then went to the hillside to carry the antelope back, and then carried it on bamboo poles past the recruits one by one, showing it to the recruits as they walked. Take a good look, and see if our rifles are powerful enough to penetrate 500 meters of armor. The soldiers stretched their necks and stared wide-eyed at the gunshot wounds on the antelope. This was the armor they put on the antelope under their noses. It was still alive and kicking when they pulled it over just now. How are you now? The armor on the front was directly drilled with holes by bullets, and blood kept pouring out. On the other side of the antelope, there was a wound as big as a bowl caused by bullets. It's amazing. Is this really shot by a gun? By the way, what kind of ammunition is this rifle shot with? Yes, this is too powerful. If each of our rifles were like this, then our Shent's guard would be invincible. The soldiers looked very excited when they saw the bodies of the 3 antelopes, but soon after they examined the wounds, they heard the leader calling again. Fighters, have you all seen the power of a rifle? But let me tell you, a rifle can not only be used for long-distance shooting, it can also be used for assassination at close range. Have you seen the accessory bayonet attached to this rifle? This bayonet is not for you to hold in your hands, but to put it on the muzzle. Everyone, watch out and put the handle of the knife on the muzzle like I do. This rifle instantly turns into a sharp spear. If you run out of ammunition, then this spear will be your last weapon. You must use the bayonet in your hand to pierce the enemy's chest and kill. While shouting, Luo Chong quickly installed a bayonet on the rifle in his hand, and then held up the rifle and made a step-by-step assassination movement, which made the soldiers below brighten up. It turns out that the dagger was mounted on a gun. I thought it was used alone. Yes, I asked why everyone is equipped with such a short sword, and there is no gun length. How can such a short weapon fight with the enemy? It has been mounted on a gun for a long time. The person who came up with this method is really a genius. In this way, with only one weapon, we can have the dual capabilities of long-range shooting and close combat at the same time. The soldiers excitedly discussed the novel ways of using rifles. Luo Chong put the rifle aside and pressed his hands on the stage. After the soldiers all calmed down, he continued. Soldiers, I have just demonstrated to you the power and usage of the rifle. It is definitely a good weapon, an excellent weapon that can kill enemies. I hope you will make good use of it and achieve more military exploits. Okay, regarding the specific usage and techniques of the rifle, your instructor will give you detailed instructions during training. Now I will introduce to you another weapon in your hands, the large-caliber shotgun. As Luo Chong spoke, he picked up a newly opened 8-shot shotgun, then pulled a bullet belt filled with shotguns and hung it on his body. He waved to Chu Bing and asked him to organize people to set up a nearby click on the target, and then Luo Chong walked directly to the queue of recruits and stood at close range with the recruits. He picked up the shotgun and said to everyone, "This kind of gun is called a shotgun. You can also call it a shotgun." Why? Because I told you before that muskets are based on the principles of artillery. Shooting, you can compare this new type of weapon to a super small artillery. These small artillery are temporarily divided into two types according to different ammunition. The rifle I just demonstrated can be regarded as a cannon that shoots single-head bullets, and this shotgun, as its name suggests, it is specially used to shoot shotguns. Of course, it can also be used to shoot large-caliber single-point bullets. Look, what I'm holding in my hand is a shotgun. It's the same as rifle ammunition. It's a prepackaged round with projectiles and gunpowder prepackaged. In each shot, there are 6 lead pellets as big as soybeans. Each time a pill is fired, it is equivalent to firing 6 single-headed bullets. The power is not simply multiplied by 6 times. Let me give you an example. If you compare a rifle to a crossbow and bullets to arrows, you are all people with archery experience. You should know that if you use a bow and arrow to shoot a human body, or a sheep, deer, or horse, as long as the vital parts of a living animal, such as a cow, are not shot, it will not die immediately, right? If you shoot a large livestock like a horse or a cow with 1 or 2 arrows, it can even run, right? But this shotgun is different. It is very powerful. If you use it to hit a person's limbs or arm, it can directly break the arm into 2 pieces. If it hits the thigh, it will not break into 2 pieces. You can also break the target's legs, and if it hits the body, a hole as big as a bowl can be made directly. When you use this kind of shotgun to attack a target, it has only one effect, and that is to knock it down with one shot. Whether it is a horse, a bull, or a huge cannibal monster, as long as it is hit by you, you are guaranteed to kill it in one shot. Fall. When the recruits around Luo Chong heard this, their eyes immediately brightened. My dear mother, it turns out that this is the real killer weapon. If the rifle the leader just introduced is used to hit people, then this shotgun is really prepared for cannibal monsters. No matter how big they are, they can be knocked down with one shot. How powerful must this be? But just after Luo Chong finished talking about its power, there was another twist that disappointed everyone, that is, the range of this shotgun was too close. This gun is very powerful, but in order to pursue more powerful lethality, we have to make some sacrifices in terms of range, so the effective range of this shotgun is only 100 meters. Furthermore, 100 meters is the farthest range. Under normal circumstances, the safest shooting distance, that is, the distance with high hit rate and greater damage, is only 70 or 80 meters, which is similar to the horizontal shooting distance of our bows and arrows. But don't think that this gun is useless, because it has a short range. In fact, it is still very powerful. For example, in terms of rate of fire and ammunition capacity, the rifle I just introduced to you has an ammunition capacity of 5 rounds. Every time you change ammunition, you need to pull the bolt, eject the shell and then reset the gun, but this gun is different. Standard Type 1 shotgun, with a total gun length of 1.15 meters, a pump-action tubular magazine, which can prepare 8+1 rounds of ammunition at a time, and a normal magazine that can prepare 8 rounds of ammunition. One round is loaded in the chamber, and it can be loaded in one go. It has 9 rounds of ammunition, and its ejection and loading methods are quite special, so it can be reloaded very quickly. Let me demonstrate it to you. After Luo Chong introduced the characteristics of this gun, he started to load ammunition while walking in the array of new recruits, and at the same time he was still introducing the loading method to everyone. This gun does not have a bolt with a charging handle. It only has a loading port and a shell ejection window. Straighten the gun body. The long oval window on the right side is the shell ejection window. After you shoot after one shot, the empty cartridge case will fly out from this place. The other loading port is just below the gun body. There is also an oblong window here, but there is a movable iron piece blocking it. This iron piece can be pressed inward. We don't need to do it when loading. Never mind it, just use the bullet in the direction of the barrel, head forward and stuff it in from here. You can stuff 8 bullets into it at a time. Of course, if you don't have enough bullets, you can still shoot even if you only stuff one. As Luo Chong spoke, he first pulled the charging handle that was linked to the gun's handguard to the back to open the barrel of the gun. Then he inserted a live round from the ejection window, and then pushed the handguard. Close the barrel of the gun, thus leaving 1 bullet in the chamber in advance, and then continue to push 8 bullets from below. This is the so-called 8+1 bullet supply method, that is, 8 bullets in the magazine plus the gun 1 round in the chamber. After Luo Chong loaded the bullets, the close target on the other side was also set up. The target was located just below the general point platform, less than 100 meters away from the queue of recruits. This distance was just right for demonstrating the shotgun. 60 or 70 meters away from the front of the recruits' queue, Luo Chong had specially brought a live big antlered deer in the morning. At this time, he also became a target. He stood there with thousands of people watching, and kept tapping his front hooves, seeming extremely uneasy. I'm about to shoot. Please pay attention to my reloading action and the sound of the gun. By the way, help me count the total number of bullets in this gun and how fast my rate of fire can be. 3, 2, 1. Bang 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 bang. When Luo Chong finished counting 3 numbers, he immediately aimed at the bighorn deer in front of him and pulled the trigger. 6 lead bullets the size of soybeans ejected from the muzzle of the gun and quickly hit the bighorn deer's chest. The powerful kinetic energy directly blasted a big hole in the chest cavity of the bighorn deer, and then instantly knocked it to the ground. Its limbs were stretched out hard, its eyes were widened, and its whole body was twitching. A giant beast that was alive and kicking just now will lose its ability to move in the blink of an eye, and will soon die completely. But it wasn't over yet. Before anyone could react, Luo Chong immediately pulled the handguard in front of him. He pulled and pushed, and instantly loaded the gun. Bang, another shot was fired, and a loaded gun was fired 80 meters away. The clay jar of water exploded instantly. Bang! The steel plate hoisted 70 meters away was being beaten and spinning in circles. Bang! A palm-sized hole was also blasted out of the pine board 60 meters away. Bang 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 bang. The continuous sound of gunfire rang out 9 times. The pump-action shotgun in Luo Chong's hand was shot out with extremely fast hand speed. It felt like a semi-automatic weapon. The gun hit within 100 meters. Wherever he pointed. Wherever he hit, coupled with the powerful power of this shotgun and its super-fast rate of fire, it stunned the surrounding recruits. Especially the group of people around Luo Chong, because they had never heard the sound of gunfire at such a close range. Even though they were mentally prepared, they were still stunned by the sound of gunfire. This thing is so powerful. Does this gun fire quickly? After Luo Chong finished shooting, he pulled the handguard back and forth to check the chamber, then raised the shotgun in his hand and shouted to the recruits. "Quick!" The soldiers were very excited. They had never seen such a fast long-range weapon in their whole lives. In terms of firing rate alone, even the rifle just now couldn't compare with this sprayer, and its power was also so amazing. "Is this gun powerful?" Luo Chong asked loudly again. "Big," the soldiers replied in unison. "Then with this gun, do you dare to fight against the cannibal monsters?" "Dare." The soldiers' confidence increased and they shouted in unison again. "Yes, the range of this shotgun is a bit short, but it doesn't matter. Its rate of fire is fast enough and its power is powerful enough. When facing cannibal monsters, as long as you cover each other according to the tactical position and cooperate in shooting, even if there is several monsters rush towards you at the same time, and you can instantly fire a barrage to knock them all down. These two kinds of firearms are the major items of your first training. Learn to use them, and the gun and man become one. I want you to be able to load and load the gun with your eyes closed. Not only that, but you also have to shoot fast and shoot accurate and steady. The Shent's guard also has arms. Your commander should have revealed this to you. One is a long-range precision shooter who uses a rifle as the main weapon. He is mainly responsible for arming the assault handgun in the rear and covering the advance of the assault hand. The other, the soldier type, is the assaulter who uses a shotgun as the main weapon. When encountering enemy monsters, the assaulter should take the initiative to rush in front and use the shotgun in your hand to kill the monsters one by one. As for the allocation method of arms, after your first phase of training is over, a shooting assessment will be organized. At that time, whichever of the two guns you shoot well will be assigned to which arm. Finally, there is the issue of your organization. The Shent's guard will adopt new tactics, so it requires new organization to cooperate. All soldiers will be temporarily reorganized according to the organization of the squad, platoon, company, and battalion. Household registration is disrupted. There are 9 people in each class, including 1 squad leader and 1 deputy squad leader. During the battle, they are divided into 3 3-person groups. 9 classes are 1 platoon, each platoon has 81 people. 3 platoons are 1 company, each company has 250 people. 3A company is a battalion, each battalion has 750 people, and 3 battalions are a guard, which is all the people in your Shent's guard, 2,400 people, plus your 200-person instructor team, a total of 2,600 people. This is the sum total of Shent's Y. Everyone sit here quietly for now. After a while, your commander will start to divide you into establishments. Your current establishment is temporary. The real fixed establishment, as well as the appointment of each squad platoon leader, will be the results of the first training assessment shall prevail. So, if you want to be an officer in Shent's guard and lay a good foundation for future promotion, you should work hard for me during training. The opportunity is given to you. It depends on you whether you want to make contributions and shine on your family. After demonstrating the power of the new weapons to the soldiers and giving them the confidence to defeat the enemy, Luo Chong's purpose of coming here was almost over. In the following time, Chu Bing asked his adjutants to start disrupting the household registration of the recruits and forming a temporary establishment. However, even the temporary establishment must be allocated according to a certain proportion. Luo Chong's request was that every member of the Shent's guard, each 9-person class, must have at least 1 person from Tuahai County, and at least 1 or 2 grassland herdsmen. The remaining people from the 8 counties of Hanyang must be equally divided into each class. The advantage of this is that it can assimilate and integrate to the greatest extent. These people from all over the Han tribe can communicate with each other through the comrade-in-arms relationship, speeding up the integration of the people from all over the Han tribe. When this group of soldiers retire and go home, they can go back to the local area and tell their fellow locals what the people of other Han tribes are like. The current Han tribe does not have a national concept, but the population of the Han tribe comes from various tribes and clans. Although everyone is a human being and a member of the Han tribe, due to underdeveloped transportation, there is still a great lack of communication between various places. Communication and understanding cannot continue like this, so the military has become the best communication platform for people everywhere. After arranging the establishment work, Luo Chong returned to Chu Bing's headquarters again and began to discuss with him in detail the training plan for the Guard soldiers. The first phase of training is mainly divided into 6 parts. The first subject is Q training, which can also be called disciplinary training, because the main purpose of Q training is to cultivate soldiers' obedience. Soldiers do not need to be particularly smart, but they must observe discipline and obey the orders of their commanders. The second subject is assassination training. The main practice is assassination drills, which is the technique of fighting with bayonets. How to fight with bayonets is also a skill. The third subject is physical training. This is equally important for other guards with pure cold weapons or for the guards with pure firearms. Guards with cold weapons need to wear heavy armor and fight in armor. The requirements for physical fitness are very high. Although the guards do not have armor, they have to carry a large number of firearms and ammunition, and the load is also heavy, so physical fitness is equally important. The fourth subject is comprehensive skills training for individual soldiers, including digging trenches, building bunkers, setting up military tents, setting hunting traps, and the use of individual soldier equipment, such as how to use multifunctional kettles and lunch boxes, how to use compasses to identify directions, and how to use telescopes. As well as how to dig a smokeless stove in the field, various ways of using a military shovel, how to fold and pack marching uniforms, how to set up camp in the wild during team operations, and so on. The fifth subject is individual weapons learning and training. Soldiers must not only learn to shoot guns, but also learn the structure of firearms. At least they must learn simple repairs and maintenance, as well as the relationship between the front sight, rear sight, and ruler. This is very difficult to learn. It's easy to train an accurate shooter. After learning these, the next step is live ammunition shooting. Live ammunition shooting is divided into day and night shooting training for 3 types of firearms. Each person is required to shoot 100 rounds of bullets for rifles, 100 rounds of assault shotguns, and individual self-defense types every day. The short-barreled shotgun, 3+1 rounds, is enough to shoot 30 rounds of bullets, which adds up to a training volume of 230 rounds of bullets per person per day. What is this concept? This is simply an endless trench. You must know that the most elite permanent division of the Japanese invaders during World War II only received less than 200 rounds of ammunition per recruit per month during the training period. Note that this is per month. Less than 200 rounds of ammunition. In this way, the shooting level of the Japanese army was ranked among the best in the world at that time. No matter which country's infantry shot accurately, no one would dare to disapprove of the Japanese army. There was no way. Who made China poor at that time? Not to mention the 8th Route Army, even the regular army of the government lacked training and were just as poor. However, the Han tribe does not lack resources for the time being. What the Han tribe lacks is population, materials, and ammunition. It only supplies more than 2,000 people and cannot be used up at all. Moreover, Luo Chong knew very well that although there were natural sharpshooters, if he wanted to improve the shooting level of the entire army, he would have to feed them with bullets. If they were fed too little, there would be no effect at all. The 6th subject, military discipline and cultural classes, are to be taught together. When teaching discipline regulations to soldiers, we also teach them how to read and write. What characters should we write? Just write the disciplinary regulations. In this way, while learning military discipline, you can also learn Chinese characters, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and have a deep memory. If you ask which army in the world still teaches cultural classes collectively, it must be the Communist Army. This has always been the tradition of our army. Nowadays, the literacy rate of Han tribes is not high, especially Shensui, who are all illiterate. Of course, tribes have an obligation to improve their cultural education, and this cultural education is very necessary. You may not be able to see anything now, but when these soldiers are promoted to officers in the future, problems will be exposed. You can do nothing as a soldier, but as an officer, you need to be able to read and understand written orders issued by your superiors. In short, without culture and unable to write, one cannot be a high-ranking officer. In the first stage, there are a total of 6 subjects, mainly 4 subjects: formation, physical fitness, shooting, and assassination. The remaining cultural subjects include individual soldier, comprehensive skills. These 2 are major subjects, and cannot be combined in one. Those who have learned it within a month will continue to teach it in the second stage of training. Training according to this training outline, it can be said that as long as all subjects meet the passing standards, then there is no problem in pulling such soldiers out to fight in a modern positional defense battle. Of course, defensive warfare is limited to squatting in pits and shooting black guns, that is, the kind of fighting in trenches. After all, 6,000 or 7,000 rounds of ammunition are fed out a month, so the shooting accuracy is estimated to not be too bad. But if they are allowed to take the initiative to attack, they will definitely give up, because there is no tactical subject in the first stage of training. Recruits who do not understand tactics are seeking death by foolishly rushing towards the enemy, even if the opponent is just a cold weapon army without firearms. After the first phase of training is over, the organization is readjusted, and squad platoon leaders are assigned. Then the second phase of training is conducted, which is mainly tactical training. At the same time, the second phase of training is also the running in and adaptation period for the new organization. In the second stage of training, the 6 training subjects of the first stage should be completely retained, but some unimportant subjects can start to reduce the training volume. For example, for Q subjects, except for practicing during morning running exercises, there will no longer be mandatory Q exercises at other times. There is also physical training. Physical training is no longer pure physical training. Instead, it is changed into a camping training and a forced march training in full gear. In the second phase of training, the troops are required to march every day. The mileage should not be less than 5 kilometers, and the forced march of 30 kilometers in a single day should not be less than once a week. In addition, the 2 subjects of individual weapons learning and live ammunition shooting in the first stage, as well as bayonet fighting, will also be retained in the second stage of training, but it will also be in a different form, that is, they will be unified and integrated into the second stage. During the comprehensive training of the 3-3 system tactics. From the first stage of lying still and practicing marksmanship by killing targets on the spot, to the second stage of group tactical assault shooting while on the move. In a 3-on-3 system, how do precision shooters cover the advance of assaulters? After an assaulter empties his own shotgun, how can he reload it under the cover of his companions? How should the commando run when retreating? How should the precision shooter behind him set up his gun to cover? These are all tactical training subjects. Then there is the group tactical training of bayonet fighting. Let's take the Japanese army in World War II as an example. In the history of the anti-Japanese war, whether it was the regular army of the government or the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army, they never had an advantage in hand-to-hand bayonet combat with the Japanese. In hand-to-hand combat, they could achieve a battle loss ratio of 3-to-1, and our troops were stabbed to death. 3 people may not be able to fight off a Japs. Why is that? The Japs are all short winter melons with an average height of less than 1.6 meters and bow legs. Are they really that powerful? If you have to find a reason, then after a comprehensive analysis, there are 3 main points. First, the Japs' .38 cap is relatively long. The entire gun is 127.6 centimeters long. Coupled with a bayonet that is half a meter long, the overall length is 177 centimeters, which is taller than the average Japanese soldier. With such a long bayonet, it is certainly advantageous in hand-to-hand combat. Secondly, the food of the Japanese army is good. If they eat well, people will have strength if they have oil and water in their stomachs. Moreover, their food is stolen, and they don't have to spend money, so they are naturally willing to eat it, because they originally followed the principles of war. They fight in the way of nourishment, so in terms of food, it is another strong advantage. Of course, the above 2 points are objective reasons and are not the most important. The most important point is the third point, which is the tactic of bayonet fighting. In many movies and TV dramas about the anti-Japanese war, there have been Japanese soldiers with a small plaster flag on their bayonets. This is not a fabrication, but a historical reality. In the Japanese Army's detachment, squad, there are usually 2 soldiers holding small flags on the left and right. They are sergeants, or commanders, which can be understood as superior soldiers, or non-commissioned officers. They are veterans with rich combat experience. Whenever there is a fight, during hand-to-hand bayonet combat, other soldiers in the same class will automatically move closer to the small flag to form a tactical group. In this way, during hand-to-hand combat, there will often be situations where 4 or 5 Japanese soldiers stab one of our soldiers. Originally, our army had no advantage in terms of objective factors, but in the end, several people from the other side stabbed one of us. How could we survive this? This is the importance of tactics. Of course, Luo Chong would not let the soldiers of Shen's guard also hang small flags on their bayonets, but this kind of hand-to-hand combat tactics is worthy of recognition and worth learning. In fact, the Yuanyang formation of the Qi family army also has great advantages, but it is a large-scale tactical formation, usually with more than a dozen people. The Shen's guard is different. Each tactical team only needs 3 people, which is enough to deal with any situation. In the second stage of comprehensive tactical training, in addition to shooting while marching and bayonet fighting, 2 subjects that have been carried over from the past, there will also be a new subject of tactical group capture of prisoners, which is, to put it bluntly, capturing prisoners. In this battle against the cannibals, in addition to destroying this evil race, capturing a large number of slaves for the Han tribe is also an important goal. Nowadays, the Han tribe has many large-scale projects that require labor. In the case of insufficient population, capturing slaves has become the best source of labor. Therefore, the technology of capturing captives is also a very important skill that must be learned. Q training has been reduced, physical fitness has become camping training, and shooting and assassination have become comprehensive tactical training. The remaining military discipline and cultural classes will still continue and will become the daily routine of Shen's guards in the future. As long as there is no war, this subject will continue to be practiced. Go down, and then there will be individual soldier comprehensive technical training. This technical training will be adjusted according to the actual training situation. Some things that have been learned will not be trained again, such as folding quilts, packing marching bags, setting up tents, and hunting skills. As long as the soldiers learn and master them proficiently, they will no longer be trained. Instead of conducting specialized training, we will conduct some later targeted training based on the soldier's learning situation, new combat requirements, and new equipment. The above 6 subjects, after extending to the second stage, are equivalent to being integrated into 3 subjects. However, although the subjects have been reduced in name, the training content has not been reduced at all, but has been increased a lot. There are 2 stages of training. Compared with the training of modern soldiers, it is much simpler and much smaller. After all, the current Shen's guard only has these 2 main weapons, and the tactics are relatively simple. They are not as varied as modern ones. The equipment needs to be learned, and there are not so many complicated tactics that need to be trained. As long as the 2 stages of training set by Luo Chong can be completed, the combat effectiveness of Shen's guard will be enough to defeat any army in the world. After discussing with Chu Bing for a while and finalizing the final training outline, Luo Chong left the Shen's guard's military camp directly. However, he did not return to his home in Hanyang City. Instead, he took his guard to the north. Xingang County Power Research Institute. When Luo Chong arrived here, the research institute was still busy. Their locomotive manufacturing plant was now on the right track. 2 new locomotives were being assembled on the production line, and old employees were also bringing new employees there to learn from their experience. In addition to the motorcycle manufacturing plant here, the institute has other projects that also require a large number of manpower, such as Pneumatic Tool Research Group, Steam Engine Upgrade and Improvement Research Group, Iron Ore Composition Laboratory Analysis, Civil Engineering Machinery Research Group, Firearms the Production Supervision Group, and a lot of research groups are doing different things. As soon as Luo Chong arrived, Lin Fei, the head of the institute, ran over to greet him personally, and took the initiative to ask Luo Chong, "Chief, all the research projects of the institute are progressing smoothly." "Chief, what's new this time, instructions?" Luo Chong glanced at him and said calmly, "It's true. Find me a researcher who was responsible for the bolt mechanism when the firearm was developed. He must be skilled. 1 or 2 will be enough. He must be good at using springs. People with small mechanical structures are given priority. I want them to make a very simple new thing." "Ah? Chief, are you planning to start a new project again? What is the name of the new project?" Lin Fei asked, curiously. When Luo Chong saw him asking, he smiled, and then calmly said a noun. "Handcuffs." "Handcuffs?" "Yes, they are handcuffs, simple equipment used to bind criminals or prisoners of war." Luo Chong explained casually. "Oh, then I'm going to find someone who wants to develop a gun mechanism and be good at using springs, right? I'll go right away. The leader will wait a moment." Lin Fei agreed and immediately went to call someone for Luo Chong. "Yeah." Luo Chong agreed and sat in the office to wait. He had nothing to do. He saw that there was blank paper and pencils on Lin Fei's desk, so he just took one and started drawing handcuffs. Sketch. He has played with handcuffs before, and even uses wires, hairpins, and other things to pry the locks on the handcuffs. The reason is that the principle of this thing is really simple. It uses a pair of counter-tooth mechanisms to make it only the principle of being able to rotate in one direction to achieve quick locking. Inside the lock of the handcuffs, there is a rack that is opposite to the outer ring of the iron ring. A folded reed is pushed outward at the bottom of the rack so that it can engage with the teeth of the outer ring of the iron ring. Use the key to open the handcuffs. By rotating in the lock hole, the rack can be pressed down, thereby releasing the iron ring outside. By rotating in the opposite direction, a small iron rod will be pushed into the spring, locking it completely. Of course, use the key. It can still be opened. In other words, the keys of handcuffs are universal. Even if there is no key, you can still open it easily by turning the spring with a small iron piece. Not to mention professional thieves, this thing is just an ordinary person. As long as you know its principle, it's not difficult to pry open the handcuffs. However, this is about the early handcuffs. Later, users also found that these things were too easy to pry, so they invented an improved version, which is a new type of handcuffs with 2 locking mechanisms. The one is more sophisticated and more troublesome, but for the current Han tribe, there is no need at all. Because no one has seen this thing yet. When everyone knows how to play this thing, it will not be too late to change it. Moreover, given the current situation of the Han tribe, it is estimated that those who can be handcuffed will have little chance to study this thing. Luo Chong thought as he quickly drew a sketch. The freehand drawing was not very good, but he just needed to let others understand the structure and shape of the handcuffs. Luo Chong planned to mass-produce handcuffs to be used by Shen's guards when they captured prisoners on the front line. He could also make more and distribute them to various government offices of the Han tribe for their daily use in maintaining law and order. Let's not talk about maintaining public order. When it comes to capturing prisoners, handcuffs play a huge role. Compared with traditional ropes, handcuffs have obvious advantages. First of all, they are made of metal and will not be worn as easily as ropes. Break or cut, and the second is the speed of binding people with handcuffs, which is much faster than ropes. If you are subduing an enemy on the battlefield and you push him to the ground and then want to tie his hands or feet, first you cannot make him move, and you have to make him cooperate with you in tying the rope. Even if you prepare a movable noose in advance, which can cover the target's hands in 1 second, you still have to tie a knot to prevent the target from breaking free. When you finish tying the knot, the fastest thing will happen. It takes about 10 seconds. 10 seconds, especially 10 seconds on the battlefield, can really change in an instant. In this time, the shotgun can shoot 5 bullets, which of course saves every second. Moreover, the environment in which they fight is still the winter in the far north. When doing outdoor activities in such an area, the flexibility of the hands will inevitably be reduced. If you do not wear gloves, you may even be in danger of freezing. At this time, let the soldiers fight. When people are tied up with knots, their movements will inevitably be slow. But if you use handcuffs, there will be no such problem, because the handcuffs only need to be smashed on the opponent's wrist, and they will automatically rotate in a circle and then lock. It only takes 3 seconds at most to restrain a person, and can bind the prisoner. The time is shortened by 3 times, and the handcuffs have a simple structure and are easy to use. Even if the hands are frozen and the fingers are not flexible, the enemy can still be easily locked. This is what Luo Chong wants to make handcuffs for. When he was almost done with the sketch, Lin Fei also called over the people he was looking for. There were 2 of them, a young man about 20 years old, and an apprentice in his 15th or 16th year. Chief, this is Ishida, and the apprentices he brings. They are the researchers responsible for the gun part. They don't have any important work at the moment. They have time to take on new projects. Lin Fei brought the 2 of them to Luo Chong. Then he introduced. I've met the leader. Ishida and his little apprentice also bowed their hands to Luo Chong. Well, I won't talk nonsense. This is a sketch I just drew. You 2 should take a look at it first. Luo Chong handed the drawing to Ishida directly, and then continued to introduce it. This is a new type of shackles that is used when capturing criminals or prisoners of war. It can quickly and automatically lock, and can later be opened with a key. Its locking mechanism requires the use of a flat spring leaf. The spring in the gun receiver can be made of the same material as the ejection rod and the extraction hook. Oh, by the way, the handcuffs in the drawing have half a ring that can rotate. Can you see if there are any problems with this design? If you are responsible for making it, if so, are there any difficulties? When Luo Chong finished speaking, Ishida looked at the sketch Luo Chong drew casually with an expression of surprise. He really didn't expect that a pair of shackles used to lock people could be so exquisitely made and ingeniously designed. The leader's design is really wonderful. At first glance, it seems to be a very simple mechanical principle, which is just a pair of anti-teeth and a spring. However, the flexible combination of these 2 structures and use in shackles is indeed an extremely interesting idea. Creative design. There is no problem with the structure. This thing is indeed quite simple. As for the material, I suggest using steel. As for the production process, use steel castings as the main body. Small parts are stamped with steel plates, and then use a lathe to grind out the counter teeth. Finally, use several rivets for assembly. I just don't know if the leader has specific data on the size, such as its thickness and the size of the bracelet. Ishida first praised the design with admiration, then talked about his production plan, and finally asked Luo Chong about the size of the handcuffs. After hearing his production plan, Luo Chong nodded with satisfaction before speaking. Your production plan is good, just follow the method you said. I don't have specific data on handcuffs. You need to investigate the data. You can find people at the research institute and various factories to take samples and measure them. The size of wrists and ankles must be sampled at least 100 people, and then comprehensively analyzed and the average value taken. I have an estimated value here, which is that the diameter of the inner ring of the handcuffs is about 6 to 7 centimeters. However, it is not accurate. It is just to provide a reference. The specific data is subject to the data obtained by your sampling. As for the thickness of the handcuffs, if the quality of the steel material is guaranteed, they can be as thin as possible. The lighter, the better, as long as they are not easily broken open or damaged. The other is the design index. My requirement is that the handcuffs should be connected with 3 iron chains in the middle. The distance between the 2 bracelets should not exceed 10 centimeters. The iron chains should be thick enough to not be easily broken or pulled apart. Specific details. You use the data to do experiments. Then there is the diameter of the handcuffs, which must be able to lock the wrists of everyone you can see, as well as the ankles. The ankles can be slightly tighter, but that doesn't matter. The wrists must not allow anyone to break free. The last thing is the weight. My requirement is that the total weight of a finished pair of handcuffs, including the key and the chain in the middle, should not exceed 1 kilogram. If it exceeds 500 grams, it will be disqualified. Okay, the design specifications are like this. You can go investigate and take samples today, then draw the drawings tonight, and start trial production tomorrow. Within 3 days, I will see the samples. When the samples come out, you can take the samples and go to Hanyang City to find me. Luo Chong quickly explained the design indicators and some of his requirements. Ishida was also taking a pencil to quickly record on the sketch, and soon wrote down all Luo Chong's requirements. The number of people to be sampled should not be less than 100 people. The diameter of the iron rings should be able to lock people's hands and feet at the same time. The 2 iron rings should be connected with 3 sections of iron chains. The total length should not exceed 10 centimeters. The total weight of the entire set of handcuffs should not exceed 500 grams. It's light, durable, and strong. We can make a sample within 3 days. Okay, Chief, I've written it all down. Is there anything else you want to add, Chief? Ishida finished recording, put down the pen, and then repeated it to Luo Chong, finally asked. Well, there is nothing wrong with the design specifications. If I want to add, well, the simpler the production process, the better. It should be easy to produce. Let me put it this way, if your sample can satisfy me, after the experiment and finalization, it will be winter today. Before, I had to ask you to produce at least 20,000 pairs of these handcuffs. So, you have to have a bottom line in your mind. No matter how you produce it, I have to achieve this quantity. And the later you delay in finalizing the shape, the greater the pressure will be in later production. Remember, I said at least 20,000 pairs, no upper limit. Luo Chong thought for a while and added again. Yes, I understand, leader. Then I will resign first and go find someone to investigate and take samples. Ishida nodded, and then immediately agreed. Well, go ahead and do your best. Luo Chong responded casually, and Ishida and his young apprentice bowed their hands to Luo Chong, then turned around and walked away with the drawings. To be honest, Luo Chong only gave them less than 3 days, which was indeed a bit tight, but it was just enough. If nothing unexpected happened. After arranging the development work of handcuffs, Luo Chong went home directly. He would not leave Hanyang City again in a short time, because both Xiaodai and Zhang were about to give birth, and he would not feel at ease if he went out again. Although it wouldn't do much for him to stay by himself, but at least he could cheer them up. Luo Chong took his guards home, but the Research Institute in Xingyang County and the Shents Guard in Hanyang County were not idle. Their training tasks were very heavy, so they started on the day Luo Chong left. Formal training. With the temporary establishment, Q training can be easily carried out. Walking in unison, standing still, taking a rest, and turning left, right and backward are all basic operations. The purpose is to cultivate discipline and obedience and allow soldiers to develop conditioned reflexes. As soon as it hears the command, it will be executed immediately. In addition to the Q, the next step is individual weapons teaching. According to the model of 3 classes as one group, 2 instructors are responsible for teaching one group. The soldiers directly line up and sit on the grass, while the instructor holds a small blackboard and uses chalk to mark a simple structural diagram of the firearm is drawn on it, allowing the soldiers to look at the diagram and compare it with the firearm in their hands while explaining the operating steps of the firearm. Okay, this is the name of each part of the firearm. Next, you can compare the firearm in your hand with the picture on the blackboard to identify what each part is called. Be sure to remember this clearly, because I will explain shooting to you later. These words will be used frequently when explaining the essentials. Don't say you don't understand then. If you don't understand something now, ask immediately. After an instructor finished speaking, he began to ask the recruits to identify the names of the various parts of the firearm. Report. What's the problem? Tell me. Instructor, I know this sight. The rear sight has the same meaning as the mountain sight on the god arm crossbow. So what is the extra sight used for? A recruit looked at the sight above the gun body and asked doubtfully. The sight is used to adjust the height of the rear sight. By adjusting the height of the rear sight, you can aim at targets at different distances. Since you have played with the god arm crossbow, you should know that there is also a row of scales on the top of the god arm crossbow. Well, this watch, the ruler, is just like the scale. By aligning with different scales, you can adjust the pitch angle of the weapon so that arrows or projectiles can shoot at different ranges. The only difference is that the scale on the firearm is finer. After hearing the question, the instructor immediately explained it to everyone. Oh, that's it, I understand. Well, do anyone else have any questions? If you don't understand, please ask. Otherwise, I will do a random check later. If you can't remember, I will do 50 push-ups as a penalty. The instructor reminded the recruits again. Report. If you have any questions, please tell me. Instructor, I can't find the firing pin you wrote on the blackboard. And why is there no flint on this gun? If flint and fire sickle are not used, how does it ignite the gunpowder? The firing pin is hidden in the bolt. You can't see it unless it's decomposed, so don't worry about it. You just need where it is. The other thing is the problem of igniting the gunpowder. I'll draw one for you first. You will understand the cross-section of the bullet. As the instructor spoke, he drew a cross-sectional view of a bullet in the blank space on the blackboard, and then drew 3 pictures of different stages of the firing process of the bullet. He specifically explained to everyone what firing powder is called and what is called smokeless fire. Medicine, as well as metal-fixed ammunition and other concepts related to new weapons. The recruits listened attentively and shouted happily. They did not expect that their tribe had quietly produced so many unparalleled gunpowder weapons. When they thought that they were the first batch of soldiers from the Han tribe to be equipped with such advanced firearms, they felt in their hearts. The feeling of pride is even more indescribable. The training of Shents guards progressed very quickly. After the establishment was officially assigned, weapons teaching began on the same day. On the next day, they began to take turns to the shooting range for live ammunition shooting, allowing the recruits to experience the shooting process of firearms and the key points of shooting. And the recoil produced when shooting, let them find the feeling. In the back mountain to the north of Hanyang City, there were continuous gunshots all day long, like the modern artillery fire during the New Year. Class after class took turns to conduct shooting training. On the first day, everyone fired rifle ammunition. 100 shots were enough for them. Bang 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 bang. There was another series of gunshots, and the soldiers of the last platoon also completed a round of 5-round shooting, and then began to reload ammunition under the command of the instructor. Pulling the bolt, insert the magazine into the gap above the bomb bay, press hard with your thumb, all 5 bullets are pressed in, then push the bolt to load, and everyone aims forward again. Everyone has it. The 200-meter humanoid target is lying down. The hit on the abdomen is qualified. The hit on the chest is good. The hit on the head is perfect. 5 rounds of free fire. Start shooting. The instructor gave the order, and there was another burst of gunfire from the shooting range. After the round, a recruit suddenly asked the instructor a question. Report. Speak. Instructor, didn't you say before that you need to adjust the sight before aiming, and then aim and shoot? Why did I adjust a little, but didn't hit? A recruit asked in confusion. You bastard, who asked you to adjust the sight? What did I say before shooting? Don't adjust the parts on the gun without my order. It's only what you can do, right? As soon as they heard the recruit's question, their instructor immediately became angry. He walked over and kicked his butt before continuing to explain. If nothing happens, you will adjust the meter randomly. Don't you know how to count? Didn't you see that the first number after the 0 on the meter is 3.5? 3.5 means 350 meters. You are aiming for a target of 200 meters. Which gauge should be adjusted? Let me tell you again, our rifles use 7.9 mm pointed full-power ammunition, and the rifling twist of the rifle is small. The bullet exits the chamber at a high speed, has good stability, and the trajectory is low, deep and straight. 300 There won't be any drop within 300 meters, so as long as it's a target within 300 meters, you don't need to adjust any sights. You just need to aim and pull the trigger to hit where you want. Do you understand? The instructor said to everyone again. Roared. Report. Any more questions? Instructor, what is the ballistic you just mentioned? Another recruit lying on the ground not far away asked his instructor. The trajectory is the trajectory of the warhead after it is launched. Have you ever shot an arrow? After the arrow is fired, it will not fly very far before it starts to fall. If you want to hit a distant target, you have to raise the shooting angle and shoot upward. Only then can you hit the target, right? Everyone nodded quickly, and then the instructor continued. But this bullet is different. The bullet is very powerful and flies very fast. So within 300 meters, it flies in a straight line without falling at all. So to shoot the target within 300 meters, you only need to just aim straight. There is no need to raise the muzzle. You only need to adjust the sight when shooting at a target more than 300 meters away. Do you understand? Clear. Instructor, I have another question. Explain. You just said that this bullet will not fall after flying for 300 meters. There are also ballistics and other things. How do you know that the bullet flies so fast? And the sight on the gun, is this thing really so powerful? Is it accurate? As long as you adjust it to the corresponding position, you can shoot that far. A recruit asked a tricky question again. Why, you're still afraid that I'm going to lie to you? What's the benefit of me lying to you? The instructor became angry when he heard this, rolled his eyes, and didn't want to answer the guy who asked the question. No, I'm just curious. This bullet flies so fast. How do you see this trajectory? The recruit also scratched his head in embarrassment and said, as you can see, it must have been through a large number of live-fire experiments before the new weapon was finalized and produced. Any new weapon must not be fully tested before it is produced and equipped with troops. The trajectory of the bullet and the characteristics of the trajectory are all obtained through a large number of experiments. Finally, based on the results of the experiment, the rear sight on your gun was made. You just asked if the sight gauge is accurate. It must be accurate, but it does not rule out that there are certain errors. The sights of each gun will have some slight errors. For example, some bullets will hit the left, some will hit the right, and some will hit the right. This is a normal phenomenon and you need to explore on your own. For example, if you aim at the middle this time and the bullet hits the left, then aim a little to the right next time. What is training? Training is a process that allows you to get used to the weapon. You and your gun must be familiar with each other. As for how to observe the ballistics during the experiment, it is a special ballistic indicator bullet fired from a prototype gun. If you shoot that kind of bullet, you can see the ballistics with your eyes. The recruits' eyes widened immediately after hearing this, and they all looked at their instructor, curiously. Instructor, what kind of bullet is that? Why don't you just fire it? If you can see the trajectory when shooting, wouldn't it be more accurate? Just like archery, you can see how the arrow flies. Another recruit asked, curiously. That kind of bullet is called a tracer bullet. At present, our tribe only has a green tracer bullet, which is more expensive. It is usually used to indicate the target when shooting at night. The effect is average when used during the day. The light is not very bright, and the bullet does not fly out easily. You hit the target as soon as you breathe. If you use tracer bullets during the day, the bullet will be out of sight before you see the green light. It's your first time shooting today. There is no night shooting subject, so I didn't get it for you. Everyone was even more excited after hearing this. Tracer bullets sounded more advanced than ordinary bullets. Ordinary bullets were already so powerful, so what would tracer bullets look like? Thinking of this, another soldier began to encourage the instructor. Instructor, look at us, we are the last group of target shooters today, and it's already getting dark. Why don't you give us a few rounds of tracer bullets, so that we can see what the trajectory of the bullets looks like? I'll give you a few rounds. Is that something you can shoot if you want? Don't you know how expensive tracer bullets are? And the output is very low. If you really want to see it, I can shoot a few rounds for you. Experience. When the recruits heard this, it was better to see something than nothing at all, so they immediately started asking for tracer bullets. The instructor nodded and took out a plate of tracer bullets from the cowhide bullet box on his waist. There were exactly 5 tracer bullets in each plate. He unloaded all 5 bullets from the bridge clip, then took out 4 and handed them over to new recruits. Now, this is a tracer bullet. Please pass it around to each other and have a look at it. Return it to me later. The recruits quickly took it, lying on the ground with a few bullets and passing them around. Instructor, this is a tracer bullet. It seems to be no different from the ordinary bullets we shoot. Can this really shine? Yes, except that half of the bullet is white. There is no other difference from ordinary bullets. That's right, there isn't much difference in the first place. They are all bullets, so what difference can there be? The reason why this tracer bullet can shine is because of the white warhead you mentioned. The white paint on this warhead is not paint, but a metal extracted from ore, which is similar to copper, iron, etc., plus some other things, to make a luminous potion. I heard that the cleaning agent the potion used in the photo contains this kind of stuff. Do you think it's not expensive? However, the medicine on this does not usually glow. It only emits green light when it is ignited by fire. The thin layer on it can only burn in one breath, but the bullet flies very fast, and it takes one breath. That's enough. Okay, everyone, hand over those bullets and I'll demonstrate it to you. Don't worry, you'll have the opportunity to shoot tracer bullets in the future. The instructor explained the luminous principle of tracer bullets to the new recruits, then collected the bullets he had just fired, and then loaded another tracer bullet into his rifle, preparing to demonstrate to the soldiers. So that's it. I thought it was so magical, but it turns out it's the white potions painted on it that are glowing. No wonder this tracer bullet is so expensive. We usually take photos. The medicine on the bullet is the same as the medicine used to develop photos. How can it not be expensive? Everyone nodded in agreement. Okay, everyone is ready. Now I'm going to shoot at the 600-meter target in front of me. But I don't know how to shoot at the target. I will aim at the open space in front of me and try to make the bullet fly as far as possible, so that you can see more. The trajectory is long. Everyone, please pay attention to see if the bullet does not start falling until it reaches 300 meters. Okay, instructor, go ahead and fight, we are ready. The instructor nodded and started shooting from a standing position. He aimed at the target 600 meters ahead and pulled the trigger. Bang! A crisp gunshot sounded, and the muzzle of the rifle flashed, and then a bright green light shot out from the muzzle. The green light emitted by the warhead left a clear green trail in the air. It flew past everyone's eyes with a chirp, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. No one knows where it went. Wow, that's amazing, it really shines. Yes, it feels like a will-o'-the-wisp, green and green. There are often such green flames in cemeteries where dead people are buried. This thing is different from that thing. It was made by us. Who knows where the thing you mentioned came from? Well, that's right. This tracer bullet is really good. If you wait until it's completely dark before using it, the trajectory will definitely look more obvious. If you use this kind of bullet to shoot at the target at night, as long as one person hits the target, the others will know which direction to hit. The recruits saw glowing bullets for the first time, and they lay there and discussed excitedly. Yes, this tracer bullet is used to indicate the target. I heard from the leader that this thing was supposed to be used on a continuous fire machine gun, but our tribe can't make it yet. The tracer bullets distributed now were also originally used. It's left over from the experiment, but we don't normally issue this kind of special ammunition. The instructor explained to the recruits again, then put away his gun and pointed at the recruits and continued. Okay, now that everyone has gained some knowledge, it's time to continue training. Although we don't have tracer bullets, ordinary bullets are definitely enough. Let me tell you, in the first stage of training, everyone must shoot at least 100 bullets every day. Fire rifle ammunition. Now you still have 90 rounds of training missions. Before it gets dark, shoot them all as quickly as possible. But I have made a promise to you. I am giving you so much training ammunition so that you can practice hard and practice your marksmanship. Don't waste ammunition on me with the idea of forcibly completing the training mission. I will report the target in a while. If I let you, I find out whose target is off target. Let's see how I deal with him. Yes. Everyone responded in unison immediately, then immediately loaded their ammunition and started aiming at the target and shooting again. Continuous gunfire began to ring out in the shooting range again, and the first day of training quickly ended with the sound of gunfire. The second day of training was more intense than the first day. Each company and platoon unit of Shent's Guard took turns to conduct rifle shooting training in the morning. After shooting the target early in the morning, they went to have breakfast, then practice formation, and after the formation practice, they practiced rifle shooting. Holding a gun means holding the gun in a prone position, such as a prone position for shooting, with your elbows as support, and erecting the bullet casing on the muzzle to keep the bullet casing from falling, or holding the gun in a standing position, using a standing shooting posture, holding it in place, hang a brick or a kettle in front of the gun. This kind of gun training is also very effective in improving shooting level, and it can also save ammunition, effectively improving shooting level while consuming less ammunition. Of course, the Shent's guards are not short of ammunition. In addition to holding guns, live fire shooting should still be practiced. Some companies and platoons practice rifles in the morning and shotguns in the afternoon. Others practice shotguns in the morning and afternoon. Rifle. In short, the training time of each unit is staggered to make reasonable use of the shooting range resources. Otherwise, no matter how big the military camp is, it will be impossible for more than 2,000 people to train live fire shooting together. In addition, there are other physical fitness, comprehensive individual skills, assassination combat and other techniques. Anyway, the daily training is fully arranged. Although there is no battle, the recruits also have a very fulfilling life every day. 2 days passed like this. On the third day, good news came from Qingshu County. Ishida, who was responsible for developing handcuffs, also made handcuff samples. He took several samples and went to Hanyang in person. City, please Luo Chong to inspect, and then finalize production. Chief, here are 3 types of handcuffs that I trial produced according to your requirements. They have the same structure and similar appearance, but the thickness and the thickness of the chain are different. The heaviest one weighs exactly 1 kilogram, and the middle one weighs 8. There are 2 weights. The lightest one is 6.5. There is no difference in other aspects. I am just not sure about the sturdiness, so it is up to the leader to make the decision. In the study room of Luo Chong's home, Ishida placed 3 pairs of handcuff samples that had just been made on Luo Chong's table and asked Luo Chong to check and finalize them himself. Well, it looks good, and the iron ring rotates relatively smoothly. Let's go and find someone outside to try. Luo Chong picked up the 3 pairs of handcuffs with satisfaction and led Ishida to the yard. Come here 3 people. When they arrived in the yard, Luo Chong immediately greeted the guards guarding the door. Chief, what are your orders? 3 guards immediately came to the door and stood in front of Luo Chong, waiting for orders. Come on, put your hands out, I'll make you something fun. Luo Chong said to them with a smile. Ah? Several guards looked confused, not knowing what Luo Chong meant. Ah, what the hell? Hold out your hands, hurry up. Oh. The 3 of them stretched out their hands in confusion. Before they could react, Luo Chong suddenly took out something and hit their wrists. The sound of gears grinding was heard, and a person's wrist one hand was immediately cuffed, and before he could react, the other hand was cuffed with the same thing. Ah, this. The handcuffed guard looked at the pair of shackles on his hands and was so frightened that he almost cried. He asked Luo Chong with a sad face and a grieved face. Chief, I didn't make any mistakes, right? Why is this? What are you thinking about? This is a newly made portable handcuff, specially used to quickly restrain prisoners of war. Let's do an experiment with the 3 of you to see how the quality and effect are. And the 2 of you, please reach out your hands quickly. Come out. Luo Chong saw that he was about to cry, and he immediately explained angrily. Oh, that's it. It scared me to death. I thought I had made some mistake. After hearing Luo Chong's words, the guard suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hands to wipe his forehead with his sleeves. Cold sweat oozed out. Luo Chong rolled his eyes at him, then quickly put handcuffs of different weights on the other 2 people, and then continued. Now, these are handcuffs with 3 different thicknesses. They are mainly to check their sturdiness. Now the 3 of you can start to break free. Except that you can't use tools, you can break free in any way you want. Use all your strength to suck milk, see if you can break free. Ah, that's it, okay. The three of them responded and really started to use all their strength to break free. The three of them were all standing in a horse stance, gnashing their teeth in their mouths, and their faces were flushed from holding back. This posture can use all their strength to the maximum extent. At this moment, there was a soft click, and someone really broke free of the handcuffs. "Chief, look." Luo Chong immediately went over to take a look and found that there was something wrong with the 6/2 handcuff with the thinnest and narrowest ring. However, the 2 iron rings of the handcuffs were still on the guard's hands, but the middle chain was covered by the handcuffs. He broke. Luo Chong looked at his wrist again and found that there were 2 deep red marks on it, which were blood red, so he asked, "How does it feel? Tell me how you feel about this thing." "Well, these shackles are quite strong. The 2 iron rings have a feeling of getting tighter and tighter. But the iron chain is not strong enough. It is too thin. Let alone especially trained soldiers, I feel like they are just normal. An adult man, as long as he works regularly, can pull it open if he has the strength in his hands, but the iron ring on the outside is a bit troublesome. If you don't use tools, you can't pull it open with just your hands." The guard said it truthfully. Replied, "Well, not bad, the summary is quite good. Okay, Ishida, if you want to open it for him." Luo Chong nodded, then turned to Ishida and said, "Yes." Ishida came over immediately, took out the key, and unlocked the handcuffs on the guard. Luo Chong looked at the other 2 people. They were still holding on to the handcuffs with gritted teeth, red faces, and desperate efforts, but they still couldn't break free. "Okay, everyone, please stop. I think you two can't get away from each other." When the 2 guards heard this, they immediately let go and stood there panting innocently. One of them's wrist was bleeding, which showed that they really used all their strength to suck, but they still couldn't break free from the handcuffs. The restraint of the handcuffs made the iron ring of the handcuffs break even tighter. "Okay, Ishida, please untie them both too." "Good." Ishida immediately stepped forward and quickly removed the handcuffs of the 2 men. Luo Chong then left the 2 of them behind, letting the bleeding one treat the wound, and then started doing new experiments. "Okay, you 2 turn around and put your hands behind your back. Let's try the back again." The 2 people immediately obeyed the order and turned their backs according to Luo Chong's instructions. Luo Chong stepped forward again and handcuffed the 2 people from behind, allowing them to try to break free. The 2 tried it and quickly said, "Chief, it's even worse this time. With your hands behind your back, you can't use any strength at all. A normal person will definitely not be able to break free, even with natural supernatural power, unless he has grown up. A pair of iron arms, otherwise even if the hand is broken, it will not be able to free it." "Well, that makes sense. Then try to see if you can squeeze your hand smaller and get out of the handcuffs." Luo Chong nodded, agreed with the guard's point of view, and then mentioned it again. "Here, I tried it, but it still doesn't work. This iron ring is movable and will tighten automatically. It will become tighter and tighter. It can't be drilled out at all." Another guard who was handcuffed also said, "Then try to see if you can go around from the bottom to the front. You guys have a try." The 2 listened to Luo Chong's order again and began to try. Perhaps it was because neither of them had long arms like Uncle Lu Huang. Anyway, the 2 guards could not move their hands from under their buttocks to the front. Then Luo Chong asked Ishida to open it for the 2 of them again, and then continued the experiment. This time, he directly asked the 2 of them to lie on the ground, and then locked their left hands and right feet with handcuffs behind their backs, and then asked the 2 of them to try to break free. This time, the effect was the same as before. Locking their hands behind their backs just made them unable to use their strength. This time, they locked one hand and one foot from behind. Not to mention using the strength to break free, they even tried to get up. all strenuous. The test was basically over at this point. Luo Chong asked Ishida to open the handcuffs for them again, and then Luo Chong took the 2 pairs of intact handcuffs and said to the 2 of them, "Both of you, let's learn how to use this handcuff." The biggest feature of this handcuff is that it locks quickly and can restrain a person instantly. Its iron ring is divided into 2 parts, one half is dead and fixed, and the other half is it can be rotated in one direction. When using it, just use the active half to hit the target's hand, and it will automatically rotate for a circle and lock the wrist. The same is true for locking the feet. Then this is the key. When you use it, insert it into the keyhole and turn it half a turn to the right. Then the lock of the iron ring will be released. You can turn it in the opposite direction to open the iron ring. You 2 learn how to use it, and then take it to other Jinwu Guard soldiers to see if these 2 pairs of handcuffs can adapt to everyone's wrists and ankles. Ours are universal, and there are no large or small sizes. That's why it must be adaptable to everyone. Go now, I will know the result soon. Yes, please don't worry, Chief. We'll go right away. Each of the 2 guards took a pair of handcuffs and immediately took the order and left. Luo Chong was also waiting with Ishida in the pavilion in the courtyard. The 2 drank tea and talked about some research topics from time to time. Time passed quickly, and not long after, the 2 guards returned to the courtyard. "Chief, there is no problem with this size. We have tried it on all the Imperial guards on duty today, and we can effectively restrain their hands and feet." The 2 guards immediately reported the results to Luo Chong when they returned. "Okay, keep the handcuffs, you 2, please step back." "Yes." The 2 put the handcuffs on the table and immediately left. Then Luo Chong didn't say anything, and just took 2 pairs of handcuffs to check their wear and tear. Although they had just gone through a series of violent experiments, the 2 pairs of handcuffs were still relatively intact, and there were no obvious faults. Only the previous one, the chain between the 2 halves of Deputy 6's handcuffs was broken, but there was still no problem with the cuff rings. Luo Chong thought for a moment and began to analyze in his mind. If we only looked at the quality of the iron rings, then the lightest 6.5 piece one would still have no problem, but the chain in the middle of the pair of handcuffs would not work. If the chain was just made thicker, will also directly increase the overall weight to more than 7 taels. If the weight of the improved finished product increases to more than 7 taels, then there is no need to go to all that trouble. It would be more secure to just use the 8-tael handcuffs in the middle. Anyway, they are not much heavier, and after so much time there was no damage after many experiments, so Luo Chong finally made a decision directly. "Let's order this pair of 8 taels. If we use 6.5 iron rings and thicker iron chains, the finished product will probably be 7 or 8 taels. There is no need to waste that energy on improving it. Just use this pair of 8 taels of handcuffs. To finalize the shape, just follow the dimensions of this sample and don't change anything. After you go back, you must arrange production, use of machinery, and materials as soon as possible. You submit the application, and then I will approve it for you. Before the end of this month, you must produce at least 2,500 pairs of 8-tael handcuffs. I want to equip the Shent's guards, and I can't delay their training next month. This is the first batch. Then we will continue to expand production until the winter of this year. Including the number of the first batch of handcuffs, the total number of production cannot be less than 20,000 pairs. The more, the better. These handcuffs will be very useful. Don't give them. I was delayed. Yes, don't worry, Chief. I will organize workers to produce it as soon as I get back. But Chief, how many of these handcuffs will be produced in the future? Do you have a total number? If the total number is not large, we don't need to set up a special production line, it won't take much anyway. Ishida first agreed to the production plan arranged by Luo Chong, and then asked again. This total number is indeed not very much. The batch I asked you to produce is mainly for the Shent's guards, to use to capture prisoners and slaves on the battlefield. It will be used internally by our tribe, that is, it will be distributed to each individual. The county's criminal investigation and security system is used to arrest some criminals or restrain some criminals in custody. Generally speaking, they do not use many handcuffs. And after the Shent's guards return from the expedition, their handcuffs can be recycled and reused, so overall, we don't need many. Our tribe's total population now is about 5 to 6 million people, prisoners of war, slaves, criminals. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands of people in total, so the total number of handcuffs and equipment in the future is estimated to be at most 60,000 pairs. So, you have an idea, and you can arrange the rest of the production yourself. Anyway, after the production of these one batch, in a short period of time, will probably not be produced again for decades. Luo Chong thought for a while and then explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I understand. If the total number is only 60,000 pairs, then there is no need to set up a special production line. It is also a waste. It doesn't matter if the production is tight now. Anyway, there won't be any in the future. I need it. After hearing this, Ishida immediately understood what Luo Chong meant and expressed his thoughts. Well, it's up to you anyway. I don't care what method you use. Anyway, you have to complete the production tasks I gave you. You can't delay my training of the army next month, otherwise I will take it upon you. Luo Chong nodded. He nodded, and then ordered again. Yes, leader, I promise to complete the mission. Ishida immediately stood up and saluted and promised. Well, keep the 1-pound pair of handcuffs and the key, and take the 8-pound pair back as a production sample. Yes. Ishida responded again, and then went back to organize production according to Luo Chong's arrangement. There are now more than 20 days before the end of the month, and 2,500 pairs of handcuffs have to be produced, which means at least 100 pairs a day. It was indeed a bit awkward at the beginning. It's difficult, but it will probably be faster in a week. In short, delivery before the end of the month is not a problem. After Ishida left, the training of Shent's guards continued. Luo Chong still stayed at home every day. In addition to reviewing the official documents submitted from various places every day, the rest of his time was spent teaching Luo Qing and Luo Lan to read and study, and taking care of them. Their mother. The due dates of Xiaodai and Zhang were getting closer and closer. Finally, half a month after Shent's guard was officially established, Zhang welcomed her second child. After some hard work, she gave birth to Luo Chong's second child. 3 children. Luo Chong's third child was a boy. Due to proper maintenance and sufficient preparation, the birth process of the child went smoothly and the mother and child were safe. Moreover, this time the Han tribe also had a scale, and Luo Chong specially asked someone to put the child on the scale. The baby weighed more than 6 pounds, nearly 7 pounds. He was considered a relatively healthy baby. Zhang named the third child born to Luo Chong Luo Xing, which means the prosperity of the Han tribe and the prosperity of the Luo family. After all, he is the second boy. How can he not be prosperous? The leader's family was happy to have a new family, and the entire city of Hanyang fell into a festive atmosphere. Many people who had a good relationship with Luo Chong sent gifts. The governors of the 8 counties of Hanyang were the first to hear the news. However, they had official positions and were not allowed to leave the areas under their jurisdiction without Luo Chong's summons. However, they still sent their wives or other family members one after another. Come to visit with gifts. Luo Chong naturally accepted them one by one. This was a happy thing and there was no reason to refuse. In the next few days, there was an endless stream of people coming to give gifts. Xiaodia's mother, Shang, also sent congratulatory gifts. As the mother of the eldest lady, the leader of the Han tribe, she showed enough generosity and specially sent some gifts. The cotton cloth I knitted by myself was said to be used as diapers for children. Many people from Zhang Ying's family came to visit, especially Chu Bing's wife's family. Zhang Ying originally found someone from the clan to match up Chu Bing's wife, and later got the photo studio business from Luo Chong. Now the whole family is doing well, and this time I just took advantage of this opportunity to come and get close to each other. Developing interpersonal relationships, especially clan relationships, is the foundation of Han civilization and the foundation of Han civilization. Luo Chong will not object to this. Although he often suppresses those wealthy families, suppression is suppression. If he does not object, he will not object. This is imperial power and cannot be generalized. The people in Hanyang City were very happy when they heard about this. Luo Chong also set up a thank you table in front of his house. There was a pot of boiled brown eggs on the table. Anyone who passed by Luo Chong's house would be given a gift. If you can't do one or two, just try to be auspicious and festive. Many people also came to give gifts, such as cotton cloth, brown sugar, eggs, millet. No matter how much, no matter how high or low they were, Luo Chong accepted them all, and of course they also gave gifts in return. As for those with higher status, there would be no return gifts. When the child is 1 month old or 100 days old, Luo Chong will serve wine to entertain others. On the 4th day after Luo Xing was born, just in time to take a break from illness, this boy came to visit him. Now he also has a wife. In addition to the tasks assigned to him by Luo Chong, now this boy is very interested in giving birth to children. Things are extremely interesting. Okay, the child has seen it. You kid, hurry up and work hard while Shomu goes back. Before Shensui goes to war, you have to let your wife have a baby even if she can't have one. Go home as soon as possible, don't I'm done playing, Luo Chong said, patting Chu Bing's shoulder. Chu Bing scratched his head and giggled. After chatting with Luo Chong for a while, he hurriedly went home to make a baby. On the 6th day after Xiao Luo Xing's birth, Xiaodie's due date of delivery also arrived. After a busy night that night, mother and child were finally safe. Luo Chong's 4th child was also born smoothly, another boy. Chong named him Luo Ji. This name is taken from the ancient ranking of brothers and uncles Ji. From the eldest to the youngest, Ji is the 4th. Just like Lu Bang was originally called Lu Ji, which means the 4th child of the old Lu family. Lu Bang was named after him. I got it only after I became a lord. The birth of Xiao Luo Ji naturally caused a burst of cheers from the entire tribe. After all, such a powerful leader has now given birth to 2 children in a row. This is a true reflection of the prosperity of the Han tribe. It means that the Han tribe has a successor, and everyone is very happy. Of course it is inevitable to give another gift. Originally, it was a bit unreasonable for Luo Chong to receive another gift just a few days after the gift. But, when the second wife gives birth to a child, everyone comes to give her gifts, and when the eldest wife gives birth, people have to express their gratitude. Luo Chong couldn't refuse. Otherwise, what would Xiaodai think? After finally giving birth to a child, the second lady's place was so lively and there were so many gifts, but when it came to me, there was nothing and it was deserted? Xiaodai didn't need to think too much. Luo Chong was afraid that she would suffer from postpartum depression. Therefore, this gift must be received when it is due, and it must be done in a lively and festive manner. Seeing that many people sent gifts again, Luo Chong couldn't just get some return gifts to send them off this time, so he asked his family to set up dozens of tables of running water mats in the alley at the door. You can come and eat whatever you want, even if you bring your children. Anyway, it is a 3-day feast. Even if the children come, they will give out eggs and candies. Naturally, a postpartum woman could not come out to see people, and the child was too young, so Luo Chong had to come out to entertain the guests in person. However, he did not know the magic of separation. During the 3-day banquet, he would only come out to entertain the guests at noon. As for those important guests such as county guards and generals, Luo Chong replied in unison. When Luo Ji turns 100 days old, he will prepare a 100-day banquet for the 2 children. At that time, he will entertain them again. Accept it gladly. After half a month of busy work, everyone who gave gifts was finally gone. However, Luo Chong's house became lively because of the addition of 2 new people. Especially Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luolan were extremely excited every day. Dad, I brought some roasted chestnuts for my brothers. Can they eat these? 3-year-old Luoqing ran over to ask Luo Chong with a small basket of chestnuts in both hands. They can't eat this yet. They haven't even grown teeth yet. How can they eat it? They can only eat milk now. You and your sister can eat these chestnuts. Equals 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 equals. The remaining modifications will be made later and will not be charged again, so please feel free to wait. Equals 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 equals. Zhang named the 3rd child born to Luo Chong Luo Xing, which means the prosperity of the Han tribe and the prosperity of the Luo family. After all, he is the 2nd boy. How can he not be prosperous? The leader's family was happy to have a new family, and the entire city of Hanyang fell into a festive atmosphere. Many people who had a good relationship with Luo Chong sent gifts. The governors of the 8 counties of Hanyang were the first to hear the news. However, they had official positions and were not allowed to leave the areas under their jurisdiction without Luo Chong's summons. However, they still sent their wives or other family members one after another. Come to visit with gifts. Luo Chong naturally accepted them one by one. This was a happy thing and there was no reason to refuse. In the next few days, there was an endless stream of people coming to give gifts. Shadia's mother, Shang, also sent congratulatory gifts. As the mother of the eldest lady, the leader of the Han tribe, she showed enough generosity and specially sent some gifts. The cotton cloth I knitted by myself was said to be used as diapers for children. Many people from Zhang Ying's family came to visit, especially Chu Bing's wife's family. Zhang Ying originally found someone from the clan to match up Chu Bing's wife, and later got the photo studio business from Luo Chong. Now the whole family is doing well, and this time I just took advantage of this opportunity to come and get close to each other. Developing interpersonal relationships, especially clan relationships, is the foundation of Han civilization and the foundation of Han civilization. Luo Chong will not object to this. Although he often suppresses those wealthy families, suppression is suppression. If he does not object, he will not object. This is imperial power and cannot be generalized. The people in Hanyang City were very happy when they heard about this. Luo Chong also set up a thank you table in front of his house. There was a pot of boiled brown eggs on the table. Anyone who passed by Luo Chong's house would be given a gift. If you can't do 1 or 2, just do it to be auspicious and festive. Many people also came to give gifts, such as cotton cloth, brown sugar, eggs, millet. No matter how much, no matter how high or low they were, Luo Chong accepted them all, and of course they also gave gifts in return. As for those with higher status, there would be no return gifts. When the child is 1 month old or 100 days old, Luo Chong will serve wine to entertain others. On the 4th day after Luo Xing was born, just in time to take a break from illness, this boy came to visit him. Now he also has a wife. In addition to the tasks assigned to him by Luo Chong, now this boy is very interested in giving birth to children. Things are extremely interesting. Okay, the child has seen it. You kid, hurry up and work hard while Shomu goes back. Before Shensui goes out, you have to let your wife have a baby even if she can't have one. Go home as soon as possible, don't I'm done playing, Luo Chong said, patting Chu Bing's shoulder. Chu Bing scratched his head and giggled. After chatting with Luo Chong for a while, he hurriedly went home to make a baby. On the 6th day after Xiao Luoxing's birth, Xiaodie's due date of delivery also arrived. After a busy night that night, mother and child were finally safe. Luo Chong's 4th child was also born smoothly, another boy. Chong named him Luo Ji. This name is taken from the ancient ranking of brothers and uncles Ji. From the eldest to the youngest, Ji is the 4th. Just like Lu Bang was originally called Lu Ji, which means the 4th child of the old Lu family. Lu Bang was named after him. I got it only after I became a lord. The birth of Xiao Luo Ji naturally caused a burst of cheers from the entire tribe. After all, such a powerful leader has now given birth to 2 children in a row. This is a true reflection of the prosperity of the Han tribe. It means that the Han tribe has a successor, and everyone is very happy. Of course it is inevitable to give another gift. Originally, it was a bit unreasonable for Luo Chong to receive another gift just a few days after the gift. But, when the second wife gives birth to a child, everyone comes to give her gifts, and when the eldest wife gives birth, people have to express their gratitude. Luo Chong couldn't refuse. Otherwise, what would Xiaodai think? After finally giving birth to a child, the second lady's place was so lively and there were so many gifts, but when it came to me, there was nothing and it was deserted? Xiaodai didn't need to think too much. Luo Chong was afraid that she would suffer from postpartum depression. Therefore, this gift must be received when it is due, and it must be done in a lively and festive manner. Seeing that many people sent gifts again, Luo Chong couldn't just give them some gifts in return this time, so he asked his family to set up dozens of tables of running water mats in the alley at the door. You can come and eat whatever you want, even if you bring your children. Anyway, it is a 3-day feast. Even if the children come, they will give out eggs and candies. Naturally, a postpartum woman could not come out to see people, and the child was too young, so Luo Chong had to come out to entertain the guests in person. However, he did not know the magic of separation. During the 3-day banquet, he would only come out to entertain the guests at noon. As for those important guests such as county guards and generals, Luo Chong replied in unison. When Luo Ji turns 100 days old, he will prepare a 100-day banquet for the 2 children. At that time, he will entertain them again. Accept it gladly. After half a month of busy work, everyone who gave gifts was finally gone. However, Luo Chong's house became lively because of the addition of 2 new people. Especially Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luolan were extremely excited every day. Dad, I brought some roasted chestnuts for my brothers. Can they eat these? 3-year-old Luoqing ran over to ask Luo Chong with a small basket of chestnuts in both hands. They can't eat this yet. They haven't even grown teeth yet. How can they eat it? They can only eat milk now. You and your sister can eat these chestnuts. This name is taken from the ancient ranking of brothers and uncles Ji. From the eldest to the youngest, Ji is the 4th. Just like Lu Bang was originally called Lu Ji, which means the 4th child of the old Lu family. Lu Bang was named after him. I got it only after I became a lord. The birth of Xiao Luo Ji naturally caused a burst of cheers from the entire tribe. After all, such a powerful leader has now given birth to 2 children in a row. This is a true reflection of the prosperity of the Han tribe. It means that the Han tribe has a successor, and everyone is very happy. Of course it is inevitable to give another gift. Originally, it was a bit unreasonable for Luo Chong to receive another gift just a few days after the gift. But, when the second wife gives birth to a child, everyone comes to give her gifts, and when the eldest wife gives birth, people have to express their gratitude. Luo Chong couldn't refuse. Otherwise, what would I think? After finally giving birth to a child, the second lady's place was so lively and there were so many gifts, but when it came to me, there was nothing and it was deserted? Dai didn't need to think too much. Luo Chong was afraid that she would suffer from postpartum depression. Therefore, this gift must be received when it is due, and it must be done in a lively and festive manner. Seeing that many people sent gifts again, Luo Chong couldn't just give them some gifts in return this time, so he asked his family to set up dozens of tables of running water mats in the alley at the door. You can come and eat whatever you want, even if you bring your children. Anyway, it is a 3-day feast. Even if the children come, they will give out eggs and candies. Naturally, a postpartum woman could not come out to see people, and the child was too young, so Luo Chong had to come out to socialize in person. However, he did not know the magic of separation. During the 3-day banquet, he would only come out to entertain guests at noon. As for those important guests such as county guards and generals, Luo Chong replied in unison. When Luo Ji turns 100 days old, he will prepare a 100-day banquet for the 2 children. At that time, he will entertain them again. Accept it gladly. After half a month of busy work, everyone who gave gifts was finally gone. However, Luo Chong's house became lively because of the addition of 2 new people. Especially Xiao Luoqing and Xiao Luolan were extremely excited every day. Dad, I brought some roasted chestnuts for my brothers. Can they eat these? 3-year-old Luoqing ran over to ask Luo Chong with a small basket of chestnuts in both hands. They can't eat this yet. They haven't even grown teeth yet. How can they eat it? They can only eat milk now. You and your sister can eat these chestnuts. The Shent's Guard's shooting assessment began quickly under Luo Chong's order. The shooting assessment was mainly divided into various posture assessments for 3 types of firearms. The rifle shoots 15 bullets in each of the standing, kneeling and lying positions. The shooting distances are 300 meters, 400 meters, and 500 meters, respectively. Each position at each distance is 5 rounds of bullets. All shots are completed. Afterwards, the ring number will be compared, and the final assessment result will be based on the ring number. Then there is the rapid-fire reaction assessment of the shotgun. The shooting venue is set up in an arc shape, and the target positions are laid out on the dial. They are fan-shaped shooting areas from the 10 o'clock direction to the 2 o'clock direction, and fixed targets are set according to the direction of the dial. During the assessment, 1 soldier enters at a time, and the examiner loudly announces the shooting direction behind the soldier. The soldier needs to shoot the target in that direction according to the instructions. The assessment requires not only hitting the target, but also hitting the target in the mentioned direction, otherwise if the shot is wrong, it will be treated as a miss. The shotgun shooting assessment requires 8 bullets per person, and there is only 1 round. They are all shooting from a standing position, and all that is required is reaction speed. The last step is the self-defense shooting assessment of the short-barreled shotgun. The short-barreled shotgun of the soldier is uniformly inserted into the cowhide holster on the right leg. During the assessment, the soldier lies on the ground in a prone position, holding the rifle with both hands in a shooting position. When the examiner blows after the sentry, you must immediately throw away the rifle, then draw the gun from the holster on your thigh and shoot. Each person has 4 shots in total, 2 20-meter targets in front and 2 15-meter targets in the back. During the whole shooting process, you cannot stand up, so just lie down. Done on the ground. The purpose of this assessment is to simulate how to quickly repel the enemy when they rush in front of your position. Also, when you are lying on the ground and shooting the enemy in front with a rifle, an enemy suddenly attacks from behind. When they get close to themselves, the soldiers should quickly draw their guns and shoot in self-defense to knock down the sneak attack enemy. This assessment is also 1 round for each person. Only the rifle has 3 postures and 3 distance shooting assessments. The shotgun is faster, so the entire assessment process is also very fast. The entire Guard soldiers were dispersed in 3 different shooting ranges to conduct assessments at the same time, and then rotated, just like their usual shooting training. From 8 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire assessment was completely completed. The instructor, they also quickly put together the score sheets and showed them to Luo Chong. While all the soldiers were going to eat, Luo Chong, Chu Bing and the people from the Guard command looked at the assessment results of these soldiers. The performance of the formation and assassination was uniformly inspected by Luo Chong. That was not used as a scoring criterion. All the scores of the soldiers were still judged according to the results of the shooting assessment. Short spray self-defense shooting, a total of 4 shots, totaling 6 points, 1 point for hitting a target, and the remaining 2 points are awarded by the examiner based on the soldier's shooting accuracy and reaction speed. The shotgun rapid-fire assessment consists of 8 shots, totaling 10 points, 1 point for each target, and the remaining 2 points are also scored based on reaction speed and shooting accuracy. Finally, there is the rifle assessment. The rifle shooting involves a total of 45 bullets, 3 distances, and 3 postures, that is, a total of 9 targets, 5 shots per target, and a full circle of 50 rings. For the 3 targets of 300 meters, there are 0 points for the 30th ring and below, 1 point for the 30th and 40th rings, 2 points for the 40th and 50th rings, and 3 points for the 50th ring. The total is 9 points. For the 3 targets of 400 meters, 1 point is awarded for the 30th ring or less, 2 points for the 30 to 40 ring, 3 points for the 40 to 50 ring, and 4 points for the 50 ring, for a total of 12 points. There are 3 targets of 500 meters, regardless of the number of rings. As long as they can hit the target, they will get 1 point per shot. At this distance, if you use a naked eye machine to aim, there is no need to ask for how many rings. As long as they can hit, they are considered good, so 500 meters is 1 point per shot, totaling 15 points. The entire rifle shooting assessment has a total of 36 points, 12 points are qualified, 24 points are good, 30 points or more are excellent, and those who can get full marks are marksmen. Luo Chong casually flipped through the assessment results and was very satisfied with the overall results of the soldiers. All the trained soldiers of Guard could basically get about 6 to 7 points in the 300-meter rifle shooting, which was 30%. Of people can get a perfect score of 9. Among them, the prone 300-meter shooting score is the best. Many fighters can achieve a full score of 50 rings, which is a 3-point score. The kneeling shooting position is relatively stable, and you can basically get 2 points. Shooting from a standing position is slightly worse, but at worst, you can get 1 point. There were 2,400 trained soldiers in the Guard, and none of them missed the target during the 300-meter rifle shooting. For this overall level, Luo Chong was quite satisfied, but it was also within his expectations. After all, so many bullets were used to feed it. Without this shooting accuracy, he would be sorry for the many bullets he provided. In addition, the 8mm bolts equipped by the Han tribe are also outstanding in accuracy, so it is not a surprise to be able to achieve this result. We need to know that the level of shooting of modern soldiers using the 95 style is similar to that of the Han tribe. After training, all recruits can generally achieve a good result of 95 rings with 10 bullets at 300 meters. This is the effect of feeding with bullets. In the 400-meter target shooting, the average score of the soldiers of Guard can reach 8 points, and most of the soldiers can get 6 points or more, which is between the 30 and 40 rings. Gear, it is relatively easy to get this result, because as long as you can hit the target, the ring number is generally not too bad. If you miss too much, it is impossible to hit the target. In the last 500 meters of shooting, there were a total of 15 bullets fired from 3 postures. Even the worst shooter could hit 3 shots. Of course, the possibility of being blinded could not be ruled out. However, the probability of being hit 3 times out of 15 shots is not very low. The final watershed in performance occurred at the 500-meter target. The worst hit rate was generally around 3 or 4 shots, which can be classified as below 5 points. Then there are the level of excellent shooters. Basically, 15 bullets from a 500-meter target can hit more than 10 shots. On the contrary, there are not many people in the middle range of 6 to 10. In fact, this is easy to understand. The shooting skills of the first 3 or 4 points are really not good. The 3 or 4 points can basically hit 2 shots in the prone position, and then 10 shots in the kneeling and standing positions. They get points by missing 1 or 2 bullets while firing. On the other hand, another group of excellent shooters are basically good at shooting. In the 500-meter shooting, they can all shoot well without looking at the ring number. Anyway, if you don't look at the ring number, you only count the target. The shooting rate is basically above 10 out of 15, which shows that they can really shoot, see, and shoot accurately, and they have learned the tips and techniques of shooting, and have their own experience. Moreover, there are many excellent shooters on the 500-meter target, actually reaching about 50%, almost 1,000 excellent shooters. Therefore, in the final comprehensive result, all members can reach the passing line with a total score of 12 points. The group of people who have just passed can reach 25% of the total number, with a total score of 24 points or more. A good grade can reach 60% of the total number of people. Excellent shooters with a total score of 30 or more can reach 15% of the total number of people. The reason why the proportion of good results above 24 points is so high is mainly because there are too many bonus points for the final 500-meter target, so this phenomenon occurs. What is even more surprising is that a group of super marksmen emerged in this assessment, with a total score of more than 35 points, and the number of people with scores of 35 and 36 actually reached 12. Among the 2,400 soldiers in the entire army, there are actually 12 sharpshooters. The probability of one appearing among 200 people is quite high, to be honest. And the most surprising thing is that 7 of these 12 people are from the south. Among the herdsman recruits from the 3 counties of Honghu on the grassland, there are 600 people in total, and there are 5 sharpshooters. Among the 200 recruits from Tuahai County 2 also came out, and the remaining 5 came from 1,600 people from the 8 counties of Hanyang. From this, it is not difficult to see that it is the herdsman recruits and the southern soldiers who have the highest shooting level. On the contrary, among the people in the old base areas of the Han tribe, the productivity of sharpshooters is not high. Chu Bing was also surprised when he saw the statistical results, and he speculated. "Chief, do you think it's because those herdsmen have been riding horses and shooting arrows since they were children? In addition, they have basically never read a book, so they have better eyesight and shooting talent. As for our people in the 8 counties of Hanyang, even before they started farming, they mostly used weapons such as traps and spears when hunting. In addition, the 8 counties of Hanyang were the first to popularize education, and they were the first here. Due to various reasons, the overall shooting level in the 8 northern counties was low due to the popularization of lighting fixtures." Well, what you said is possible, but this question is not important. No matter where they are soldiers from, they are still people of our Han tribe, so it doesn't matter where they are. Luo Chong thought for a while, but he didn't after thinking of other reasons. The analysis of Tsubing still made sense, so he nodded in agreement. "Commander, our current assessment results have come out. How should we divide the next staffing issues?" After listening to Luo Chong's words, Chu Bing no longer struggled with the issue of the origin of this sharpshooter, but asked about the next issue. Down the army building. Do you still need to choose this? Just go down according to the shooting score of the rifle. Remember, no matter how powerful the shotgun is, we are an army with rifles as the main weapon, so Shen's guard also has the most riflemen. Our smallest 9-man squad is divided into 3 tactical groups. Each tactical group has 2 precision shooters covering 1 assaulter, so each squad has 6 riflemen and 3 assaulters. According to this ratio of arms, as well as the assessment results, from top to bottom, the riflemen with good rifle shooting scores will be selected. Then the assaulters will be selected based on the shotgun shooting scores. Using this configuration, they will be organized into 3 battalions. The total strength of the 3 battalions is 2,189 people. The total number of Shen's Guard soldiers is 2,400. So, there are still 211 people with the worst performance. These 200 or so people should be placed directly under your guard headquarters and arranged into guards, messengers, and logistics transportation teams. Then there is the issue of officers. The officers at the squad level are mainly the squad leader and deputy squad leader, and there is also a fire team leader. There are 3 people in total. They are promoted from the soldiers based on their shooting performance. The 2 who are good at shooting rifles are selected to be the squad leader and deputy squad leader. Then choose one who is good at shooting shotguns and become the leader of the fire team, responsible for commanding and leading 3 shotgun assaulters during the war. Then there are the platoon commander, deputy platoon leader and instructor, who will be served by someone from your instructor group. In addition, each platoon will set up a platoon headquarters. In addition to the 3 platoon leaders, deputy platoon leader and instructor, 9 people will be sent to form a logistics class to be responsible for food and ammunition, and other chores. Then there are the company commanders, deputy company commanders, and instructors, who are also served by members of the instructor group. Each company has a company headquarters. In addition to the 3 chief officers, there are 2 additional 9-person logistics squads. Plus the company chief officer, a total of 211 people. Finally, there are the chief, deputy battalion commander and instructor. They are still the same as the company platoon. The logistics class has been increased to 3 classes with 27 people, plus 3 chief officers, a total of 30 people. There are 2,400 Shen's Guard soldiers, plus 200 instructors from Jinwu Guard, for a total of 2,600 people. After arranging the personnel according to the establishment I just mentioned, the remaining people will be under your command. Directly under the ministry. The above, I am talking about the regular army of Shen's Guard, that is, the combat force. Regarding the requirements for the reorganization of the army, I have 2 requirements. First, on the basis of the existing establishment, personnel should be mobilized as little as possible, because we have been living together for a month and are relatively familiar with each other, which will be more convenient for future tactical training. Second, it is still the same as the previous establishment. We must distribute household registrations evenly. Don't have a class full of herdsmen, or a class full of people from our 8 northern counties. This is easy to cause problems. We must mix them up. Come together. The last thing is when you go on an expedition. After you arrive at the camp in the north, you will recruit young men from the local area and train a militia team. They will act with you during the battle and act as your auxiliary troops. They will mainly be used to transport ammunition, food, as well as auxiliary tasks such as capturing and escorting prisoners. When the time comes, you must teach them the prisoner capturing skills you have learned and conduct simple training. I have customized more than 20,000 pairs of handcuffs for you. These handcuffs are for the militiamen, not for you. At that time, you Shen's Guards will send out combat troops to rush forward and let the auxiliary soldiers follow you to capture the prisoners. Otherwise, if you capture them yourself, you will still have to fight, capture the prisoners, and take custody. The troops will definitely not be enough, such as some auxiliary troops. For tasks of a certain nature, you can just leave them to the auxiliary soldiers. Luo Chong explained to Chu Bing the official organization and reorganization plan of Shen's Guard, and then explained the future expedition matters. Only now did Chu Bing realize that Luo Chong had so many handcuffs to equip the militiamen, not for their use. When I first saw the handcuffs, Chu Bing was still worried. The soldiers of their Shen's Guards were really equipped with this. The soldiers were all using firearms. If this thing hits the enemy, they will either die or be injured. Of course, in this era, as long as they are hit, there is basically no chance of survival, so let them capture prisoners. Unless they surround the enemy and then force the enemy to surrender, it will be difficult to capture the prisoners. And handcuffs are not heavy individually. A pair of handcuffs only weighs 8 taels. However, each of their Shen's Guard soldiers must be equipped with at least 2 weapons, plus ammunition for the 2 weapons, as well as water bottles, and the weight of backpacks and other items carried by a single soldier is already very heavy. If a few pairs of handcuffs are added, it will be an extra burden, which will have a great impact on the soldiers' actions. But it's better now. Those handcuffs that caused the quarrel for a long time were provided to the auxiliary soldiers, so it would not be a burden to go to the hospital. After Luo Chong made the instructions, he stayed in the Shen's Guard camp for another 2 days. He watched Chu Bing and the others complete the second reorganization, as well as the appointment and dismissal of officers at all levels. After the second phase of training was officially launched, they left the military camp. Rushed back home. In the next time, the Shen's Guard still have 2 or 3 months of training, and then they will start their expedition in early autumn. From here, they will assemble in Weishan County, then board a ship from Weishan County and take the waterway to the place where the surviving people are in the north. Camp, go and meet the wild animals there. Luo Chong's task is also very tight. He needs to prepare ships for Shen's Guard in 2 or 3 months, as well as equipment for the soldiers to use in winter, including military coats, sweaters, woolen trousers, cotton trousers, and velvet ones. Leather boots, gloves, hats, and the most important quilt, these are all necessities for winter operations. It is much colder over there than in the 8 counties of Hanyang. It is impossible not to be prepared, especially when there are many southern soldiers. In addition, Luo Chong also wanted to prepare a factory ship for them, transforming a ship into a simple arsenal. He did not expect this ship to be able to produce firearms, but was mainly used to reload bullets for them. Pure firearms armies focus on logistics, and bullets are not reusable like arrows. In addition, the combat location is far away from the Han tribe, so bullet shells can only be reloaded to provide ammunition for the front line. Fortunately, this technology is now very mature among the Han tribe. Xu Bing can use the equipment to produce bullets himself, and reloading ammunition manually is even simpler. When the time comes, he can recruit some women from the local area and be qualified for the job after simple training. So in the next month, Luo Chong became busy. He first went to the shipyard in Luoyang County and asked them to find a 3-masted sailboat in good condition and transform it into a floating arsenal, and then began to raise a fleet to go north. At the same time, another transport fleet was formed to transport winter supplies to the camps in the north, mainly iron ingots, cotton cloth, and other things. By the way, these ships could also go to the north to explore the way first. After all, there were Han tribes over there. I haven't been there very often and am not very familiar with the waterway. The ship previously sent by Yui to transport asphalt also successfully arrived at the dock in Luoyang County. Under Luo Chong's order, most of the natural asphalt was distributed to the shipbuilding yard in Luoyang County, and a small half was given to the shipbuilding yards in the south. Finally, 100 kilograms were specially left and distributed to the Chemical Research Institute of Hushin Island, so that they could analyze the composition of the natural asphalt and see if they could fractionate anything. In the end, the ship transporting asphalt was left behind by Luo Chong, who asked them to load a shipload of iron ingots and park it at the dock of Weishan County, preparing to lead the way for Shensui's fleet when they went on an expedition. In the two major textile counties of Hanyang and Ruyang, the winter military uniforms and equipment of the Shens Guard soldiers are also constantly being produced. If the two counties are producing together, they will definitely be able to produce them when they go on an expedition. After Luo Chong arranged these things, he stayed at home to handle daily government affairs, and then spent time with his wife and children. He also gave Xiaodai the flat-button knitting method for knitting sweaters, which he had learned from his teacher. As for the stitching method for knitting the scarf, it is unknown whether Xiaodai can develop other knitting methods. Anyway, Xiaodai had nothing to do during confinement. She also liked knitting things and was very interested in knitting sweaters, so she started studying them in the house every day. At the same time, the Industrial County Locomotive Factory in Xingang County was also busy. When the road construction team repaired the railway in the iron ore area of Xingang County, the locomotive manufacturer also produced the third batch of 2 Endeavour steam trains and officially delivered them to the iron ore area of Xingang County. Use. On the day of delivery, Dolly and Lin Fei specially called Luo Chong to visit. Luo Chong also personally presided over the delivery ceremony and announced that the ore railway was officially put into operation. With these 2 trains, as well as a large number of air hammers equipped in the iron ore area, both the mining speed and transportation capacity of the entire iron ore have increased more than 10 times. With the same manpower input, the output efficiency of the mining area has been increased several times. Previously, the steelmaking plant in Xingang County could only invest in 4 blast furnaces at a time and start operation at the same time. If there were more, the supply of iron ore would be exhausted. But now that the ore production has increased, more blast furnaces can be activated for simultaneous production. After finally reporting it to Luo Chong thought for a while and finally decided to start 4 more blast furnaces and start 8 blast furnaces at the same time. The remaining blast furnaces were used for rotational maintenance. After all, the current soil blast furnaces of the Han tribe still have too low technological content, and many functions are not up to standard. Therefore, after a period of use, they need to be shut down for maintenance. At this time, those blast furnaces that have completed maintenance can be activated to prevent workers from the holiday will not cause steel mills to reduce production. The steel production of the Han tribe doubled instantly because of the investment in this railway and 2 trains. If it were not for the lack of manganese steel, the iron production of this steelmaking plant alone would be enough to build a steel mill. Heavy haul railway. It's a pity that heavy-duty railways are not just ordinary steel. They must be manganese steel, with better rigidity, strong bending resistance and higher hardness. In addition, there are tungsten steel and nickel-chromium molybdenum steel alloy materials. The Han tribe is currently unable to produce them. Nickel-chromium alloy steel is used to make stainless steel. The role of stainless steel in food and medicine is irreplaceable. Not to mention the role of tungsten. In addition to being used to make light bulb filaments, the biggest use at this stage is to make gun barrels to improve the heat resistance and service life of the gun barrel. If there is really no tungsten steel, use molybdenum steel can also be used. Although its performance is worse than that of tungsten steel, it can still meet the standards. If there are heat-resistant barrels made of these 2 kinds of steel, the Han tribe can try to make continuous fire automatic weapons. Unfortunately, in the field of special alloy steel, the Han tribe is now like a sucking baby. The output is very impressive. Damn, judging by the variety and quality, it's garbage. This is mainly due to the poor level of chemical engineering. Luo Chong currently has no good solution and can only use time to let the researchers slowly explore and accumulate. Construction in various parts of the Han tribe is proceeding in an orderly manner, but there is one troublesome issue that has not yet been resolved, and that is the water transportation of the locomotives, and the water transportation of the carriages. How to load the trains onto the ship, this is the biggest problem. If we were in modern times, with big ships and heavy cranes, we could just hoist the train onto the ship. It would not be a problem at all. But the current Han tribe obviously does not have such conditions, so Wei Shan, who is responsible for this matter, the county governor Lu Guangzhou, found Luo Chong's head. "Chief, we have now transformed a special locomotive carrier ship. The deck and beams inside have been reinforced. It can carry 4 locomotives at a time. However, we have now encountered a problem, that is, the tracks on the ship and the shore. We can't think of a better way to solve the problem of unstable orbit docking. Chief, please see if there is any way to solve it." On the shore of Weishan County's pier, Lu Guangzhou stood there with Luo Chong, pointing to a strange-looking sailboat, and said to him, "This is a train carrier transformed from a Han tribe standard 3-masted sailboat. It is 40 meters long and 12 meters wide. It has 5 decks and 5 cabins. Originally, the ship's side should be very high. Yes, it floats on the water like a building, with nearly 3 decks above the waterline, but now the uppermost main deck has been cut off in the middle of the ship, and the side of the ship in the middle has also been cut off. It is almost flush with the top of the 4th deck, which is equivalent to cutting off the ship. A layer was cut off in the middle, but the front and rear ends of the ship remained unchanged, so it became the current ingot shape with 2 ends high and the middle low. 4 rails are arranged transversely along the main mast, 2 in front of the main mast and 2 in the back. In other words, the ship can carry 4 locomotives horizontally at a time. The front end of the Endeavour is not very long. The locomotive in front and the tender truck at the back are less than 12 meters together. With the width of a 3-masted sailing ship, it can fit a locomotive horizontally, and there is still a little room in the front and rear. So, there's nothing wrong with the layout, it's just. Luo Chong couldn't help asking Lu Guangzhou, who was responsible for the renovation of this ship. How did he design it? Although 1 layer was cut off the main deck, putting 4 locomotives on it will still cause an unstable center of gravity. With such a heavy thing on top, the center of gravity is too high, don't you know? Don't say you can't install it now. Even if you install it, it will easily roll over, you know? Luo Chong pointed to the modified 3-masted sailboat and said speechlessly. Well, the shipbuilding craftsmen said that they have considered this problem. They said that when loading the train, they first fill the lower 2 layers with sandbags as ballast, so that the center of gravity can sink and roll over. I guess not, because the load is too heavy and the boat will run slower. The other thing is, they said that by using existing ships to renovate, they can only design the layout like this. At first, they also thought about installing it vertically, but that would result in less installation and difficulty in trimming. If the train is installed at one end, or both sides are easily crushed. If it is placed in the middle, it will be blocked by the mast on the central axis and cannot be installed at all, so they designed it this way. Lu Guangzhou explained to Luo Chong helplessly that he did not modify the ship himself, and he did not know how to build ships. Anyway, Luo Chong was recognized as the smartest person. If there was any problem, he would definitely go to the leader. Then what's your loading plan? Just put the boat on the shore and drive the train up? Luo Chong asked, pointing to the end of a rail on the shore that stretched toward the lake. Yes, but there are obviously problems with this plan. The boat cannot be stabilized if it floats in the lake. There is also the problem of water level. Every season is different. Not to mention the season, even the weather will affect the water level. The deck is sometimes high and low, but the height of the lake shore remains the same, so there is no way to connect them. Actually, this is not the main thing. The influence of seasons and weather is relatively small. The key is the dead weight of the ship, because the train is very heavy. Every time a train is loaded, the ship will sink a little. In this way, even if the train is barely loaded, it will sink a little. There is only one car, and the one at the back is not easy to install. Also, when the train moves to the deck, the side that gets on the ship first will definitely be pressed downwards. In this way, the deck of the ship will not be flat, and the train will not be able to drive up, and it will also be easily pushed forward by the train. The weight squeezed the ship out. Luo Chong explained their plan again. Well, this is all nonsense. You definitely can't install it like this. Let me think about it. There is a problem of water level, and there is also a problem of shifting the center of gravity and the roll of the hull. Luo Chong quickly thought about the solution in his mind. The water level problem is actually easy to solve. That is to build a dry dock and a sluice gate. One end is connected to the lake. When using it, the boat can be driven in first or towed in. Then close the gate, and pump or release water as needed to reach the required height. The remaining center of gravity shift problem can also be solved with some simple and crude methods. First, use hard connections to forcibly lock both sides of the ship so that it cannot tilt up. Another thing is the way of loading. Don't load them one at a time, otherwise the side pressed by the train first will definitely sink, and the other side will definitely rise. The correct loading method should be to load both sides together, front and rear together, and two trains to board the ship from both sides at the same time, so that both sides can be balanced. As for the problem that loading a train will cause the hull to sink, you only need to fill the dock with water while loading. Since it is low, just pour more water and let it float. Thinking of this, Luo Chong already had a complete solution in his mind. Although the project volume was slightly larger, the transformation could still be completed within 2 months, so he said immediately. In this way, you dig a reservoir on the shore at the end of the pier. This pond is called a dock. The size of the pond is according to that of a 3-masted sailboat. It is about 50 long and leaves some distance in the front and back. The width is set to 12.4 meters. Leave a palm-sized distance on one side, and then dig deeper. The inner wall of the dock is laid flat with blue bricks, and a gate is installed at the water end. After it's done, install a steam pump on the inner corner to add or pump water and adjust the water level. Then lay rails on both sides of the shipyard, and when the ship is being loaded, both sides are loaded together. One person stands on the mast and uses a flag or trumpet to direct. This can solve the problem of synchronous loading and balancing the center of gravity of the ship. After the last train is loaded, the water levels inside and outside are leveled, then the gates are opened, and the ship can be driven out. As Luo Chong spoke, he gestured with the shape of the dock with his hands. Luo Guangzhu's eyes lit up after hearing this. This method is wonderful, and it uses all existing things. This problem can be solved by digging a pond on the shore. The size of the dock can also be used to limit the shaking of the ship's hull. Leave a gap of 20 centimeters on one side. After the boat comes in, insert a few 20 centimeter thick wooden stakes on both sides of the boat to completely block the boat. In this way, it will not be able to move even if it wants to move. Why haven't many people thought about this problem before? After Luo Guangzhu heard Luo Chong's plan, he quickly found someone to discuss it, and then produced a drawing. They also dug a hole in the ground to conduct simulation experiments. Finally, they determined the construction plan, and then immediately found land to start construction. As for the gate Luo Chong mentioned, they were going to build one directly out of wood. Luo Chong thought about it and realized that there would be no problem. If they made one out of iron, let alone the issue of how heavy it would be, there would probably only be 1 or 2 gates. I can't make it in the moon, but there is plenty of wood here, and the wood is slightly lighter and easier to open. Luo Chong thought about it and agreed to their plan, and went back directly after watching the scene for 2 days. It's really boring to watch a group of people digging holes with shovels, and I don't know when the Han tribe will be able to build an excavator or loader. This thing is actually very useful, especially when used in infrastructure. It is perfect for manufacturing various construction machinery. The only problem is that the Han tribe does not have an internal combustion engine. Of course, there is no problem in making a simple internal combustion engine now. The most important thing is that the Han tribe does not have the same liquid fuel as gasoline and diesel. This is the most critical thing. Motivation is a big issue. This is not to say that steam engines cannot be used to make cars, but steam engines are too large and have unstable heat. They must keep adding coal and someone has to serve the stove, while liquid fuel engines do not have to be so troublesome. Moreover, Luo Chong vaguely remembered that the construction machinery was powered by a special liquid motor, not an internal combustion engine or a steam engine. Of course, the main power was still a high-power diesel engine, but the transmission mechanism and what directly acted on the wheels and mechanical arms were liquid motor or hydraulic pump. Thinking of this, Luo Chong suddenly came up with the idea of whether he could use a steam engine to drive a hydraulic motor to make a similar equipment, such as an excavator, a loader, a road roller, or even a tractor. Once the structure is successful, he can make large-scale engineering machinery and agricultural machinery, which will not only speed up the construction of the Han tribe, but also develop large areas of land in the south. The current situation of the Han tribe is that between Tuahai County in the south and the capital, or from Luyang River to Honghu Lake in the grassland, this large area is a vast and fertile torrent plain. In addition, the latitude is suitable and the climate is humid and warm. It is suitable for the development of agricultural planting. No matter what you plant, you can get a good harvest. However, the Han tribe does not have such a large population to farm the land now. In this case, if there were large-scale agricultural machinery, the Han tribe could use one person as thousands of people. It was possible for one person to use agricultural machinery to plant tens of thousands of acres of land. If this can really be achieved, the Han tribe will no longer be short of food, and can even reduce the prices of many agricultural products. For example, by adding more sweet-stock sorghum, the Han tribe will be able to produce a large amount of white sugar and liquor. Once there is more wine, the price will inevitably drop, and the people of the Han tribe will naturally be able to buy it in large quantities, which will improve the quality of life of the people. If rice is planted in large quantities, there will be endless staple food. By planting corn and wheat, the Han tribe will not only be able to store enough staple food, but also develop the non-staple food industry and vigorously promote the food industry. For example, endless flour is used to make noodles, biscuits, and other industrial non-staple foods. Corn can not only be used to make snacks like popcorn, but can also be used to refine starch, monosodium glutamate, and alcohol. If there is too much alcohol, it can even be used as fuel. In this case, Luo Chong can try to make an internal combustion engine using alcohol as fuel. It is said that before and after World War II, Germany's V-2 missiles used alcohol as fuel. China's imitated Dongfeng 1 rocket and Dongfeng 2 rocket also used alcohol as fuel. Alcohol, in excess, is indeed a good thing. Luo Chong didn't expect to build a rocket to fly into the sky, as long as he could build a car with an internal combustion engine. If possible, it would not be impossible to build a biplane propeller plane. When the time comes, a mechanized farm will be built, with crawler tractors plowing, sowing, and harvesting, and airplanes spraying pesticides against insects. It really won't be a problem for one person to cultivate tens of thousands of acres of land. Just like the United States, the country is vast and sparsely populated, but it has the most suitable land for farming. There is abundant water near the 5 Great Lakes, and they are all plains, which are very suitable for mechanized planting. Therefore, the farms in the United States are densely populated, and various agricultural products produced are sold all over the world. Almost every country has to buy grain from the United States. But one thing is for sure, they do grow a lot of food. The Zhili area of the Han tribe is very similar to the terrain near the 5 Great Lakes. It has abundant water resources and fertile plains, which are very suitable for agricultural development. The most important thing is that as long as there is food to eat and clothes to wear, the population can expand without limit. In this way, it will not take more than a dozen generations for the Han tribe to develop to a population of hundreds of millions. Only with a population can continue to expand outwards and even occupy the entire continent. Thinking of this, Luo Chong immediately wanted to start research, but he still had to deal with the existing work first. He first arranged for Weishan County to excavate the shipyard, and then asked them to draw a blueprint. He copied the blueprint in 3 copies and sent it to Dongxing County, Tuahai County, and Tang Tribe at the same time. This was because the train not only required to get on the ship, the same equipment is needed to unload the train from the ship, otherwise the train will not be able to land once it is transported to the destination. As for the carriage, it can be dismantled into parts and transported. Just install the wheel frame and beam directly, and the remaining wooden carriage walls can be customized on-site at the local wood processing factory. After taking care of these things, Luo Chong went directly back home and started recalling and designing the hydraulic pump. The hydraulic telescopic rod is no different from the cylinder and piston of a steam engine, or more similar to a needle tube, because it is not filled with gas but liquid. The Pascal's law learned in junior high school, which is the law of fluid statics, states that when pressure is applied to a certain part of a liquid, the increased pressure will instantly spread to every part of the liquid, such as 2 connected syringes. When the liquid in one syringe is squeezed, the piston of the other syringe will be pushed out by the liquid. This is the principle of the hydraulic telescopic rod, and what the hydraulic pump does is to pressurize the hydraulic oil in the hydraulic cylinder and squeeze it into the cylinder of the hydraulic rod. And if a smaller diameter cylinder is connected to a larger diameter cylinder, then according to Pascal's law pressure P equals pressure Fs stress area. Finally we can get the pressure multiple of the large cylinder and the pressure of the small cylinder, which is exactly it is equal to the multiple of the force-bearing area of the large cylinder divided by the force-bearing area of the small cylinder. So knowing this principle and law, you can find a problem. Take a needle tube with a cross-sectional area of 1 square centimeter and connect it to a hydraulic rod with a cross-sectional area of 100 square centimeters. In this way, a kilogram of force applied to the needle tube is when the liquid is transmitted to the hydraulic drive arm, it will be instantly amplified 100 times, turning into a thrust of 100 kilograms. According to this theory, a child can control the excavator by holding a syringe and pressing the piston? Of course, there is no problem with this theory. Children can indeed push the hydraulic rod of the excavator, but the amount pushed out must be calculated according to the volume. In other words, if you want to use a needle tube to completely push out the hydraulic rod of the excavator, then the volume of the liquid in the needle tube must be equal to the volume of the hydraulic rod of the excavator. If you convert it, then the needle tube may have to have an upper kilometers long, can meet the requirement of equal replacement. The hydraulic pump or plunger pump is used to solve this problem. A plunger pump generally has more than 4 rotating cylinders. A movable disc is used to control the depth of each cylindrical piston entering the cylinder. Then the swash plate can be controlled to make the plunger pump from one end when it rotates. Oil and then output pressurized hydraulic oil from the other end. To put it simply, it connects countless needle tubes to a hydraulic drive arm. The oil in one needle tube may not be able to push out a long hydraulic rod, but I can keep injecting needle tubes into it. If the oil in one tube is not enough, I will inject needle tubes into it. Thousands of tubes are put in, and as long as enough hydraulic oil is pushed in, the hydraulic rod of the excavator can be pushed out. If it needs to shrink, turn the hydraulic pump in the opposite direction so that the oil inside can be sucked back into the cylinder. In fact, the principle of the plunger pump is very similar to the existing air compressor in the Han tribe. One uses an air pump to pressurize the cylinder, and the other uses a hydraulic pump to pressurize the oil cylinder. The only difference is that the plunger pump has there are at least 4 pressure cylinders, while there is only one cylinder on the air pump. The power machinery invented by humans, except for electric motors, basically remains the same, which is derived from the piston principle. The earliest piston principle may be a wooden bellows. After drawing the principle and model dimensions, Luo Chong began to find a carpenter to make a model of a hydraulic piston pump out of wood to demonstrate the principles of hydraulics to others. As for the actual size of the machine, Luo Chong could not show it yet. This specific standard must be calculated based on the size of the machine. For example, what size bucket is used in the excavator? How heavy will the bucket be when filled with soil? Then calculate the push and pull forces required by the hydraulic rod based on the weight, and then calculate the hydraulic rod diameter, and finally get how much oil is needed, and then reduce the size of the plunger pump according to the multiple, and finally get the actual size of the plunger pump. To put it simply, this thing has to be worked backwards. After Luo Chong took out the model of the plunger pump, he did not send it directly to the Power Research Institute. The work there is still very busy. The production of trains is basically on the right track. Now the locomotive factory has produced 4 trains. For locomotives, those workers are basically familiar with the manufacturing process and don't need much guidance from researchers. The other is the air power machinery factory, which currently specializes in various pneumatic tools and air compressors. In this regard, the Han tribe has established its own system. Except for some small pneumatic tools that are still in the research stage, workers are responsible for other production work. And it doesn't require many researchers. Then there is an arsenal, which currently specializes in manufacturing 3 types of firearms from the Han tribe. The steam engine factory is responsible for manufacturing various types of steam engines, and the workers are also skilled workers. The last general machinery factory currently mainly produces various customized large-scale equipment, including large stone crushers, sugar water presses, and stone grinding machines, which are used to grind ore and produce cement. Under normal circumstances, this general machinery factory develops whatever the tribe needs. It has no fixed production projects and produces a variety of things. Therefore, this general machinery factory also needs the most researchers, and many researchers are in it. Projects that you are responsible for. If you want to develop new large-scale machinery, especially things like excavators, loaders, and tractors, it will definitely require a lot of manpower investment, so Luo Chong has to find a time when they are not too busy. However, the excavator is a comprehensive large-scale machine. The entire project can be divided into many small projects. For example, those responsible for the overall structure are responsible for the overall structure, those responsible for the control system are responsible for the control, and those responsible for the engine are responsible for the engine. The engine and hydraulics can be assigned to a group. In this way, the project can be launched immediately. Let them design the overall architecture first, then subcontract each sub-project, let each group add their own research results, and finally complete the assembly of the whole machine. Just like modern research and development of aircraft and tanks, a chief engineer oversees the overall situation, subcontracts various sub-projects, and the chief engineer assembles them together. There are many advantages to this design, that is, the parts of each part will be very suitable. If you do your own thing and end up with a bunch of unrelated parts together, the finished product will be very ugly. Ever since, Luo Chong began to recall the appearance of these 4 machines while drawing drawings, and asked the carpenter to start making models for him. They are hydraulic drive crawler excavators, hydraulic drive 4-wheel loaders, dozers, hydraulic drive vibratory two-roller rollers, and hydraulic drive four-wheel large tractors. These 4 machines are powered by steam engines and driven by hydraulic piston pumps. The piston pump may not rotate very fast, but in terms of torque, it is basically unrivaled. Think of the mechanical arm of an excavator. You will know how strong it is. This is all the result of the plunger pump. Therefore, it is very suitable to use a plunger pump as a driving device. Anyway, these construction machines are not expected to run very fast, as long as they are strong, especially the ground they drive on is basically mud or less during construction. Han, the tribe has no paved road for them to walk. Almost a month passed like this, until the end of summer and early autumn, when the people had planted their 3rd crop of food. Luo Chong made the wooden models of these 4 types of vehicles. But by this time, Luo Chong doesn't have time to do this, because the Guard's expedition time is in the autumn. They have to make a little preparation and will go to the north soon. Luo Chong still has to deal with the Guard's affairs first, before he can be free. Keep doing research. In mid-August of the first year of dashing, at the end of summer and early autumn, good news came from all aspects of the Han tribe. The first was the train shipping docks in the 4 places of Weishan, Dongxin, Tuahai, and Tang tribe that were previously explained. After repairs, the terminals representing the 4 locations now have the ability to load and unload trains. Even when special ships are available in the future, the Han tribe can directly load and unload train cars, and maybe a smaller container ship can be obtained by then. Then the grain reserves in various warehouses increased sharply again. This was mainly due to the second quarter's grain harvest, especially the grain output in the southern counties and counties, which had significantly improved. One is because the 6 counties of Qingshu Island have officially switched to rice on a large scale, and the second is that after the Tang tribe implemented comprehensive Chinese management, the people were all assigned their own land, and no one forced them to plant sorghum anymore. Staple crops can be planted as required. If you want to grow sorghum, each family's 20 acres of auxiliary land can also produce a lot of output. However, the situation of the Tang tribe is a little more complicated. First of all, they have not yet participated in the 5-year accumulation plan codenamed Deming, and the warehouse systems in various places are not perfect. Before the Han tribe took over, they did not even have any food reserves. Otherwise, the people in Jinpu County of Tang tribe would not be so hungry that they would have to go to other counties to purchase food. The second is the preparations for the Guard expedition. The 20,000 pairs of handcuffs that Luo Chong had ordered from Xin'an County have been delivered. However, there are not many keys for the handcuffs, because they are all universal. One key can open all the handcuffs, so there is no need to produce so many. This Luo Chong doesn't care much. Then there are the spare weapons. After 2 stages of training, the soldiers of Guard have fired and scrapped 2 rounds of rifles. The first batch of 2,400 rifles have all been eliminated. After firing nearly 5,000 rounds of ammunition, the accuracy of these rifles is really impressive, and they have really become trash whose hits depend entirely on faith. After the second batch was divided into arms, 1/3 of the soldiers became assaulters and they were no longer equipped with rifles, so the second batch only had 1,600 rifles. After the second phase of training, this batch of rifles also became due to the impressive shooting accuracy. They had no choice but to replace a batch of rifles again. This time, the Xin'an County Arsenal produced another 3,200 rifles and delivered them to Guards. According to Luo Chong's order, half of them were used to redress the soldiers, and the other half were used for them to carry with the ships for expeditions. If the war was fierce, it's best to provide them with spare weapons when the time comes. But the only good news is that the shotguns do not need to be replaced. Although each of these shotguns equipped for Shenzhou has been fired with tens of thousands of rounds, the barrel of this low-pressure smoothbore shotgun is basically there was no damage on it, and weapons like the spray gun had no accuracy at all. It fired shotguns, so what kind of accuracy was required? Therefore, these shotguns can continue to be used only after normal maintenance. In theory, the service life of these shotguns is infinite, unless there is any irreversible physical damage, such as broken parts, bent barrels, etc. As for the 2 batches of eliminated rifles, they will not be completely scrapped. Luo Chong can replace them with other troops of the Han tribe. One thing to say is that even if the rifling of these rifles has been worn away and turned into smoothbore rifles, they can still maintain very good accuracy relying only on the characteristics of the ammunition. At least hitting a human target within 200 meters is not a problem, but don't even think about how many rings you want to achieve good results. But even so, these eliminated rifles are still incomparable to the early front-loaded flintlock rifles. The effective range of front-loaded flintlock guns is only 50 meters, and the reloading speed is slow, and the accuracy is not as good as these scrap guns that have been eliminated. Even these scrap guns were at the world's advanced level in Napoleon's time, so the scrapped weapons of Shen's Guard are equipped to other armies, and they can still exert their advantages across the ages. Moreover, after the accuracy is reduced, the power of these rifles will be strengthened. When there is rifling, the warhead will produce a gyroscopic effect due to its own rotation when it flies out, assisting in stabilizing the ballistic trajectory. However, now that the rifling has been almost smoothed, the gyroscopic effect of the warhead will be reduced. It will drop so much that the warhead will quickly become unstable after flying 200 meters. In this way, the warhead will roll violently after hitting the human body, causing greater cavity damage. Therefore, these eliminated rifles are still very good weapons, of course, when used at a distance of less than 300 meters. In addition, Luo Chong ordered Tuahai County to renovate the floating arsenal. It was a 3-masted sailboat equipped with various equipment. It was mainly used to dock in the valley of the northern camp to provide the gods with expeditions. Suwei provides bullet reloading services for their logistical support. Over in Ruyang County, winter military uniforms are also made for Shen's Guard, including cotton jackets and cotton trousers, leather boots with velvet inside, military coats, gloves, locomotive military caps, and military quilts, which are also made of thick cotton bottoms. They originally wanted to equip them with sweaters and trousers, but the sweater weaving method that Luo Chong gave Xiaodai to study has not yet been developed, so the sweaters cannot be equipped for the time being. But it doesn't matter. It's better to have a sweater. If you don't have one, you won't freeze to death. Anyway, with cotton jackets, cotton trousers, and military coats, I believe they won't be too cold, and they can still maintain their combat effectiveness. The last good news is that Chu Bing's wife is finally pregnant. She finally conceived a child for him before he went to war. Although he didn't know whether it was a boy or a girl, at least he had offspring. In this way, even if he died outside in the war, not even a single child was left behind, and the Han tribe's rule of leaving no descendants without going to war could be regarded as being maintained. After several days of contact, after confirming that everything was ready for the expedition, Luo Chong took the winter supplies to the military camp of Shen's Guard. As for the handcuffs produced, he would no longer send them here. When the time comes, it will be directly loaded onto the train and transported to the dock in Weishan County for shipment, and then it will go north with the expedition fleet. The expedition fleet that originally docked in Luoyang County has now begun to assemble at the Weishan County pier. It will set off immediately after loading the soldiers. Luo Chong brought a convoy full of winter supplies to Shen's Guard, and then delivered the batch of supplies to Chu Bing. The commander of the Shen's Guard is Chu Bing, and the deputy commander is a Jinwu guard named Lu Jian, who was also selected from Luo Chong's personal guards. Their Sima is Wenfeiyu, and his name is Hui when he joins the army. Luo Chong's guards leaders are now all transferred to the regular army as military officers, which can be regarded as promotions. Including the battalion commanders of the 3 battalions of Shen's Guards, they were also the captains of Luo Chong's guards team before. Therefore, Shen's guard is really the leader of the army. At least the senior leaders of Shen's guard are very familiar with Luo Chong, and they all maintain absolute loyalty to Luo Chong. Regarding Luo Chong's arrival, the four of them were not surprised. After all, they were already familiar with Luo Chong. They had followed Luo Chong every day before. After they brought Luo Chong to the headquarters of Shen's guard, several people related meetings before the expedition began. Luo Chong sat in the chief's seat and was the first to talk about his arrangements. Wen Feiyu, Wen Sima, you are responsible for managing the Shen's guard's political ideology, intelligence and logistics. Now you have a very heavy task. This time, the Shen's guard goes out to fight far away from the Han tribe. Most of the material support will be lose. Although there are several large-scale camps in the north, the production capacity there is limited, and the help they can provide you is also very limited. Therefore, before going on this expedition, you must check carefully and bring as much as possible. Bring more, not only to account for combat losses, but also for non-combat losses. This time I have brought you winter cold-proof equipment. After a while, you will ask the soldiers to collect them according to the model, and then try them on. If there are any problems, modify them quickly. You still have a few days. Before August 28th, you must depart camp on time, arrive at Weishan County Pier within 2 days, and then board the ship to head north. You must calculate this time well. Yes, Chief, I have written it all down and will send it to the soldiers soon for them to try on. But Chief, is it a little early for us to distribute winter clothes now? It is only August. Although it is the beginning of autumn, the weather is still very cold. It's hot, can't you wear cotton clothes now? Wen Feiyu nodded and asked Luo Chong after accepting the task. It's getting late. The solar terms are different in different places. The winter in the northern camp is longer, and winter comes more than a month earlier than here. You really can't wear those cotton clothes now, but I dare say, no wait. When you get off the boat at the camp in the north, you will change into cotton clothes halfway. It can get colder as you go north. Besides, I'm not asking you to wear it now. I'm asking you to try it on first to see if it fits. If it doesn't fit, change your size quickly. If it doesn't, change your size quickly. Otherwise, when you get to the place, it won't be easy to change again. Luo Chong also explained immediately. Well, I understand. Don't worry, leader. I will hand out those cotton clothes after the meeting is over, and then modify and adjust them as soon as possible. Wen Feiyu also immediately nodded in agreement. Well, are there any problems with your food? Luo Chong asked Wen Feiyu again, who made him the chief officer in charge of logistics. Back to the leader, we have currently planned to prepare 3 types of food. One is dry food for marching. This needs to be made before departure. Regarding the dry food for marching, we have already made a plan for Huotou camp. Then there is the food that Shen Cui eats on the ship. According to the voyage, we have stored food for the army for 2 months, mainly 2 kinds of flour, namely wheat flour and corn flour. This can be easily made on the ship when the time comes. The last thing is the food during the battle. We have brought enough food for the Shen's guards for 2 months. The rest of the food can only be supplied by the local camp. I heard that there is a lot of food storage there, so take it. It shouldn't be a problem to supply more than 2,000 of us. Wen Feiyu once again reported on the food situation of their Shen's guard. After hearing this, Luo Chong frowned and was silent. Wen Feiyu was quite well prepared. He calculated the food supply for the 3 stages accurately. However, Luo Chong still felt that there should be some problems that they had not calculated, missing details. Seeing Luo Chong's expression, Chu Bing asked doubtfully, Chief, is there any problem with the food? Is it true that the northern camp cannot provide us with food? Impossible. I am not only responsible for logistics, but also for intelligence. According to the information given by the leader, there are currently nearly 30,000 people in the northern camp. They mainly grow rice, corn and wheat, although there are only 2 crops per year. But the food is definitely sufficient, otherwise they would not be able to attract new people every year. Wen Feiyu immediately shook his head and said, he was very confident in his judgment. But Luo Chong just felt that something was wrong and couldn't remember it for a while. No, we must have missed something in our calculations. I was thinking about this before, but suddenly I forgot about it. I can't remember it no matter how much I think about it. Luo Chong said while thinking desperately. When several people heard what Luo Chong said, they didn't know what to say. Chu Bing just sat there holding a pair of handcuffs and twirling them around in his hands. The noise immediately attracted Luo Chong, and then Luo Chong saw the pair of handcuffs in Chu Bing's hand, and his eyes immediately lit up. Luo Chong said immediately with a slap on his thigh. By the way, I remembered. You Qingshu guards have enough food, but you forgot to count the prisoners. Several people were stunned when they heard this. Yes, the 2 main goals of their Qingshu guards expedition this time are to assist the camps in the north to completely eliminate the cannibal forces and make them extinct, and the second is to capture prisoners, capture a large number of slaves, and bring them back to the Han tribe works. They had calculated the food for the Qingshu guards, but they had forgotten the food for the captives. These prisoners had to eat after they were captured, otherwise they would starve to death, and the Han tribe would be the loser. They were all free labor. Well, it's not completely free. After all, the Han tribe also provided them with food, right? Yes, I forgot to count the prisoners. The leader has prepared 20,000 pairs of handcuffs for us this time. If 20,000 prisoners are captured, we have to prepare rations for 20,000 prisoners in advance, otherwise the prisoners will be, if they starve to death, we will catch them in vain and waste food in vain. Chief, what do you think about this? Food rations for a population of 20,000 are not a small amount. Wen Feiyu knew immediately after hearing Luo Chong's reminder. Where is the problem? There is no other way. Let me raise some more fleets to transport grain for you. Our Han tribe is now in the storage stage, and the summer grain has just been harvested. There is plenty of grain, and it will be no problem to feed another 200,000 people. So with grain, you don't worry, it's just that transportation is a little more troublesome and requires quite a few ships. But you don't need to transport too much, just bring enough food for the prisoners to eat on the way. I tell you, when you get there, you will start to scout the target, launch it in the form of small guerrilla warfare, and capture as many prisoners as possible. After they are captured, you will hand them over to temporary auxiliary troops for custody. After you have gathered enough prisoners of war, you will load the prisoners directly onto the ship and send them here. There is no need to hold them there for a long time, so there is no need to bring so many prisoners. Food, but 20,000 people is not a small amount, so it doesn't matter if you bring more. Chu Bing, remember this. Don't forget to remind me later to raise ships and transport food, otherwise I'm afraid I'll forget. Luo Chong said to them again. Yes, don't worry, Chief. Chu Bing nodded and immediately wrote a memo in his notebook. Ahem, we've finished talking about logistics, let's talk about combat. Luo Chong looked at the 4 top commanders of the Qingshu Guard and said again. I don't know which kind-hearted reader reported that the previous chapter was blocked. I am applying to be unblocked. Please wait a moment. The next step is to arrange the combat method. If more than 2,000 Qingshu guards are allowed to fight against a huge race, then a large-scale battle will be impossible. Let alone a battle involving tens of thousands of people, even the Qian tribe will be attacked by several people at every turn. A battle involving thousands of people is unlikely to happen. Why did Luo Chong assign 9 squads to each platoon to the Qingshu Guard? It was specially customized taking into account the scale of the war. The real 3-3 system is that every 3 units form a higher level unit, with 3 squads and 1 platoon. 3 platoons to 1 company, 3 companies to 1 battalion, 3 battalions to 1 regiment. But Shenswai is not the same. Shenswai has a squad of 9 people and a row of 9 squads, and then there is a system of 3s and 3s, so I heard Luo Chong say. Your battles are basically based on ambush warfare and guerrilla warfare. The scale of the battle is not large, but the dispatch rate of troops will be very frequent. Under normal circumstances, only 1 platoon of troops is needed for each battle to meet the tactical needs. There are 3 battalions of Shens Guards, with a total of 27 platoons. Do you know how many battles you can launch at the same time? Luo Chong said as he addressed Chu Bingkao. Chu Bing thought about it. If the 27 platoons were fighting 27 battles at the same time, the leader would obviously not ask such a weak question. So since the leader asked, it must have deep meaning, so he listened to him. If we need to fight at the same time, then we can use up to 20 platoons and lead the remaining 7 platoons as reserves to support any unexpected situations that may occur on the front line at any time. Chu Bing said tentatively. That's right, no matter what the battle is, you must keep a reserve team. Don't put all your troops into it at once. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, you will be caught off guard, and then you will easily make mistakes. If the commander makes a mistake, it will easily lead to the failure of the entire battle. In combat, there is only one situation in which you can invest all your troops, and that is in a positional defense battle. When the enemy is outnumbered and we have used all his attack methods, when you feel that you can kill the enemy with one blow. When it is defeated, you can use all your remaining troops to attack it. War is not just a battle between soldiers on both sides, but also a duel between generals on both sides. To put it bluntly, it is the generals who fight the war, and the soldiers are just chess pieces in the hands of the generals. From the time when the 2 armies are arranging their troops before the official battle, the inner duel between the generals of both sides has already begun. Mutual guesses, mutual analysis, and judgment of the other's commander's intentions, so as to deploy our own troops in a targeted manner. When the soldiers of both sides are really fighting to the death, it has reached the final stage of the war, which is the decisive stage. Luo Chong nodded, first affirming Chu Bing's approach to investing in troops, and then explained some military theories to them, and then he spoke to several people. Your expedition, this time, can be divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the scattered ambush battle. The cannibals often send out small hunting teams to capture or hunt people. Generally, they range from dozens to 2 or 3 people. There are hundreds of people. At this time, you can make corresponding troop deployments according to the number of enemies, based on the information provided by the local guides and your own reconnaissance. Under normal circumstances, 1 to 2 platoons will be dispatched, and then some prisoners will be added. The militia can launch a sneak attack on the enemy's outgoing squad. This situation should last for a period of time. I call it the first stage of cleaning up. Next, when the enemy realizes that there is a group of troops specifically targeting them, they may make the following 2 judgments. First, hold on and not get out. Second, organize a large force to carry out countersweeping operations and search for your soldiers. At this time, you have to formulate the tactical objectives of the second stage, based on the enemy's reaction. If the enemy sends out large forces to actively seek combat, then the tactics you can use will be more flexible. You can send out a small force, such as 1 or 2, the platoon attracts the enemy, leads them into the encirclement of his main force, and drags them out to fight. And if the enemy can't get out, then you have to activate special operations and launch small-scale tactical sneak attacks based on squads and platoons, focusing on harassment, assassination, and destruction. If the enemy wants to do anything, but you just want to cause trouble for him, then let him. If he can't do it, he will increase the hatred value, attract the enemy out, and then fight in the same way as before to lure the snake out of the hole. This stage is what I call the second stage. The third stage is the decisive battle. After 1, 2, or 2 rounds of fighting, the enemy's effective strength has been almost exhausted by you. Even if the enemy wants to send troops to settle the score with you, it will not be able to use that much manpower. Then you can launch a general attack. According to the enemy's distribution area, clear them out area by area, all the way to the enemy's lair, and completely annihilate them. At that time, your mission will be completed. Chu Bing and the other 3 nodded loudly. Originally, these young men had little experience in leading troops in battles. Although they now know how to train and lead troops under Luo Chong's guidance, they still have no ideas for fighting. After hearing Luo Chong's 3 stages this time, I immediately understood how to fight this battle, and I immediately felt confident. Don't worry, leader, we will keep your battle plan in mind, complete the elimination of the cannibals as soon as possible, and capture more prisoners for the tribe. Chu Bing and Wen Feiyu quickly assured Luo Chong. Luo Chong nodded and said nothing more. He had already said everything that needed to be said. He had also raised the logistics supplies for Shen's guard by himself. He could get whatever he wanted. Even how to fight, he had also given a plan, then it depends on how these young people carry out his orders. If this battle goes well, Chu Bing and the others will be able to gain a wave of combat experience and train a few generals. In the future, Luo Chong will also be able to benefit from the expansion of Shen's guard's army. After the meeting, everyone got busy again. Luo Chong went to contact various places to prepare food and ships to prepare for the transportation of food to the northern camp. While contacting the ships, Luo Chong suddenly found that he had overlooked another problem. They not only need to prepare food for the Shen's guard soldiers and the captured slaves, but also those rescued from the cannibals, and the Han tribe to provide food. This group of people must be absorbed, and Luo Chong will not think so. There are many people in the Han tribe, and even if there are millions more people, Luo Chong can find something to do for them. As a result, the amount of food to be transported increased. Fortunately, the Han tribe had saved a lot of food now, otherwise they might not be able to produce so much food at once. On the other side, Chu Bing, joining the army and the deputy commander also convened a meeting with the third-level officers of the battalion, company, and platoon, and explained the strategic principles Luo Chong told them, but their discussions were more specific to each mission. What should each squad and each platoon do, how to cover each other, etc. Sima Wen Feiyu of Shen's guard was preparing for the logistics work. He distributed the winter cotton clothes brought by Luo Chong to all the soldiers, and then asked the soldiers to try on the sizes and deal with them quickly if they were not suitable. Then he collected all the old guns used by the soldiers in previous training and replaced them with new guns. These 2 tasks alone took 3 days of busy work. After 3 days, the Shen's guard officially began to assemble to prepare food for the march. As for the camp, Luo Chong did not let them dismantle it. This camp is not very good, but it is no problem to temporarily house a few thousand people. It may be used for some purpose in the future. For example, those prisoners of war captured by Shen's guards can be temporarily detained here. After preparing their dry food, shouldering their guns, and carrying their luggage, the more than 2,000 soldiers set off for Weishan County. This time they marched to the Weishan County pier and walked the entire way. Luo Chong did not arrange a train for them. This is also to let them get used to the feeling of long-distance marching. After all, after arriving in a war zone, no matter what they do, they have to use 2 legs to measure it. Even if they want to take the train, they will not have to take the train. At the same time, when Shen's guard was moving towards the Weishan County pier, the ships preparing for the expedition were also gathering at the Weishan County pier. A large number of ships began to gather. Luo Chong also took this time to send a letter to Yu Yi in the north, telling him the soldiers he sent have already gone, and they also brought a large amount of supplies with them. After Yu Yi received Luo Chong's letter, he was shocked and complained. He secretly blamed Luo Chong for why he only sent one guard station with a total strength of just over 2,000. He initially thought that even if he couldn't attack like Zhu Dao assembled 8 guard posts with more than 20,000 people, but at least 3 or 4 guard posts could always be provided, but it turned out that there was none. Luo Chong sent a total of 2,000 people to one guard post. In fact, this is also a helpless move. First of all, the enemies they face are different. When fighting Bamboo Island, it was to conquer, to occupy the land, its resources, and population, but to fight the cannibals, now it is to occupy the land. That is definitely not realistic. It's not that the Han tribes can't defeat them, but they don't have the population to occupy them. There are so many fertile lands with 2 crops a year and 3 crops a year in the south that haven't been occupied yet. Who has time to think about the so many crops in the north? Cold place. However, Yi didn't know the combat effectiveness of Shen's guard, nor the battle plan laid out by Luo Chong, so it was normal for him to have such doubts. One thing to say is that more than 2,000 people in a guard station are indeed a bit too few, so Luo Chong asked them to form a training militia team after arriving at the place, and let them serve as support for the Shen's guards. This was not because the Shen's guards lacked combat effectiveness, but because the Shen's guards lacked combat effectiveness. It's sheer lack of manpower. Yi immediately wrote a reply to Luo Chong and expressed his thoughts. He felt that the troops sent by Luo Chong were too few. There should be at least 3 guard posts to open up the situation in the north and establish a favorable situation. Then he talked about the batch of materials he had received before, including cotton and cotton cloth, which he had distributed to the people to make cotton-padded clothes and quilts. Although everyone had never been to the Han tribe, they had always enjoyed the blessings of the Han tribe and were grateful to the Han tribe. I am also grateful. In addition, the copper mine they discovered has now stopped mining. They then used the iron ingots Luo Chong sent them to make various tools, and gradually replaced the copper tools from the hands of the people. After all were replaced, they will have people load the ships and send them all back to the tribe. This is also something Luo Chong told him before. Finally, he asked Luo Chong again to add 2 more guard posts and gather an army of 3 guard posts, so that he could be sure to completely annihilate the cannibals as a clan force. However, Luo Chong just smiled after receiving Yi's reply. It is impossible to increase the number of troops, and it is impossible to increase the number of troops even if they are killed. We can only send out a guard post to fight. His attitude is very resolute. There is no room for turning around at all. He just emphasized the Shen's guard in his reply. The difference is different, tell you Yi, and you will know it when you see this army. In addition, he also assigned tasks to Yui. Once Shen Cui enters the battle, there will be a large number of prisoners of war and rescued civilians. The placement of these people must be done well, whether they are prisoners of war or rescued civilians. There must be a place to live. In terms of food, the tribe will provide food to solve it, but the problem of housing has to be solved in the wilderness. The rescued people should be given a better life as much as possible. Even if dozens of prisoners are imprisoned in a mud house, they must have a house to live in. Otherwise, if they freeze to death, they will become a loss to the Han tribe. It's cheap labor. Wouldn't it be good to use it to dig rivers and mine? Another option is to build a few more granaries, which don't have to be too good, but they must be fireproof and moisture-proof, to temporarily store this batch of transported grain. After explaining these things, Shen's guard has arrived at the dock of Weishan County. On the day of the expedition, Luo Chong arrived at Weishan County by train, personally saw off the soldiers, put them on the sailboat heading north, and then watched the fleet disappear on the lake before preparing to go back. Before going back, he took a look at the dock with adjustable water level dugout according to his requirements. After thinking that there was no problem, he took the train to the research institute in Qingyang County. Now the 2 locomotives of the 4th batch it hasn't been produced yet, so there is no train to transport it after the dock is dug, so he simply goes to the research institute first before talking about it. When they arrived at the Power Research Institute in Qingshu County, Director Lin Fei personally brought people out to greet them. Luo Chong got off the train with a smile and followed them to visit the factory. This is a must-have program every time he comes to Qingshu County. Come here. If you don't see the factory, what else is there to see? Why, you still have so much time to come here to pick me up. It doesn't look like you are very busy? Luo Chong asked, tentatively and jokingly to Lin Fei and others. The leader joked. We are doing okay recently. We are not particularly busy. The main reason is that the projects in each factory are on the right track. The workers are basically familiar with the manufacturing process, so we have many researchers who are responsible for training workers. I can free up my hands, so I haven't been very busy recently, Lin Fei explained with a smile. Oh, so that's it. Do you have any new projects to launch recently? Luo Chong continued to ask tentatively. Well, the latest new project is a new model of train. We are trying to build a larger locomotive. However, due to the problem that the heavy-duty rails are not up to standard, we can only conduct technical demonstrations for the time being and cannot actually manufacture and test them. Lin Fei said again, he replied. Then let's stop the research on the new train first, and I will arrange a few new projects for you to work on. Luo Chong heard what he said and immediately made a decision in his heart. In fact, it is not difficult to make a large steam train. The Han tribe has already made the endeavor. If you want to make a larger locomotive, you can just enlarge the endeavor. Since there are no heavy-duty rails, it is also possible to study heavy-duty trains at this time. It didn't make any sense, so Luo Chong simply let them do other things first. Lin Fei and others were stunned after hearing this, and then asked with some surprise, the leader has another large-scale project to be approved? Well, there are a few. Luo Chong nodded and then said to them. I plan to build several types of vehicles. Vehicles that run on dirt roads are powered by steam engines. They are mainly used as special vehicles for engineering construction, including excavators, loaders, vibratory rollers, and tractors. Chief, aren't there any large trucks? Lin Fei asked curiously. When Luo Chong heard his question, he shook his head first, then nodded, and then said. There is no need to make a truck or truck specially, because a tractor is enough. A tractor is equivalent to a tractor that does not run on the rails. If you hang a carriage on the back of it, then it will be a big truck. If you hang a plowshare on the back of it, and it can even be used to plow the land instead of an ox. It is equivalent to a universal tractor. So with this thing, there is no need to make a special truck. One truck can be used for multiple purposes, saving energy and money. Okay? Lin Fei and others' eyes lit up when they heard this. It turned out to be a multifunctional tractor similar to a locomotive. It also uses a hooking method at the back. It can be hooked up to various types of machinery according to the needs of use, especially a plowshare attached to the back of the tractor. This kind of operation made several people suddenly enlightened. Yes, why can't things like farming be changed to mechanized operations? Why didn't they think of this possibility? In fact, there are. The Han tribe has put a lot of effort into agricultural tools, such as the curved shaft plow for plowing, the columbine for sowing, and the water wheel for irrigation. However, they are all unpowered wooden machinery. In terms of actual use, the improvement of power machinery is the machine-operated well room that has just been deployed in various places this year. Steam-powered water pumps are used to irrigate farmland and prevent floods and droughts. It may not seem to be of much use now, but the effect will be reflected when a natural disaster occurs. This is called early investment. But having said that, they really haven't thought about using power machinery to replace cattle. First of all, the people at the Power Research Institute are busy and have never paid attention to this farming matter. The other is the current use of cattle by the Han tribe. The Han tribe currently adopts the situation where the government collectively raises cattle and then the people pay to rent them. In the final analysis, the number of cattle is still not enough, so they can only pool resources and allocate them to meet the demand for cultivated land. This is because the number satisfaction can only be balanced by the system. But after doing this, the Han tribe could almost meet the demand for farmland, and there was no urgent need for substitutes for farm cattle. Urgent need is the condition for the birth of invention. Without need, there will be no birth. In addition, they have no ideas, so it is normal for them to think unexpectedly. Therefore, after hearing Luo Chong's idea, several people felt their eyes light up, as if they were thinking again. A new continent was discovered. Chief, didn't you say before that you wouldn't consider cars running on dirt roads before that internal combustion engine was made? Why did you change your mind this time? Could it be that the leader has the idea of an internal combustion engine? That's not right, leader. Didn't you just talk about using steam engines to develop new projects? Lin Fei immediately answered in confusion. Haha, I do have an idea for internal combustion engines, and our basic conditions are much better now than before. We now have steam machine tools. Many precision parts could not be manufactured before, but now we can use machine tools to process them easily. This is good for us. Subsequent mechanical research and development will be beneficial. To be honest, even if we start the research and development project of internal combustion engines now, with your help, I am confident that we can develop an internal combustion engine, but at this stage we do not have suitable fuel. The biggest difference between an internal combustion engine and a steam engine is that the fuel of a steam engine is burned outside the cylinder, so a lot of energy is lost during the heat conversion process, while the fuel of an internal combustion engine explodes directly in the cylinder and then pushes the piston to do work. All its energy acts on the piston, so the energy conversion efficiency will definitely be much higher than that of a steam engine. You all study steam engines, so you should also know that the inside of the cylinder and piston is a relatively sealed space. Generally, only gases and liquids are suitable to enter. You can't just throw coal into it and burn it, right? Besides, what to do with the burned cinders? You can't open the cylinder to clean out the cinders, right? So it's unrealistic to use solid fuel for internal combustion engines. It would be most suitable if there is a high-efficiency liquid fuel. Gas fuel is the second choice, because gas is difficult to control. Luo Chong explained the theoretical principles of internal combustion engines, and also talked about the current obstacles to the development of internal combustion engines. Everyone nodded after listening. They are the people in the Han tribe who know the best about engines, so they can understand what Luo Chong said when he said it. What is it? Therefore, everyone also kept in mind that what limits the development of internal combustion engines is not machinery, but fuel. If there is any high-efficiency liquid fuel, they will have a chance to manufacture internal combustion engines. So when the internal combustion engine cannot be used, I have no choice but to continue to propose a special vehicle plan using steam engines as power. But don't think that this is as simple as replacing the locomotive with a few wheels and mounting it on a carriage. What I just proposed, although the 4 special vehicles use steam engines as their main power source, they are not directly driven by steam engines. Luo Chong said this deliberately, and Lin Fei and others looked over with confusion and curiosity. Huh? If you don't use a steam engine as a direct drive, then what should you use? Even if you use chains, belts, and gears as transmission mechanisms, it can still be considered steam-driven, isn't it? Lin Fei asked again with confusion and curiosity. That's right, I have a new idea, which is based on the compression principle of the air compressor. I plan to follow the theory of the air compressor and then create a new type of transmission machinery that uses liquid as the transmission medium. It will not generate energy on its own. power, but it can amplify the power hundreds of times. Using this power amplification feature, it can do things that humans cannot do. I named it a hydraulic pump, also called a plunger pump. Next, Luo Chong asked people to find a blackboard and chalk, and then drew a sketch to explain to several people Pascal's law, that is, the mathematical formula of pressure equal to pressure divided by the force-bearing area, and then talked about liquid as a transmission medium for force. The characteristics displayed at that time, and finally derived his theory of how to amplify the pressure 100 times based on the formula. What Lin Fei and others heard was eye-opening. In the past, they were exploring laws and formulas in practice, but this time they actually used formulas to deduce the possibilities of technology, and then deliberately developed actual projects based on the characteristics of the formulas. This reversed research and development sequence made several people find it refreshing. It was also at this time that they suddenly discovered that knowledge can really derive new things, and their previous thinking was still at the point of using brains and creativity to engage in research and development. The leader is great. What is so great? What is so great? The leader has a big brain and can come up with many strange things. He is very practical and creative, which they admire very much. But they have never felt that the knowledge taught in school is very useful before. In their thinking, mathematics and physics knowledge such as mechanics are for research purposes and play a supporting role. If you don't know physics and mathematics, then it certainly couldn't be produced, but Luo Chong's teaching this time completely changed their thinking. Because this time Luo Chong first came up with mathematical formulas and physical theories to prove the possibility of this new technology, and then started targeted research. This is knowledge that guided the research direction, and all of a sudden their inherent thinking was the model was turned upside down, which had a huge psychological impact on a few people. The plunger pump is designed based on this principle. Of course, there is actually no new technology. It is just an improvement based on the original old technology using advanced theories. You can see this plunger pump as it is an advanced version of the air compression pump, but this time it compresses not air, but liquid oil. Luo Chong explained to everyone again. Chief, why must we use oil? Can't we use water? A researcher asked curiously. Ha ha ha, this question is a bit stupid. Machinery is like this. When you design, you first consider the operating principle, and then consider whether the materials you use can meet the design requirements. Otherwise, your design will not be the same. Awesome, it is in vain if the materials and manufacturing processes are not up to standard. The projects we research must be based on the existing material technology level. Let me ask you, is it the viscosity of water or liquid oil that is higher? What material are you going to use to make the hydraulic rod I just mentioned? Luo Chong first gave him a lesson as if joking, and then proposed the question asked rhetorically. The man was stunned for a moment, then immediately answered. Of course, the viscosity of oil is high, so its fluidity is worse than that of water. The hydraulic rod is of course made of steel. The leader just said that this hydraulic rod will release 100 times the force under the action of the plunger pump. So with such great force, if steel materials are not used, the cylinder may be exploded by the high-pressure liquid inside. Oh, I understand. The leader is worried that the water is not viscous enough. In addition, the processing level of the hydraulic rod may not be completely sealed. At that time, the water inside may be squeezed out from the gap by strong pressure. The researcher said halfway and quickly found the problem. Luo Chong nodded, confirming his point of view, but then he heard Luo Chong speak again. You are right, but this is not the most important thing. In fact, our current processing level can completely process airtight cylinders. Otherwise, steam engines would not be widely used. Even steam can be sealed. I think sealing water is certainly not a problem. But have you considered other issues? If water is installed in the hydraulic rod as the transmission medium, it will often rub between the piston and the cylinder. Will this cause the piston to rust and corrode, and eventually lead to air tightness? Weakened sex? In this case, the explosion you just mentioned is almost certain to happen. The second is the freezing point of water. If you use water as the transmission medium of the hydraulic rod, will the water inside condense into ice when used outdoors in winter? How will your machine work then? Is it difficult to use it? Do I need to roast the machine over fire before use? But using liquid oil does not have these problems. Oil is inherently anti-corrosion and anti-rust, and has a high viscosity. When poured into the hydraulic rod and used as a transmission medium, it will not corrode the piston and cylinder of the hydraulic rod, but can actually, with good maintenance, and the freezing point of oil is lower than that of water, it can maintain outdoor operation even in winter. But ordinary oil won't work either. It's best to use compound oil. Mix several oils in proportions to meet the required standards. This also requires a lot of experiments. First of all, the oil must flow back and forth between the plunger pump and the piston cylinder, and the flow is very frequent and violent, so the oil cannot foam. Then the oil must be as viscous as possible while maintaining fluidity. Not to mention it will turn into porridge, at least it will have a cup. That is, after the oil flows, a layer must be left on the inner wall of the container to adhere to it. Finally, the freezing point of the oil must be as low as possible to maintain operation at low temperatures. To achieve this purpose, even add sugar or salt to it, as well as alcohol. Both sugar and alcohol can reduce the coagulation temperature. After Luo Chong finished speaking, everyone suddenly realized that there were so many things to pay attention to in this hydraulic oil. However, after everyone listened to Luo Chong's request, they felt relaxed. Because of these requirements made by Luo Chong, the Han tribe that I know of has such a similar oil readily available, which is brown ripe tung oil. Tung oil has always been used as varnish in the Han tribe, and was also used to prepare paints. Its protective effect on metals can be seen, and its fluidity and viscosity almost meet the requirements. It is resistant to low temperatures and does not foam as Luo Chong said. I don't know, this still needs experiments to determine. Then, Chief, how will our research project be carried out this time? Will it still be carried out in groups as before? Lin Fei asked again at this time. That's right, you don't have to worry about this. Regarding the styling design of these vehicles, I actually already have a plan, drew some sketches, and asked a carpenter to make a model car. However, the actual reference value is not much, mainly for you are using it to show the overall structure and operating principles. You need to actually calculate the specific dimensions. I have already asked the guards to get this. I estimate that it will be delivered within 2 days. Then it's about project establishment and group research. This is what I think. 4 types of vehicles should be put together for project establishment, because the power and transmission they use are almost the same technology. Then to be specific, it is divided into a power group, responsible for the development of special steam engines, and the Power Research Laboratory is responsible for it. They have experience in researching steam engines. Next is the transmission group, which is mainly responsible for pipeline laying, hydraulic rods, and plunger pumps. The following can be divided into 3 research groups, and the air compressor R&D team is responsible for this, because this plunger pump is very similar to an air compressor. The last step is the overall frame and machining of the car body. This aspect is done by the train research and development team. They also have their own understanding of large machinery. As for hydraulic oil, rubber hollow tires, and hydraulic hoses, we have to leave this to the Comprehensive Research Institute on Hushin Island. They are better at this than you. When Luo Chong heard Lin Fei's inquiry, he immediately explained the research organization structure of the project, and Lin Fei and others nodded frequently. After Luo Chong handed over the research and development tasks, Lin Fei began to prepare the research and development team. It took him a day to assign all the research groups assigned by Luo Chong to the responsible persons. Who was responsible for each group and how many members there were. Make it all clear. After everyone gathered together, Luo Chong gave these people another big lecture, explaining all the theoretical knowledge he had talked about before about the relationship between pressure and pressure, as well as the amplification of liquid transmission power. This also allowed these people to eye-opening. 2 days later, Luo Chong's personal guards also sent him several mechanical models and drawings from home, and then explained them in more detail. Just giving lectures to these people lasted a full week. However, the teaching content this time was more detailed and was conducted in groups, such as the working principle of the plunger pump, the conversion of force, etc., and how large a plunger pump can satisfy the weight of machinery. As for the team responsible for car body and machinery manufacturing, Luo Chong mainly talked to them about issues such as levers, counterweights, and center of gravity. For example, machinery like an excavator has a large mechanical arm mounted on the side, and the top of the mechanical arm, the bucket, also has to carry heavy objects. If there is no counterweight on the other side of the car body, the car will be overturned. Therefore, the knowledge of counterweight, center of gravity, levers, etc., becomes important for the design of the car body. The most important thing. The same is true for the loader. It is also a vehicle with a severely offset center of gravity. It will definitely not work without adding counterweight. Fortunately, Luo Chong has made these mechanical style models based on the memories of his previous life, which can give everyone a clear reference and save everyone from making many detours. Their work is tedious, but fortunately the purpose is clear and Luo Chong has already proposed various indicators and requirements. They only need to complete the requirements within the scope of their work. After staying in Xingyang County for half a month, Luo Chong transferred to the Comprehensive Research Institute on Huxin Island, and then handed over the task of developing hydraulic oil and rubber tires. These two are not big problems. Hydraulic oil, according to Luo Chong, if you collect all the existing vegetable oil samples in the Han tribe, and then conduct blending experiments according to the proportions, you can always get a similar hydraulic oil. In this aspect, it is better not to brag. Even modern hydraulic oils are mainly formulated with vegetable oil. Luo Chong does not require it to be high grade, as long as it can be used. As for rubber tires, the Institute of Comprehensive Research already has experience. They had already made hollow tires for bicycles before, but the Ukamiya gum used at that time was replaced with rubber this time. Since the Han tribe began to vigorously when supporting the Tang tribe, we also purchased a lot of rubber from there. Rubber is currently only purchased by the government of the Han tribe. It is useless if others want it. Therefore, the price can be determined by the Han tribe, so the price given is not very high. This is the advantage of the buyer's market. In other words, no matter how low the Han tribe's bid was, they would still have to sell it. If they didn't sell it, no one would buy it. However, the consumption this time is still very large, especially for things like loaders and tractors. The wheels are very large and the diameter is taller than a person. However, the Power Research Institute has not yet given specific data, so there is no way to open the mold and make it. The last item is about the production of hydraulic hoses. This thing is very important. Otherwise, if the quality is not up to standard, pipe burst accidents are likely to occur. Chief, my idea is to add a non-elastic wrapping layer to the outside of the rubber hose, just like the gas pipe of an air compressor, like the canvas on the outside of the gas pipe, to limit the expansion of the rubber pipe. You see, is this okay? A member of the rubber team asked Luo Chong about his development ideas. It is certain to add expansion limits, but canvas is not good. Canvas is not strong enough. It is a hydraulic hose for construction machinery. It has to carry a force unit based on tons. Several tons of force are transmitted by the hydraulic oil inside. If canvas is used, it will definitely explode. Luo Chong immediately shook his head and objected. Then, what's the use? You can't wrap it with iron wire, otherwise it will just strangle the pipe into a sausage. The person in charge of the rubber team said awkwardly. Well, you can't use iron wire, but if the iron wire is denser, you can replace it with iron cloth. That should be enough. Yes, let's do it like this. I asked Qingshu County to trial produce some iron cloth, and then you are going to try to make a 3-layer rubber tube. There are 3 layers inside and outside, 2 layers of rubber and 1 layer of iron cloth, and finally a layer of canvas on the outside. This way, it should be able to restrain the pressure of the liquid inside. You guys, just prepare the hydraulic oil first, and then you can do the rest after the specific plans and materials come over. After Luo Chong finished speaking, he left directly, and then started running back and forth between his homes in Qingshu County and Hanyang County. Construction machinery was definitely a big project, and Luo Chong was very concerned about it. Although he didn't do much work there, often the ideas he provides can save everyone from taking a lot of detours. 50 days passed like this. It was mid-October of the first year of Deming. The season had already reached the end of autumn and the beginning of winter. After finishing the autumn harvest and winter storage and other important matters in various places, it was finally time for the 3rd and 4th sons of the Luo Chong family. On his 100th birthday, he, a father, also started planning a banquet. When he gave birth to the child, he made an agreement with the gift givers that when the child was 100 days old, he would entertain them with wine. Moreover, he was just in time to finish the autumn harvest and winter storage, and it was just the beginning of the slack season, so he was also prepared to do so. Gather the county guards under my command to keep in touch, and also summarize this year's work and prospects for next year. It can be regarded as a summary of the 3 quarters of production. Many people came to drink this time, and they all came empty-handed, but the things they brought were not expensive. Most of them were local specialties from various places, and some food. It was late autumn and early winter, so naturally it was the season of tonic. Luo Chong specially prepared several tables of hot pot were served to entertain them, and everyone liked it more. Mainly because they had joined the Han tribe for a long time in recent years, and everyone was addicted to chili peppers. They were not used to spicy food. At the wine table, Luo Chong raised his glass and said to everyone, "Everyone has done a good job this year. I have read the memorials sent from various places. There is a lot of grain storage, the granaries are well built, and some infrastructure has been implemented relatively well, but this is not enough. Everyone must continue to work hard, not for us, but for our future generations." Luo Chong was talking about the construction of Han tribes in various places, and suddenly turned the topic back to the children. Originally, this banquet was to celebrate the new arrival of the leader's family, so just listen to him continue. Since the establishment of the Han tribe and its expansion, they have recruited tribes and clans, recruited barbarians, and taught them, and the population has been increasing day by day. Fortunately, all the wise ministers have worked together, so that the people can have their own homes, the cultivators have their fields, and the people have livestock in front of their houses and behind their houses. Argue. We are living a stable life now, and the family has no shortage of food and clothing. Coupled with the guidance of policies, the people will naturally have a large number of children. Everyone here has a lot of new children in their families, right? When everyone heard this, they all smiled and nodded. Having children is a good thing, and it is supported by the policy. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Luo Chong has had 4 children over the years. This is because he currently only has 2 women, but the following clans are different, especially those with official positions. In the previous era of clans and tribes, they were all people who are more powerful than ordinary tribal leaders. To put it simply, they are the small group of people who have priority in mating. How come they have fewer children? Hee, we have indeed added a lot of children in these years. There are as few as 6 or 7 and as many as 10 or so. In this regard, we are ahead of the leader. You can't do this, leader. You are younger than us, just need to work harder. Dolly and Luo Chong, who came from Qingshu County, are considered to be members of the same family. They are the earliest people in the Han tribe, and they speak more openly. When they heard Luo Chong talking about their descendants, they immediately picked up the conversation. Of course I know that you have had many children. You have so many children that you can't even remember them, right? Luo Chong did not answer Dolly's words, but continued to point at them. After hearing this, everyone giggled again. Today's Han tribe is not only having more children. The key is that the survival rate of children born now is high. People's lives have stabilized and they have begun to settle down and farm. So many things have changed. It can develop normally. For example, the Maternal and Child Health Center specializes in childbirth, which has reduced the risk of childbirth a lot. Moreover, the Han tribe now has guaranteed clothing and food. Men no longer need to hunt and women no longer need to go out to gather. If you don't encounter any danger, you can take care of the family business and raise your children well, so the child survival rate is also high. Don't giggle here. Of course I know you have given birth to a lot of children, but the people under your rule have also given birth to many children in recent years. You should see the trend. When their generation grows up, the population of the Han tribe will skyrocket, and there will be higher requirements for farmland, housing, and all aspects. Everyone nodded seriously after hearing this. The leader was right. The population of the Han tribe has indeed increased dramatically in recent years, but these populations have not yet become a demographic dividend. To make these populations show their value, say less. It will take about 15 years. When these children grow up, join society, establish their own families, and start to have offspring, the Han tribe will really be able to enjoy the dividends brought by this huge population. The leader is right. Many children have been born in ordinary people's families in recent years, especially in some older counties, such as Famagwan County and Hanyang County, Danshan County, and Madian County, which were the first to be established. In the county town, even if there is only one woman in the family, the average household has more than 5 children over the years. Further east, there are also many children born in Luoyang County. Our Dongxing County and Weishan County were built in the same batch, and they are almost the same now. There are also many county towns in Ruyang County, and the two newly established on the contrary, there are fewer children in the counties, and the newly established Nanjing County and Makino County have even fewer children, but this is only a matter of time. At the dinner table, Jing Yan, from Dongxing County, said while rinsing the mutton. Luo Chong nodded. He knew this situation, so he listened to him continue. So we must continue to work hard for these children who are about to grow up. When they grow up, start their own families, get married and have children, our land and housing will increase. At that time it will be a bit difficult to open up wasteland. It's too late, why don't we work hard now, and when they take over in the future, it will be a familiar place. And we also need to save more food. These children will be the main force in eating food in the future, but they have little output, so we have to raise them in this generation. As soon as Xian from Luoyang County heard Luo Chong talking about food, he immediately had something to say. Chief, when it comes to food, I think the food you mobilized for your expedition to the cannibal tribe in the north is a bit too much. 30,000 people have a year's food rations, but the troops sent are only about 2,000 people, and they also eat it. Not that much. How can one guard station get more food than what was needed to send troops to Qingshu? Yes, I'm also wondering about this problem. As soon as the food was shipped away, I felt empty in my heart. I originally implemented the accumulation plan for the year of good fortune this year, but seeing so much in the warehouse I was so sure about storing grain, but most of it was shipped away at once, and the warehouse was almost empty. Lu Guangzhu, from Weishan County, also said. The two of them, one in Luoyang County and the other in Weishan County, were in charge of the two largest water transport terminals in the inland areas of the Han tribe. The expedition fleets came from them, so they knew very well how much food was transported. There is a natural reason for transporting food. How can the conquest of Bamboo Island be the same as the conquest of cannibals? There are 100,000 people on Bamboo Island, and they can farm themselves, so they have a stable source of food. You see, I have 6 military garrison stations in Qingshu. In fact, the food we need every year does not need to be transported from us at all. We can support these soldiers just by collecting local taxes. Furthermore, the political environment of Zhudao is different. By conquering Zhudao, we can gain a large number of citizens, people who are good at production, and the resources on the land of Qingshu Island. We can even occupy an important place overseas, especially the Qingshu Strait. That is a strategic location most suitable as a military port. But the situation is different among the cannibals in the north. As the saying goes, those who are not our tribe must have different hearts. No matter how the Xian tribe and Zhudao were in the past, they were human beings like us and a clan tribe. The cannibals in the north different, not to mention that those huge red-haired giant apes are basically monsters. Even those totem warriors who feed on humans cannot be regarded as the same species as us, so why did the Han tribe conquer them? Naturally, it is to completely resolve the threat from the north, clear the way for our Han tribe to continue to expand its territory, and completely eliminate the giant monsters from the snowy mountains. And what benefits can our Han tribe get from this war? That is, a large number of cannibals, the slaves and the people who were rescued from there. The food I want is used to feed these slaves, Luo Chong couldn't help but explain to everyone. When everyone heard Luo Chong's words, they suddenly realized that it was for those slaves. These slaves are good things. They only need a mouthful of food, and they are more useful than oxen and horses. If they don't obey, they will be beaten to death. There are many ways to treat them, and they don't feel burdened. The hard work is not done by humans. All the work can be left to them. Of course, killing them is definitely not an option. If they are killed, it will be their own loss. After all, they are fed by so much food. Who will work for them if they die? Chief, I wonder how many slaves can be captured? At the dinner table, Dolly, Jing Yan, and Shi Xian suddenly asked in unison. As soon as the words came out, the three of them looked at each other awkwardly. Ha ha ha, of course the three of you are indispensable. Luo Chong couldn't help laughing when he saw the three of them acting like this. See, people are so practical. Asking them to provide some food just now was like cutting off their flesh. Now that they can be exchanged for slaves, the three of them are scrambling for fear that they will get less. Xingang County, Luoyang County, and Dongxing County have mines in these three places, an iron mine, a coal mine, and a Baoshan copper mine. They are all industries that require a lot of labor. If a large number of slaves can be added, naturally you have to fight for it, and the more you can get, the better. This expedition against the cannibals is, firstly, to exterminate the monster race, and secondly, to capture those totem warriors as slaves of our Han tribe. According to Yui's report, there are naturally a lot of cannibals there. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands, or even more. How many can be captured depends on the skills of the frontline soldiers. Having said this, Luo Chong paused for a moment, and then continued to speak to everyone. You don't have to worry. The tribe will definitely not lose your people. In fact, I have other plans for you people in the 3 mining areas. Now the Power Research Institute is developing more machinery for civil engineering. Of course, these machines have many functions, and they are also used in mining. In the future, After these mechanical equipment are installed in the mining area, the manpower used in your mining area will be reduced, just like the effect caused by the current equipment of trains, so I plan to replace all the original citizen miners in Qingshu County with slaves, and then after being trained, they went to work in various factories in Qingshu County. Now that there are more and more factories, the demand for skilled workers is also getting higher and higher. It is just right to train a group of our own miners. As for Dongxing County, I am also planning to use some slaves to replace the original coal miners. These people can continue to engage in frontline management work and technical work in the coal mines. In addition, I have ordered Fu to go to the south to search for coal mines. If a new coal mine is developed in the future, the miners here in Dongxing County will definitely send a large number of people to support it. Finally, there is the Baoshan copper mine. In fact, there are not many miners needed there. After machinery is available in the future, I am afraid that only 100 or so of our own workers will be able to meet the mining needs. The other people who have been laid off will also be mobilized in the same way. They will be used to develop new mines in the south, and then they will all be used as technical backbones. If there are any remaining slaves captured in this battle, then send them to the capital and let them build the capital. After the capital is built, bridges and railways are built. Anyway, there are always things that can't be repaired for them to do. If it can't be done, what else can they do? Let them move bricks. In short, these slaves are our wealth. Since we send troops to fight, it must be profitable. We will not fight a war that is not beneficial. After Luo Chong said this, everyone nodded in agreement, right? If there is no profit, what kind of battle will I fight? I am still busy with my own affairs, who has time to care about the outside world? Chief, should we send more troops from the south? Since the purpose is to capture slaves, more than 2,000 people may not be enough? As soon as Dali heard about the slaves, his eyes lit up, and he immediately asked Luo Chong suggested. Luo Chong couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. Just now, these people thought they had used too much food, and now they took the initiative to ask for more troops. However, he knew the specific situation in the north, so he was not worried. Luo Chong waved his hand and said again, "No need, an army of Shent's guards is enough. They have advanced weapons and all firearms. As far as combat capabilities are concerned, there is no equal enemy in the world. As for the manpower to capture prisoners, they are insufficient. Regarding the matter, I have ordered the Shent's guards to form auxiliary troops locally and dispatch them with the army to be responsible for capturing prisoners. There are 30,000 people there, and there are a lot of young and strong men. There is nothing to do in the winter, and the winter is long. It is estimated to last for 5 or 6 months. This is a good time to train troops and fight. There is no need to use your troops to mobilize troops from the south." After everyone heard this, they were completely relieved. Since the leader had made complete plans, there was nothing to worry about. And just when Luo Chong summoned the governors from the 8 counties of Hanyang to have a banquet at home, the Shent's guards, who had been on the expedition for more than a month, finally arrived at their destination. At this time, the north is far different from the Han tribes. In the 8 northern counties headed by Hanyang County, it is still the end of autumn and winter has not officially entered. The temperature has not yet dropped below 0, but the survivors' camps in the north have already entered early. Cold winter it has been more than a month, and in the Tuahai County area of the Han tribe, the weather is still in the summer and autumn. It is hot to wear a vest and waistcoat at noon, but it is comfortable to wear long clothes and trousers in the morning and evening. As for winter is still far away from them. Let's talk about the Shent's side. They came all the way on a sailboat. The further north they went, the colder the weather became. At first, everyone thought that it was summer. The leader had handed out all the winter equipment such as cotton clothes and trousers so early. As a result, before they reached the place, they started to add clothes to themselves involuntarily when they were halfway there. Cotton jackets, trousers, and coats were wrapped around the body one by one. In the end, even cotton boots, hats, and gloves were reluctant to be taken off the body. All of a sudden, they were all wrapped up into rice dumplings. When there were still 10 days of sailing from the camp, ice actually appeared in the river. After 2 days of walking, ice floes actually appeared. By the last 5 days of the voyage, the entire river was frozen. Fortunately, now we can enter. The winter was not long, and the ice in the river was not very thick. The cold wind swelled the sails, but it could push the wooden boat forward. Finally, the fleet finally arrived at the river valley wharf where the camp of the survivors was located without any danger. Yu Yi quickly led the camp officials to the dock to greet the army. Chu Bing also wore a locomotive cotton hat. His nose was red from the cold. When he looked at the ice surface of the river valley, he secretly screamed that something was not good. He had just arrived. You must first familiarize yourself with the situation before sending troops to fight. When you actually fight a battle and capture prisoners, I am afraid that the river will be completely frozen. If you have slaves, you will not be able to send them back. You will have to wait until the spring thaws. Fortunately, the leader asked them to bring more food, otherwise it would have been difficult. When Chu Bing saw Yu Yi, he first bowed his hands in greeting and said, "My nephew, Chu Bing, has met Uncle Yu. How is Uncle Yu doing lately?" When Yu Yi saw Chu Bing, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Naturally, they knew each other. After all, they were both veteran figures of the Han tribe. Chu Bing joined the Tree tribe earlier than the Tree tribe, and the Tree tribe joined the Black Rat tribe earlier. The Black Rat tribe joined earlier than the Yu tribe. When Yu Yi joined the Han tribe, he knew that Chu Bing was a child who surrounded Luo Chong every day, but he hadn't gone back for many years. He didn't expect Chu Bing to be so big in a flash. The most important thing is that this is not a matter of God. Is Tsui here? What is this kid doing here? Don't tell me that you are the leading officer of Shen's guard? Yu Yi stared at Chu Bing as if he had seen a ghost. Hey, that's really unfortunate. As Uncle Yu said, I am the commander of the Shen's guard, personally appointed by the leader. I am solely responsible for this expedition against the cannibals. This is my seal and token. If Uncle Yu doesn't believe it, you can put it to the test. Chu Bing wasn't angry when he heard what he said, and he immediately raised his head and said carelessly, trying to act like a general. No, the leader really asked you to lead the troops in battle? Yu asked in disbelief when he saw those things. Although he knew that Chu Bing could not fool himself with a set of fake seals, he still I don't want to believe how big this disease is. No, Uncle Yu, you don't understand. Our Shen's guard is different from other guards. We use all new weapons, and our tactics are also brand new. Even the organization is different from other guards. Chief, it is said that instead of recruiting another guard station for reorganization, it is better to form a new army. As for the new army, the generals must be young. I have been working as a personal guard beside the leader for more than a year, and I was also responsible for many things related to the research and development of new weapons. No one is more suitable to lead this new army than me, so the leader sent me here, haha. Uncle Yu, don't be surprised. Please arrange a place for us quickly. The soldiers are all frozen. We have never been so cold before. By the way, you should have prepared our barracks, right? After listening to Chu Bing's explanation, Yu Yi nodded dully. Since this was arranged by the leader, it naturally had the leader's intention. For a person as smart as the leader, there is no way he would really send a child here to cause mischief, right? But to be honest, Chu Bing must be 13 or 14 this year. When he was this old, he seemed to have a woman, so he was not too young, Yu Yi thought secretly in his heart. Of course the housing has been prepared. Before you set off, the leader specifically asked me to build more housing. However, the barracks cannot be called barracks. The conditions here are limited and there are no building materials. To prepare so many houses in a hurry, naturally, it's not much better, but it can still protect you from wind and rain. How many people are there in your Shensgard? I'll send someone to arrange accommodation for you. Yu Yi came back to his senses and began to introduce the situation here to Chu Bing. The Shensgard has a total of 2,600 people, no more, no less. Please arrange it with Uncle Yu. In addition, our ship is also loaded with a large amount of food. If there is a warehouse here and manpower, we can transfer the food. We've arrived at the warehouse. If we don't have it yet, it doesn't matter if we keep it on the boat. I think the weather here is so cold that the food won't be damaged even if it's on the boat. Chu Bing heard that there are ready-made houses to live in, answered immediately and introduced the situation of his fleet. Okay, let's wait until we are free, before arranging to transport the grain. We don't have many vehicles and horses here. It may be difficult to unload the entire ship. Let's wait until I mobilize enough vehicles and horses. You can let the soldiers disembark, and I will have someone take you to your residence, and then someone will prepare some firewood for you to keep warm. Yu Yi nodded, and then made arrangements for Chu Bing. Okay, when Sima, you go and hand over to the local officials to prepare for the transportation of our logistics supplies. Hui joins the army. You and Sima go to see our camp together and then set up a warning. Deputy Commander Lu Jian, you go organize the soldiers to disembark and land. After hearing this, Chu Bing immediately made arrangements for his men. No. Everyone accepted the order and then got busy. Lu Jian, the deputy commander of the Shensgard, was responsible for leading the troops. He shouted from the ships below and asked the orderlies to blow the assembly horn. The soldiers on each ship then began to form a team on the deck, and then stepped on thick planks of wood line up the snowy pier. Especially some soldiers from the south, their faces were red from the cold, but they were still in good spirits, especially after leaving the cabin and smelling the air here. Different from the salty and humid sea breeze in the south, the air here was It was refreshing, cold and dry. There was almost no moisture in the air, and any moisture that was there was frozen into ice. Moreover, living in such an environment, every time they breathe, white mist will spray out from their mouths and noses. This is a strange sight that the southern soldiers have never seen. They did not expect that after the cold reaches a certain level, even the breath they exhale will also turn into white smoke like steam. A group of people wore pine green military coats, locomotive military caps of the same color on their heads, suede leather boots on their feet, mittens on their hands, a circle of carrying equipment hanging on their waists, and a square backpack tied firmly behind their backs. Soldiers carrying a rucksack, a military shovel attached to the rucksack, and a fire stick slung over their shoulders began to gather on the snow on the shore of the dock. Everyone started to line up according to their own formations and shouted various slogans. This strange costume and strange weapons immediately attracted the attention of the local people. Many people who had nothing to do came out to watch this elite army that was said to come from the Han tribe. Is this the most powerful warrior of the Han tribe? Why don't we see them wearing long swords like Yu Zhongshi? Doesn't it mean that the Han tribe's troops all use long swords and large shields? You know very well, and you didn't say that all armies have to use long swords and wooden signs. Those are called sword and shield soldiers. Aren't there other spearmen, short spearmen, halberdiers, etc., and long-range shooters? Crossbowmen, who knows what they are? You understand? You understand, don't you recognize it? The person next to him said back. But it's easy to recognize them all wearing the same clothes, and they have an imposing manner. Look, those soldiers are lined up. The onlookers were all discussing there, but Yu Yi and other local officials who were standing next to Chu Bing watching the Shensguards gather, could not help frowning when they saw the weapons carried by the Shensguard soldiers. Especially Yu Yi, he didn't even understand what the weapon was used for. The one your warriors carry is the new weapon that the leader mentioned? A wooden stick with an iron rod on it? The end of the wooden stick looks a bit like the wooden support of a divine arm crossbow. How is this thing used? Yu Yi stood next to Chu Bing and watched the soldiers of Shen's guard lining up, and couldn't help but curiously asked about the weapons they used. Yes, that was invented by the leader. It is a long-range weapon made using the principle of gunpowder pushing projectiles. It is the same thing as artillery. These weapons are actually small artillery with reduced power. Chu Bing looked at the soldiers in front and subconsciously explained to Yu Yi, but when he was halfway through speaking, he suddenly remembered something and spoke again. Oh, by the way, I forgot, Uncle Yu, you have never seen artillery. Yui couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Yes, he had never seen the artillery. He had never even heard when the leader came out with the artillery. It had been almost 4 years since he came out, and the artillery was made that winter 3 years ago. Afterwards, this batch of artillery was brought to the grassland and defeated Maodun. A year later, based on the accumulation of artillery manufacturing technology and technology accumulation, Luo Chong built the most primitive steam engine according to the method of boring artillery. It took nearly 2 years after the steam engine was introduced, but it was not until the beginning of this year that trains appeared in the Han tribe, and muskets did not appear until more than a year after the steam engine appeared. Chu Bing even participated in the research and development of musket ammunition, but he did not produce smokeless gunpowder or self-igniting gunpowder. Instead, he created photosensitive agents from these chemical gunpowders, and created them with AO-Fei. This is the world's first wet camera, and then the leaders improved the dry photography technology that is more portable and cheaper based on their camera principles. These 4 years were the 4 years when the Han tribe's science and technology exploded, but Yui had been separated from the Han tribe for too long. It's not that there was no contact, it's that no one brought him the news. Ahem. Yui coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment, and then said forcefully, although I have never seen artillery, I have seen gunpowder, and I have also seen the leader use gunpowder. The power of gunpowder is indeed powerful. It was quite dangerous when it was first used, and could only be prepared on site when used. Now the tribe has developed gunpowder that can be used whenever it wants. Yu Yi recounted what he had seen and heard to prove that he was not an ignorant person, and in the end he was surprised by the new gunpowder weapons. Chu Bing gave him a speechless look and still used the previous on-site configuration. Is he probably talking about the kind of liquid gunpowder made by the leader back then? The gunpowder of our Han tribe is no longer what it used to be. Now there are at least 4 or 5 kinds of gunpowder. The one you mentioned is still the earliest. Only I saw it when I was a child. The leader had already made it a few years ago. Black powder, which can be safely transported and stored, is like black sand and will explode when ignited by an open flame. However, the explosion is not that powerful and the smoke is very large. In order to develop muskets this time, the leader gave several more formulas, and finally made more powerful smokeless gunpowder, and a new type of gunpowder that can ignite on impact. If semi-finished products like guncotton are included, there are said to be 5 or 6 types. As for weapons, they are relatively mature now, but according to the leader, our steel is not up to standard, otherwise we can make better muskets. Chu Bing introduced the history of the development of gunpowder in the Han tribe to Yu Yi, a man who had been away from the tribe for several years, in detail, and finally said with emotion again. Uncle Yu, the tribe has developed rapidly in the past few years, especially in terms of production technology. Many novel gadgets have been developed. There are too many things you don't know. It seems that you need to take a closer look. Otherwise, when will you come back? If you have a family, you may not dare to know the Han tribe. Hearing Chu Bing, a brat in the past, talk to him like this now, Yi felt even more embarrassed, but he would not be frightened by Chu Bing. After all, he was still considered an elder, so there was no reason for him to be looked down upon by a junior, so just listen to him forcing himself to argue. Don't I have an important mission and can't go back? Otherwise, why would you, a little brat like you, actually ridicule me? Can't you, kid? Since it's up to you to make up for me in this way, if the tribe you didn't tell me what happened, let's see how I deal with you. Chu Bing is speechless again. Are you just relying on your old age and neglecting your old age? You start acting like an adult after you can't say it? Why are all adults like this? Okay, Uncle Yu has made great contributions to the tribe. Who made you the uncle? Don't worry, my nephew will definitely teach you a good lesson. Chu Bing said through gritted teeth. Yu Yi looked at him with some pride. After the Shent's guards organized their team, they went to the barracks under the leadership of Army Simo and Feiyu. It was said that it was a barracks, but in fact it was not a military camp specially built for them at all, but a concentration camp prepared for the prisoners according to the leader at the time. It was specially used to hold prisoners. The prisoners in the province froze to death here in the winter. Moreover, building materials are scarce here, and there are no brick houses at all. Even the survivors here only live in rammed earth houses. The concentration camps used for prisoners to live are naturally the same buildings, but these rammed earth houses are much taller. It's bigger and doesn't have any basic facilities. For example, ordinary people's homes are divided into main rooms, inner rooms, etc., but this is not the case here. The room area is more than twice the size of the houses where ordinary people live. There is nothing in the room, but it is arranged on both sides of the room. One Kong, these two heated kangs are actually big bunks, which are simply covered with straw. At least 30 people can sleep in one room, and even 40 people can be squeezed in. The whole room is very dark. It's basically pitch black if you don't open the door. There are windows, but they are relatively small, and they are all light-proof windows nailed with wooden boards. It's not pitch black when they are closed, but it's such a cold day, who dares to open the window? After all, the material conditions here are still insufficient, and there is not even a paper manufacturer. In the 8 counties of Hanyang, not only can every household be equipped with glass windows, but paper windows can be purchased by every household. Some soldiers couldn't help but cursed when they saw the barracks here, because they were not as good as the barracks they built themselves in the back mountains of Hanyang County. They didn't even have paper windows, and it was dark as soon as they entered. Affect mood. But when the fire Kong was hot and everyone was lying on the Kong, they immediately started the real fragrance mode. There was no way. They had slept in the cabin for more than a month. The space in the cabin was limited, and the light was also limited. The upper cabin was fine, but how could the windows of the lower cabin be opened? Isn't that just black? The most important thing is that there is no way to light a fire in the cabin, let alone a Kong. They have been freezing all the way here. Now they have a ready-made room for them to sleep in, and there is a Kong in it. What else can they be dissatisfied about? After more than a month, I can finally sleep warmly. After allocating the soldiers to barracks according to their establishment, the deputy commander began to assign security tasks to the soldiers. A military camp is a military camp, and the rules of defense cannot be changed, even if it is on your own territory. Warning posts and patrol posts are arranged around the camp, and hidden sentries, and then assign rotational security tasks to each battalion, company, and platoon. This is the most basic arrangement. After the soldiers had made arrangements, Yui was invited to the Shent's Guards headquarters for a meeting to discuss the next action. When are you going to start sending troops to fight? Yui asked in a daze, looking at the carbide lamp hanging in the room. The house where Yui lives also has wooden windows. He does have paper, but he is reluctant to use it to paper the windows. They are all used for processing official documents, and there is no way to replenish them here, so when he saw the carbide lamp that can illuminate the room brightly will make you feel a little lost. I'm afraid this dispatch of troops won't be possible in a short time. I think it will take at least 10 days and a half of preparation. Before Chu Bing could say anything, Wen Feiyu, the military commander of Shent's guard, said first. Why is this? Didn't the leader say to fight as soon as possible? Yu Yi asked in confusion. Chu Bing also looked at his Sima in confusion. He also knew that his eyes were dark now, and he was not familiar with the situation. Naturally, he could not send troops immediately, but 10 days and a half month was a bit long, right? Seeing everyone staring at him, Wen Feiyu explained. The morale of the soldiers is not very high now, and there is a general mood. They think the environment in the barracks here is too bad, and they are all complaining. I need to do some ideological work for them, which may take a day or two. In addition, the soldiers have been on the ship for more than a month and lack necessary training. I even think that their combat effectiveness has dropped significantly, so they need at least 10 days of restorative training, including marksmanship, physical fitness, and ideological education must be restored. Furthermore, it's too cold here. We didn't expect it to be so cold before we came here, especially since 1/3 of our troops are from the south, so these 10 days of restorative training are absolutely indispensable. One is to restore the combat effectiveness of the soldiers, and the other is to allow them to train in such a cold environment, so that the soldiers can become familiar with the climate environment here as soon as possible. Otherwise, how can they fight if they are all frozen to death? Yu Yi blinked after hearing this. There seemed to be nothing wrong with this reason. The year he first came here, he was freezing to death. He really needed to let people get used to it. But the real commander is to get sick, so when? The decision to send troops also depends on the cure, so he turned his attention to cure the disease. After hearing this, Chu Bing nodded in agreement and added at the same time. What Sima Wen said makes sense. Restorative training is indispensable. After all, the training of the soldiers has been abandoned for more than a month. It is really hard to say how much combat power is left. Recovery is necessary. In addition, we are going on the expedition. It's still early autumn, and the soldiers haven't even trained in winter clothes. Who knows if they can fight in such thick cotton clothes? I haven't worn a cotton padded jacket for training. This seems to be a real reason. After all, this is a cotton padded jacket, not a down jacket. A cotton padded jacket, cotton trousers, a military coat, thick cotton boots, plus snow, this is equivalent to giving a soldier they were put in shackles, and their ability to run in the wild was at least half reduced. Whether they could still run in the snow was a question. After all, the cotton clothes were heavy, and there was real cotton inside. Furthermore, I'm afraid you may have forgotten that we not only need to provide restorative training for our soldiers, but the leader also asked us to recruit auxiliary soldiers for prisoner training. When the time comes, even if we go out to fight, we will definitely take them with us. Chu Bing saw everyone looking at him and said again. Snap. Wen Feiyu patted his forehead and blamed himself. Oh, it's true, I almost forgot such an important thing. It seems that our dispatch time will have to be extended again, at least half a month. It takes a month to initiate action. Yu Yi was confused when he heard this, and he asked in confusion, recruiting auxiliary soldiers, what kind of auxiliary soldiers, are you recruiting them from us? Well, auxiliary soldiers, this is the leader's arrangement. He wants us to recruit auxiliary soldiers from the local area when we arrive, and then train them. During the battle, they will follow our Shent's guard soldiers. They are mainly responsible for carrying food, ammunition, and helping to capture and guard prisoners of war. By the way, Uncle Yu, the leader specifically explained that our strategic intention for this battle is to capture prisoners of war second. The leader said that we need those cannibal warriors to be slaves for us. The Han tribe is developing rapidly now. There is a great need for these slaves to serve as labor force. After hearing Chu Bing's explanation, Yu Yi nodded immediately. He knew about the capture of prisoners. The leader had specifically told him about this. After all, he had been asked to build so many houses to hold prisoners. How could he possibly? He didn't know, so he asked directly. How many auxiliary troops will be recruited? Well, how many young adults can be recruited here? Chu Bing asked uncertainly. He was not very familiar with the situation here. Here, we currently have 3 camps in the north. The total population under management is almost 30,000. This is the earliest camp and the largest camp. The total population is about 12,000. The total number of young and middle-aged men there are 4,000 people here, Yu Yi introduced. Chu Bing and others were all surprised. This population ratio could never be reached in the 8 counties of Hanyang. Why? Because there are too many new students in the 8 counties of Hanyang, and minors account for 1/5 of the total population. More than 3, most of them are children. For a total population of 10,000, there are at least 6,000 children. Only newly established immigration counties like Nanjing County have few children. After all, they are all just adults. Formed by young people. But he didn't dwell on this. It was not his business. After thinking about it, Chu Bing asked again, do the young people here have enough food and cotton clothes? Can they go out for activities this season? There is enough food, and we also grow food here. Although rice is not as much as corn, we are still self-sufficient, and there are enough cotton clothes. 4 months ago, the leader specially provided a batch of cotton and cloth, which was distributed to the people before winter. We have made cotton-padded clothes for each family, and they are used to the cold, so it will be no problem for them to go out and do some activities. Yui said again as he introduced the situation here. After Chu Bing listened and thought about it, he finally made a decision, then recruit all the young men who have nothing to do, and train them together. Some will stay in the camp for defense, and some will follow us to fight, and then fight with the people in the camp. The defenders are dispatched in rotation, and 4,000 people are almost enough. Yu Yi was stunned when he heard this, and asked in disbelief, recruit all 4,000 people? Then, what about the weapons? We don't have that many people here with armor and weapons and equipment. This is chapter 979. I typed the wrong chapter number. I don't have permission to change the title yet. Straight face. Hearing Yu Yi asking about weapons, Chu Bing thought for a while and asked, what weapons are those cannibal warriors generally equipped with? What kind of weapons you should equip yourself mainly depends on what the enemy uses, and then you can equip the appropriate weapons accordingly. Yui didn't hesitate. No one here knew the cannibal warriors better than him. They are equipped with a large number of throwing spears, and each person has at least 1 stone axe for throwing, which can also be used to cut people. A few people are equipped with bows and arrows, but their bows are of poor quality and their effective range is only 50 meters. There are fewer arrows, and there are also a lot of shields made of branches. Chu Bing thought for a while after listening, and then said, then let's keep everything simple. All the auxiliary soldiers are equipped with wooden shields, and then equipped with a long wooden stick, and then ropes and handcuffs. These equipments are almost enough. They don't have to rush to the front during the battle. After our Shent's guards control the battlefield, they will step forward to capture the prisoners. In order to capture them alive, they cannot use weapons that can kill people easily. A dead weapon, a long wooden stick is very good. It can not only protect yourself, but also knock down the enemy without causing death, as long as you quickly control the enemy. In this case, the equipment for 4,000 people is easy to handle. Our wood processing factory here can make it. Just equip them with shields and wooden sticks. Is that okay? There won't be any problems, right? Yu Yi thought for a moment. Said. Don't worry, it's no problem. They are all auxiliary soldiers. We will only let them go up when we completely control the situation. And then our soldiers will cover them and nothing will happen. Chu Bing assured again. Said. Okay, I'll just listen to you. I'll make arrangements right away. Yu Yi nodded and stood up, said hello to Chu Bing and went out. In the following time, the entire Shent's Guard and the bereaved camps became lively. The Shent's Guard's army and deputy commander were fully responsible for the restorative training of the soldiers. Army Sima and Feiyu began to prepare logistics, mainly to lead the fleet. The 2 factory ships that came in were settled, and then they started to let the crew members who came with them produce ammunition, and also unloaded part of the food and handcuffs. Yu Yi discussed the recruitment of militia with the official in charge of the camp's political affairs, and then the administrator would be responsible for the specific recruitment operations. It should be noted that this time, the auxiliary soldiers are compulsory conscription, which is the same as corvée service. However, this is military service, which is different from the recruitment system of the Han Tribal Guard Army. In other words, this group of auxiliary soldiers do not receive military pay, and they do not belong to the formal military ranks. However, if there are casualties, the tribe will still provide compensation according to the standards of active military personnel. There is no salary in the first place, and it would be really unreasonable to not provide compensation. In addition, in terms of food, the tribe will provide it during military service. A simple summary is that food is provided, but there is no money. Soldiers will receive pensions for casualties. Those who are injured or disabled will be given knights. Those who died will be given knights to their heirs. Widows and orphans will be pensioned according to the benefits of martyrs. Originally, if this matter were to be carried out in Hanyang County, it might be a bit troublesome, because the Han tribe recruited all regular soldiers who were off duty. If you didn't pay them military salaries, they would be gone for several years. Who would care about the women and children at home? Even if it is a short-term recruitment of auxiliary troops like this, it is impossible not to pay a penny, but it is different here. The people in the camp of the survivors only knew that the Han tribe had sent regular troops specialized in fighting. Now they still needed some help. They were not asked to fight, but to capture prisoners. All healthy young men were required to go. I have no money, but I care about food. As soon as the people heard this, they obediently began to enlist in the army without any objection at all. The main reason is that there is a severe shortage of materials here, and there is no serious output except food. Therefore, there are no transactions in daily life, and there is no need for currency, so they have no idea about money and they have no expenses in their lives, just like this time. The cotton and cloth were distributed uniformly by the tribe, so they had no use for the money. Moreover, their lifestyle is still in the transitional stage of semi-private and semi-shared ownership. These people used to live in public-owned tribes. After joining the Han tribe, they began to gradually transform into private ownership. However, except for the fields, everyone here is planned. Yes, they harvest the food themselves, and the rest is basically publicly owned. Even the meat they eat, in addition to the livestock raised uniformly in the camp, depends on the hunting team to go hunting or fishing, and after catching the prey, they have to bring it back to each family for food. The most important thing is that Yu Yi often takes them out for activities, and he never mentions giving money. The people don't care at all. They just treat it as the same as the previous tribes, and the tribe arranges the actions uniformly. In this conscription, the common people heard that yours, mine, and even food were so clearly divided, and they were even a little unaccustomed to it. When they thought, the tribe wanted to organize all the men to go out to fight, so they went to fight. Where do so many troublesome things come from? Chu Bing obviously did not expect this situation. He joined the Han tribe when he was young. By the time he could remember, the Han tribe was already privately owned, so he had to clearly distinguish between property and welfare benefits. This concept had already been deeply rooted in his mind. engraved in his mind. But it doesn't matter, as long as the people are willing to fight. In fact, it is also true. The winter here lasts at least 6 months, half of the year is winter, and food cannot be grown. It is impossible not to go out for activities for such a long time. Sometimes they also need to go out to chop wood, hunt and fish, otherwise they can only hibernate in the house and have no entertainment activities, which is really difficult. Just when the administrator summoned the militia, Yu Yi also went to the wood processing factory and asked them to make shields and wooden sticks. However, although there was a wind-powered saw machine here, the efficiency was still very slow. If you want to do it in half, it is really difficult to collect shields and wooden clubs for 4,000 people in 1 month. Uncle Yu, this is easy to handle. We should have a spare steam engine on board, as well as an air compressor and pneumatic tools. I remember there is also a wind saw in it. It can cut wood faster than a windmill. Don't worry, we can make it in time. Chu Bing immediately thought of a way to speak. Yes. When I went to the ship yesterday to take a look, I found that there was a lathe inside. If it is used to turn wooden sticks, there is no problem, and it is much faster than manual polishing of wooden sticks. Army Sima Wenfeiyu, he also answered from the side. What is a steam engine? What is a wind saw? The saw we have here is also a windmill. What's the difference? Yu Yi asked in confusion. Chu Bing and Wenfeiyu both couldn't laugh or cry when they heard this, but they sighed in their hearts that Yu Yi had indeed been away from the tribe for too long, and it seemed that he really needed to be given some extra lessons. So the two took him to visit the 2 factory ships moored on the pier. One was a specialized dispensing and loading ship, and the other was a mechanical processing ship. The dispensing ship had a group of personnel specially sent from the chemical team of the research institute. They were excited as soon as they arrived. Even the temporary leader of the chemical team responsible for dispensing said that the environment here is simply a holy place for making double-base propellants. To make colloidal smokeless gunpowder, you must first make gun cotton, and soak the defatted cotton in a strong acid mixture of concentrated sulfuric acid and concentrated nitric acid. This chemical reaction is always exothermic, and must be done under laboratory conditions. Carry out the reaction under ice-cold conditions in a water bath, and always control the temperature of the reaction below 20 degrees, otherwise an explosion will easily occur. At the research institute on the island in the middle of the lake, if they wanted to prepare smokeless gunpowder, they could only use ice cubes stored in the winter to assist in the experiment. However, here, it was really cold. The river was frozen by ice, there was snow everywhere on the ground, and the temperature was very low. The highest outdoor temperature during the day was estimated to be -10 degrees. Such a cold place is a holy place for preparing collodion. This is a natural refrigerator. Where can there be better cooling conditions than this? Chu Bing and Wenfeiyu took Yu Yi around. As a result, the chemical team members clamored to move the gunpowder workshop to the shore, saying that the environment on the shore was more suitable for production, especially the use of ether to catalyze fire. When cotton turns into gel gunpowder, this process requires a ventilated environment, and the cabin is indeed sealed, so it is obviously not suitable for such work, even with a gas mask. So the 3 of them immediately finalized the matter, and then turned around and boarded another boat responsible for mechanical processing. Here, Yu Yi saw what they called a steam engine, as well as an air compressor, a lathe and other items. Yi sighed again. He had only been out for a few years, but the development of the tribe was already terrifying. The gadgets produced were becoming more and more advanced, many of which he could not understand. After confirming the production plan, Wenfeiyu immediately called in the logistics troops from the headquarters and asked them to send a spare steam engine, air compressor, wind saw and other tools to the wood processing plant. There is no coal found here, and even if it is, no one is mining it, so for the time being, wood can only be used as fuel to drive the steam engine. Shields and wooden sticks are very easy to make, and the wood processing factory here has wood. With reserves and the advanced tools brought by Qingshu and others, it is not difficult to assemble equipment for 4,000 people in a short period of time. After arranging things, Qingshu went to organize the training of the auxiliary soldiers. If you want to train, it is natural to have a team. After collective deliberations between the top management of Qingshu and Yu, they finally decided to directly use the Shiwu system of setting up households and all civilians, with 5 people per team, a team leader, and 10 people per Shiwu. Chief, 5 tithes, 100 men, 1 centurion. The commander and centurion are the smallest tactical units. Each time they are dispatched to perform a mission, at least 1 camp must be deployed. A combat operation requires at least 2 camps. If a platoon-level tactical unit of the Qingshu Guard is dispatched, it must be followed by at least 300 troops. Only human auxiliaries can act together. After the establishment, action plan, and dispatch scale were determined, the task of reorganizing the auxiliary troops was given to Yu. Qingshu's request was to reorganize them according to their blood relationships and neighborhood relationships as much as possible. For example, fathers and sons and brothers form a team, or relatives and neighbors form a team. The reason for such reorganization is mainly because there is not much time for training. It is better to find a way to bring out their survival instinct and reorganize according to this method. On the battlefield, if their companions are in danger, they will consciously do their best to help without anyone else telling them. As the saying goes, father and son go into battle, and brothers fight tigers. This is what it means. Hometown party members and comrades are sometimes better than comrades in arms. If these 3 relationships are combined, it would be even more powerful. After all the auxiliary soldiers were reorganized, they were handed over to the Qingshu Guard for training. Qingshu directly transferred a company of soldiers to be responsible for the training. There were 243 people in a company, and each person led 20 new soldiers. There were 2 of the 4,000 auxiliary soldiers. 100 instructors are enough, and the remaining 40 people can do other things, such as organizing and coordinating training. On the other hand, Qingshu's own training has not fallen behind, and he has started formal recovery training. Qingshu has also made adjustments to the training specifically for the current situation, especially adding physical training and field weapons. The ability to march allows the soldiers to adapt to the climate and snowy glaciers here as quickly as possible. Shooting training has reduced the amount of live ammunition training. The amount of live ammunition training per person per day has been reduced to 30 rounds of ammunition. The remaining time is all devoted to carrying the gun with weight, such as standing the gun, hanging bricks or hanging kettles on the barrel. Let the soldiers adapt to aiming on a snowy background and practice holding guns while wearing cotton-padded clothes in cold climates. Although the training ammunition has been reduced to 30 rounds per day, gunshots can still be heard on the shooting range from morning to night. The bang-bang-bang gunshots resound throughout the valley. Fortunately, there are no mountains nearby, just a low-altitude place. River Valley, otherwise there might be an avalanche. After the auxiliary soldiers and Yu saw this new firearm, they couldn't help but be surprised by its range and power. Yu even fired a few shots at Qingshu's invitation and learned how to use the firearm. After firing a few shots, he held the rifle in his hand, pulled the bolt and said with emotion, "What a good weapon. It's very powerful and has a long range. With such a musket, the enemy won't even be able to get close to us, and we will have to stop him in the middle of the road. The most important thing is that this thing is easy to use. I feel it is much easier than learning a bow and arrow. Even the divine arm crossbow is not as fast as this gun. I only learned it for a while and I know how to operate it. With a little practice, it can be used. It's quite accurate, that's the most important thing, the leader is so awesome." Hearing this, Qingshu chuckled beside him and continued to introduce. "Yes, this musket is powerful, has a long range, is easy to operate, easy to use, easy to learn, and easy to train. It is indeed a good weapon, but Uncle Yu still ignored the most important point. Yu Yi was stunned when he heard this, and asked in confusion, the most important thing? Isn't it easy to train and quick to get started? Chu Bing shook his head and explained, it's simple to operate and easy to use. In fact, the divine arm crossbow is not bad in this regard, but compared with the musket, the firing rate is slower and the accuracy is not guaranteed, but in terms of learning difficulty, there is actually not much difference between the two. Upon hearing this, Yi frowned and nodded, and asked again, if it's not easy to get started, what else can it be? Chu Bing smiled and said matter-of-factly, of course the production time is fast. The production cycle of the Signwood composite bow installed on the divine arm crossbow is too long, at least 1 year, and the shortcomings are obvious. Then I'm just afraid of water, and it's easy for the glue to break apart when exposed to water. As for this musket, with sufficient materials and full power production, hundreds of guns can be manufactured in 1 day. Of course, the shortcomings of the musket are also obvious. It consumes a lot of ammunition, the firearm wears out a lot, and its durability is too low. Thousands of rounds of ammunition have to be withdrawn from the frontline sequence and used as scrap weapons and equipment for the second-line troops. But even if it is a scrapped musket, within a range of 200 meters, its accuracy is still better than that of bows and arrows and divine arm crossbows. Uncle Yu, tell me, if both are equally easy to use, which one is suitable for a large number of equipment, the musket or the divine arm crossbow? Yu Yi understood it a long time ago, so he rolled his eyes and said, do you even need to ask? Of course it's muskets. If you want to quickly expand the army, muskets are definitely suitable. Even if you want to expand the number of crossbowmen, you can't build them in a short time. There won't be that many bows and crossbows coming out. Haha, it's not late today, and there are many words. The advantages of the rifle are obvious. This weapon is easy to operate, easy to use, and its performance is very obvious. The key is that as long as there are qualified steel materials and factories, it can be mass-produced at any time, and soldiers can pull it with simple training. As far as the battlefield is concerned, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a strategic weapon. However, Yu Yi prefers shotguns to rifles. Boom boom boom. Yuno, who had just learned how to shoot, fired a series of shotguns at the target, and then he jumped up excitedly. Oh, this is good, this is good. This gun has a thick barrel, big bullets, high power, high rate of fire, and many bullets. If you use this thing to deal with those monsters, you can shoot 3 of them with 1 person, and I feel that this is easier to use than the rifle. To change the ammunition, you only need to push and pull the wood, which is so convenient. Yui said excitedly while holding the shotgun. Obviously he didn't expect that this kind of tribe could actually create such a weapon. Hey, the leader said the same thing. When this kind of gun was first made, the leader said it was a weapon specially used to fight the cannibal giant apes. The leader also said that this shotgun is very powerful. As long as it is not the 2 elephants in our tribe, such big animals, other cattle and horses, etc., can all be brought down with 1 shot. Even if they hit their giant apes, the effect is probably about the same. These guns haven't been fired yet. Once our soldiers are trained, we'll let them taste the enemy's blood. By the way, Uncle Yu, do you have a map here and information about the enemy's camp? Have you done any reconnaissance before? Chu Bing first introduced the origin of the shotgun, and then asked about the map. You need a map to fight a war, especially when fighting in a strange environment. If you don't even know the geographical features, how can you fight? Yes, I have been here for almost 4 years. I have traveled almost everywhere. How could I not draw a map? Moreover, the team I led out was specifically responsible for drawing maps. Come on, I will lead, go check it out. If you want, you can find someone to make a few copies and take them back, I want to keep the originals. Upon hearing this, Yi immediately responded and said, the map is business, and this is much more important than playing with guns. So the two returned to Yu Ye's residence. Yi did draw a map of the surrounding area, and the surveying and mapping team he led was the most professional surveying and mapping team in the Han tribe, so the maps drawn were relatively standard, and were based on 1 square meter. Fill in the map with a grid of kilometers. In other words, this map has horizontal and vertical coordinates, so it is even more precious. The entire map was drawn on a piece of cowhide, and the lines on it were stamped on with a hot iron needle, like a soldering iron painting, mainly to prevent the ink from falling off. The map is drawn in great detail. Every mountain, every waterway, and even the approximate height of each mountain, the width and depth of each river, whether it can be used for boating, etc., are all marked in detail. Just the names of the places. The annotation information is enough to fill a book. When looking at the map, you have to refer to the annotation to understand the terrain on the map more accurately. Curing the illness was like finding a treasure. He originally planned to spend some time with scouts on reconnaissance, or take some local guides to participate in the operation, but no matter what, it would be troublesome without a map. If there is a guide to lead, it will not affect the completion of the mission, but it will greatly affect the command, because command requires a big picture view. It is impossible for the Shent's Guard to invest all their soldiers in every battle. According to the leader, they must be separated. Action, then how the commander distributes the attack directions of each team is very important. In order to familiarize himself with the local geography as quickly as possible, Xubing decided to copy the map by himself and draw it himself. It would definitely be more profound than reading it directly. This is very important for him as the commander-in-chief. Yui was also helping, mainly to make some supplements for Xubing. When he asked about the situation of a certain location on the map, Yui could immediately tell the characteristics of the place, and even the different seasons of each location. Yui knows all the changes that have occurred. Xubing was stunned for a moment while listening to his explanation. It seemed that Yu Yi was indeed familiar with this place. It was like a living humanoid map. If he were to make a battle plan or something in the future, it seemed that it would be best to ask Yu Yi. Only your opinions will do. Uncle Yu, this cannibal's territory looks quite big. It actually occupies a large area. Are there so many of them? Xubing asked in confusion while drawing a map. The territory is indeed not small, covering a large area, but they are not densely distributed. They have no cities or market towns. According to our Han tribe, their settlements can also be called villages. This group of people don't know how to farm, and they make a living by hunting, fishing, and gathering. But the winter here is too long, at least 6 months of winter. They simply can't save so much by hunting and gathering alone. Food, so when winter comes, they can only survive by eating people. After such a long time, cannibalism has even become a custom among them. They are completely hopeless. Only those who have just been captured can still be saved. Possible. Therefore, these cannibals still retain the tradition of the hunting period. The number of people in each settlement is small, and the distance between each other is large. In fact, each village has a hunting ground. They are good at making traps. The gaps between each village are full of traps. One is for daily hunting needs, and the other is to form a secret line of defense to prevent enemies from invading or people captured by them from escaping. There have been many people cannot accept cannibalism and want to escape, but very few can escape. When they were so hungry, they had to brave the wind and snow to escape, and they had to avoid traps along the way. Most people couldn't insist on walking outside and died in the snow. They either froze to death on the way or starved to death. Either they fall into a trap and are unable to escape, and die of hunger and cold. Not only is they dead, but their bodies are dragged back and eaten by the cannibal hunting teams, which is terrible to watch. After listening to this, Chu Bing was stunned and asked in confusion, "Uncle Yu, why do you know their situation so well?" "Oh, there are many reasons for this. I have taken in people who escaped from it, and I know part of the situation from their mouths. I also led people to go through the gaps between those villages, to conduct reconnaissance. Of course I know them well." "Situation," Yu Yi said, quite proudly. Chu Bing nodded, pondered for a while and asked again, "Uncle Yu, how do you think this battle should be fought?" "How to fight? To be honest, I don't know. It's okay if the enemy takes the initiative to attack. If we take the initiative to attack them, then we can only fight from one point to another, one village at a time, but I guess this will be more efficient. Lo, because of the existence of those traps, our advancement speed will not be very fast, but the enemy can take advantage of this time to rush back and forth. Another very important point is whether we should station troops in the villages we captured, that is, garrison troops. If we don't garrison troops, it is very likely that as soon as we advance to the next village, other enemies will get around us from the traps. Behind us, we will be heavily surrounded by then, so ammunition and food supplies will become a problem. If you send troops to garrison, our troops are too thin. With more than 2,000 soldiers, fight all the way. Halfway through the battle, you will find that you have no soldiers left. Because I couldn't find a good way, I didn't dare to take the initiative to attack their settlement. Otherwise, in the past 4 years, I would have killed them all, and it wouldn't be your boys' turn to come here. But I haven't been idle these years. Although I can't take the initiative to attack their settlements, I have often fought with the cannibals on the periphery, especially the teams that ambush them when they go out, or the teams that bring prisoners back. They are the targets of our ambushes and sneak attacks. Even if we cannot completely annihilate them, we can still inflict heavy losses on them. There is nothing they can do against me." Chu Bing asked Yu Yi for advice on how to win the war, and Yu Yi did not hesitate to share all his experiences and ideas, which once again made Chu Bing fall into deep thought. After a while, Chu Bing asked again, "Uncle Yu, since you have led people through their tribe, are you familiar with them? Can you take me to do some reconnaissance inside? I want to do some on-the-spot reconnaissance." "No, don't go." Upon hearing the idea of Chu Bing, Yu Yi was immediately frightened and dissuaded him. "Why?" Chu Bing asked confused. "They have many traps. Who knows how many years they have been digging traps on this land. Not only are they digging deep pits, but there are also many other traps that overlap one another. People who have not lived there for a long time have no idea about these traps. The location of the trap and the beasts hiding in the woods are very dangerous. If you have to go inside for reconnaissance, I suggest you go in spring. In spring, the ice and snow melt and the temperature rises. Even if we are trapped inside, we will not be frozen to death so quickly. Another advantage is that when the snow melts, many traps will be exposed, and our danger will be greatly reduced by then. Summer is not suitable either. The weather here either doesn't rain or it rains heavily. If we encounter flash floods in a place surrounded by traps, then we all won't have to live. Autumn is the same as winter. Autumn is full of fallen leaves, and winter is full of snow. These things will cover up most traces of traps, making it the most difficult season for in-depth reconnaissance. I have led a team in once before. In order to conduct covert operations and prevent being discovered by the enemy, I led a total of more than 20 people. As a result, a large number of fallen leaves in the autumn covered the trap and caused us huge trauma. What? There were pits, swamps, and rockfalls. We didn't even see the enemy's face, and we had already lost 6 people and injured 3. Another very crucial point is that the enemy will often patrol the traps, firstly to catch prey, and secondly to repair the traps. We suffered 9 casualties that time, but also encountered more than 40 enemies. The patrol team pursued us. As a result, we were not familiar with the terrain and did not know where to go and where not to go. However, the enemy knew the location of the trap and did not slow down at all. The faster they pursued, the more panicked our people became. Many of them were fleeing. People accidentally touched the trap and were captured alive by the enemies behind them. It was too dangerous that time. More than 20 people went in, and only 8 people escaped, including me. I haven't told anyone about this in the camp so far, and I haven't gone deep since then. The reconnaissance mentality is to ambush their team on the periphery to achieve some victory. Yu Zhizhi talked about his original experience with lingering fear, and discouraged Chu Bing from conducting in-depth reconnaissance alone. Chu Bing also frowned frequently after hearing this. After a while, he asked again, "Well, Uncle Yu, do you know what the enemy does every time he goes out?" "Route. If you want to ambush an enemy who is out, what area will they usually be in?" "Well, I really know this. The enemy's marching route is usually along those rivers. They also follow the principle of staying close to water sources when traveling far away. This should not be changed. The first is to ensure fresh water. For supplies, secondly, you can hunt animals that drink water by the river. Thirdly, you can go down to the river to fish if you can't. Fourthly, in places with sufficient water sources such as rivers, the vegetation is generally denser, making it easier to find fuel for making fires or manufacturing. Tool. I have posted secret sentries at the locations of these rivers. If there are enemies within these areas, they will send one person to notify me. The remaining people will continue to watch, usually in groups of 3, from time to time. Rotation. This can not only ensure the safety of our camp and prevent enemies from reaching our doorstep, but also make it easier for us to get the news in advance and then ambush those enemies who are out, Yi explained. After hearing this, Chu Bing's eyes lit up. This is good. It turns out that Yi had already made arrangements, so the next step would be easy. As long as he got the news that the enemy was out, he could immediately send out the trained soldiers to ambush the enemy. We can complete the first phase of the battle plan mentioned by the leader. Uncle Yu, will you take me to reconnoiter those exit passages in the next 2 days? I'll also check the map. Chu Bing pressed the question again. That's no problem, just tell me when you want to go. Yu didn't shirk this time and agreed happily. As long as he was not allowed to enter the enemy's hinterland, he had nothing to fear. Not to mention the well-armed and well-trained Shent's guards, even the hunting team of survivors led by Yu Yi himself never failed to defeat the cannibals every time they ambushed them. It took 2 days for Chu Bing to copy a map of the nearby area. It was also enlarged and had many annotations on it. Then he went back to the meeting and summoned the battalion and company commanders to the headquarters of the guard post to copy together. Map. Strive to ensure that each company and even each platoon of Shent's guard has a map, so that it will be convenient for him to command operations. When they copied out the second map that day, Chu Bing took the map he copied and found Yu Yi, and then asked him to take him to conduct field reconnaissance in the passage areas where the enemy entered and exited. The people who followed them this time also, there was only one guard platoon directly under the Shent's guard headquarters, and a team of more than 80 people set off together. Every soldier in the guard platoon is fully armed, with a full set of cotton clothes, trousers and boots, a locomotive hat, and a double-breasted military coat. He carries a gun on his shoulder and 2 bullet boxes hanging on the belt at his waist. Multifunctional kettles, spears, and most importantly, each person also carries a quilt on his back, with a military shovel pinned to the outside of the quilt. Each squad leader is also issued a pair of monocular telescopes. The platoon leader not only has a telescope, but also a compass to identify the direction. The fire is started by rubbing a hunting knife with a flint, which is distributed to every soldier. As for the equipment for treating diseases, there are even more. He also has a telescope, a compass, and even a map, as well as a military portable small carbide lamp for lighting, a document package for issuing orders, and his seal token and other items. A lot of things. Of course it is impossible for him to take it by himself, otherwise why would he have personal soldiers? The group of people followed Yu Yi and set off towards several surveillance points along the river. During the march, the soldiers maintained a vigilant formation. Everyone held their guns in their hands instead of carrying them on their backs. The foot is deep and the other foot is shallow in the snow, and the long rifle in his hand can be used as a crutch. Of course, as long as the muzzle is not pointed downward. Uncle Yu, where is this place? Walking in a low-lying river valley, Chu Bing looked around and saw everything was completely white. At this time, the river water had been frozen and covered with a layer of snow, making it difficult to tell where the river was and where it was. Its land. This is the upper reaches of the two river systems of our Han tribe. Whether it is the Ruyang River, the Luyang River, and the wetland lake northeast of the Luyang River, they are actually just branches of this river. Of course, the branches of this river are not just Luyang River and Ruyang River, but also many other water systems, which are generally connected. After hearing Chu Bing's question, Yu Yi explained immediately. Oh. Chu Bing looked around at the surrounding terrain and unfolded the map to compare. Then he asked again, but where is the river you mentioned? Why didn't I see it? Ha 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 ha, the river is right under your feet. If you sweep the snow away from your feet, there will be the ice on the river below. Yui couldn't help but remind him in a funny way. Chu Bing was stunned when he heard this, and immediately took a military shovel from the soldiers and dug it into the snow twice, and finally saw the transparent ice surface. It may be because of the low terrain here that the wind has blown the snow into the valley, making the snow thickness more than a foot thick. There is still running water flowing under the transparent ice surface, and the water quality is crystal clear. The transparency of the ice surface is also very high. If you are lucky, you can even see fish swimming in the water. This is really a river. Chu Bing said in surprise. Hey, the environment here is like this. You will know in 2 months. Yu Yi also sighed with emotion, but did not stop, and continued to move forward with more than 80 people in a familiar way. The group of people walked along the river valley for a whole morning, and then walked ashore for more than an hour. They didn't even eat lunch. It was only when they saw a large forest appearing at the end of their sight that Yuya led them into a river. The path continued forward, and after walking for a few minutes, it bypassed a high ground and came to a small forest. Only then did Yi say, "We're here. Isn't there an observation post here? Where are the people?" Chu Bing asked again. He panted and looked around, but he didn't see any house that could accommodate human habitation. Yu Yi looked at him and smiled without answering, as if he wanted to test Chu Bing, a young general. A soldier carrying a cowhide map tube next to him sniffed hard, then pointed in a direction and suddenly said, "Master Commander, there is smoke over there, it smells like burning wood." Huh? Chu Bing turned around and saw that light blue smoke was floating in an inconspicuous bush. He stared at the bushes for a while, and then looked at Yui suspiciously. Yui still looked at him with a smile, as if he was still testing him. Chu Bing snorted and immediately ordered the soldiers around him, "Everyone is on alert. You, go over and take a look." Yes. All the soldiers responded in unison, and then they all pointed their guns in all directions at places that they thought were very suspicious and where people could hide. The soldier who carried the map was assigned by Chu Bing to check out the smoking place. Bush. The soldier installed a bayonet on his rifle, walked to the bush and poked at it with his bayonet, and found that the smoke was coming from a dead tree that had fallen across the bush. The dead would seem to have been eaten away by insects, leaving only the bark of the empty shell from which the smoke comes. However, there were no traces of humans here, and he didn't know where the smoke came from, so he immediately wanted to turn around and report the situation. "Command, there are enemies." As soon as the soldier turned around and shouted the word command, an arrow suddenly flew out from the side and hit him in the chest. He was startled, but then he discovered that the arrow did not pierce his body. It bounced off the ground after hitting his chest. This arrow actually has no arrowhead. Ha 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 ha, don't look at it, there are no arrows, there are no enemies here, they are all our own. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter came from the grove, and then a man with tied hair holding a long bow and wearing a cross-collar cotton robe and cotton trousers came over. He cupped his fists with his hands and cupped them with Yu Yi, and then he bowed to Chu Bing again and then said, "Zhang Yu, why did you bring so many people here this time? Have you taken any action? These people in green clothes are the brothers of the Shensui from our Han tribe, right? They can't do this. They are too lack of vigilance." The man looked at the soldier he shot with a smile, looking disgusted that these guys were too young. "You." When the soldier who was shot heard what he said, his face immediately turned red with shame and anger, and he immediately raised the rifle in his hand. "What are you doing? Put down the gun. Is the gun pointed at one of our own people?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Chu Bing immediately shouted loudly. Then the soldier put down the gun and turned around and snorted coldly. "Hey, what are you doing? Lu Ping, be honest, why are you talking to your brother?" Yu Yi also said something to the man holding the bow, and then introduced the two parties. "Let me introduce to you. This is the commander of our Shens Guard, General Xia Qubing. This is Lu Ping, the team leader in charge of this surveillance point." The man holding the bow, Lu Ping, saluted Chu Bing again. Chu Bing looked him up and down, then nodded. This guy came up and shot his own soldiers. Chu Bing was still angry at this moment, of course. "I won't return the favor to such a minor character. Chu Bing, this is our observation post. It is on the only way for the enemy to enter and exit. There are only 3 people in the observation post, so in order not to be discovered by the enemy, their residences are built underground. The smoke point you just saw is actually the chimney of the underground residence. It was built specifically according to the wind direction here. The smoke blown out will not blow in the direction of the road, so it will generally not be discovered by the enemy. If discovered, it will look like what you just saw. The entrance to the underground post is in the woods, and the chimney mouth is used to attract the enemy's attention. Once someone comes forward to check, they will face their back to the entrance in the woods, and our hidden sentry can capture the enemy from behind. Kill, just in case. You have just arrived, and you haven't dealt with those cannibals yet. Don't underestimate them in the future, and be vigilant at all times, especially in such a wild place. Although those cannibals don't have any good weapons, they are first-class hunters, and any disturbance in the wild may arouse their vigilance. You should pay attention to this in the future and be more careful." In order to ease the relationship between the two parties, Yu Yi explained the situation here. By the way, he also explained the reason why Lu Ping did what he did just now. In fact, it was just to keep Chu Bing and the others vigilant. After Chu Bing listened, he nodded silently. He suddenly realized that he was indeed a little careless and a little too proud. He thought that he had become the leader's personal guard at a young age, and now he has become the most important person in the Han tribe. The young commander of the guard is in charge of the Shens Guard, the most powerful army, and holds the most advanced weapons in the world. He had indeed never taken cannibals seriously. In Chu Bing's eyes, those cannibals were nothing more than a group of uncivilized barbarians, and thus he despised them. Now after listening to Yu Ye's warning, he realized that this group of races that hunted wild beasts and other similar species were not without merit. Since they could survive in this way for so long, it showed that their combat effectiveness was still very strong. Seeing him nodding, Yu stopped talking about this topic, so as not to arouse Chu Bing's resentment. He continued to introduce Chu Bing. The space of the underground outpost is still quite large. It can accommodate 100 people, and there is a lot of food stored in it. However, only 3 people are usually left to guard it. If there is action, more people will be transferred. There are 2 observation posts. One is outside, on the high ground where we just came. There is a person watching there. He has seen us just now. The other is at the entrance of the cave. It mainly monitors the surrounding situation. Watch to see if the enemy had discovered him. There was another person resting inside, ready to replace the 2 outside at any time. They rested in rotation. Let's take the soldiers inside to eat first. Everyone has been hungry all morning, and then we can study the next action. Chu Bing took a look around at the soldiers around him. They were still looking around with their guns raised, but their faces showed signs of exhaustion. They had been trekking in the snow for most of the day, and they hadn't even had a bite of hot food yet. It's time to take a break to replenish your energy. Okay, then let's follow Uncle Yu's arrangements. Everyone should go into the cave to rest. Pay attention to discipline and don't make too much noise. Chu Bing waved to everyone. The soldiers then followed Ju Yi into the underground outpost with their guns in hand, while Chu Bing stayed at the end, preparing to check out the surrounding situation outside first. When the soldiers filed into the cave, the guy named Lu Ping put on his bow, then took out a broom-like branch, carefully smoothed the footprints of the soldiers who went to the entrance of the cave, and then went to the chimney there. He picked up the arrow he shot just now, hugged his fists to the soldier just now, and said, "I'm sorry, little brother, don't take it to heart. I'll get you some delicious food later down there, to make amends." "Humph, who cares?" The soldier still snorted coldly, turned around and walked to Chu Bing's side, following him step by step, never leaving. The guy named Lu Ping didn't care, but smiled and asked Chu Bing, "Won't you go in to rest, little general?" There were 2 soldiers standing next to Chu Bing, and they chatted curiously. "Don't be too busy resting for now. Brother, I just saw you clearing away those footprints. Why, are there still cannibals coming here often? You actually want to so careful? Hey, is there anything wrong with being careful? It's not easy for us to dig such a post. If the enemy discovers it, they will take advantage of our small number to attack one day. The post will be exposed and we won't be able to use it in the future. What a pity. But it is true that there are often cannibal activities here, otherwise we would not build the observation point here. If there are no enemies, what is it called, an observation point?" Lu Ping explained. "Well, that makes sense. Can you take me to your usual sentry post to have a look?" Chu Bing nodded and asked. "Of course." Lu Ping agreed immediately, and then led Chu Bing and the others to a mound dozens of meters away. They saw a dugout, like a single soldier's bunker, dug on top of the mound. There are a few stones, and a young man is nesting in the cave, wrapped in a thick quilt, with only his head peeking out from time to time through the gaps in the stones. "Little Shirtu, you go back and rest. I'm watching here. Our brothers from the Han Tribe Guard Army are here and are down there. You should also go back and warm yourself up, and see if we can help." Lu Ping took the lead in speaking to the crypt. Said the observation post. "Oh, okay, I'll replace you later." The boy named Xiao Shirtu looked about 13 or 14 years old, about the same age as Chu Bing, and his face was red from the cold. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot in such an environment. The disease also nodded to him. Lu Ping lay down directly on the snow and pointed to the surrounding environment to introduce Chu Bing. The forest to the north is the direction of the cannibal camp. Their village is in that forest. The valley to the east is the place they must pass every time they go out. They always walk along the river every time they go south. This saves money. If they get lost, no matter how far they go, they can follow the river to find their way back. Have you seen Huishui Bay over there? It's the place where the river turns. Rivers with this kind of terrain are usually relatively deep, and there will be a lot of fish below. Those cannibals often come here to break the ice and fish, but they come out they are not the most powerful, they are often the old, weak, sick and disabled. The powerful ones have gone out to hunt or go south to hunt other tribes. They will appear here every 3 days. Lu Ping pointed to some of the more iconic terrains around him. Chu Bing introduced. Telescope, map. Chu Bing didn't answer, but asked for things from the soldiers beside him. So a large map was immediately unfolded, and another soldier handed over a military standard 10 to 40 magnification monocular telescope. Chu Bing took it immediately, held up the binoculars and looked at the places Lu Ping mentioned.